Shepherding Humanity Chapter 477 to Chapter 529. I survived. The monarch lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he gasped for breath. In the face of the fear of death, everyone was weak and powerless. In fact, as a monarch, with his long lifespan, he was even more afraid of death than a mortal. I'm not a slave of fear. I'm the Medessa Orc Emperor who rules over iron blood and tenacity. From a runaway slave in the Colosseum to where I am today, I relied on my tenacity. He tried to stand up, wanting to forget the person that his eyes had seen, but that figure was already deeply imprinted in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to be afraid, he wouldn't be afraid. A large amount of blood spilled out of him as he stumbled, leaving a cruel trail of blood on the ground. One of his hands suddenly grasped his wildly beating heart as he limped forward. He opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to laugh, but no sound came out. Only a burning hatred flashed in his eyes. Then I won't reject it. The best way to deal with fear is to face it head-on. Can you feel it? You have already succeeded. My fear and hatred were born for you. I will find you again, and kill you. Virtual Era Year 31. The news spread in the demonic world. Everyone was in a state of panic, and a storm was brewing in all the major churches. Everyone knew that Bai Shaoxing came for the devil world. He did not choose the other two because it was difficult to spread faith in the celestial world, and the mortal world was ruled by the great Zhou dynasty. The best place to start was the various professional churches in the demon realm. In this land of many faiths, people were used to being believers. Besides, Bai Shaoxing was a freak of the Eastern world. This land didn't have its legend, so it was a new fertile land for preaching. The monarchs and emperors worshipped by the churches whispered. He recovered so quickly? It's only been a few years, yet all living beings have summoned him from the graveyard of the old spacetime and brought him back to this world. Sure enough, the disaster he caused at the Saturn Peach Feast and the impression and fear of all living beings made him have too many fearful fanatics. And now, he's not killing the monarch Medessa because this monarch has become a fanatic of his fear, he's making such a big fuss just to scare us. That's not all. He's purposely exposing his position to attract other awakened companions. Where are the gods? What about the underworld Earth Great Emperor? We should start searching for his whereabouts and kill him, a radical said. No, that might be one of his plans. Causing Netherworld Emperor to make a move is exactly what he wants. If only deities can kill him, all living beings will tremble in fear. The best way is for us celestial emperors to join forces and seal him in the Netherworld River. After all, it's the same to deal with other powerful demons. But this kind of demon usually has extremely fast reactions. At the critical moment, he will directly commit suicide, not giving us the chance to seal him. And Bai Shaoxing should be even more so, he's already prepared. Countless strong warriors began to be afraid. They continued to analyze and felt Bai Shaoxing's incomparable wisdom. They even realized that they had begun to be afraid. This meant that they had begun to become his fanatics, providing him with faith. He was making all his opponents fear him because of his wisdom. The people of the demon world began to fear him and spread his deeds. They called him Taunas, the wisdom of the mountains. His image was that of a white-robed king holding a wordless book. He wore a shimmering veil. Any human who saw him would feel his vast wisdom and go crazy. Demon World, Mayasasai City, also known as the Winter City. As the humans' bridgehead and frontline against the Beastman Empire in the distance, the Beastmen were nomadic hunting tribes and did not know how to grow food. In such a midwinter weather, they were starving. Although their bodies were strong and could resist the cold also stimulated their madness. Over the years, there would be Beastman cavalry attacking the border towns every once in a while to steal food. This is the Dao Heart Demon Seed? Suji was a little speechless as he walked on the street. This time, he doesn't plan to kill anyone. The opportunity to kill has passed. To him, not killing and bringing fear is the best choice. He wore a thick black winter coat and white gloves. He looked at the office workers in suits at the edge of the street. They carried black briefcases, rubbed their palms, and blew out white steam. They were waiting for the bus at the bus stop. He went out for lunch and relaxed. In the end, 30 years had passed. His original intention was to see how cold this world was. He did not expect Bai Xiaoxing to actually recover. It was just the time of lunch. As expected, the battle of old enemies cannot be stopped. The evil god of incense has been suppressed too much, so his early recovery is very fast. However, he made a big fuss. It is very likely that he will attract other partners, but not the sweet dream god. Because the sweet dream god no longer remembers him, it will take a lot of time to get to know him again. Suji looked into the distance. It was as if he could see through half of the demon world. He actually saw a young man who was carrying a child to school. In the shadow was the sweet dream god. A while ago, this young man had inadvertently saved a strange girl who had lost her memory from an amateur demon hunter who dealt with strange things on the subway after school. He was instantly lustful and named her Yasser Laurelian. Then, he let her hide in his shadow. He is also a talent. Although he did not recover the strength of a god, you don't know that you saved the king of strange things. Suji was stunned. However, after he obtained the sweet dream god, some interesting strange things gathered around him. After the sweet dream god became a god, there was a qualitative change after all. He passively made his friends, classmates around him appear in the darkness of their own inner thoughts, giving birth to unique strange things. Heavy crab, bewitching bull, and even himself, began to split a part of himself and formed his own strange personality? This was incredible. To make a person's inner heart give birth to their own strange things because of their own dark side, although it was so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. Inner demons? Suji found it interesting. I didn't expect that the memory of me slaughtering a strange god would have such a characteristic. Now, a group of classmates over there are erupting a very interesting story. After all, the sweet dream god was still the sweet dream god, her nature was simply too strong. One must know that the sweet dream god was the only existence that could trap an ancient saint after being schemed by wandering Xiaoxing and choosing among countless strange things. What will happen to that young man? The main character of the next era? After all, this is an interesting era. In the distance was an old-fashioned black church. Beside it was a dark mass of buildings. At this time, there were some motorcycles on the street. Alchemy had been developed again, and it was already similar to the background of the European Industrial Revolution. There were cars, motorcycles, and mechanical mageweth cannons. However, there were also various professional churches with different magic potions. For example, the Church of Demon Swordsmen and the Church of Mechanical Shooters. Cultivators were basically believers. They entered the church to receive missions, pay gold coins, and learn skills. Suji continued forward and walked through the corridor. The entire room was a little old. It was 305, and there was a brass mailbox with a house number engraved at the door. Click, he pushed the door open. The room was heated with a heating pipe. The heating pipe was a residential facility provided by the believers' church. As long as the people believed in the church, the strong members of the church would bless them to survive this terrifying era of ice and snow. Life is much better. The people of the Valkyrie Palace were in the room. Next to them were bags of vegetables bought from the market. They kept muttering to each other. I remember the last time I came here, there were often terrifying strange things in the towns and districts here. There were all kinds of evil gods, ghost buses, midnight gatherings, there were also stupid and blind gods, ghostly footsteps, there were all kinds of strange things. In this kind of cold weather, wearing summer clothes and revealing their fair skin, they would definitely attract attention if they walked on the street. Oh? Tactical instructor? I'm back. It's cold now, so I went to the market next door to buy some things. I'm starting to make hot pot. Pan Shuexian looked excited. She didn't care about the situation. She called out to the instructor first. She pointed to a big pot in front of her. We'll be waiting for you. Huh? Suji smelled an unprecedented fragrance. It was even more delicious and fragrant than the taste of gourmet food. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you cooking?" The first delicious hot pot in the world. All kinds of delicacies are cooked in one pot. Even sages haven't eaten it before. This is the unique benefit of our Valkyrie Palace. We often eat it. Pan Shuexian said excitedly, "You will know when you see it." Suji couldn't help but sit down. He saw the white rabbit, the hen, the lark, the fox, the old ginseng, and the carp in the boiling water in the big pot. Indeed, all kinds of delicacies were cooked in one pot. Suji's mind went blank. What the hell is this? Pan Shuaxian thought it was not hygienic. She quickly reminded him, don't worry. They are all plucked in the kitchen and carefully washed before they are put into the pot. They have been stewing for a long time, and the smell has come out. Don't you smell very good? As soon as she finished speaking, the little hen in the pot seemed to feel a little uncomfortable lying down and secretly turned its body over. Suji was silent for a while. Don't move. 100-year-old hen is the most nutritious. You are the most important here. Pan Shuaxian glared fiercely at Lin Hongfeng beside her. She picked up her chopsticks and adjusted the posture of a hen in the pot. The hot steam emitted a rich fragrance, and she kept muttering, we are good sisters, so we should not let the goodies flow into our own fields. If there's something good, of course we should share it with everyone. Anyway, I just finished training and did 10,000 push-ups. Suji was completely shocked. He looked at Shira. Do you often eat like this? Shira was a little embarrassed. She secretly swallowed her saliva. After all, they are all spiritual creatures. They can be stewed into soup and used as a hot pot soup base. Then, we add some vegetables. It tastes good, the wood language spirit hurriedly giggled. Sister System is a slate. She's over there, and she's also contributing to us. She usually contributes the most to us. Look, she's burning hot at the side, making teppanyaki. After all, when she does calculations, she starts to heat up. Us sisters are using her to grill something. Suji turned his head. Sure enough, there was a square hard disk heating up. It was frying a poached egg. It exuded a strong spirit energy and stimulated his appetite. The white mouse said, only Sister Luo Kaiwei and Sister Shira are useless. Without their bodies, we also tried to wash them and cook them. In the end, monsters and humans can't taste good. These guys did not idle while talking. Seeing that the hot pot soup base was almost ready, they began to add all kinds of vegetables, meat, slices, and meat rolls. Suji was completely speechless. He knew that these people were good at playing cards and chatting. They were especially good at killing time, but he did not expect it to be so exaggerated that they developed this way of eating. Suji thought as he sat down and picked up the chopsticks. The room was steaming hot. The atmosphere was lively as if it was the new year. A dozen people sat around the big table with a huge pot in the middle. If it wasn't for blocking the outside world, the millions of citizens in the Mizasai winter city would have smelled the delicious aroma. Even the various magical beasts and powerhouses in the vicinity would have flocked over and developed an instinctive desire to evolve from the bottom of their hearts. Delicacies were stewed in a pot. They were all celestial emperor-level top demons of the three realms. These powerful top giants of the three realms had evolved into extraordinary bloodlines. Old hens, little white rabbits, carps, and even old ginseng. More than a dozen ingredients made this hot pot extremely nutritious. After all, the higher the quality of the ingredients and treasures, the better the taste. Suji knew a long time ago that no matter how delicious the mortal world's ingredients were, they could only be perceived by the taste buds. However, these spiritual ingredients were a delight that penetrated into the soul. Even Suji felt that the people of the martial god palace were too good at eating. The dishes and delicacies of the mortal world were probably as tasteless as wax in their eyes. At this moment, Shira stood up and went to the kitchen to collect rabbit fur, chicken feathers, and fish scales. She said with a smile, the weather here is getting colder and colder. It's perfect to make a fur coat. After all, it's a celestial emperor material that's good for refining artifacts. It can block most attacks below the celestial emperor level. In the outside world, not to mention other legendary experts, even historical sovereigns would be extremely jealous. That's true. Suji sat down and sighed. It was not bad to come to the martial god palace occasionally for a vacation. Other than the gods, you are the strongest treasures in the world. Even the witch tribe can't compare to your pure flesh and blood bodies. These little fairies were living a comfortable life. After all, Shira had been taken care of by them all these years and had her own life. In the future, when he fell into a deep sleep, he could leave his body with them. It was very convenient. Splash, the entire hot pot was filled with dense spiritual energy. It was as bright as the clouds and actually had a trace of a holy aura. It was resplendent gold, as if this was not a hot pot but a pool of spiritual liquid refining pills in a cauldron. It was as if countless spiritual materials were nourishing and replenishing each other, forming a qualitative change. Lin Hongfeng pointed at the hot pot while brushing the meat rolls. The spiciness of the mandarin duck pot was very strong and especially spicy. She pointed at a girl beside her and said, "Little Chili is also one of our sisters. She was born from a chili tree. When there were only 5 of us, Sister System said that the taste wasn't strong enough. So, we traveled across mountains and rivers and specially found a chili demon to spice it up. The little ginseng demon and little sister Shuilian beside her all came from the same place." Suji? Xiaochen was confused on the spot. Only when he sat down to eat and chat did he find out that the Martial God Palace's true selection criteria were based on taste. Judging a hero based on delicacy, whoever tastes better will be allowed to join the Martial God Palace. Pan Shuexian's way of thinking was very special. Xiaochen wondered where she learned such an excellent trick from. As Lin Hongfeng ate the vegetables, she spoke incoherently, appearing somewhat naive. "Our Martial God Palace did not reveal our true identity because the temptation of our fiend race is too great. Many people treat us as natural treasures, spirit beasts, and spirit plants, and hunt them in a frenzy. We also use our fiend race's advantage, natural treasures. It looks like we are eating, but we are actually cultivating. This pot of spirit herbs is very nourishing. The reason our Martial God Palace's humans can cultivate to this level is because we eat such nourishing spirit herbs every day." "Right." Luo Kaiwei, who was at the side, said, "Without the nourishment of spirit herbs, it is very difficult for us to cultivate to this level purely on the martial Tao. After all, the poor are scholars while the rich are martial artists. As for the spirit sisters, the qi and blood that we cultivate every day are too vigorous and full of energy. Without a place to vent it, it is a good thing to soak in the hot spring and release some qi and blood. Instead, it will help stabilize our cultivation. No one knows that when all the spirit sisters of our Martial God Palace are stewed together and refined, it is a pot of great medicine." Mu Yinling said proudly, "It is not that we have not thought of condensing it into a pill, but we discovered that in order to make it more convenient to store, many of the medicinal properties have been lost, and the freshly condensed elixir is easier to absorb. There is no need for us to store it at all. Elixir is our first choice." The group of people chatted at the table. They were very talkative, chattering non-stop. Pan Shuexian continued with a serious expression. "It's said that in the myriad of worlds, there's a world called the gourmet world. The living beings there nourish each other and use each other as food ingredients. Eventually, they transform into spirit medicines that allow them to advance. That's how I came up with this idea. This formula took us hundreds of years to organize, test, calculate, accumulate, and add new sisters to the mix. Only then was it perfected into the strongest pill. Furthermore, there are 13 sisters, and not one can be missing. We sisters share a common destiny. Without one, the medicinal effects will be greatly reduced, thus, if this gets out, we sisters are likely to be in big trouble. I am afraid that the peak almighties of the 3 realms will not be able to resist attacking us. They want to catch us all in one fell swoop, lock us all up, bring us to the back garden, and eat us." Suji was startled, and then he exclaimed in admiration. None of them were easy to deal with. Those who treated others as fools were the real fools. The Martial God Palace was able to rise among billions of living beings in the 3 realms and become a brand new giant. There was indeed something admirable about it. It actually opened up a true path of spirit cultivators. I eat myself. Since other humans and powerhouses hunt us, these natural treasures, to eat them? Then why don't we eat ourselves? After all, we should not let the goodies flow into our own fields. Indeed, only the players with wild imagination could come up with such a silly idea and lead the spirit race to rise. However, Suji felt that Pan Shuexian would never have thought of this plan. Using the collection of spirit herbs as the standard and absorbing other spirit fairies to build the Martial God Palace, it was definitely her sister Pan Yuxian who was the strategist behind the scenes. Thus, the rise of the martial god palace was possible. The hot pot was boiling. Suji's appetite was whetted, and he could not help but talk about the ingredients. The human body cultivates the inner world, using the rich spiritual qi in the body to nourish the cultivation of the spirit body, and the spirit body nourishes the human body in the form of spirit herbs. He took another bite. The beef roll was fresh, fragrant, and tender. Compared to the food he had just eaten, the lunch he had was simply too weak. It seemed that the gourmet world had to be encouraged. They were too lax in their development. The private kitchen of the god of creation could not compare to the team of chefs of the martial god palace. Actually, we are still exploring this system. Only when the human body and the spirit body are mutually beneficial can we become spirit cultivators. At this time, Lin Hongfeng stood up and started to get serious. We, the martial god palace, actually want to use this gathering to officially invite the monarch messiah to be the teacher of the martial god palace. He wants us to become stronger and think of a way to defeat Bai Shaoxing. After all, the people of the demon world are in a state of panic. At this moment, only you have the intelligence to fight him. After the Saturn Peach Feast, we completely have this idea. Please guide us. Su Ji, Pan Shuaxian also had a look of anticipation and longing. This was his sister's idea, and it was the only way. After all, this was the trump card of the martial god palace, the strongest and most delicious spirit herb in the three realms. If this could not move him, then there was nothing else they could do. Suji fell silent and sorted out his thoughts. It was impossible for him to fight against Bai Shaoxing, who was the focus of the demon world, but Suji looked at the hot pot and fell silent for a while. Then, he put down his chopsticks and said calmly, "You are overthinking about Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing might seem arrogant and the demon world is in chaos, but in reality, there are people in the demon world. Only in the demon world can there be someone who can fight against Bai Shaoxing. That person is the god of wisdom, Hermes. You should also know that this is the original Bai Shaoxing. Furthermore, with the power of will, he is also the most intelligent person in the eyes of all." Lin Hongfeng nodded. She had already thought of Hermes. The fight between the real and fake Bai Shaoxing, the strongest clash of wisdom in the eyes of all living beings. However, our martial god palace does not want to resign ourselves to fate and leave our lives in the hands of others. We also want to contribute to the tide of the times and rise. This is a disaster, but also an opportunity. If we defeat Bai Shaoxing, we will definitely gain the faith and worship of all living beings. Oftentimes, the greater the fear he brings, the more faith we will gain after defeating him. We are likely to have the qualifications to become gods. Suji instantly understood their intentions. He smiled as he looked at the group of Fey girls around the table. So, this was their true goal. How many heavenly emperors had accumulated in the three realms, not to mention the other factions? Just the martial god palace alone had more than 10 peak heavenly emperors with exaggerated battle prowess seeking the opportunity to become gods. Heavenly emperors were like fish in the river, countless. There were too many people with amazing talent. Almost every 100 years, there would be a new batch of heavenly emperors in the three realms. Each of them had a legendary rise that could be written into books. At this time, the opportunity to become gods lay in the faith of all living beings. It was no longer like it was in the past. Slaughtering all living beings, creating a great calamity, absorbing too much energy, one could become a god. Collecting enough faith was enough to become a god. So, the Western Blood Emperor became a god because he had collected too much faith from the vampiric church in the war of faith of many churches in the demon realm. As for the larger Church of Light, Hermes did not become a god. This was because he was Suji's avatar. The avatar's realm could not exceed the original body. So, he gave the energy to become a god to Medusa. So, in these years, Medusa also formed several god organizations. As for the East, Lu Wenjian and Hu Renong divided the faith of the mortal world. After countless years of accumulation, they were about to become gods. And the biggest beneficiary of the three realms belief system was Meng Mei. She kept taking bribes and directly created Dao Chongqing and herself to become a god. In these 600 years, there were 5 people who became gods. Dao Chongqing, Fresh Blood Emperor, Meng Mei, Sweet Dream God, Snake of Sinkhole. And Lu Wenjian and Hu Renong were about to become gods. This was far more efficient than the creation of the great calamity and the destruction of all living beings, and it was sustainable. But this number was still too little for the huge group of heavenly emperors in the three realms. I understand. Suji put down his bowl and chopsticks. Among all of you here, the oldest one is already more than 600 years old. There are only 200 to 300 years left before his death. Your martial god palace is the faith of the three realms martial arts. You have established a martial arts sect and spread it to all living beings. In the future, all the martial arts experts in the three realms will be your believers. You are the martial ancestors. As a rising force, you already have a lot of faith. Now, you have to defeat Bai Shaoxing and become the main character of the era as the savior, creating a prosperous era of martial arts. Creating a prosperous era for the three realms and taking the opportunity to become a god? Suji took a deep breath and sorted out his thoughts. Finally, he put down his chopsticks and placed them into his bowl. If you want to defeat Bai Shaoxing and spread the word about the power of martial arts, the best way is to ignore the tricks and defeat him directly. Martial arts is known for breaking all kinds of tricks with one punch. But it is easier said than done. He has great wisdom, which has already turned into terrifying combat power. He has all kinds of systems at his fingertips. You are far from being his match. At this time I will not help you directly, but I will give you the means to defeat him and help you perfect your system. Pan Shuoxian immediately stood up. She was extremely excited. Wasn't he really going to become their mentor? He was going to teach them how to increase their strength. This was a great opportunity. After all, Emperor Messiah's previous life was a true stage 9. They were born unorthodox and had to find their way forward by themselves. They still had many shortcomings. Greetings, Master. The few of them said in unison. I'm not Master. Suji just smiled. You should know that I am a sorcerer. I follow the principle of equivalent exchange. I seem to be helping you, but I am also researching. Researching my alchemy. After all, in a sense, this is also a kind of alchemy. Alchemy, are you going to start with this great medicine of ours? Lin Hongfeng's expression froze, thinking seriously, I have thought of it before. No matter how crazily we train, our strength is still improving slowly. This is not a problem of the training volume. Is it to increase our cultivation speed by nourishing our elixirs? It's just that our elixirs are constantly improving, but the progress is still slow. As a sorcerer, alchemy are bound to. Lin Hongfeng took a deep breath and was very serious. Suji was very natural. After all, he came in here to take out the alchemy table and study the various data sand tables of extraordinary life bloodlines and absorb knowledge. It was the same for Medusa. With a bunch of demon martial arts heavenly emperors here as experimental materials, he could study the structure of a new system. Perhaps it can be transformed into the true alchemy Dao, modulating, integrating energy, forming a special system that can quickly improve the realm. Suji silently pondered. At present, in the three realms, alchemy had not appeared. The current martial god palace has already made the corresponding prototype of alchemy. I can give it a try, thinking of this. My special training will be very hard. You have to be prepared. Suji did not stand up and was still stirring the chopsticks in the bowl. This will be the devil's training camp. Yes, Master. We are not afraid of hard work. For the sake of becoming a god. For the sake of the spirit of martial arts. If it's not hard work, we will feel uncomfortable. Please train us to your heart's content. Pan Shuoxian was completely excited. She was the first to speak. Suffering was the romance of martial arts. Her daughter should be self-reliant. She was too lazy to think so much. After all, what her sister said had already succeeded. Now that they had gotten the monarch Messiah to join them and teach them to perfect their martial arts, it would definitely be a qualitative change in the combat strength of martial god palace. 5 days later. In a dense forest, the cold winter had completely invaded. The trees began to wither and the ground was covered with broken leaves. Suji stood quietly, looking at the small animals in front of him as if he was undergoing military training. Recently, the weather is getting colder and colder. 2 days ago, a cold wave came to Dong City. Now it is already 7 or 8 degrees. The temperature plummeted so fast that the sand table in my orchard is full of disasters. It is even said that in 2 days, there may be a typhoon. I hope it doesn't come to Dong City. Otherwise, it will be terrible. Suji looked at the withered trees around him. It was not that he did not see the weather forecast for the past few days. The temperature plummeted. The fear of the sorcerer world was getting deeper and deeper. The appearance of Bai Shaoxing made it worse, taking the opportunity to attract more fear. He turned his gaze back to the present. Whoosh, a cold wind blew. This time special training will be very hard. You must be prepared. Suji's gaze was solemn. He looked around and finally stared at the black chip standing in front of him. He said coldly, "You actually know the system of the magic core. Their race's specialty is to unlock the genetic lock and achieve instant power. I don't care how you know, but their burning of the genetic lock is indeed very compatible with the martial arts. You have the system chip, which can simulate the structure of the magic core and allow the parasitic system to achieve the ability to unlock the genetic lock." Pan Shuaxian was very excited. Was it finally here? Before this, her sister had been thinking of ways to tinker with the genetic lock with her. After all, the supercomputing power of the system chip was similar to the magic core. Since the magic core could unlock the genetic lock, there was no reason why they couldn't, and now, she could finally learn how to let the system possess a person and act as a temporary magic core to unlock this person's genetic lock. This is the real skill of the system. Her gaze was solemn as she listened attentively. Suji continued, "The essence of the gene lock is to unlock the gene sequence. In order to prevent self-destruction, 80% of a living being's power is locked away. The gene lock is used to unlock this restriction, allowing the living being to unleash 100% of its body's power. It can even burn its genes to unleash its life potential, allowing it to reach 200% or even more." Pan Shuaxian nodded. Previously, the Subaru god had used this method. Through the body's supercomputing power, he had strengthened the genetic lock and could even explode with 10 or 30 times his original strength. The Messiah monarch's teachings were very simple and easy to understand. He was very serious and was very suitable for the job of a teacher. After all, not every expert was suitable to be a teacher. In front of him, more than 10 members of the martial god palace became even more serious. This special training might change their lives and completely increase their combat power. Suji continued, "And for you, to unlock the genetic lock. First, you have to understand the genetic sequence of a creature. This is a series of codes. Understand it and build a gene bank to unlock its shackles." In the past, the Ashutl people had also gone through this process. The Human Gene Project had to understand all the genetic codes of the body to unlock the genetic lock. His gaze swept across the surrounding animals. Due to the different races, their genetic sequences are also different. Rabbits, hens, each of these creatures have different genes. You need to analyze them individually before you can unlock the gene lock of the fiend race. You can analyze the human genes first so that the humanoids of the Wushan Palace can unlock the gene lock. After that, you can study the members of the Wushan Palace. Pan Shuaxian's mind went blank. She couldn't help but ask, how many genes does a person have? It depends on the different races and bloodlines. The average human's genome is made up of more than 3 billion base pairs. Suji said quietly, as for hens, rabbits, and other small animals, they probably have more than 1 or 2 billion genes. What the hell? Pan Shuaxian was completely stunned, her whole body started to tremble. It was as if she could see an incomparably dark future. This number was simply demonic. One person had more than 3 billion genes. If this was the sum of all the work, it would be fine. However, in the martial god palace, there were all kinds of animals. They had to be analyzed individually to unlock the power of the genetic lock, the analysis of the gene bank of one person and 13 small animals. This amount of work was enough to make one feel despair. Let's begin. Analyze the human genes first so that all the humans can unlock the genetic lock. Suji asked for a drop of Lin Hongfeng's blood and gave it to Pan Shuaxian. He said seriously, "It's possible to slowly decipher the genes of more than 3 billion genes." Got it. Pan Shuaxian was stunned on the spot. She could only start studying and calculating frantically. Suji waited for a while and touched the square chip. It had begun to heat up with the terrifying amount of calculation. He couldn't help but slowly set up a big pot on top of it. He looked at the small animals in front of him. It's time for your special training. Your alchemy level is very rough. You need to redo it and improve the recipe. He poured water. All of you, come into the pot. Plop, 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 Xianxia kept heating up. She looked at the pot on top of her in a daze. The small animals jumped into the pot for special training. It's so heavy. It has to be tens of thousands of kilograms. No one can carry it except me. The monarch Messiah is indeed wise. While I'm calculating crazily, he can also do such high-intensity physical training. Indeed, as long as life is alive, movement will not stop. My name is Xianxia. I never thought that the devil training I received to become stronger would be so terrifying. As expected, to become a god, to break through and become stronger, an unimaginable price must be paid. For example, before my path to becoming a god, I first became an induction cooker. In the end, Suji was very interested in the structure of the martial god palace, where the 13 great demons gathered to form a pill. This was because the gourmet world he had opened up was about cooking delicacies and raising one's strength, but in essence, it was also alchemy. It was just a difference on the surface. Alchemy had the order of putting in the main ingredients and side ingredients, as well as various herbs with different medicinal properties. Cooking had the order of putting in the main and side dishes, as well as various seasonings. Perhaps I can gain some inspiration from this and completely perfect the gourmet world. After all, I just casually threw it away and left it to its own devices. After all, the inner world was too small at that time, and the potential was very small. But it's different now. After breaking through to Celestial Emperor, the inner world has expanded countless times. It can be considered a world of its own. Perhaps I have to thoroughly study some of the gourmet world systems and rules. One of his 3 clones had always been in the gourmet world, cooking for him. As a chef, his current standard was naturally very good. It was a good time to study and comprehend. Suji looked at the large pot. Increase the heat. Don't skimp on materials. Otherwise, when will the calculations end? Yes. The AI chip held its breath and instantly increased the maximum processing power, heating up the pot. Boom. The entire square was like a bright red-hot soldering iron. It's the same delicacies, but using materials without spiritual energy is called cooking, and using materials rich in spiritual energy is called alchemy. Suji looked at the people in the large pot. Don't be in a hurry to release the essence blood of these natural treasures. Soak quietly first. Soak quietly in the hot spring? The little white rabbit blinked. She leaned on the side of the pot, twisting her arms seductively. She looked at the boiling red square below and cheered it on. Yes, let me sense it. Suji shook his head. He looked at the lively little animals inside and said, there is no problem with the ingredients for the 13 of you. After all, you've studied it for hundreds of years. However, some of the details are very rough. The simplest is that it's a pot stew with no order, and the medicinal properties are very messy. However, it had to be said that the martial god palace was a perfect alchemy combination. The AI chip's alchemy furnace continuously emitted the heat of a special spirit fire, and the 13 demons above it formed the 13 main ingredients. The martial god palace happened to be a great medicine of heaven and earth. If others were to find out about this, they would probably capture these demons at all costs. This was the great temptation of a great demon. Suji picked up a ladle and stirred it as he pondered. There's no doubt that the culinary world doesn't have such powerful existences. It's time to test out all of the culinary world's knowledge of alchemy. The main ingredient of this pill should be Lin Hongfeng's true form, Little Red Chick. It's the first monster possessed by the system. As the main ingredient of the first herb, everything else that follows should be based on it, Suji pondered for a moment. Lin Hongfeng, release your qi and blood first, yes. The little hen flipped over in the boiling cauldron, and a dense aura gradually spread out. What should we do next? It should be a spirit herb filling in, the clear medicinal properties fusing with each other, easing the medicinal effects. What should it be? Why don't we try the snow lotus first? White lotus flower, Suji said. A snow-white lotus slowly turned over in the pot. There's something wrong with the aura again, Suji sensed it silently. His knowledge was profound, and he had Hermes's constant learning, not to mention the chef's clone. The two medicines haven't fused yet, so I shouldn't be in a hurry to release the third one. Otherwise it'll be like before, where the 13 medicines are entangled with each other, but not completely fused into one. I should need something else to buffer the two medicines' auras until they're completely fused before I release the third one. To buffer the two herbs, I can try the daffodil vines of the devil world. Like a chef, Suji picked up a ladle, took a sip, picked up a pen, and silently noted down the words. Pan Xianxia, who was hiding below, blinked her eyes and was at a loss. This action is so familiar. Why does it look like the ogre boss in the gourmet world? That boss also cooks like this. There were countless bosses in the culinary world. They constantly attacked players who were considered food species. There was even a notorious boss that constantly attacked players, turning into an attacking giant. It carried a basket on its back and chased after players as if it was picking mushrooms. The cooking action before him was actually similar. What am I thinking? That monster attacks cities 3 times a year, every 4 months. It launches a monster siege. It's simply a world-class nightmare monster. These two are good and evil. Pan Xianxia hurriedly shook her head. But Empress Messiah is really mysterious. Even her knowledge of cooking and alchemy is so profound. Don't be lazy, increase the heat. Suji berated, speechless. Pan Xianxia was stunned. She gritted her teeth and rapidly calculated. The entire chip heated up to 1,000 degrees and emitted a dense spiritual pressure. This made Suji feel that this was a perfect connate cauldron. In a short half a month. These little animals, in addition to training their bodies, also increased the activity of stewing the big pot. Suji continuously tested the medicinal properties, adding many supplementary ingredients and allowing them to perfectly control their own strength. The blood and qi that leaked out reached an extremely high degree of precision, perfectly mixing and fusing together with an extremely strict ratio. Finally, the second version of the Battle God soup was completely produced. The biggest difference between it and the previous mixed stew was that the 13 auras had completely merged into one and were indistinguishable from each other. Boom, in the depths of the mountain, a snow-white light bloomed, as if some powerful spiritual treasure had been born. A dish that can glow. Suji felt a surging power in this thick and translucent pot of soup. Amidst the faint and resplendent golden clouds, one could vaguely see a flaming bird, a spirit rabbit, a spirit bird, as well as all kinds of flowers, birds, insects, and fishes, transforming into faint shadows as they floated within the clouds. Wow, a group of young girls surrounded the big pot and exclaimed in surprise, looking at the little animals and plants floating in it. This pot of soup is too amazing. Even strange phenomena appeared, it's too exaggerated. This is the divine will, the image of your will that you have engraved in the depths of your bloodline. Suji's eyes were also bright, and he lightly smiled. This is the real Battle God soup, a true great medicine of heaven and earth. Strange phenomena suddenly appeared. Suji was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the strange phenomena of her finding a divine pill in the legends would really appear. Right now, it was just a pool of spirit liquid and had not been condensed. If it was condensed into a pill, it would still erupt with the dazzling and resplendent light of birds, insects, and fish. Sisters, the new Battle God soup is ready. Just remember the recipe, just one sentence. Go with the dishes and make the pot. The group of people was very excited. They quickly picked up the vegetables and threw them into the pot. After boiling them, they scooped them up and could not help but taste a mouthful. Oh my God! This is too delicious. Unimaginable. Did I eat chicken feed before? They felt the endless medicinal power seeping into their bodies. Every meridian was nourished and nurtured. The most terrifying thing was not the huge medicinal power, but the martial will and divine will that rushed into their bodies like a waterfall, fiercely washing away the impurities in their bodies. It was so pleasant that it made their souls tremble. So beautiful. Lin Hongfeng tasted a mouthful, and instantly became intoxicated with it. She was very excited. This medicinal effect is simply countless times stronger than before. If we eat and drink every day, our human form will advance by leaps and bounds. Then, the higher the cultivation of our human form, the denser the spiritual chi in our inner world will be, and the cultivation of our body will be. This was a terrifying cultivation cycle. Suji smiled. Previously, the 13 medicinal properties were mixed and chaotic. Now, the medicinal properties have completely fused and become one. It is impossible to see that the previous recipe is the true medicinal soup. But this is only the beginning of the fusion. Next, we will adjust the fusion ratio and find a new structure. This is not the most perfect. Suji said softly, the path has already been opened for you. It is nothing more than the order of adding the medicinal ingredients, choosing some supplementary materials to fuse the medicinal properties, and preserving the essence, chi, and spirit contained in the bloodline to the greatest extent. Yes. Lin Hongfeng was very excited and nodded her head vigorously. She clearly knew that it was better to teach a man to fish than to give a man a fish. Thank you, Master. We will definitely work hard. Walk the rest of the path by yourself. I will come back often to check the results for you. Suji had only given them a starting point. They were also looking forward to what the future would develop into. They were speechless as they looked at the chip that was still working hard. At this moment, it had activated the multi-core processing mode, but the calculations were still very slow. It was estimated that it would take a long time before it could succeed. Whoosh, a cold wind blew, and under the snowy forest, there were withered leaves. Although winter had just arrived, the cold wave of the cold ocean current brought a chill that chilled people's hearts. In a sense, from autumn to winter, this cold wave was even more unbearable than the north. If the cold in the north was a physical attack that could be resisted by stacking armor and clothes, then the cold now was a magical attack. It was damp and had a powerful penetrating attribute. This kind of cold was like Sadako on a rainy night, hiding in the shadows and looking at you with hidden bitterness, emitting a chill from the depths of one's spine. It's precisely because of this cold environment that caused the fear of countless vengeful spirits. Suji felt that it was precisely because of the cold weather that caused the freaks to flourish. Unfortunately, the entire open-air orchard contracted is too big. There's no way to install heating and build a thermostatic greenhouse. Whoosh whoosh, a golden hot pot was steaming hot. A group of people gathered in the depths of the mountain, chattering in front of the table. The weather is too cold. The demon world is indeed not as good as our mortal world. It's like spring all year round. Luo Kaiwei said. Yes. Only then can I have a trace of warmth in this cold world. Mu Lingling looked excited. She used chopsticks to flip the hot pot and poke the little white rabbit inside. Little White Mouse glared at her. Always full of nonsense. It's delicious, don't poke it. This is what you don't understand. Mu Lingling instantly became excited. She raised her head and puffed out her chest, kissed Little White Mouse's face, and said sweetly, "It's because I love you that I helped you turn over a new leaf." Bastard. Is that love? Little White Mouse retorted. She looked at this lively young girl who was drooling without concealment, and it even stained her face. You're so disgusting. Little White Mouse wiped the saliva off her face in disgust and gently flung it away. Smack, the saliva on her face seemed to weigh more than 10 kilograms. With a loud bang, it smashed a tree beside her. A bunch of lunatics, Suji's face turned black. He did not have the attitude of a heavenly emperor powerhouse at all. Was this the flaw of the martial path? He recalled Bai Xiaoxing's words from before. There was no need to train one's heart, there was no need to comprehend Tao techniques, and there was no need to become a knowledgeable wise man. His brain was filled with muscles, and he only needed to laugh and laugh every day to train his body and throw punches. As expected. Only on the path of martial arts can there be a celestial emperor with this kind of personality. Suji seemed to feel the flaw, and his head hurt. However, their relationship was really good, and they were very happy. The cultivation of martial arts was very simple. There was no need for too many twists and turns. As long as one was happy and carefree, one could indeed live a very simple and happy life. There was no need to think of anything crooked. When they saw an enemy, they could just raise their fists and be done with it. After a while, Suji stood up and indicated that he was leaving. It was impossible for him to stay here for too long. The martial god palace was indeed an opportunity for the martial way to flourish, a true golden age of martial arts. This was the general trend of the three realms. A certain muscle trainer was indeed doing a good job. And medicinal pills were an important source for martial cultivators to temper their body and replenish their chi and blood. The martial way might be completely on the right track, yes, that's right. Everyone in the martial god palace was a top-notch ingredient, incomparably delicious. However, Suji did not do it purely on a whim. He wanted to taste the most delicious delicacies of the three realms. Instead, he wanted to help these people of the martial god palace open up a cultivation path, so that they would not hesitate and completely embark on this path. Are you really leaving? Mu Lingling and the others were dry. The young girl's eyes were filled with grievance, and tears were about to appear. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Instructor, if you leave, we will have to use our brains, it's time to leave. Suji ignored these people's cute acts. Take advantage of this period of time when I am awake to walk around. When I am asleep, I will come back. Then we will accompany you. Mu Lingling said in a sweet voice. Suji shook his head. Stop messing around. Lin Hongfeng reprimanded. We have only been awake for a short period of time. We cannot be selfish and waste teacher's time and energy. Messiah the Great has his own matters to attend to. Suji only smiled. After finishing the meal, he said goodbye to them and left. Entertainment time is over. Lin Hongfeng looked at his back and took a deep breath. She turned her head and looked at the group of little fairies in front of her. This is the worst era, but also the best era. As the fiend race that everyone hunted, Shui Lian, Shen Tu, and each of them caused a huge commotion in the outside world. They had always suffered the fate of being hunted. As prey, the hardships were naturally indescribable. However, they still endured it with 1,000 times, 10,000 times the effort. At this time, the path had been opened again, and they could rely on their own efforts to continue. Becoming a god was the only path on this journey. It was also the ultimate pursuit of the heavenly emperors. The martial god palace was no exception. If the group wanted to continue living happily, they had to endure this huge hurdle. We do not need to rely on anyone. Work hard. Do your best. Yes. Big sis. 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 kilometers long run to warm up. Let's shed our hot blood and youth. Train. 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 For our future friendship of 8,000 years. We absolutely cannot lose any of our sisters. Yeah. Eternal friendship. Suji draped a thick, black, furry coat over his shoulders and walked into the mall. He bought a pair of long johns and tried them on. They fit him pretty well, so he walked out of the fitting room, intending to seriously experience life in the sorcerer world. He seemed to have sensed some movement in the distance. He could not help but laugh involuntarily. What a group of hot-blooded muscular girls. They are working out again. Pan Shuaxian is really a talent. However, she has achieved the life she yearned for. There were very few people on the street. The sky was gloomy. Most of the office workers were in a hurry, wearing thick cotton-padded jackets. Whether martial arts can flourish or not is another matter. However, Bai Xiaoxing's matter is actually a good thing. A stagnant world without disputes is not what I want. Bai Xiaoxing was destined to rise. He did not know how long they could suppress the rise of the freaks. After all, the energy of the freaks was equal to that of the righteous gods. It was too huge, and as an immortal existence, both sides did not know what kind of situation would be formed in the future. However, in the birth of the three realms, it's time for me to get busy. I have just broken through to Celestial Emperor, and the gourmet world has expanded. The place was small before, and it was just playing house. Now, I must completely rebuild the world, Suji whispered in his heart. The Nine Revolutions' mysterious art was also an important part of self-improvement. The world inside his body could not be sloppy. In the past, it was all food. There were no humans. It was equivalent to the previous stage of creation and reproduction. Now, after so long, the species are almost the same. Is it time to put in the protagonist of the era? Humans again? With tens of millions of food species, trees, flowers, insects, and fish as the keynote of the entire world, he pondered. Wearing a black hat, white gloves, and a cane, he walked out of the clothing store and stood by the empty bus stop. After 10 minutes, a bus came from afar. He sat on the bus and looked out of the window. What kind of world should I create? Cade Town. Suji traded a chicken feather for a large amount of gold coins with a legendary master and became a rich man. He came to the town and bought a semi-welfare bookstore owned by the church. It was located on the other side of the town. The Church of Light's bookstore. The location was not bad. It was a crossroads. Not far away was a bus stop with a brass license plate with the black earthworm characters of Old West Street written on it. The shop was 80 square meters, very narrow and old. Rows of old mahogany bookshelves were densely packed with books, and the white paper on the walls was already a little stained. Behind the cashier counter, there was an oil painting of a forest with a silver frame. It was very elegant. It was said that it was painted by the previous owner when he was young. It was a painting of a wandering poet who was down and out. The biggest feature of this shop was that it was not for profit. It was a welfare facility built by the Church of Light. It was distributed in major cities and towns, and anyone could borrow it for free. It was similar to the Xianxia bookstore model. After all, the Church of Light believed in Hermes, the god of wisdom. Books were an important source of wisdom, so it was naturally a good place to spread faith. There were many similar and profitable measures. For example, the Church of Light regularly gave out porridge and helped the civilians in exchange for faith. The mortals also formed the habit of going to the church on Sundays and weekends to pray. Other professional spellcasters' churches did the same. They did not aim for profit at all. Each of them was a charity organization that benefited the earth. What they wanted was not the gold coins in the hands of the civilians, but their faith and piety. The church's main source of income came from the high-level masters, who used spells to farm, manufacture alchemy machinery, and other industries. The alchemy buses, bus stops, and streets are all funded and paved by the major churches. They gather the faith of the major towns. The gods in the sky serve the mortals. In reality, life here is much more blissful and beautiful than that of the countries on earth. In a sense, it's a utopian world. Suji stretched. Although there are dirty aristocratic power and slave trade, it's the target of the major churches. Other than the Church of Light in Cade Town, the entire town was the territory of the Church of Redstone Warlocks. The maintenance of the town's facilities was the responsibility of this church. The arrival of other churches would inevitably cause a conflict of faith. Sitting at the cashier. New humans? What kind of gene should we get? Every time he created a new world, he was used to exploring and researching it in a sandbox. In the past, the primordial humans who created the magic cube did the same, and when he created the lava world, he directly created a large-scale research institute. Now that he had a bookstore, everything could be considered simple. After all, the creatures of the gourmet world were already quite mature in their reproduction. They just lacked an opportunity. Is it really a human? Suji massaged his temples. This was not the first time he had done such research, and it would not be the last. Forget it. Let's take a look at genetics and the situation of the gourmet world first. He sat in the bookstore and opened his eyes. The rules of the gourmet world were very special. Evolution. Even when every creature made a breakthrough and metamorphosed, Suji would accelerate the speed of evolution of their bodies to reach the speed of world creation. Just like elves, he would evolve their life forms. Even the same kind of creature could have different forms due to different evolution methods. At this time, the players inside had already concluded a biological evolution chain of various systems. It was very interesting, such as fire, water evolution, mega evolution. Although the side effects were obvious, the short few seconds of acceleration would greatly reduce their lifespan. Even the Celestial Emperor only had 80 years to live. But it doesn't matter, because the flow of time in the gourmet world is originally 1 year to 1 year. It's barely an online game world for the masses. Too long a lifespan is extremely bad. This is a world of short lifespans and very competitive evolution. They devour each other and use each other as evolution ingredients. That's it. Suji sat at the cashier. Many students and elderly people in the bookstore were borrowing books and reading books. It was a semi-self-service mode, so Suji did not need to care about it at all. Even above the bus stop was the town's Masoya High School. Every day after school, many students came down from the bus stop to read to kill time. When it was even later in the day, everyone had left. Just as the door was about to close, a delicate, tall, and slender young man carefully walked in with a black school bag in his hand. He stealthily made his way to the adult section and quietly flipped open a book with a cover that would make one blush. Malachi, are you going to explore the adult world again? Suji sat at the cashier and said, Young man, it's the age of budding youth, but you have to control yourself. The young man blushed, but he did not put down the book in his hand. He said awkwardly, I'm just observing. He was very thin-skinned. Suji just smiled. The bookstore of the Church of Light also had such books in order to attract all kinds of believers. To put it nicely, this was also a way to disseminate knowledge and was very open. Malachi was the guy who had picked up the God of Sweet Dreams. Suji noticed his abnormality and was extremely curious. Humans had taken in a weird god who had lost his memory? And the characteristics of the God of Sweet Dreams had caused the surrounding humans to split and become weird. While doing research on the new world, he had also come to this small town. The reason why Malachi came to this bookstore and secretly flipped through those unhealthy books was that these kinds of books often had people's evil aura left in them. The hurried dark emotions were used to feed the God of Sweet Dreams in the shadow. This was the best way for mortals to harvest evil thoughts. Eat faster, eat faster. Malachi's breathing was rapid. He kept flipping through a book, his face red. The voice in his body was very pure, constantly absorbing the remaining thoughts of the people reading the book. I can feel that you are very excited. Your pupils are contracting, your heartbeat is speeding up, and you are also exuding some excited emotions. Don't you like it? That's different. Malachi took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was burning. I didn't take the initiative. I didn't want to see. I'm not pure. I've let down my crush, Xianxia. He could not describe his own life at all. He was originally just an ordinary high school student. He was timid and cowardly. He had no aptitude for cultivation. He could not even fuse potions. He had been ordinary all his life. He did not expect to save a strange god of evil from the subway station. It was clearly very weak, but it had an extremely terrifying nature. It could even passively influence the hearts of people in their dreams, causing their evil thoughts to produce their own god of evil. Everyone would produce a god of evil in their heart. What was that? He did not understand at all. Wasn't God of Evil a powerful monster that was created by gathering the huge evil thoughts and negative thoughts of all living beings, and a person could also produce it? Although it was extremely weak and could not be compared to a real god of evil, it did indeed exist. If this was spread, what kind of uproar would it cause in the world? It was hard to imagine. Even in Masoya High, where ordinary people study, everyone has no ability. Now, things are quietly changing around them. The dark side of their hearts is beginning to condense. Even good people have suppressed and indescribable embarrassment in their hearts. He pursed his lips. The smart and beautiful class monitor who works hard in school has produced a hindrance in her heart. And Xianxia, who has a crush on her, has produced a heavy crab. They were obviously ordinary people without ability and were destined to not be able to walk the path of cultivation. However, it was as if a companion god of evil was produced in their hearts, and now they were walking towards the unknown extraordinary. Days went by. There was nothing to be busy in the bookstore. It was supposed to be an idle job. He sat in the bookstore while an antique alchemy car drove by with smoke billowing out of it. The sweet dream god stimulates the darkness in the human heart and gathers it into the weirdness of the human heart. Suji was still sitting in front of the bookstore. He was only here as an observer. His main purpose was to update the world of delicacies. The species of delicacies were relatively complete. It was time to put in an intelligent civilization. As for which human I should choose, he kept muttering to himself. This time, it was difficult to make a decision. As the days passed, the high school student Malachi often came after school when there were fewer people. He gradually became familiar with him and called him Uncle Messiah. However, he was not too surprised by the name. There were too many people with the same name. However, Malachi gradually became distressed. One day, he could not help but complain to Suji. What should I do? The class rep and Sia have already sensed the weirdness in their bodies. They think that they are being haunted by some mysterious evil god and plan to go to the church. He could not help but complain. His secret of Nianren Shu had been discovered, and he began to completely let go. During today's class, Sia had become weightless. She accidentally fell from the top of the library and was caught by him. The girl was as light as a fallen leaf. She was unbelievably light. I named her Weirdness Heavy Crab. The heavy crab is especially heavy. It can crush a person to death. It absorbed all of Sia's weight into its body, Malachi said in a low voice. I secretly investigated. Because of Sia's family, it caused a lot of pressure. She sealed the pain away. It seems that this pressure was stripped from her body and turned into a heavy crab, and she did not have pressure as she wished. She was like a catkin, fluttering in the wind. Suji found it very interesting. He sat in the bookstore and quietly listened to the youth's complaints. He silently wrote down his notes in the book. Accompanying weirdness, 001 name, heavy crab, heavy stone crab characteristics, formed because the human heart is carrying too much pressure. Once it leaves, the body will also lose the pressure. It is very easy to lose weight. Very interesting, wasn't it? This was also a demon. It seemed that treating him as the sweet dream god who had lost his memories was a great surprise. At the same time, Suji was also thinking, because of the special characteristics of the sweet dream god, the people around her will have their own unique freaks. Although they are extremely weak, can they be like normal freaks? Absorbing the dark resentment and emotions of others to become stronger? Is it an anomaly caused by cultivation? 2 days later, Milake came back to complain. The naive young man kept complaining. I secretly investigated again. The class leader has the evil god barrier cat because she accidentally saved a white cat that was hit by a car. In the end, it didn't survive and was buried by the side of the road. She felt very guilty. Now, every night when she sleeps, she is controlled by the evil god in her body. She turns into a white cat and jumps around Cade Town. She even absorbs people's energy. Malachi almost collapsed. It was all because of him that the kind and smart class leader became like this. Otherwise, the guilt of not being able to save the kitten was just guilt. Now, there were only 2 of them, and they were both kind classmates. They might even expand in the future. What if they met evil people and used this power to do evil? It's okay. If evil people appear, you just need to be stronger than them to defeat them. You caused them, so it's up to you to destroy their existence. Suji handed him a book about the adult world and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Young man, read well and become stronger. Malachi was startled. He nodded heavily and opened the book shyly with a blushing face. Sujio continued to write and record. Companion freak, 002 name, barrier cat special characteristic. Because of the kindness in his heart, resentment and remorse for the dead kitten are produced. He can turn into a kitten at night and control the body to walk. Details unknown. Another week passed. Something terrible finally happened. It seemed that someone around him created this power and used it to do evil. His freak was very scary. It seemed to be some kind of alchemy bomb. It could attach itself to an object and explode. It also had a horrible hobby. There was a murder case in the town. The victims were all women, and they had lost their hands. Malachi completely broke down. He came to complain. Suji smiled and only lightly encouraged him. You need companions. Lead them to become stronger together. 2 big words were written on Malachi's face. Confusion. 2 days later, he could only do this. He brought an innocent and confused high school beauty with him. She seemed to be his class monitor. The 2 boys and girls began to secretly flip through the books with flushed faces. They were full of youthful energy. Another 3 days later, another person joined. It seemed to be West Asia. The 3 of them secretly flipped through the books every day. It was an evil god that absorbed dark energy to strengthen itself. This guy is so honest. He even brought his crush and curled up in a corner to read. Suji was a bit dazed. Another few days passed. The influence of Sweet Dream God in the whole town was still spreading crazily. In the whole town, more and more freaks appeared. Although they were very weak, some were not even at level 1, slightly stronger than ordinary people. These symbiotic people with freaks in their hearts began to try to control their heart ghosts, the freaks. They attacked each other and began to form an alliance. It seems a bit interesting. Suji sat in the bookstore and watched quietly. He continued to study the new world and thought to himself, the germination of a primitive system? Starting from an inconspicuous little town? However, in less than a day, a familiar person came. It was actually the Mother Green Vine. She brought her disciple, Hu Haihan. It seemed like they were also traveling around the world. They came straight to the bookstore. Monarch Messiah? The cute girl stepped in and was stunned when she saw him. She quickly reacted and smiled. Did you also feel the abnormality of this land? You actually came earlier than me? She was a bit surprised. She was a little surprised by this mysterious monarch Messiah. As the dragon vein of the land, she naturally felt the abnormality of this land. That was why she came to investigate. However, the moment she arrived, she was instantly at a loss. What kind of creature was this? Half human, half ghost, humans split the dark side of their hearts to form freaks, heart ghost? Substitute messenger? Companion spirit, she saw a few people fighting in the dark on the street, releasing the evil in their hearts. The extremely weak freaks killed each other. The ordinary people around them could not understand the freaks they released. What is this? Everyone in this town is a substitute messenger? She took a deep breath and felt that this extremely ordinary town was about to erupt with an unimaginable situation in the 3 realms. Where is the source of the eruption? Thus, she silently sensed the abnormality of the entire town. She did not expect that Monarch Messiah was already here. The source of the eruption is that youth. Suji sat at the cashier counter and did not even raise his head. He said calmly, but I suggest that Mother Earth do not make a move. Because if you kill them, the freaks on their bodies will not die. Instead, they will lose their restraints and become traditional freaks of freedom. It is better to wait and see what will happen. Mother Earth naturally knew what to do. Why would she need a mere monarch messiah to teach her? She had just become a god and was naturally full of pride. Her expression froze as she slowly looked over. She saw 3 people squatting in the corner. A beautiful girl and a handsome youth. She scanned with her divine sense again. The cute girl? Her brain instantly froze, and she began to break down. What were these 3 people doing? The most exaggerated thing was that they were whispering as they read, reading can make us stronger, it can let us defeat those evil people, we can do it, we can completely become strong. We can walk the path of cultivation. Her expression was no longer calm, and the corners of her mouth twitched wildly. She began to sit beside the cashier counter to see what was going on. Can I sit down? She asked. Suji did not even raise his head. He sat at the cashier counter with a book in his hand. Feel free. The cute girl snorted to express her dissatisfaction and took a deep breath. Less than half an hour later, a girl in revealing bunny clothes walked into the bookstore. She jumped around and looked at the scholars who were reading in the bookstore. It seemed that no one else could see her. What are you doing? Malachi turned his head to look. You can actually see me? The girl who was dressed especially shamefully was shocked. Normal people couldn't see her. Malachi looked around and realized that no one else in the bookstore could see her. Logically speaking, wearing such a shocking and enchanting outfit should have attracted the attention of the whole street. This person, is she also? Malachi looked at her and realized that she looked very familiar. She was actually a celebrity senior from the previous grade, the dream lover of all the boys in the school. She was also the campus belle. She was good at studying, beautiful, and had a gentle personality. Her weird ability was transparent? Malachi frowned. She's starting to realize that she doesn't have a sense of existence. She's purposely dressed like this to test whether people will notice her? Weirdness was born from the dark side of one's heart. It became transparent. It was probably because she had too much attention and was too tired of living. She had a thought in her heart that she didn't want to be noticed, so she became invisible. That was why this weirdness was born. Malachi took a deep breath. It's all the fault of that mysterious evil god I picked up. It's too scary. It can actually make people produce all kinds of evil gods in their hearts. It's like a creator of evil gods. Do you know what happened to me? The girl asked curiously. Of course I do. Many strange things have happened in our town. Most of them happen around young people. It's caused by the troubles in people's hearts. I call it puberty syndrome. Malachi took a deep breath. In order to gain trust, he gave it a relatively professional name. There are even people who use this ability to do evil in the town. I advise you to join us and control your ability. Explore this unknown ability. It's very likely that you'll become a powerhouse in the future, even a legendary powerhouse. Legendary, the girl's eyes were bright. This was already very shocking. To these country kids, the epic emperor was basically a legend. The strongest powerhouse they had ever seen in their lives was the person in charge of the Redstone Church in the town, a rank 4 powerhouse. Control this weird ability? Cultivation can make us stronger? The girl was also a little excited. No one wanted to live the life of an ordinary person. How do we cultivate? Malachi hesitated for a moment and pointed at the two girls who were already very embarrassed. They were secretly pretending to continue reading. He handed over a book with embarrassment. Reading can make us stronger. Is that so? I heard that many powerhouses are people of great wisdom. Being knowledgeable was a necessary condition for a powerhouse. The god of wisdom, Hermes, was even more so. He was always holding a book of light. The girl took the book calmly and casually read it. Her face instantly turned red. The cute girl was speechless. Is that so? Reading is to become stronger. She and Hu Haihan were silent. She felt her scalp go numb. Reading can make us stronger? Alright, she completely lost her mind. This game. From the beginning to the end, it had been implementing this powerful core idea. The cute girl felt like she was about to break down. She continued to watch quietly, wondering what was going on. In the bookstore, an even stranger scene happened. That pretty senior sister even tried to take the book and read it. It's really useful. I feel that after absorbing some of the remaining things in the book, the evil god in my heart has become stronger. The senior was also stunned. She pursed her lips. For the children of ordinary families, becoming strong was an unreachable dream. No one wanted to be mediocre. Everyone wanted to live a little longer. With a lifespan of only 30 to 40 years, no one wanted to live an ordinary life of supporting their husband and children. I am in. She blushed. Swoosh, the quiet sound of books flipping echoed in the small and messy bookstore. For high school students in Masoya uniforms hid in a corner, constantly absorbing the evil and dark emotions in the book. Huff huff huff, the cute girl was furious. Seeing this scene, the cute girl could not help but click. Screenshots. Screenshots. Pictures were sent out one by one, along with some text. Shocking. This game is too scary. Learning makes me stronger. Even learning can help us walk the path of becoming strong. Her face darkened. She could imagine how excited those idiots and otakus outside would be. She could already imagine the scene in the forum. Ah. This is possible too? As expected. Previously, we were asked to learn physics, mathematics, pharmacy, language, chemistry, machinery. Everything is covered. Now, even learning this can make us strong. Sob sob sob. I was born in the wrong world. These newbies are too weak. If I was in there, I would have already become a grandmaster. The corner of her mouth twitched crazily. No. Why did my dragon vein change? Could this be a new system that followed the birth of the ultimate world? Alright, this bookstore is too special. She pulled her disciple to cover her eyes, feeling that she could not look straight. Also, this mirage is poisonous. Curling up in a corner with 3 female students to read, sneaking around. Was he trying to develop a harem? Hey! Aren't you going to do something about this? She turned to look at the owner of the bookstore, feeling anxious. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. The young man was still flipping through the book with a calm expression. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked very elegant, like a knowledgeable Western scholar. He seemed to have seen nothing. Pursue your dreams? The cute girl was completely speechless. She looked around the study. According to a normal store manager's routine, he should stop them and prevent the young people from going astray. That's why I replaced the original shop manager and took over the shop myself. Suji pushed up his glasses and said calmly. The cute girl's eyes widened. So that's why you're living in seclusion here as the manager of this bookstore. You're actually such a messiah. The cute girl was stunned. This was to help them cover up and prevent adults and parents from finding out. What a considerate young man. Why didn't I meet such a kind person when I was studying? Suji didn't even raise his head as he continued to flip through the pages of the book. Didn't you see that I'm doing a good deed? The cute girl was stunned. That's right, with the wisdom of the Messiah monarch, how could he? She suddenly covered the entire town with her perception and seemed to sense something. Her expression changed slightly. She had already sensed the way others absorbed evil thoughts. They were doing evil and committing crimes. If it was light, it was pranks. If it was heavy, it was robbery and kidnapping. Some people even started to kill people to create panic, absorbing the fear of the entire town. So that's how it is, she understood in an instant. People who have evil gods are divided into good and evil factions. Evil people used evil to do evil, absorbing evil thoughts and fear to strengthen their own evil god, but what about good people? If they don't do evil and absorb the evil thoughts and fear of others, it's difficult for the evil god in their hearts to become stronger. Therefore, they can only come to the bookstore to read and absorb some of the remaining nutrients. If the path of the bookstore is cut off, then the good side will have no power to fight back. The cute girl's eyes flickered as she looked at the young man who was quietly reading. He was creating a balance. This was very bad news. People who had evil gods associated with them had great favor for the evil side. Master, then let's destroy this town and kill those evil people? Hu Haihan said. She alone could destroy the town in the center of the vortex and even kill the new sweet dream god. It's useless. The cute girl kept sorting out her thoughts and took a deep breath. If we kill these humans, the evil gods of these people will become ordinary evil gods that are free and wander around. It's better for someone to control them. Moreover, the source of the explosion in this town is the evil god creator who can create evil gods in people's hearts, the sweet dream god. She stared at Mirachi seriously, as if she could see through his shadow. As expected of one of the strongest evil gods. It can temporarily trap the sages. This should be the qualitative ability of the sweet dream god after becoming a god. Even if we kill the sweet dream god, it will awaken in other places and create similar disasters. Ah! Hu Haihan was shocked. She was at a loss. Then, this town can't be suppressed? My good disciple, it's a blessing that something like this has happened here. The cute girl sat on a chair beside the cashier and began to ponder. She took a sip of tea. After the sweet dream god was killed by my fiancé at the Saturn Peach Feast, she should have died completely and lost herself. What was born now is a new sweet dream god without the memories of the previous sweet dream god. Otherwise, if she had the consciousness to attack the Saturn Peach Feast, she definitely wouldn't have exposed her location and caused such a huge disturbance. Instead, she would have quietly searched for Bai Shaoxing and the others to meet up. The cute girl was actually a little shocked. She didn't expect the god of creation to be so unimaginable. She tidied up her expression and continued, Bai Shaoxing's real intention in coming to the demon realm should be to summon back the sweet dream god and join hands to create an evil god religion. Then, they would fight for believers among the countless churches. Their evil god's believers would have the power of the evil god. Those who believe in me will have the evil god. What? Bai Shaoxing's real goal is to build a church. Hu Haihan's heart shook when she heard this. She couldn't help but sweat profusely. She wasn't stupid. She understood immediately and imagined the horror that would follow. This might be Bai Shaoxing's real goal. His attack on the Saturn Peach Feast was the first part of his plan. Although it failed, there was still a second part. If this church can give ordinary people power, then it will definitely. Hu Haihan looked out the street and saw the drastic changes in the entire town. She could even imagine this situation in the future. The competition of this evil god religion would be overwhelming. Perhaps all the professional churches would be overthrown. This person's intelligence was too terrifying. He had calculated the entire 3 realms. He really wanted to create a miracle as the absolute weakling, Hu Haihan couldn't help but say. But Bai Shaoxing didn't expect that. Not only did the attack on the Saturn Peach Feast fail, but the Sweet Dream God also had an accident. She died completely. That's why she was picked up by ordinary people and discovered by us first. She took a deep breath. This was all thanks to her teacher's strength. She had also heard that her teacher's background was very mysterious. As one of the most ancient Khanate gods, the Mother Green Vine's mind still had the protection left by her lover. When the Sweet Dream God attacked the Saturn Peach Feast, it was the figure in her teacher's mind that completely resolved the disaster of the Saturn Peach Feast, and the saints were able to escape. Then, could this mysterious existence be a level 9? Level 10, just the remnant figure in her mind was able to kill a saint. With her level of knowledge and experience, she could no longer imagine what kind of indescribable existence that was. The more Hu Haihan thought about it, the more she admired him. Her teacher was too powerful. Perhaps only such a mysterious existence could be worthy of his teacher? The Mother Green Vine of the 3 realms, moreover, the monarch Messiah was also very powerful. Was he still fighting with Bai Shaoxing with his wits and courage? He had already guessed Bai Shaoxing's plan in advance, so he came to this town? Found the Sweet Dream God, Hu Haihan kept thinking, looking at the bookstore scholar with a face full of admiration. He was indeed very wise. At this moment, Mingming's expression was calm, but she was also secretly looking at Messiah's expression. I didn't believe what the person who gave me the system told me at first. Now that I see it, it's really not that simple. Even letting people peek at Goldie. Pfft, it has a deep meaning. She was also a little shocked. It was just that, at that time even Ermin was shocked by her. Now that she pretended as if nothing had happened and said that it was her fiancé who had killed the Sweet Dream God, this Messiah the Great would definitely be shocked, right? After all, at that time, he was outside at the Saturn Peach banquet, so he didn't know what had happened here. As expected, when the young man who had his head lowered heard that his fiancé had killed the Sweet Dream God, his expression changed, and he even looked a little dumbfounded. Haha, as expected, he was already scared by me. As a creature that was once born from a level 9 corpse, he should know more than Ermin and the others how terrifying it was. Ming instantly felt very proud. She had just suffered a loss at the hands of this Messiah the Great, and now, she had finally gotten back at him. No matter how smart the natives are, it's still very difficult for them to fight against the players. After all, the players know more information. She sat in the bookstore with her head held high, her expression becoming calmer and calmer. She thought calmly, that muscular player girl's brain is full of muscles, so it's normal that she can't fight. But here, she still suffered a loss. Cough cough. Mother Earth coughed twice, and calmly took a sip of tea. We can't stop this situation now, because even if we wipe out the entire town, the Sweet Dream God will still be reborn somewhere else, and similar situations will still happen in the town. Maybe next time, we won't be so lucky. The first to find the Sweet Dream God, the first to arrive at the scene, might be Bai Shaoxing. It's better to think of a way to solve it, and observe the situation. She continued to organize her thoughts, and looked at the high school students who were curled up in the corner of the bookstore. Strange, actually appearing on humans, and splitting into good and evil, very interesting. When necessary, they will think of a way to help the good faction, develop the system, and establish a foothold? And Bai Shaoxing will definitely think of a way to help the other faction? The battle between the evil god and the righteous god, is it going to fall on these mortals? The cute girl was very smart, and had already thought that this was the trend of the era. The existence of the Sweet Dream God, if it fell into Bai Shaoxing's hands, would topple the entire 3 realms, but it had already forgotten the past, and the future was controlled by the other side. It was hard to say. After all, previously, they had been thinking about how to deal with, control, and suppress the increasing dark thoughts. 1. Create magic equipment. 2. Purify into normal energy. Not only did Suji think of it, it was also what they had thought of before. And in front of them, controlling the exclusive evil god in their hearts to fight, wasn't that a way to create magic equipment, a way to deal with the evil energy, thoughts, and trash? After all, this type of strong person would also absorb the evil energy. Then, how would the people of the evil god companion, the good side of humans, develop? She began to think. She was good at farming, and thinking about the development of this type of system was also her specialty. At this moment, her gaze was focused on the 4 high school students in the bookstore. Could it be that this system, if it doesn't harm people, can only build a bookstore of the little yellow church in each town? Let the masses go visit it regularly, and the strong people of the church absorb it regularly, and develop it? Pooey, she shook her head, and the corner of her mouth twitched. But no matter what, a brand new evil god system exploded in the demon world. Maybe in the future, it would really be the demon world. Medusa had gathered a bunch of potion professions. They were originally little demon gods, and now there were symbiotic evil gods. 2 systems, demon gods and evil gods, all together. They were all strange and sinister evil systems. The demon world was truly worthy of its name. She sat on the table, deep in thought. The times had changed, and they, the heavyweights of the 3 realms, had to observe the minute changes. As for Suji, he just sat calmly at the side, flipping through the pages of his book. In fact, he was organizing the matters of the gourmet world. After all, he was busy with his work. He glanced at Meng Mei and said, "The changes of the times need to be observed, but I don't need to deal with or interfere with them. In the end, I still have to be busy with the development of the New World Sandbox." Days passed by. The entire Cade town was in turmoil. At first, it was only in Malachi's school. The students around him were infected, but gradually, it spread to the world of adults. They also began to fantasize about their own unique abilities. Even the entire neighborhood began to fall into chaos, as if the supernatural was reviving. Even the local bishop of the Crimson Stone Warlock Church could not help but come over. This rank 4 powerhouse was stopped by an unknown existence. That existence, hidden in the shadows, stood in his room and warned, "That's not something you should interfere with." The evil god of the old days, the expression of a middle-aged man in a red robe and holding a magic staff changed. The aura in the shadows was very terrifying. This was a real evil god. This kind of evil god of the old days was immortal and existed forever in time. As long as his true name was chanted, he would revive in the world and walk on the earth. Everywhere he went, there was panic, and everywhere was his kingdom of God. Yes. The bishop immediately knelt on the ground. "We will leave immediately." He trembled, sweating all over. This was no longer something his local church could interfere with. Even the Crimson Stone Warlock Church, the founder of the Monarch Emperor profession, did not dare to interfere. After all, the Crimson Stone Warlock Church could only be regarded as an average church. He kept prostrating on the ground, wiping his sweat and feeling terrified. And this kind of taboo existence, I'm afraid, is planning to affect the general trend of the entire era. The more a weakling like me knows, the faster I die, and it will provoke a terrible omen. After the mysterious evil god left, Bai Shaoxing also found out. Is he coming over? In the distance, in the dark corner of the church, a god of faith that the church worshipped slowly appeared, bathed in divine light. Is it the delusional demoness in charge of whipping and beating, Vanaki? That terrifying abyss of men, the nightmare that abused men and caused countless men to be terrified. He chuckled and disappeared. He was sent by Hermes. This battle, in the eyes of the 2 living beings, the most intelligent existence, restrained each other. As for Hermes, although Suji could still descend at will, he was too lazy to control it. After all, he had the willpower of all living beings. This avatar had no self and was still a mechanical doll with a fixed behavior program and unique behavior logic. It had become the real Hermes in the eyes of all living beings. There was no need for him to interfere. Is a storm coming? Suji crossed his legs and sat quietly in front of the bookstore. Next to him, Meng Mei and Hu Haihan had been quietly staying in the bookstore for some time, constantly observing the town and the few urban students who were curled up in the corner reading. The number of members gradually increased, and there were already 7 or 8. Every day after school, they would take the bus, get off at this bus stop, and read here. The youths were always hot-blooded, chivalrous, and organized riots. However, they had also suffered many injuries. and many of the characteristics of growing up had appeared. After experiencing blood and slaughter, their faces had changed from immaturity to determination. When they read, their gazes also became determined, and they no longer blushed easily. But now, with the increase of people, they are gradually losing out on anything. Meng Mei rested her chin on her hand and looked at the high school students on the bookshelves. Because of the upheaval in the town, which adult would still be in the mood to read? Moreover, with the increase of their numbers, there are already very few dark emotions left in the books. Now, the energy that is being divided is naturally decreasing. However, Meng Mei discovered something new. They had already begun to try to find energy from other places, such as the antiques of tragedy. Some dirty old objects always had some special energy attached to them. These objects contained the emotions and obsessions of generations of owners immersed in their lives, providing them for them to absorb and become stronger. But this is not the right path. I still have to think of a way. How can a normal person absorb dark energy, fear, and other emotions without doing evil? She took a deep breath and could not help but send her consciousness to the forum outside. Several days had passed, and discussions had begun outside. After a few days, the internet outside had already begun to discuss it. Meng Mei clearly understood that a person's thinking was limited, many people's thoughts converged together, and their ideas were all different. Their bold and imaginative ideas were very helpful to him. Sitting in the shop, she couldn't help but bid farewell to Su Ji and quickly left with her disciple. They arrived at the hotel and went offline. If anything happens, remember to wake me up, she told her disciple. As for Messiah the Great, she didn't need to worry. He was a deity, and he had just warned him that he had someone backing him up and that he had the protection of a big shot in his mind. He could easily kill the sweet dream goddess, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. In fact, Meng Mei discovered that there was a benefit to becoming a god. Even if she controlled the body that had descended to the mortal world on earth, the main body of the god would still have some hazy consciousness. It could be awakened and could sense danger. Perhaps, when she became more proficient and stronger, she could continue to control the mortal body in the real world. Then, she would be able to multitask and control both sides at the same time. Multitasking is easy for a god. I'm already a god, so it should be easy for me to do it. I can adapt. She couldn't help but think, if I can control both sides, I can also train my real self and let my real self embark on the path of cultivation. Although it was still too far away for him to succeed in his cultivation in the real world, and there were only 3 months left, it was still better than nothing. Voila, in front of the computer, the well-proportioned and slender girl opened her eyes. It's only been half a day since I logged off for the second time after the Saturn Peach Feast. She looked at the clock on the wall. Let's give it a try. I don't have a bloodline, so I can only practice martial arts. Perhaps, I have to become a muscular woman. I laughed at someone before, but now, I can only fall. The cute girl's expression became strange. Suddenly, the girl pinched the muscles on her arm. They were soft, delicate, and as white as sheep fat. They felt very good to the touch, but she couldn't help but shake her head. Goodbye forever, the cute, beautiful, innocent, fair, beautiful, and soft me. Before the Celestial Emperor, you can't change back. This is a path of no return, and I'm here. This way, Mom won't have to rush me into marriage. She pushed aside the table and chairs, clearing out an empty space in the room. Then, she crawled on the floor and did push-ups with both hands. With the help of her second-order spiritual power, her posture was very accurate. 1, 2, 3. My daughter should strive to become stronger. Youth lies in sports. Let's shed our blood and youth. Training. Training. Train. She tried to read the slogan of a certain muscular woman out loud, and it was actually quite interesting. However, this strange and dazzling new life became her little secret, and she couldn't tell anyone about it. Now, my weight is 98. I'll start with 300 pounds. Finally, the scale that collapsed the room. She muttered in her heart. She sat down and did push-ups in the room. At the same time, she sensed the computer and looked at the forum with her divine sense. Let me see what those guys on the forum have come up with. Outside the door, when his mother heard such a hot-blooded training slogan, she felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. My daughter? In the Spore Evolution forum. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was overjoyed. This was a game that loved learning. The concept that learning could make one stronger refreshed their worldview. So, it was possible to learn any kind of knowledge. It seemed like there were a lot of hidden Easter eggs. They were all very happy. Looking at the screenshots, they felt that it was excellent. Watching Uncle Huang to become stronger and save the world, there was no one else. They loved it. Also, reading with a few shy and cute girls, this kind of world-saving mission, let me do it, Mount Akina, I knew it. Now that Pantheon and the major churches are absorbing positive energy for cultivation, sooner or later, they will start absorbing negative energy for cultivation. Now it's here. Everyone was chatting. In fact, the problem was also very obvious. The three realms were about to take a step forward. Previously, they only absorbed positive energy, but now, negative energy was also starting to be absorbed. Then there was the problem. How to absorb it? They couldn't let people do evil, right? If they absorbed the fear and despair of others and went around harming people, they would be villains, and that would be meaningless. This system was stolen from by Xiaosheng. They used the Sweet Dream God's plan, and it was indeed full of evil intentions. They were prepared to use it for evil, but how to borrow it was the big problem. There were many scattered ideas, and everyone was discussing them. The simplest idea was to write a book. Aren't there already signs of it inside? After all, we are so developed here. We can go on some websites, translate some well-known novels, and build a few bookstores. When has the demon realm seen such a big scene? They must be shocked. Won't there be an endless stream of excited when reading? The only hard work is the few big bosses in the translation. I'm afraid that you will be completely bored and won't be able to eat, laughing emoji. A bookstore in a city will attract the traffic of the entire city. Countless cities together will be a chain of professional churches, supporting the cultivation of the professional system inside. It will be called the Sword Sovereign Master Professional Church. This young man had a lot of ideas. Everyone held their cheeks. They felt that this idea was reasonable, but it didn't seem very good. Many people raised objections. Everyone went to that kind of bookstore to read. What kind of propriety was that? Moreover, did they still want face? If they went to that kind of bookstore openly, how would the neighbors look at them strangely? It won't work. No one dares to go there if it is built there. Everyone directly eliminated it. Another person suggested, there are many ways to collect people's negative emotions. For example, the Colosseum. Gambling houses. They can all be collected. The cute girl's eyes lit up. This idea was not bad. Yes, it could be used as a reference. Suji was also casually paying attention to the situation here. He also felt that it was quite reasonable. But at this time, Akina Yamaguchi pondered for a long time and finally expressed his opinion. I have a super feasible, absolutely feasible idea. Everyone was shocked. Damn, a well-known big boss had directly spoken. It was probably going to be some powerful and imaginative plan. The cute girl's eyes were bright and full of anticipation. Suji sat in the bookstore, holding a book with an indifferent expression. He was also looking forward to it. Akina Yamaguchi said, secretly going to the bookstore to read those kinds of books, isn't that the behavior of young people more than 10 years ago? We modern people are no longer like this. We all hide in our rooms. How about building the first casino in Macau? Can't your dragon vein imitate the internet? The cute girl, the entire forum was also shocked. They exclaimed that he was indeed a big boss. There was such a solution. It was indeed an upgraded version. Why didn't they think of it? It was nice to gamble online and collect emotions. Suji still hadn't reacted. Akina Yamaguchi was in high spirits. Is there anyone who runs this website? Come out and have a chat? There were indeed many talents on the internet. In the blink of an eye, a player quickly replied, yes. Yes. I am one. I didn't expect that the alternate world would also be occupied by this group of people. I am very excited, old brother. Suji was silent for a moment. Ding, Akina Yamaguchi has been officially banned. When this message appeared, everyone in the forum burst into laughter. the second big boss to be banned had appeared. Everyone burst out laughing. Speaking of which, recently, Xianxia had been doing well in the ancient wood world. He had lived quite a long time. It was said that he had even tried to walk out of the outer space of the ancient wood planet. Could it be that the older he got, the more arrogant he became? It had to be said that the speed boss of Mount Aquina was a big boss after all. The plan of the Macau Royal Casino proposed by him was very likely to be feasible and even the best way. After all, the dragon vein could be used as a network. By hiding in the house and secretly connecting to the network, the neighbors outside wouldn't know, and they wouldn't look at you with dirty eyes. The flaw of other people's study rooms would be solved. What ban? Not only could he solve the restlessness of youth, but he could also harvest emotional energy. This was killing two birds with one stone. They should receive the official support of Mother Earth, popularizing it in the mortal world. Laughing emoji. Speaking of which, didn't the sweet dream goddess do this all the time? Hiding in a room to absorb the sweet dreams of young people? Why can't we do that? The one above, you also want to be banned. Mei, we can't let the death of MT Aquina's speedster go to waste. You have to make his death worthwhile. This is a good plan. Build a gambling factory. Even if you don't engage in prostitution, you can still engage in gambling. Online gambling factory, fight the landlord. Mahjong. Sexy dealer, dealing cards online. Mei, you're the dealer. Innocent little eyes, the cute girl's face darkened when she saw the comments on the internet. This group of animals, are they trying to force me into a dead end? Building this kind of server website and gambling on this one word has caused many people's families to be ruined. If I, Mother Earth, want to do this, where would my face be? She kept doing push-ups, gritting her teeth and snorting, those bastards. You really can't rely on me. In fact, absorbing negative energy was indeed a very difficult task. She was mentally prepared for the scene in front of her. Yes, the sinkhole world was a garbage dump filled with thoughts. There were a lot of strange things that could be absorbed by those people by killing the monsters inside. However, ordinary people had no way of separating their divine senses from their bodies to sense the sinkhole world. He had to be at least rank 3 to barely be able to leave his body and condense his divine sense to enter. But what about before the third order? This was a gap, and there was no way to obtain such a huge increase in energy. Rank 3 was a very difficult height for ordinary people. Many people with ordinary aptitudes could only reach this height after cultivating for more than 10 years. It's so hard for me. Cutie took a deep breath. However, this dragon bloodline network has given me some inspiration. Perhaps it can be updated to version 6.0 and connect to the magic net. It is suitable for the demon world of Europe's medieval civilization, but distant water cannot quench present thirst. It's not that she didn't gain anything. The speed of Mount Aquina gave her some inspiration, but she couldn't complete the first 3 steps. Forget it, I've gained quite a lot. Let's go inside first. She took a deep breath and continued to do push-ups, sprinkling the hot blood of youth. Even the floor was wet with sweat. She muttered to herself, cultivation is much faster than I thought. It's even 10 times faster. I actually forgot that I'm the mortal body of a sage. The reason this body was only at the 2nd level was because it couldn't contain the enormous amount of energy of a god. Only a few 10,000ths of the energy could enter. Otherwise, if a power surpassing the 3rd level was injected, this body would directly explode. However, this energy could continuously nourish his cultivation. As he got stronger, the amount of energy he could absorb would also increase. And for a god, this amount of energy can be replenished in the blink of an eye. It's equivalent to a god raising an inconspicuous ant as a pet. She stood up and looked at her muscles. She had only trained for 10 minutes, but it was as if she had already undergone a transformation. It was as if she had been cleansed of her marrows. Damn, her face was filled with shock. Her reflection in the mirror had changed greatly. The push-ups mainly trained the arms and chest muscles, and some obvious muscle outlines had already appeared. She was heartbroken. No. This woman in front of me is no longer me. The beautiful and elegant Mother Earth is my true body. Anyway, I'll change back after I reach the Celestial Emperor realm. She continued to hypnotize herself. The enormous energy was like a hot spring that nourished every cell in her body, promoting growth and development, achieving an evolution on the body level. Maybe my cultivation can increase quickly, but it's still too slow. Because I can control the Mother Earth on the other side, I can't control the real me on this side. Cultivating at the same time. She sorted out her thoughts, and her heart was filled with anticipation. My next goal is to think of a way to achieve spirit splitting and multitask. It doesn't need to be very advanced, I just need to control the instinct of the real body, carry out a set of movements, and repeat mechanically. She thought about it and still entered the game. Suji sat in the study room reading a book. His face was calm, and he had a scholarly temperament. Because of the cold weather, the people walking to and fro on the streets were all wearing thick fur coats and tightly wrapped scarves, shrinking their necks as they hurriedly walked. He was also silently observing the cute girl. It had to be said that this player, who was the first to become a saint and an 8th-grade god, was also his lab rat at this moment. In a sense, she was opening up an unprecedented cultivation system, and it was also a new kind of system. Suji called it the player system. Maybe it could be on par with the sorcerer system, the sea of consciousness system, and the magic core system. It could be considered a different path to becoming stronger. Now, the prospects of this path had been completely shown: the cute girl, Pan Shuaxin, the alchemy emperor, Mount Akina, Suzhua, balloon fish. These 2 women and 3 men were also the best of the best. It was just that the cute girl herself was unaware of it. After all, after the players become gods on this path, they can observe. Suji closed the book with a calm expression. It was as if he was looking through another province on Earth, and a certain person was working hard to become a muscular woman. My real self, cultivating at the same time? Dual cultivation? In fact, after they broke through to the 8th grade, they were already insects and became the true natives inside, exactly the same as the natives inside. Then controlling their real self to cultivate was also a way to improve their own strength. He smiled. Even an attempt to deduce a certain path? There will be transcendence on Earth? Even with the help of the gods, it would still take a few years to reach the 6th or 7th level of the strong. Suji sorted out his thoughts and came to a conclusion. Nothing to be afraid of. Let's not talk about whether or not they could survive the 3-month threshold, and in a few years, who knew how high they would reach. After all, only 2 months had passed. The subbrain said that in the vast universe, the difference in the flow of time between the higher and lower worlds is the difference between high and low civilizations. Suji had a faint smile as he looked at the current Cade town. Now, Hermes and Bai Shaoxing were restraining each other. They were watching the whole town, which had become the center of the storm in the demon world. 3 months. There was a chill in the white fog. The whole street was quiet. Some bloody corpses were hung in front of the bus stop. Buses and vehicles were parked on the street in disorder. It was as if there were car accidents everywhere. The streets, walls, and shops were covered in blood. It was as if there was a big riot. The smell of blood was too strong, and even some flies were buzzing in the air to resist the cold. The black crows in the sky would occasionally descend and peck at the rotten corpses. Rumble, a deafening explosion sounded in the street far away. A huge red mushroom cloud rose up, and large flames seemed to have dyed half of the sky red. This kind of disaster and explosion had happened in Cade Town. Those thugs. Did they detonate the heating pipe again to create fear? In the study room, the curled-up Mirage looked outside. The fire illuminated his face, and fear filled his young face. Torture, hatred, disaster, misfortune. They are sucking on these. Behind him, a group of friends followed. Right now, they were only grade 2. Anyone in the central city would have a higher realm than them. Their opponent was only grade 3. They looked weak, but their speed of improvement was already terrifying. They are crazy. Mirage, let's run. Those people are driving the people in the town to a small area and locking them up. They are not killing them, but purposely torturing them to absorb their fear. Cade Town is finished. The townspeople of the neighboring streets have been cleared out and chased into a small district. Soon, they will come to our place and capture the townspeople of the nearby districts, and even us. Fear spread in their hearts. At this point, the enemies had completely revealed their crazy fangs. and they were unscrupulous. The enemies did not outnumber them, but they were too evil. The power and improvement obtained through this method were far greater than theirs. Why don't we be like them? We can also capture a group of people and lock them up. We will purposely scare them. Someone suggested in a low voice. It's just a scare. We won't hurt them. We are protecting them. Yeah. We are protecting them. It's just a scare. Let's do it too. The voices around them rose one after another. Mirage pursed his pale lips with difficulty. His forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at his friends who were still insisting on justice. He had a vague feeling that if his group brought disaster to others, everyone here would fall sooner or later, right? After all, humans were creatures that kept breaking the bottom line and erasing their conscience. They would gradually become numb and sink into depravity. Once they started to enjoy the pain and disaster of others and the joy of becoming stronger, they would also walk into the abyss, just like those thugs. Power doesn't differentiate between good and evil. It only depends on the person using it. The bookstore owner's comforting words flashed in Mirage's mind. He told him to read those shameful books. But, this is an evil power system. But, does it really not differentiate between good and evil? His heart was at a loss. Suji had already left the bookstore. He stood quietly on a high place, watching everything. The Mother Earth Vine was silent for a while beside him. She smiled and said, "What do you think he will choose?" She went out to search for the internet, but there was no way to save him. No one knows that the fight between the small fry in a small town will attract the attention of many ancient giants. The cute girl took a deep breath. Mirage is upright and has the temperament of a leader. He is indeed a rare talent, but he will also fall. There are some things that once started, there is no turning back. Not everyone could bear the weight of fate and move the gears of history. Who knows? Suji shook his head. He's a smart guy, he gives me a very special feeling. The cute girl looked at Emperor Messiah and did not say anything. I advise the Mother Earth not to interfere. Suji spoke calmly, as the most impartial existence in the world, the mother of good and evil, the Mother of Earth, the Green Vine Lady, has to maintain a neutral attitude. She's high and mighty. Only then can she stand on top of the world forever. If too much karma is involved, the future may not be good. If a mother has two sons, if she takes sides and loves her older son, but the younger son beats and scolds her all day, don't blame the other son for becoming the emperor and freezing the empress dowager. Although he won't kill her, he still has to rely on his mother, but he will have a hard time. The cute girl took a deep breath. Yes, she was neutral after all. The dragon vein did not differentiate between good and evil. After all, no matter who was in power, which side was suppressed, and the era changed, she was still the high and mighty Mother Earth. If she took over and took sides without hesitation, Bai Shaoxing was a terrifying and ambitious person, and his wisdom was extremely strong. Let's just stand here and watch quietly. Suji smiled. Maybe, the evil god ruling the world is also an exciting future with ups and downs. The Mother Earth built a very interesting era, the immeasurable tribulation of the common people. No matter what happens, the mortals will no longer have to suffer and suffer. The evil gods will also protect the mortals when they rule over the world. After all, they need to absorb the faith of the mortals. This is their route. Since it's just a fight between the gods and the transfer of power, what does it matter if it doesn't involve the mortals? The cute girl's expression suddenly became calm. She looked at Emperor Messiah and suddenly looked at this mysterious ancient existence. Suji recalled the scene described by Bai Shaoxing and said lightly, Bai Shaoxing once said that he wanted to reverse the situation and suppress the righteous gods under the God Suppression Pagoda to start the heretic god era. The first-generation celestial monarch Xianxia ascended the throne. At that time, the earth was full of dilapidated, dark red, decaying villages. Deep in the mountains, there were terrifying demons and ghosts and monsters everywhere. It was a scary world of ghosts and monsters. Suji pondered for a while and smiled. That might be interesting, isn't it? Everyone was scared to the point of sweating. A scary world, is it interesting? Sarcastic words. The cute girl snorted. I can escape the calamity of the world, but can you? You, the Messiah, provoked by Xiaoxing, will he let you go? Suji smiled but didn't say anything. I'll just go offline. In the sky above Cade Town. On an elegant black desk, Bai Xiaoxing and Hermes sat opposite each other quietly. Behind them were two parties, a group of righteous gods and evil gods. The young man with the sweet dream god is about to fall. After all, the enemy is too strong. To fight against the evil dragon, he must first become an evil dragon, Bai Xiaoxing said quietly. This power originally belonged to me. It's not something that humans can control easily. You should know that those who stare at the abyss will be stared back at by the abyss. Those who worship the evil god will become the evil god. Fate is always mysterious. Hermes, the gods of the church behind him, hesitated for a moment and took a sip of tea. No one knows what will happen until the very last moment. If the entire town became evil, they would start a war with Bai Xiaoxing and the others. Then, they would wipe out the entire town and erase the evil people's system. But this, let Bai Xiaoxing have his way. Bai Xiaoxing was prepared for all of this. If they made a move, the scene would be projected everywhere. The god of justice wiping out a town? This would be a fatal blow to them. Plus, this meant that they couldn't do anything about the haunted night palace. They would be pushed to the limit, causing panic. It was hard to imagine. This battle of mortals is also a game of chess between us chess players, said Qin Wendian. The gods of the church closed their eyes and took a deep breath. No one thought that our battle would be projected on a group of mortals in a small town. In the sky, numerous distant gazes pierced through the boundlessly high sky and descended, ceaselessly focusing on this inconspicuous little town, turning the entire three realms into a central vortex that focused on it. The people hiding in the bookstore. We can't stop them, his companions could not help but whisper. The dozen or so people outside had evil gods and were creating fear everywhere. They had captured countless townspeople and locked them in their residential areas, threatening and scolding them in order to absorb their energy. How could they possibly win against them? Malachi finally took a deep breath and clenched his fists. In his hands was a wrinkled book. An enchanting beauty tugged at his heartstrings, but there was no more energy. In this kind of small town, no one would come to the bookstore anymore. Perhaps in the big cities, they could go to the gambling houses and the Colosseum to absorb people's evil thoughts and emotions, but in Cade Town, the bookstore was the only weak channel. Kaboom, there was another huge explosion outside. It was in the neighborhood next to the bookstore. No. The church will come and punish you. Accompanied by cries and howls, the elderly, women with children, and adults were all chased out. They planned to gather in a residential area far away and raise them like livestock to harvest fear. And those dozen or so people had evil gods, as if they were shepherds of evil. Hurry up and make a decision. They're coming to us soon. Someone said in a low voice. Malachi clenched his fists, completely experiencing the feeling of helplessness. His loved ones, his companions, his best friends, the girl he had a crush on, and the ordinary town that he once hated. Now, it was being destroyed by the crazy people. The townspeople's loud cries, sorrow, and pain were all because of him. Everything was because of me, just thinking about it made him feel a tearing pain in his heart. Power. He took a deep breath. His nose was sore as he stared at his anxious and crazy companions. Let's go first. The people who were chased out are coming here soon. Let's go to another residential area and think of a way, whether it's collecting energy like them or something else. The gentle senior who was already on good terms with him whispered behind him. It's too late. Malachi said lightly. His expression suddenly became indescribably calm. This teenager had suddenly grown up in an instant. A person's inexperience would never grow with time. They would only mature with suffering and experience. He turned around. There's a secret that I want to tell all of you. You who have evil gods, as well as your enemies, your evil gods were created because of me. All you need to do is pay attention to them, and you'll notice that they're basically all centered around me. They're your neighbors, classmates you greet every day, upperclassmen you worship, upperclassmen you respect, and the girls you secretly love. What? Everyone was shocked. This was an inconceivable thing. Then what should we do now? Someone tried to speak. You're all people I admire, and you've all become my companions. You're all friends of an ordinary person like me. I'm very happy. He choked with sobs. In life, there are always sacrifices to gain something. Milake stretched out his hand and looked at the crumpled book. The red light from afar dyed his face. It was as if time was slowly passing, and he was indescribably calm. I used to be ordinary, but I yearn to be extraordinary. The life I'm living now is like a dream. It's wonderful enough to be together with a group of people I used to admire. You guys leave first. I have a sure-win method. He meticulously put on the Masoya High School uniform, buttoned up the black suit, and carefully put on a white tie. He looked incomparably tall and straight. What sure-win method? His childhood sweetheart Sia's expression changed slightly. Don't lie to me. I know we're hitting a rock with an egg. She looked at the young man. She knew that he was an extreme person. He would never impose suffering on others, and he would bear the pressure himself. But at this time, she could not help but beg in a low voice. We can try to capture some people, lock them up, and absorb their fear. Then we'll have power, and we can protect them and fight against them. Once those things touch you, you'll sink, Milake said calmly. All the evil gods were created because of me. Disaster, pain, and wailing, it's my responsibility. It's all my fault. His face was deeply hidden in the shadows, and no one could see his expression. I have to solve it. Don't worry, I really have a way. Leave and wait for me to come back. I'll return triumphantly like a hero. He strode out of the bookstore and walked toward the place of the explosion. Soon, the thugs treated him as an ordinary student and captured him like the other residents of the small district. They planned to lock him up in the small district. Milake. He's crazy. He's really crazy. The girl's chest heaved up and down violently. She bit her lower lip, and blood flowed down, but she did not feel it at all. Let's go. The group of people's expressions changed drastically. In the end, they escaped through the back door of the bookstore. If falling into the abyss could be exchanged for power. If abandoning shame could be exchanged for power. The other despairing people would not have a chance to turn the tables even if they gave up everything. But he had it. So, what reason did he have to think that he was the most unfortunate one? Milake laughed and moved forward with the surging crowd. Move faster. A powerful thug laughed. The crowd was pushed into the small district like prisoners and locked up. He looked at the suffering and wailing townspeople around him. Everything was because he was not strong enough. He turned his gaze to some people nearby. He had finally grown up. The others all have symbiotic evil gods, but I don't. Because the evil god I picked up, although I only remember that it's called the Sweet Dream God, it's too powerful. It suppressed my heart and prevented any symbiotic evil gods from forming. In a sense, it's my symbiotic evil god. Although it doesn't completely belong to me, I've already formed a deep friendship with it. The others have used their own evil gods, but I've never used the Sweet Dream God because, rumble, in an instant, a black ghostly shadow suddenly rose from his shadow. All the residents in the small district felt fear in their hearts. It was as if some terrifying ancient demon god had descended. This caused their hearts to tremble to the extreme. And the dozen or so people in charge of locking him up also felt their hearts tremble. It was as if they had seen some terrifying monster appear. They even had a close connection with the evil god in their bodies, as if it was their birth mother. What happened? At the door, the leader of these dozen or so people, the murderous demon Adrian, was a meticulous and powerful person. He had the mentality and ruthlessness to become strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leader of these thugs and suppressed the others. Adrian turned his head violently and revealed a solemn expression. What is this thing? Has this day finally come? Malachi slowly climbed to the top and released the Sweet Dream God, attracting everyone's attention. He slowly revealed a sickly smile that was eerie and creepy. My children, you have finally come to this day. Everyone of Cade Town, you have all come to this day. Do you know how these special, terrifying, half-human, half-will-god creatures came to be? Boom, the entire district fell silent. Since the outbreak of Cade Town, no one knew why an evil god could be born in the hearts of humans. Even the dozen evil cultivators didn't know why an evil god had appeared in their hearts out of nowhere. Moreover, they had secretly studied themselves. The demon gods they had were all unique. They were brand new demon gods that had never appeared in the records of the major churches. You are Malachi? The homicidal maniac Adrian frowned as if he recognized him. He. Uncle guard of the district, Adrian? How are you? Malachi smiled weirdly and turned to look at the other dozen people. He was very familiar with them and even saw them every day. Auntie from the breakfast shop? Gym teacher? You should all know me, right? The dozen people's expressions changed slightly as they looked at each other. At this moment, they realized that they all knew Malachi. Could it be that the demon god in their bodies had something to do with this high school student? Malachi smiled and said loudly, "Do you know how the demon gods in your bodies came to be? Your evil gods were born from me and the other evil gods." Was it born? Silence. Even the dozen people's expressions changed slightly. How could humans and demon gods? That was more taboo than the birth of half-beastmen and the love between humans and beastmen. Yes. That's how you came to be. Let me tell you how I came to be because I'm different from you ordinary people. Mirage laughed heartily without hesitation. He gazed deeply at them. I love evil gods the most. When I was 13, a demon god incident broke out on the streets of Cade Town. Everyone was running, and I was standing alone on the street with my backpack. It was the first time I saw them. How should I put it? It's a little perverted, but I actually Bucky. Hee. I actually thought they were so beautiful. Too cute. Soft tentacles, 8 eyes, an octopus-like body. If humans interacted with them, would a new special evil god be born? Could it be a completely new species? Me. After returning home, I couldn't fall asleep no matter what, so I spent every day researching. Me. Every day, he was doing his best to research. Every day after school, I would go to the bookstore to read those books. Later, I realized that my daily obsession had actually produced an evil god that belonged to me. Then, I was completely happy. As he said this, the corner of his mouth was brimming with happiness. The crowd was completely stunned. Evil gods were formed from the collective thinking of all living beings. How could an evil god be born in the heart of an individual human? Unless that person's obsession and intensity had reached an unimaginable level, everyone was a little frightened. This was the first mutant in the history of Cthulhu? A mere mortal actually dared to fight against those eternal Cthulhu. I began to use my Cthulhu to chase after those Cthulhu. In the shadows of the streets, in the graveyard, with their power and characteristics, they wouldn't resist me. The black forest goat Shub-Niggurath with 8 tentacles that gave birth to millions of offspring, the god of blind stupidity. Azathos' reaction was super cute, constantly twisting around with a silly smile, the demoness of delusion who was in charge of whipping and beating, the Naki who kept using a whip, very interesting. Every Cthulhu's reaction was different. I was actually deeply fascinated by them. It's really not my fault for doing such a thing. This explosive statement firmly suppressed the crowd. Disgust, fear, disbelief, nausea. Everyone was stunned by the situation in Cade Town. So, the reason why those half-human, half-Cthulhu hybrid creatures appeared in the town and caused such a terrifying riot was actually a young man chasing after Cthulhu. Thud thud thud. Not far away, a group of people from West Asia could not help but come over because they were worried about his safety. After hearing this extremely shocking speech and truth, they were completely dumbfounded. Goodbye, my secret lover West Asia. His expression was shocked, revealing an invisible bitterness. He had wanted them to leave, but he did not expect that they would still come over. He continued to stand on the high ground and shouted loudly, "After I chased after Cthulhu, I thought to myself, could the thoughts that I gave birth to be new lives? Could the human brain be the mother nest of Cthulhu? So, I threw the offspring of the god of blind stupidity and I to the guard of the district, Adrian's brain, who would have thought?" He chuckled and looked at the leader of this group, Adrian. Wretch, Adrian felt nauseous, and a deep sense of disgust ignited in his heart. He did not expect that the Cthulhu that he prided himself as a treasure, a disgusting young man whose brain was filled with that disgusting and twisted dirty liquid, would throw it into his brain after communicating. Adrian, I felt your fear, Milaki said excitedly. Then, one morning, I caught a Cthulhu in an alley. After communicating with him, on the way to school, I threw him into the brain of the auntie in the breakfast shop. He pursed his lips, his eyes filled with memories and excitement, with a deep, morbid and twisted expression. What is worth mentioning is that it was a wonderful morning. This auntie was a murderous maniac. In order to suppress her fear, she had tortured and killed many people in the district. At this moment, she was bending over and vomiting. Then, as if he was reciting his family's treasures, he carefully explained the origins of these dozen or so Cthulhu people, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. In the distance, the faces of the people from West Asia also turned pale, and a few of them who could not bear it vomited directly. Previously, Milaki said that the Cthulhu was created because of him, but they did not expect the truth to be so terrifying. Was this how they were created? It was really as direct as the words said. As expected, the person who led them to read those books was a guy with a twisted mind, but he hid it too well. They felt extremely disgusted. He. I did not expect that the thing I casually threw down would actually grow into a Cthulhu. What a surprise. You ask me what I'm going to do now? His excited eyes were filled with a smile of desire. Of course, a new Cthulhu has appeared, and I'm doing some things that I should be doing. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Adrian's expression instantly turned gloomy, and a haze flickered as he thought. This was no longer a question of whether or not they could win, but the consequences of defeat were too severe. It was a lifetime of humiliation, and it was more frightening than death. Moreover, the Cthulhu dared to appear, and had always been the mastermind, which meant that the person who created them was probably unimaginably powerful. At this moment, the dozen or so people present all felt afraid. Oh my God! Bastard! I did not expect the whole of Cade Town to be. It's all this person's fault. And the ordinary residents of the district were so frightened that their expressions changed completely. They did not expect that such a disaster would happen in their Cade Town. It turned out that it was because of this disgusting person that caused the hybrid of human and Cthulhu. The strong fear of the dozen or so thugs that the entire district was locked up had completely shifted to Mill Lake. This person was the main culprit. Of course, before looking for your Cthulhu, he laughed, full of the twisted and sickly expression of mental illness. I'll continue to plant some Cthulhu, because not long after, there will be another batch of harvest. The reason why I'm not here is because I've been hunting Cthulhu for a while, and had another wonderful experience. Plant 2. He excitedly licked his lips, and suddenly reached out, pointing at the crowd, secretly using the sweet dream god's ability. Woo. Suddenly, two people in the crowd, a man and a woman, seemed to be in love. Their faces were flushed, and they were bashful. Their faces were full of love, and something seemed to be born in their minds. It was the seed of a Cthulhu. Adrian's expression changed completely, and his scalp went completely numb. It's exactly the same as our initial reaction. As expected, he looked at the youth high up in fear, and now he was completely convinced. Let's go. This monster is even more disgusting than Cthulhu. Retreat first. Adrian could not help but lead the dozen or so people, and they broke into a run. Above the sky. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and Hermes were stunned for a moment. They never thought that there would be such a bold and unconstrained reversal, and that a miracle could be created in such a hopeless situation. Defeating the strong with the weak, a textbook performance. Just like the miracle I created before. Xianxia raised his eyelids, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. This is a talent, and he might be a help to our side. His ability to absorb fear is very strong. Really? Hermes smiled, and his eyes were full of admiration. But his heart is kind, and he won't fall. On the other side, in the dense forest. Attacking the heart is the best, Xianxia. Suji laughed. This is the ultimate ability of the sweet dream god, whoever he stares at will get pregnant. Cute girl took a deep breath, and she was completely convinced. Before this, no one knew how the evil gods in the humans' minds came to be. But at this moment, Mill Lake, who was standing on the high ground, had already told them the whole terrible truth. I gave birth to all of them, yes, I raped those evil gods and threw them into your minds to give birth to them. Everyone felt nauseous. A long time ago, when the half-beastmen were born, it had already destroyed everyone's worldview and caused a terrifying scandal and controversy. At that time, some human nobles with special fetishes could actually capture the 3 to 4 meter tall green-skinned female orcs and give birth to the half-beastmen, the subversive hybrid creatures. According to some rumors, the birth of the half-beastmen was definitely not a coincidence. Some human nobles, in pursuit of novelty, had already done it to demonic beasts. But now, this high school boy actually did it? Everyone trembled, chills running down their spines. They were extremely shocked. Those were evil gods. Evil gods. They weren't living creatures. They weren't even orcs or demonic beasts. Those disgusting tentacles and hideous, sticky eyeballs were so disgusting that it was terrifying. But this boy could even do it. What kind of aesthetic sense and taste was this? Everyone in the district was vomiting. Their expressions were stupefied, and their chests were heaving up and down violently. When they thought of this, they even vomited. The most exaggerated thing was that a half-human half-evil hybrid was born because of this? How can there be such a twisted person in this world? History has already been created. Great Demon King. It's all because of him that Arcade Town encountered such a terrifying riot. Evil gods are mostly spiritual entities. Is this soul interaction? Souls can also give birth to new creatures? Many people's legs even turned to jelly. Falling into the hands of this great demon king was as difficult as the dozen demons just now. It was hard to imagine what would happen to them. He, Mirage laughed loudly. Standing on high ground, he looked at the panicking and frightened townspeople. I'll give you a riddle. Guess who else among you has a seed planted in your mind? Go and be paranoid. He doubted that this unlucky thing would happen to him. You will also give birth to evil gods. He strode forward without hesitation and turned to leave, disappearing into the shadows. Tap tap tap. He left the people who feared him and walked alone in the alley full of blood. I feel fear, it's clotting my blood. Milake swallowed the saliva in his throat. His voice was hoarse. He felt the fear of the entire town shift from the dozen or so people to him. They had been plundered and turned into his believers. Because of the gathering of fear, he seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. The sweet dream goddess had become stronger. That irresistible characteristic became stronger and stronger. In fact, as long as the people in the surroundings got close, they would be easily infected. This was a powerful passive attribute that allowed the people in the vicinity to strip away their own darkness and inner demons, turning them into the weakest evil god. He did not know how extensive it would be. However, he sensed that the news had already begun to spread among the large crowd of people in the town. 10? 100? 1,000? New evil gods would be born in the town, and new enemies might even increase, but I was the only one left, and I had to deal with it alone. Wait. A voice came from behind. It was West Asia's group of companions. They ran over quickly, panting heavily. Due to the intense exercise, their faces were flushed red. This style is indeed like you. Our hero has returned triumphantly, but unfortunately, he is a pervert. Milake turned his head and looked at them in a daze. How did you guys do this? The female squad leader smiled. You don't let others bear the hatred and suffering, but bear all the pain and infamy yourself in exchange for the fear of others. This is indeed the best and stupidest method. But it is really like you, Milake. The sexy senior pursed her lips and comforted him. Which pig-headed youth isn't lecherous? Would he do something in public that would explode with shame and make a loud rebellious speech? Challenge the authority of the adults? This is youth. You guys. Milake was stunned. West Asia pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. Her face instantly turned red. We are already used to it. For example, you brought us to peek at those books. It is really embarrassing. Comforting voices came one after another. Everyone was silent for a moment, and they clenched the wrinkled books in their hands. If we do this and get insulted and spurned by others, it is fine if it is to obtain power and become a hero to save the world. After all, becoming a hero and a strong person is our dream. Then, what should we do next? Become stronger and find Adrian, who is doing evil everywhere. Then, how about we go to the next city and blow up the public toilets? Good idea. A group of people pulled Millake back. Whose youth isn't rebellious? Let us work hard on the path of perversion. Somewhere in the forest, a group of girls were having hot pot in the house. The surrounding was a world of ice and snow. Pan Xianxia, who was in deep sleep, seemed to move her eyebrows as if she saw something. Her mouth curved into a smile as she opened her eyes. What sweet dream did you have? Lin Hongfeng asked. Some kind of premonition. It seems that an organization similar to ours was born. It is full of faith and pursues the same will. Pan Xianxia suddenly laughed. Sisters. Continue to warm up with 10,000 push-ups. Good idea. Whose youth isn't hot-blooded? Let us advance bravely on the path of muscle. The corner of Suji's mouth curved into a smile, but there was a trace of strangeness. However, it had to be said that Millake was indeed a person with great potential. The goddess of sweet dreams could choose the seemingly cowardly youth and come up with such a plan to turn the tables. It seems that the eruption of panic has been suppressed. The corner of the cute girl's mouth curved up. Suji shook his head as if he could see through the sky. However, it is only suppressed. What will come will still come. For many things, the longer you suppress it, the longer it accumulates, the greater the rebound. There is no eternal dynasty or era. Everything is following the tide of history. The cute girl was silent and a little choked. Perhaps, it would not have rebounded, but the cold winter of the demon world made people panic. It made them follow the trend of the times and completely ignited the panic. Suji laughed. Yes, it was the right time, place, and people. The main reason was that winter had arrived in the orchard. It was inevitable that people would panic. Even as a farmer, there was nothing he could do. It was just like how it was difficult for fruit farmers to resist natural disasters, cold winters, and hail, causing them to lose everything. What made Suji most certain about the rise of the evil god was the weather forecast he had just seen. A cold wave with rain was coming to Dong City. In this weather, it seemed to be a complete disaster. Dong City belongs to the south coastal area with heavy humidity. Usually, when the weather turns cold, there will be a wave of cold wave. When the cold air comes, it is usually when people put on long sleeves and coats. Then, there will be a cold heavy rain, making the earth wet. Walking on the street, people will feel the cold of moisture seeping into their bones. Typhoon is rare in this situation. In fact, the environment has been destroyed in recent years, and the weather has become more and more abnormal. I was scared when I said there would be a typhoon. But now, it is not a strong wind. At most, it makes the trees rustle with the rain. But it is still a destruction. Suji rubbed his nose. In the past 2.5 months, it had rained a few times. The orchards were flooded and many ant nests were destroyed. Floods and tsunamis were something that earthlings could resist, so could the people in the orchards. But what about this wave? Floods are not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that they are the carriers of cold. At this time, this heavy rain symbolizes the arrival of winter. Plus, for the creatures in the orchard, it is a disaster. If it is on the earth, it is equivalent to the melting of glaciers and the arrival of the Ice Age. Suji takes a deep breath. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a great flood. Can you deal with this disaster? Year 31 of Virtual Era. A new species appears in Cade Town. Half human and half evil god. They are called the evil race. The evil race is a human who controls part of the evil god's power. The whole demon world is boiling. In the next year, people find a huge black cloud in the sky of the demon world. It is above the sky with horrible flames and the breath of destruction, slowly rolling down. A storm is coming. Many strong people feel that the end is coming. The disaster is coming. But at this time, the old enemies from Cade Town are still fighting crazily. And Adrian and the others become refugees, absorbing the fear of people and spreading it everywhere. Mirage starts to build the evil god palace. With the casino, coliseum, bookstore, and other scattered forces, it collects the fear of people. It becomes the biggest dark force in the shadow of the nearby towns. Year 40 of Virtual Era. Because Mirage has the sweet dream god, he keeps increasing his power. Adrian is no match for him. As a side without new power, he joins the evil god's side. Bai Xiaoshen launched a shocking surprise attack to fight for the sweet dream god. The one who gets the sweet dream god gets the world. The leader of the Church of Light, Hermes, displayed his shocking intelligence. Both sides began to fight, causing the entire world to boil. The battle between righteous and evil had begun. Both sides were frantically fighting over the sweet dream goddess. In the 6th month, Mother Earth gathered the other gods and had a secret discussion for 3 whole days and nights, discussing how to deal with the beautiful dream god. After all, the nature of this evil god was too strong. This evil god's specialty was to create evil gods. There should be rules in the battle between the righteous gods and the evil gods. Only then can there be 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. We are above the common people and grasp the power of the world, not monopolize an era, Mother Earth said indifferently. Indeed, they are tainted with too much karma, Dao Chongqing said. Evil gods and righteous gods should come up with a set of rules. No matter if it's good or evil, it has nothing to do with us. Heavenly Tao, Netherworld Emperor, Devil God, Mother Earth. All of us have already mended the heaven and merged the path. Become a part of the world's laws. Since it's the laws of heaven and earth, it can't be biased towards one faction. Furthermore, according to the calculations of the world-destroying black cloud in the sky, in another 10 years, the great calamity of the devil world will arrive. We should think of ways to resist the world-destroying calamity and save more living beings, not focus on the battle between mortals. The underworld's great emperor, Ermin, was deeply worried. This world-destroying rainstorm might last for 30 years. If this rainstorm continues for 30 years, I'm afraid there won't be any living beings left on this land. Indeed. Sister Meng Mei said indifferently, to face this natural disaster, I have a plan. I can let all living beings in the devil world cultivate. All living beings in the devil world will be like dragons, just like the mortal world. Everyone will be strong and can resist the great calamity. Please speak, Mother Earth. The few ancient saints and gods were shocked. You actually have such a plan? It's hard to imagine. I want to open up a web game to deal with the disaster of the world-destroying flood of the devil world. Ah? Web game? What's that? Year 40 of the Virtual Era. After the secret discussion, the beautiful dream god, who had already gained sentience, was brought away. A voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The beautiful dream god is involved with the order and system of heaven and earth, one of the most important gods in the world. From today onwards, I will merge with the 3 realms. The beautiful dream god is a god of the mortal world. She controls the dreams of the mortal world, mends the heavens and merges the Tao, and grants all living beings the authority of the evil race. She is on the same level as Heavenly Tao, Mother Earth, Emperor of the Underworld, and Devil God. She is part of the laws of the world and doesn't need to care about the matters of the mortal world, as she is involved in too much karma. Everyone was shocked. At this point, in the 3 realms, there were 5 Khanate existences that were completely eternal. Heavenly Tao controls the order of the 3 realms, manipulates the clouds and summons the rain, and controls the operation of all living beings. Emperor of the Underworld controls the land of the dead, punishes the good and evil of the previous life, and is fair. Mother Earth controls the dragon veins of the earth, and establishes the civilization system of incense. Devil God controls potions, and is the only ancestor of the profession of potions. Evil Ancestor controls the dreams of all living beings, and is the only ancestor of the evil race system. The foundation of the entire 3 realms was completely established. Even though I know that the beautiful dream god, as an evil god, will return sooner or later, and that such a powerful god doesn't belong to me, but... Milake pursed his lips, and whispered with his companions in a small house. Now, he had already established quite a bit of power in the nearby towns. At this time, the beautiful dream god had returned to Heavenly Tao, and the birth of the evil race was no longer controlled by a single person. Bai Xiaoshen finally revealed a smile. All the gods finally know that they shouldn't stop us, because this is the general trend. As brothers of the same blood, we should take turns to rule the world, one person for one era. The beautiful dream god has become an existence like Medusa, and the evil race and the devil race are considered to be on the same level. Then, the saints will definitely make the evil god the same as demon god Medusa, and grant everyone the ability to become an evil race equally. I'm looking forward to it. What form will it take? Bai Xiaoxing whispered, and he had a plan in mind, like demon god Medusa, throwing out a part of his body, turning it into a magic medicine, and letting the magic medicine shops go door to buy it? But that is obviously not feasible. The evil god bestows the ability to become an evil god to mortals, invisible and formless. It should be the mortals performing some kind of sacrificial ritual to summon the beautiful dream god to come into their dreams, and then obtain the evil race's ability. Bai Xiaoxing's heart was very calm. The evil race system originally belonged to the evil gods, but now that the beautiful dream god had lost her memory, there was really no other way. Being impartial was the best result. If he helped the righteous gods and protected the beautiful dream god, he would be the most uncomfortable. Now that he was neutral, anyone could obtain power, and he had the advantage. As for the saints, they have begun to observe. The great calamity has arrived, and they have no energy to deal with us. Good and evil have begun to fight fairly. Bai Xiaoxing said indifferently, in the world, only the fresh blood emperor does not have the ability to fuse with the Tao, and is still in the mortal world. Maybe he will choose to deal with us, and the opponent is the righteous gods, Hermes, and the other righteous gods. This is a fair battle between good and evil. Just as he was prepared to completely start transforming ordinary mortals into evil races to fight against the righteous gods, a strange change occurred. At this time, it was already similar to the Middle Ages in Europe, where simple electronic devices had already been produced, and there were even some handheld game consoles. But suddenly, a mysterious alchemy device called the virtual reality helmet gradually entered the homes of ordinary people. One of them was an online game called Virtual Reality, which only had 10,000 beta testers, and entered every household. Bai Xiaoxing? What tricks is the Earth Mother playing again? What is an online game? Who can tell me, what kind of method is this? This was not according to the rules. Bai Xiaoxing felt something was wrong on the spot. As long as it was a normal Xuanhuan tradition, wouldn't it make the mortals create a ritual to pray to the evil god in the world? To turn them into believers, and then grant the mortals power in their dreams? What about online games? Online games. What is an online game? Bai Xiaoxing's mind went blank for the first time. Hearing the name, this was not a product of normal Xuanhuan thinking. Online games. Does anyone know what this is? Bai Xiaoxing asked. I don't know. Sir, I don't know. It sounds very fresh. Even Lord Bai Xiaoxing, the most knowledgeable person in the three realms, doesn't know. There must be something special about online games. The surrounding celestial emperors and evil gods were also confused. He and the people around him were completely silent. After looking at each other, they flashed. Let's go. Let's see what kind of ritual it is to become an evil race. They came to a young man's house. In the small bedroom, there was an exquisite and gorgeous alchemy helmet. The style seemed to be a little special. This was a group of high school students, discussing excitedly. Wow. It said that it's going online at 9 tonight. I'm so envious, Peter, you actually got a spot. It said that there are only about 100 people in the entire southern province. It said that the Beastman and Orc kingdoms are also giving out spots. It said that the nobles and heirs of the major undead empires, human kingdoms, beastmen empires, and beastmen empires all have a fixed spot. Then it's us commoners who are randomly selected. Peter, you actually got a spot. Aren't you on the same level as the most powerful descendants of the entire world, the land of magic potions? A group of students chattered. Among them, a boy with a face full of freckles looked proud. Ha ha ha. It's just luck, just luck. Peter was a boy from an ordinary family. His parents were ordinary employees of a small-town bus company. In Europe during the Alchemy Industrial Revolution, he was considered a very ordinary working class. Only the children of rich families could play with the exquisite handheld consoles made by the alchemists. Peter was very excited when he suddenly obtained a spot in the closed beta test of this so-called online game. This game had changed his fate of going to school. In the midst of the chatter of a group of friends, the time was finally up. Peter slowly put on the helmet and entered the game interface. A beautiful light blue abyssal whirlpool appeared on the beautiful interface, and a row of words appeared. Peter clicked the Start Game button, and a notification immediately popped up. Do you want to create an evil race game character? Yes. Creating a dream. Creating a unique game character based on the player's dream. Peter had a very realistic dream. He dreamt that when he was 8 years old, his favorite puppy was stolen by a dog thief. He couldn't help but be sad for a long time, howling and crying for a few days. That was the most profound memory in his ordinary life. Establishing, a dog-headed monster with 8 black tentacles slowly appeared in front of him like a ball of mist. Eh? This is my character? Peter's eyelids twitched. This was too ugly. It didn't match his dream of being a handsome imperial general wearing a white cloak at all. If he lost at the starting point, how could he compete with the powerful nobles of other countries? However, he pursed his lips and continued to click. Please choose your faction. Frowny face. Evil God camp, righteous God camp. Peter thought about it and naturally chose the righteous God camp calmly. The scene gradually blurred. When he reacted again, he had already appeared in an extremely realistic and terrifying world. He had already become the dog-headed monster with tentacles. Where is this? Peter was stunned. This was already the ultimate world that belonged to Cute Girl. After all, she was in charge of her world. Character page, level 1. Character characteristics? Please explore on your own. Experience 0/100. Battle specialization, none. Coordinates, righteous God novice village. Peter saw the row of words at the corner of his eyes and was instantly stunned. He couldn't understand what it meant at all. He hurriedly looked around. It was pitch black, and there was a thick black fog. But for some reason, the octopus and dog-head character he was controlling felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy in this space. It was as if he had returned to the warmth of home. Novice village. There was a big word written on the village. On the simple and crude black stone square, a few new players who had just entered walked around. They chattered and discussed with each other. They were also very confused. Only when they compared themselves to them did they realize that they weren't the ugliest. There were a bunch of weird and disgusting slime monsters. In front of a house, there was a strange evil god sitting on a rocking chair. There were a few big words above its head. NPC, Novice Village Chief, Mirage, level 31. The naive Peter was at a loss. Why was there a row of big words above this monster's head, NPC? What kind of ancient symbols were these? He couldn't understand them at all. This was too strange. At this time, the difference between people became apparent. Some players reacted quickly and immediately ran to talk to the novice village chief. They seemed to have received some sort of revelation and excitedly ran out of the village. I'll go take a look too. Peter's reaction was a little slow, but he couldn't help but go and talk to the village chief. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? He couldn't help but ask. The village chief looked at Peter. He seemed to be very familiar with the job and said, Brave adventurer from another world, Lord Hero. Our world is facing a crisis. In 10 years, the Great Flood will come. As the savior, please save our world. Ding, main mission triggered, stop the Great Flood in 10 years and save the world. In his mind, there was a voice. What the hell was that? He couldn't react immediately. He could only attribute it to the game setting. Senior, I will work hard. Peter heard the word hero and felt very happy. The culture of this alternate world was very simple. The Hero Online game that was common on Earth had a huge impact and novelty in this world. After all, which ordinary teenager from an ordinary family did not want to be the destined main character and become a hero? Now, the village chief was begging him for help and respectfully called him Lord Hero. His face was flushed. Village Chief Malachi continued, Brave youth, our small village in the sinkhole world is shrouded in a vast fog and unknown horrors. It is currently being plagued by evil beings. Please go outside and hunt 5 monsters to prove your strength. Ding, newbie mission obtained, Village Chief's trouble. Village Chief, I will work hard. Peter was instantly overjoyed and ran to hunt those monsters outside the village. When the newbie players saw this, they couldn't help but talk to the village chief and did the same thing. Bai Shaoxing was directly stunned. Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? Lord, this is... The few celestial emperors and Cthulhus at the side were also stunned. I don't know the profound meaning behind it. Let's go and take a look. Bai Shaoxing said lightly. Then, Bai Shaoxing saw that the teenager came outside the village and started to kill the evil beings. However, as an ordinary person, even if they had the weakest Cthulhus, it was still very difficult to kill the simplest evil beings. This was because they didn't have combat skills and didn't have the awareness of being strong. Ding, your character has died. Level reset to 0. This row of words appeared in front of Peter. Normal resurrection time, 8 hours. The resurrection mechanism is as follows. 1. If you concentrate and summon your character, the resurrection time can be accelerated. 2. If you call your friends and summon your character together, the resurrection time can be accelerated in a small area. Peter saw the black screen and was instantly heartbroken. I still have to save the village. I can't disappoint the village chief's expectations. He took off his helmet and said to the other companions, brothers, help me. For the group of companions, listening to his description, they felt that it was too novel. A completely realistic scene? Brave? Save the world? They immediately waved their fists and said, leave it to us. 3 hours passed and his character was resurrected. He excitedly started to complete the newbie mission. After dying a few times, he grasped the combat pattern and successfully killed one of the evil beings. Ding, level 5 out of 100. Peter was so excited that his face turned red. He was filled with a sense of accomplishment. With the first time, he started to kill the other monsters. After killing 5, he successfully completed the mission and was about to sigh at his strength. Ding, world announcement, player Brave Paladin has killed the level 8 newbie village's hidden boss. The village was in a heated discussion. Too strong, that monster has already killed its way to the periphery, the level ranking has been refreshed again. After all, they were native players. They discussed very honestly. Peter hurriedly looked and found the level ranking. The first-ranked Brave Paladin was actually level 5. This person is too scary. The others on the ranking are also monsters. I'm already at 4591. 10,000 beta players, there are so many powerful genius players. How long has it been? To be able to defeat the strong as the weak, he must have experienced combat in real life. Peter was anxious and hurriedly returned to the village chief to submit the mission. Bai Shaoxing hid in the dark and looked at the scene of the newbie village's square from afar. He became more and more confused. He and the other evil god Celestial Emperor, who were preparing to plot and subvert the major churches of the demon world, saw this strange scene. This newly born special evil race ritual, the online game, also fell into a long daze. Who can tell me, what is happening, how long has it been, and the world has completely changed, isn't this the evil race? Isn't it similar to the origin demon god Medusa's demon race, which bestowed power to mortals and then cultivated? These two were clearly the same, but in the hands of Mother Earth, it was completely different from the orthodox style of Medusa. Level, NPC, newbie village, mission, leveling up, he couldn't help but doubt his life. He even deeply suspected that if the Earth Mother had been by Medusa's side back then and worked for this demon god, the cultivation system of the potion professions would have also become this strange. He was silent for a long time before he began to think and took a deep breath. This is the ultimate world. That helmet is an especially powerful 4th grade alchemy creation. It's extremely expensive to make, and we can make 10,000 of them. Just this simple and useless effect makes the sages feel heartache. But to allow ordinary mortals to connect to the ultimate world through the dragon's vein and enter. In the name of a game character, to allow the evil god in their hearts to descend. It's very imaginative. This mode was very special. The main body was in a room in real life, and his evil god, which was also a game character, was in the ultimate world, killing enemies, fighting monsters, and cultivating. So this is an online game. Bai Shaoxing continued to think, and his heart gradually became shocked. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. An online game, this kind of cultivation method, is really amazing. Lord, what do you mean? The people around him asked. Previously, I thought that before the evil race reached rank 3, they can't enter the ultimate world on their own initiative. Only we can help to absorb all kinds of evil thoughts in reality, it's too slow. But this alchemy helmet simply skipped this stage and directly descended into the ultimate world. Even he had to say that even he admired Mother Earth's innovation. This ancient existence that could build the dragon's vein was indeed amazing. He never thought that there would be such a perfect method, online game, it was too perfect, it was simply a top-notch idea that shocked the heavens and earth and made the gods weep. This was to encourage the whole nation to cultivate and resist the Great Flood 10 years later. This system was perfect beyond imagination. Virtual helmet, NPC, mission, newbie village, fighting monsters, and leveling up. To be able to become so mature in such a short time, Mother Earth was terrifying. Also, the village chief of the novice village and the other villagers are Malaki's gang. Milake as the NPC village chief, this is to pull new evil race experts into their sphere of influence. So, this is the meaning of choosing a faction on the initial page? Let them choose for themselves which sect to join. And the level ranking, reputation ranking, is a psychological method to encourage them to improve themselves? Bai Xiaoxing took a deep breath, then what's the meaning of the empty equipment ranking? And letting them learn alchemy? What's the meaning of pay-to-win ranking? As for the level, it should be level 10, which is the first rank. Level 20 is the second rank. It's a big threshold, level 70 is the Celestial Emperor. On the other side, the evil god faction's newbie village, should be Adrian as the newbie village chief, guiding the newcomers of our evil god faction. He took a deep breath, and we, are these so-called faction NPCs, the surrounding evil god celestial emperors couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Bai Xiaoxing suddenly said, let's go build another newbie village, guiding more players to join our evil god faction. Then we'll attract evil beings that match their level, letting them train their combat skills and improve themselves. Bai Xiaoxing directly entered the ultimate world, but he received another piece of news, that new newbie villages were not allowed to be built. And they wanted to build a game main city? What is a game main city? Bai Xiaoxing asked. Sweet Dream God answered, a game main city is the city that after level 10, which is breaking through to the first rank, we will leave the newbie village and enter. It's also the main place of activity in the ultimate world. Wandering Know-It-All took a deep breath and looked at Vanaki, the Witch of Delusion, who was beside him. Go and find a place to build this town. As the mayor, you will guide the newcomers. Beautiful women will always be welcomed and attract more players. After all, we rely on our faith, so our image is very important. Otherwise, the statues of those churches wouldn't be so magnificent and covered in gold, yes. Vanaki nodded. Bai Xiaoxing took a deep breath, striding to the evil god faction's newbie village. He discovered that there were only 2 or 3 little kittens, far less than the other side. His eyes flashed with a hint of haze. Lord, what should we do? This is obvious. A subordinate beside him asked. Bai Xiaoxing's expression was calm, and he was silent for a moment. The evil race is a new force, attaching themselves to the evil god, they must be controlled. Since our side isn't attractive enough, let's make them choose our faction. Although he hadn't experienced this, he was still an extremely intelligent person. This won't stump me at all. Very quickly, in just half a day, in the various kingdoms, churches, and bus stops, large posters appeared one after another. On the posters, there was a picture of the game virtual reality printed on them, along with a dazzling line of words, if you choose the evil god faction, you will receive 5,000 gold coins in real life, and a dragon slayer saber in-game. I didn't expect you to be such a Bai Xiaoxing. Suji was also completely speechless. Bai Xiaoxing's wisdom was terrifying, and he was also the best in game planning. Online games, with some modern words, was also very in line with the demon realm, the style of the entire alchemy medieval steam era, even the entire demon realm, because of the harsh environment, with the help of the major churches to protect the common people, social facilities had reached a very high level. Even as a foundation-building maniac, the widespread application of subways, buses, cars, steam airships, and civil alchemy technology had even surpassed China on the earth. Use the ultimate that you built yourself, the Void World, to develop your online game system. It's okay to pollute the European medieval style of the demon realm, after all, it's still connected, but if you pollute the mortal world, the immortal world, I'll kill you. Suji said to himself. In fact, it was difficult to spread to the other 2 worlds. This was a unique mortal system belonging to the demon realm, the evil race. Because the mortal world had long been occupied by the great Zhou dynasty, Shushan system, martial arts, and the three major mortal cultivation systems. It was impossible to have enough mortals to cultivate other systems. The mortals were already saturated. In the mortal world, mortals cultivated martial arts, Shu sect, the dynasty, Western demon realm, mortals, online game for cultivation? The cold wind was biting cold. Suji quietly looked up at a tall building on the crossroad. There was a gorgeous sea blue poster, surrounded by a circle of colorful lights, very dazzling. It was another new advertisement. Attack the city and seize the land, evil camp, allow players to build cities, establish unions, start your legendary hegemony, and achieve great things. He looked at the advertising slogan speechlessly. Has it already begun a large-scale bombing? There was a bus station around, and the students who were going to and from school exclaimed. Originally, according to Suji's judgment, before the upcoming cold wave and rainstorm, the two righteous and evil forces would not stop fighting each other, and they would not prepare to deal with the natural disaster. The demon realm should face a great disaster, but at this time, the main quest of the evil race, brave from the other world. Please save us from the great disaster. 10 years later, completely incompatible events were fused together. It made his scalp tingle. He glanced at the game forum outside, and the netizens were already exclaiming. F***CK. 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 Everyone was stunned. Cheering Cutie 666. There was nothing else. This wave of maneuvers could be said to be the most flashy maneuvers in history. This game really had infinite possibilities. There were only things that you could not think of, but there was nothing that could not be done. There were all kinds of comments. I'm playing games in a game? Bringing modern online games and pay-to-win culture to a simple and honest world? This is really a cultivation system. Playing online games can make you stronger. I can bring my leveled-up character, equipment, and skills from the game into the real world. Isn't this a common plot in some YY novels and online games? Speaking of which, to be able to accommodate so many people, this game is much better than a certain potato factory server. Bro, are you talking about the one who played the bug and gave the game away? Cough cough cough. This cute girl must have gotten this idea from Mount Akina's speed. She won't establish an online royal gambling factory, but if she establishes an online game, she'll be a big spender. But what was said the most was, cute girl, you're starting to think of a way to get commissions again. Everyone already knew this guy's personality. He was a complete salted fish, a farming fanatic. Suji flipped through the comments page by page. Some of the replies were very interesting, and some were frantically repeating. The whole screen was full of +1s. All of them were praising and licking his boots. This group of people simply had no integrity. Back then, when Mount Akina's speed did something that was comparable to this, there were no bootlickers. This was the difference between people. From Suji's point of view, his feelings were also complicated. Before this, I couldn't do this kind of online game that can resurrect. After all, this is reality. I'm just throwing spores. What level? Experience? Rebirth after death? But the cute girl in front of me did it. She built an online game in the ultimate and tempted the natives to come in to cultivate and kill monsters to level up. He did not expect that the evil race's ritual would be like this. He silently walked around the devil world, orc empire, half-orc empire, human empire, and undead empire. Unexpectedly, there was a unanimous praise. What was going on? As expected of Mother Earth. Online game, this cultivation method is too amazing. The major professional churches and even Wandering Knowing Night Palace were incomparably amazed. This is simply a very vulgar prank. Why are they so excited? Wait. Suji thought for a while and felt his head hurt. He instantly understood why they thought that way. For the people on Earth who had experienced the era of the internet explosion, this was an old routine that was extremely vulgar and strange. It was common to see online games, but for the sages and top celestial emperors of the three realms, it was mysterious, unbelievable, and extremely lofty. Because they had no such concept in this area. Even words like levels, NPCs, and missions, they all now defied everything on the path of cultivation, and it was extremely pretentious. The more they studied and pondered, the more they felt that this system was mature and completely divided. It was as though it had been tempered and tested countless times. It was hard to imagine that it was a finished product in a short period of time. Mortal realm. Mother Earth is indeed an unprecedented and compassionate great saint. Back then, when she opened up the path of the dragon vein, there was a saying that the one who consumes energy is the god of incense. Without harming all life in the world, all living beings have suffered immeasurable tribulations. This was already unimaginable. But today, this online game system, deep in the lush green mountains, under the ginseng fruit tree, an old man with white hair and beard, holding a horsetail whisk, preached to the disciples in the Taoist temple. Wonderful. Using the thoughts of incense and all living beings to refine an ultimate void, not in the material, but in the human heart. It can be as small as a grain of sand, or as large as the heavens. Endless changes, hidden in thousands of opportunities, stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. Professional churches of the demon realm. Many sovereigns and emperors gathered. The evil race is equivalent to the existence of a mercenary army. Those of us outside the evil race are collectively known as NPCs. We can issue missions to them, put forward all kinds of requirements, time limits, and conditions, and then give all kinds of rewards. Missions are equivalent to signing a contract, and both parties can't violate it. Even if we are all celestial emperors or even gods, once we issue a mission to the players, we must abide by it and give them a negotiated reward. So, the void contract that Mother Earth made previously was to lay the foundation for the evil race's mission system? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. This system is very shocking. Indeed, the evil races are generally weak now, and even after a few days, there hasn't been a first grade. But what about the future? When they grow to a certain extent, third grade, fourth grade, and we issue missions, this undying group of players can already do some things for us. Issue missions, the undying mercenary army, maybe we can call it, natural disaster. Many ancient sages were communicating. The devil world, the undying army can be resurrected indefinitely. In the future, it will be a sharp weapon of our three realms, as the vanguard, marching into the myriad worlds. Opening up new territories. Has Mother Earth already laid the foundation for the future? The sages couldn't help but sigh. To these Tao integration sages, what they really wanted to look forward to was beyond the three realms, to the unknown and boundless primal chaos, the myriad worlds. In their eyes, the online game system of the devil world was very novel, mysterious, and even powerful. It was an incomparably noble, elegant, and top-notch mysterious school of thought. It was a historical first. There's no other way. The cute girl looked at the sages quietly and took a deep breath. I once thought that the only possibility of me dying would be a world invasion. What should I do then? The ancient lava land was the most likely, according to what everyone said. The grudge between the two ninth-grade gods might implicate two worlds. The lava land was a multiverse world, and the virus of the three pillar gods was too terrifying. It was definitely a sharp weapon for them to invade other worlds. Invincible, if a war broke out, they would definitely be the first to be infected with the three pillar gods virus. Under that kind of invading virus, our three realms would definitely not be able to fight back. Terrifying natural disasters would erupt. Zombie mountain sword immortals, zombie ancestral witches, zombie martial heroes, would grow demon cores and transform into their own kind. This is the terrifying characteristic of their world, the grand unification virus. Therefore, we also need to create a vanguard army that belongs to our three realms. What is the characteristic of our world? Incense. As for the devil world, this undying natural disaster army is completely unafraid of being infected by the virus. Furthermore, the characteristics of the various evil gods are almost related to the laws of the underworld. Once they join forces, even we will find it difficult to deal with them. Even if the demon core lineage is extremely terrifying, the undying mercenary army of the ruins of End can still fight. The world of the sinkhole was empty and void. The system of the novice village players was gradually perfecting. In order to prevent defection and betrayal, they used the contract to try to team up to fight monsters and level up. Later, the team mode gradually developed, and players formed their own groups, forming the era of the guild mode. Outside the novice village, the whole world was covered in a thick fog. No one knew how vast this world was, how unknown and mysterious it was, and what dangers it was full of. This game could be said to be poisonous. Since the closed beta, Peter and the other players had endured for 3 consecutive days without feeling tired. Although they did not know the true secret of the evil race, from the revelations of the higher-ups of the major kingdoms and churches, and the importance they attached, it seemed that if they were strong in the game, they could also obtain strong power in reality. The chance to change my fate. Now, Peter had joined a guild of more than 10 people, the Sacred Tulip Guild. The guild leader, in reality, was the 1731st son of a baron of the nobility of the human empire. He was very powerful and provided a lot of resources. Although he was not good at fighting, as the guild leader of the command department, he was still very powerful. Peter, your characteristics are very strong. Remember to adapt to the situation later. Standing in the square of the novice village, the guild leader said, "You signed a 10-year contract with me. I will carefully cultivate your combat team. Even my father is very supportive of me. You should know that he is the famous Iron Blood Baron of the South. He has guarded 1/7 of the territory for more than 300 years. He is a sovereign emperor-level powerhouse." This guild leader did not have the aptitude for cultivation. Although he was extremely smart, he had always been disliked in the family. This was the best time for him to rise. Guild leader, it is said that the mysterious assassin guild next door has already explored here. We need to speed up. Peter took a deep breath, and his young face matured a lot. Yes, we need to hurry out of the novice village. According to the improvement of the village chief's favorability, it was inadvertently revealed that the main city is the real beginning of the game. The city lord there can obtain a hidden mission by improving favorability, city building. If we can build a city, it is just that, in this terrible land, it is not easy to build a city. The regular monster and evil god attacks are too scary, they chatted as they came to the village chief's house. Inside the house, village chief Malaki learned of their intentions and said to them, "Young heroes, you are the players we trust the most in the entire village. Recently, there have been some disturbances in the south, which have seriously endangered the safety of our village chief. My friend West Asia and I, who is an alchemist, intend to explore. Brave warriors, please escort us." Ding, hidden submission, escort the village chief and the village chief to the south and find out the truth. Peter and the others were instantly pleasantly surprised. After farming favorable impression points for so long, giving gifts, and massaging their backs and legs, they had finally triggered the hidden mission of increasing favorable impression points. Awesome, it felt so good. Perhaps he was about to reach the peak of his life. "Village chief, please trust us," the president hurriedly said. "I believe in you, young heroes." Malaki chuckled, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking that it was time to use this group of cannon fodder to clean up the other side. After all, he was only at grade 3, and it was difficult for him to gain a foothold in this strange world. It was still necessary to harvest leeks and use the players as cannon fodder. Ever since their group had caused the wrath of public feces in various cities, they had now successfully cleaned up and changed their business model. They became the village chief of the novice village, the alchemist, and the tactical advisor, and began to exploit the entire newly born evil race. They passed through the fog. The group of players escorted the village chief deep into the Biminsai Canyon in the south and began to hunt monsters. A strange catfish monster fell to the ground. Peter had only died a few times in the early stages of the game. He gradually became proficient and did not die again. He understood that once he died, the level reset was not a big deal at the early stages of the game. But for the later stages of the game, dying once and the level reset was too heavy a loss, although, after reaching that realm, there was no bottleneck in the realm when he started from scratch, and he only needed to crazily absorb a large amount of energy to restore his original realm. The loss was still huge. For a top player ranked at the top of the combat power ranking, dying once was equivalent to being instantly annihilated in the top echelon. The fog was heavy, and they gradually came to the place and began to explore. "Do you know how to dance?" All of a sudden, a faint voice rang out. Everyone's scalp went numb. Looking around, the valley was shrouded in fog. Unbeknownst to them, an aristocrat dressed in a black suit had appeared behind them. He was sitting on a chair with a glass of red wine in his hand. Which of you knows how to dance? Monster name? Level 27 nature? When everyone saw the attributes page, their expressions changed slightly. A monster over level 20, and they were only level 10, they could not help but turn to look at the president who made the decision. This place was full of danger, and they could not just rely on strength to dominate and kill monsters to level up. The nature and ability of the enemy, these strange and unknown aspects were terrifying, and required excellent intelligence and observation skills. Another unrecorded evil god. The president's expression changed, and he waved his hand. We have more people, first exploration team, go. Explore its nature. Behind him, a few players who were only level 1 rushed up, and if they did not agree, they would die. You don't know how to dance? Then I will teach you. The aristocrat in the black suit stood up. Whoosh, the few players who rushed up instantly stopped their attack, and surrounded the aristocrat as a pillar, and began to dance. They were extremely engrossed. Those who were usually very steady were wantonly twisting their bodies, and those who were usually full of flirtatious words were even more flirtatious. They stood out in the crowd, twisting their bodies seductively, and throwing flirtatious glances. They were extremely sexy. Belly dance, pole dance, striptease dance. All the popular bars and hot dances in the demon world were available. There was even the #1 bar dance, New Treasure Island, that was choreographed by Mother Earth. It was as soft as an octopus tentacle, and even more magical. Oh. Isn't this too beautiful? Oh my god, how can there be such a sexy dance? Everyone swallowed their saliva. It was clearly a group of ugly monsters dancing, and it was so coquettish that it hurt their eyes, but they could not help but be intoxicated. They walked step by step, as if they wanted to join the dance. Luckily, I tricked a group of cannon fodder to help me test it. This evil god seems to have a confusing and twisted nature. Malachi looked at it, and it hurt his eyes. West Asia, who was at the side, secretly poked him. You were about the same back then, and it hurt my eyes even more. Ah. All the evil gods were born by me. The evil god was too beautiful, and I couldn't control myself at all. Cough, 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 Malachi coughed twice. It was quite awkward to read a book with the pure girl he had a crush on, and it was quite awkward. From then on, I understood one thing. To be a successful evil god, even if you don't need to do evil, you need to be shameless and perverted enough to succeed. Far away. Quickly do it. The president suddenly roared. At the side, Peter reacted very quickly. He crawled on the ground and wailed loudly. Snot and tears flowed down his face. Damn dog thief, little Maddie, you died so tragically. Little Maddie, the name of the puppy he used to raise. Accompanied by his cries, everyone was distraught. It was like the cries of some evil spirit from the abyss, and it was hair-raising. The surrounding people also woke up. The president took a deep breath. Luckily, we have you in our team. Your special ability is strong, and you can fight poison with poison. You can get rid of most of the bewitching evil gods, or else we would have been wiped out. It was too common for an exploration team to be wiped out in the beginner's village. After all, to stand in the first echelon, one had to take enough risks, and once the team was wiped out, their level would not even be as high as normal players. Therefore, a strong evil god's special ability was what everyone pursued. Its evil god's special ability has been broken by us. It has entered a weak state, kill it. Protect the village chief and the pharmacist. Pooh, after a round of encirclement, they successfully killed this strange evil god and continued to explore. After a while, they gradually saw an old European-style bar in the thick fog deep in the forest. This is? Everyone was silent. There was a vague fear in their hearts. In the wilderness, such a strange building suddenly appeared. It was extremely abnormal. Go. The president growled, the price of dying once is terrible. Needless to say, let's take a detour first. However, the next second, a voice came from behind. Do you guys know how to dance? They turned their heads in shock. It was the aristocrat in the black suit again. He followed behind them again, and it seemed that he was about to go to this bar. What was even more strange was that this aristocrat in the black suit was not alone. This time, there were 13 or 14 of them, as if they were customers heading to this bar. Everyone's mind went blank. This evil god, it was not a single one, but a group type. We just killed one of them? Not good. It's more terrifying than I thought. Mirage trembled slightly. These monsters were all level 2. As a group type evil god, they lived in the same area in large numbers, so there must be a leader. Could it be level 4? Level 5, this was equivalent to an elite monster over level 40 or 50, he was only level 37, Mirage did not expect that there would be such strange things in the periphery. These monsters were obviously not monsters that should appear in this land. Do you guys know how to pole dance? The aristocrat in the suit asked elegantly and stiffly. They were completely silent. They could not help but show a bitter face to the aristocrats in the black suit around them. We do. Please dance for us. A few young aristocrats in suits smiled and led them into this bar. They entered the bar, shivering. They found that it was an old-fashioned counter layout from hundreds of years ago. It was quite elegant. There were mahogany tables and chairs, and aristocrats in black suits were sitting there. There were a total of 20 to 30 people, and they were sipping red wine elegantly. Living in groups, so many. Their expressions changed dramatically. Let's dance. A group of strange aristocrats in black suits said below. The corners of their mouths cracked into an exaggerated arc that humans could not do. They seemed to be carved from the same mold. They had elegant mustaches and gentlemen's hats, and they sat on the chairs and smiled. Everyone's scalp went numb. Gradually, they couldn't help but sing and dance to their heart's content, swaying their waists. Even Milake and Sia couldn't help but be intoxicated by the passionate music, and they started to dance. Damn it. We still fell for it. Only then did they understand what happened during the dance. They were still conscious, but their bodies had instinctively danced. It was very shameful. Snap. A person suddenly walked into the bar. Looking at the lively bar, he was instantly stunned. Mirage, this tall and mighty monster, was twisting his butt seductively, lying on the ground and shaking. It was so hot that one could not look straight at it. Even though Suji was experienced and knowledgeable, he was also stunned. Mirage, I haven't seen you for a while. It's rare to see you. I didn't expect you to still be full of youthful energy. It seems that you have a lot of experience in this field. His original intention was to find Mirage because he had thought of the human race that built the new world. He had a novel idea and needed the help of Mirage, the village head of the novice village, to study the nature of the monster. Unexpectedly, Mirage did not react. This was the bookstore's messiah, wasn't he just an ordinary person? After the incident, he ran away? How did he enter this place? NPC name, Messiah level? Mirage was instantly shocked. This was the first time he saw an NPC without a level. It was very scary. Beside him, a nobleman in a suit stood up and walked over. Can you dance? Suji slapped him. Slap, the entire monster exploded into a pile of meat paste. I can't dance. Do you have wine? Give me a glass of ale. I want the Northern Sarah's flame flavor. Also, bring the bar specialty. It must be delicious. Suji pulled out a chair and sat down. He said seriously, if it's not delicious, I'll beat you to death. You. A few noblemen in black suits were furious. They revealed ferocious faces and rushed over. Slap, he slapped them hard and sent them flying. Hurry up. Also, prepare more. I have a big appetite. All the noblemen in the bar were stunned. They were silent for a while before saying in unison in disbelief, we are evil gods. We are monsters. You actually want us to entertain you? Can't evil gods entertain people? Is your bar open for nothing? Suji knocked on the table. Solve it yourself. Opening a bar and not doing business. You just want to watch people dance. How can there be such a good thing in the world? All the monsters in the bar were silent. How could there be such a good thing in the world? We're not human beings. The reason we open a bar is to watch people dance, but under the threat of despotism, a group of people quickly tidied up the table and started the bar's normal business. These evil gods, they actually threatened and tempted, succumbed to despotism? Mirage's face was filled with horror. He sucked in a breath of cold air. His mind was blank. He had tricked a group of newbies to build a beginner's village and worked hard to get here. He had been treading on thin ice, but in the end, he was still tricked and almost died. He thought that he would have to cultivate again. Who knew that suddenly, well, his life was no longer ordinary. But he thought that he was just an ordinary bookstore owner who was called Messiah because of a coincidence. Who knew that it was really? This really shocked him. Mirage, they are afraid because evil gods have gained intelligence when they reach the 4th level. Although they are still restricted by the rules, they already have a lot of self-awareness and survival instincts. Suji looked at a seemingly ordinary nobleman in a black suit who was hiding in the crowd. As the king of a group of monsters, shouldn't you be at the 4th level and have died once? Still recovering your strength? The nobleman in the suit was silent. He had been hiding in the crowd, but he could only stand out and let himself be dealt with. My luck is really bad. Why is it bad? He sighed. Originally, in the depths, I was at the Celestial Emperor level. One day, a group of beautiful girls appeared in the bar. They were fair and delicate, full of youth. I happily asked them to dance, and they happily went up to dance. In the end, they asked if we looked good and said that they wanted to practice and dance for their teacher. I said that it was very ugly. In the end, they didn't agree with me and killed us. He seemed to have completely admitted defeat and was extremely bitter. I thought that it was so dangerous in the depths, and there were all kinds of strange creatures coming in to find trouble with us. So I came out to the periphery, and in the end, for some reason, the group of people dancing crazily in the distance felt vaguely sympathetic. It was too tragic, this bar was too difficult to open. No wonder he came to the periphery. This evil god didn't seem to be bad. He just wanted to watch a dance. Was there a need to do this? However, they also had doubts in their hearts. These freaks in front of them were cold and unrestrained. Even ugly people like them could watch with great interest. Watching a group of beautiful young and beautiful girls, no matter how ugly their dance was, it should still be in the category of pleasing to the eye, right? How could it be so ugly that it couldn't be looked at directly? Suji wasn't surprised when he heard this. He asked the monster to remove the charm that trapped Mirage and let him out. Thank you, Lord Messiah, for saving me. Mirage took a deep breath and called West Asia, who was beside him. Sit. Suji stretched out his hand. It's been a long time since we met in the bookstore. As for who I am, you should have guessed it by now. You used to have the god of sweet dreams and were the focus of the whole world. You should also know that I'm not the only one. What was this? A hidden plot. In the distance, Peter and the other players were still dancing in shame. They weren't liberated at all, but they were shocked and looked at the NPC village chief and the extremely mysterious and powerful NPC in a daze. The bar's style was that of a few hundred years ago. The bar counter and chairs were made of mahogany, and there were many wine bottles on the shelves. It was dark and gloomy, but it still had a quiet and secluded style. Aristocrats in black suits were serving as waiters. They came and went, giving off a unique flavor. It looks delicious. Malachi licked his lips and looked around. If I kill them and obtain energy, I will definitely be able to level up several times, resulting in a qualitative improvement in my realm. Lord, please spare me. The black-suited youth's king hurriedly revealed a pleading look. He had worked so hard to recover to the 4th level, and if he died again, who knew how long it would take for him to return to his peak. I won't kill you. Suji smiled. After all, it is the gathering of the dark thoughts of all living beings, forming an obsession. Malachi, if you have the ability, do it yourself. Malachi curled his lips. What a joke, he was the one who nearly died just now. Suji could not be bothered with the evil god system created by the cute girl. The 3 realms was already very mature. It would not collapse no matter what. It all depended on how the sinkhole world developed. Instead, it was the ancient lava world that had only developed for a short period of time. It was the one that was most likely to collapse. In front of the table in the bar, Suji asked curiously, "You came from the gathering of incense, just like the righteous gods who built temples, churches, and were worshipped by people. Now that you have gained sentience, you are equivalent to a different kind of demon that seizes creation. Why don't you follow by Xianxia and fight for an era that belongs to you? To compete with the righteous gods?" The aristocrat in the suit was taken aback. He lowered his head and said, "My nature is not strong. There is no need for me now." Suji was speechless. Indeed, these evil gods that had gained sentience, although they still lived in the limited rules, they had already begun to think about the meaning of life. Why were they born, and what was their future path? This world was indeed a garbage dump where the incense of all living beings gathered. People's unconscious thoughts, fantasies, and evil thoughts were all thrown into this void graveyard. All sorts of incredible, mysterious, strange, and horrifying scenes could be found here. Perhaps it was like the saying, "Only you can't think of it, it can't appear here." As for forcing others to dance? Suji guessed that it had something to do with the thoughts of the people dancing in the bar. His goal this time was for the characteristics of these evil gods. As an amalgamation of the thoughts of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of living beings, it had actually formed a mysterious characteristic similar to rules. Time, space, mind, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Suji thought about it for a long time. The abilities of a new human being were based on the special rules of the evil gods. Such a new transcendent species with law fragments could be said to have infinite potential. After all, this was a unique entertainment world that coexisted with a large number of players. Moreover, the flow of time was only 1 year to 1 year. Naturally, the indigenous creatures in this world were not from the traditional world. "Malaki, I actually came to you because I have something to discuss with you." Suji thought for a moment and said, "I hope you can issue a task to the entire novice village. The task is for each evil race to explain in detail the dream they had when they came in, as well as their own characteristics. Also, compile them into a set of data and give it to me." Malaki was slightly surprised and couldn't help but ask excitedly, "You want to study the nature of the evil gods? The cause of the various characteristics?" He used to have the sweet dream god, so he naturally knew that the dream when he came in was the sweet dream god descending into the brain of an ordinary person to start the evil race ritual, and that dream was the effect of awakening a person's deepest experience, pain, obsession, and restraint, producing the characteristics of the evil god. Now, this was collecting data to study the mechanism of the various evil god characteristics. Malaki instantly had goosebumps all over his body. Wasn't this the vision and method that existences at the level of Mother Earth and by Xiaoxing should have? Study the mechanism of the origin? Was he going to create some kind of evil god characteristic, or create a new race? It wasn't that he didn't know that becoming the primogenitor of a race was a route to Tao integration. For example, the demon god Medusa back then, and the evil ancestor Sweet Dream god today. He's definitely not a simple giant of the three realms. Malaki's imagination ran wild and he became more and more shocked. "Back then, he was able to find me before Mother Green Vine. Can you do it?" Suji asked calmly, not knowing what Malaki was thinking. "Yes, it's possible." Malaki took a deep breath, and his gaze became more serious. "But, there must be a reward for issuing the mission. As for the reward, there's no problem." Suji was already prepared, and he threw out a spatial ring. There are some simple alchemy equipment and materials inside, which can be used as the reward for the players. To Suji, these low-level alchemy materials were just a matter of accelerating the reproduction of a batch of species. "Okay." Malaki nodded. Peter and the others were shocked, and they were at a loss. The village chief of the novice village seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with a mysterious high-level NPC. This was a new mission. Suji smiled and suddenly said, "This is the first thing. The second thing is a great disaster. It seems like there are still 10 years, but it's just a snap of the fingers. You should know what you're facing." "Understood." 10 years. Later, there will be a continuous frost storm that lasts for 30 years. Malaki took a deep breath. But this is just the first batch of closed beta. Soon, the official open beta will begin, and there will be more and more. Although the evil race has just risen, within 10 years, we are confident that there will be 300,000 players above level 40, 300,000 level 4 powerhouses and above. Suji thought about it. It was not bad. Level 4 powerhouses scattered all over the place, building shelters, and protecting the people. It was not a bad idea. Suji left in small steps, not disturbing the development of these players. Look at the native online games, how serious, simple, leveling up and killing monsters, purely as a cultivation system to improve their own realm. Look at the online games on Earth, there are a lot of fancy tricks. This kind of simple atmosphere must not be polluted. In fact, the reason why the nature of the research was that Suji suspected that the nature of these evil gods' ability was in some sense a level 9 characteristic, the phenomenon of the law. The strange ability they had was some kind of natural Taoist art that was refined to the molecular level. After all, the thoughts of tens of millions and hundreds of millions of people gathered together. This itself is also a kind of calculation in a sense. This might not only be a matter of researching new humans, but also to improve the world of food and to explore the unknown level 9 realm. In the living room, Suji opened his eyes. He opened the washing machine and took out the clothes. If the level 8 is the lowest level of a space civilization, then the level 9 is a completely different space civilization. After temporarily finishing the daily work of creating new species, he stretched and pushed the door open. There was a mahogany chair in front of the door, and a group of strange little monsters were chattering. F***ck. The god of creation is here again. I heard that the god of sweet dreams in the 3 realms wanted to peek at the famous scene, the god of creation eating an apple, but he died instantly. You have to know that it's a level 8 saint, and an immortal evil god. As expected, watching the god of creation is the privilege of the players. Ha 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 ha. Brothers. Don't stop me. I want to take another look. Seeing it is a good thing. Suji sat on the chair and looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it was about to rain. If he had not blocked the sky of the evolution sandbox, they would probably see the same scene as the sorcerer world, a thick layer of clouds covering the distant sky, and they would inevitably discover the truth. They lived on the same land as the sorcerer world. I don't know if it's lucky or not, but in the past 2 months, there have only been a few light drizzles in the orchard. But as winter approaches, a cold wave with rain comes, and it's the fiercest kind. Not only the sorcerer world needs to think of a way to isolate the evolution sandbox and the sorcerer community, how troublesome. Suji took a deep breath. There's no need to change the location. When winter comes, it'll be the evolution sandbox outside. These guys will naturally evolve to resist the cold, and they'll all be bald cockroaches. Even if they change the environment, the new creatures that come out may be a new path. He looked at the sky. Suji took a deep breath and looked at the dark clouds. His gaze turned solemn. They've started to prepare to resist, and I'm about to start too. Ding, game announcement, this game is about to undergo server maintenance. It will be forcefully offline in half an hour. Players, please be prepared. Before anyone could react, they were in an uproar. F***ck. This hardcore game has a conscience? What happened to the 3 seconds of forced offline? You've changed. You're not the game development team that I knew. Instantly, countless people sat in front of their computers and shouted. The forum was instantly swept up by a storm. Very quickly, stop maintenance became the 3rd most searched topic on Weibo. Suji was speechless. You guys scolded me when I didn't make an announcement, and now that I've made an announcement, you guys scolded me even more. In the next half an hour, he had nothing to do. He didn't even dry the clothes in the washing machine. He even brought the clothes that he left in the orchard yesterday back into the house. He also moved the battery-powered scooter back into the house. Then, he went out for a few rounds in the village. The village was filled with middle-aged and elderly people. There were only a few old people scattered around, and the young people had all gone out to work. Who would come back if they had the means? It was a typical retention village. Many houses and land were uninhabited, and it was quite deserted. After a leisurely walk around, Suji finally felt a little emotional. Previously, he didn't want to be a young man working hard in the city to buy a house and marry a wife. Now, he was living a comfortable life. Every day, he would farm in the orchard, raise the gods and celestial emperor, and explore the next stage of the universe civilization. Occasionally, he would observe the situation of the insectoid explorer's flight in the universe, emperor, tick-tock. It still rained. He returned to the orchard lazily, looked at the 30-square-meter wizard community and the evolution sandbox, and reached out. It's almost here. I need to build a small shield to protect it. Whoosh, in the sky above this piece of land, a translucent light blue shield slowly appeared. It was just a shield of 60 square meters, and as a celestial emperor, it was naturally easy to bear. In the end, it came a little later than everyone expected. The dripping rain stopped. After more than 10 minutes, in the short span of a dozen seconds, the sky instantly turned into bean-sized raindrops with a boom, turning into a torrential downpour, gushing down. Not bad. Suji sat on a chair under the eaves of the courtyard, took a bite of fruit, and looked at this rainstorm quietly. He actually felt the peace of the years, feeling the cool and refreshing rain. This means that winter in the orchard is about to begin, a brand new environment. His gaze shifted. The entire sorcerer world had turned into a vast white world, and the curtain of rain was majestic. Boom! Attack! Suji looked up as he nibbled on an apple. The entire orchard was an extremely spectacular scene. Ancient sages stood in the sky and joined forces to attack. The mighty power of the gods bloomed, and rays of light shone, turning into a huge protective shield, covering the entire sorcerer world. It blocked the impact, but part of it still poured down and slowly flowed into the earth. Ermin said slowly. It was impossible to resist it forever. After 30 long years, the people of the entire land would eventually have to adapt. Boom, under the protective shield of the demonic world, a gap began to appear. There were a total of 360 water columns, like a kindergarten slide. A large amount of water gushed down, along the spiral energy pipes, and poured into the entire land. Whoosh, the terrifying rain fell, turning into a tsunami that spread in all directions, like a magnificent scene from an eternal myth, washing away the nearby ring cities. The high-rise buildings reinforced with special materials did not collapse, but soon the entire land was submerged by the flood, up to the 3rd floor. Countless land beasts began to be washed away. The cold water quickly took away the body heat of the animals, and a huge winter ocean quickly formed under their feet, as if an eternal ice age had completely arrived, in the huge farm. Mom. Our family's field. A little girl pulled her mother. Nervously, looking at the washed crops outside, and cried anxiously. It's okay, it's good to be alive. Her mother looked distressed. Boom, in the city. Despite the complete protection, some buildings still collapsed, the people in the buildings were buried alive, and some people were washed away by the huge white torrent. Attack! Peter and the others were frantically rescuing. In the distance, on the other side, the evil races were also frantically attacking, and the entire land quickly became busy. They have been preparing for a long time, it should be fine. It's just a rainstorm near night. Suji smiled and went back to sleep. After all, he was about to fall asleep. Early the next morning. The bed suddenly became a few degrees colder, making people feel like they didn't want to get up. He quickly put on his clothes and pushed open the door. The ground was wet, and a cold and wet chill hit his face. The weather suddenly seemed to have completely entered winter, and the world seemed to have become cold in an instant. Yesterday, people still wore long-sleeved and thin coats. Now, they had to put on a thick coat to resist the cold. After a night of rain, the demon realm is having a hard time. Suji raised his head and looked over. The population of the demon realm was reduced by 30% in an instant. One must know that this was under the protection of all their efforts. After all, it had been a long 30 years of frost and rain. The entire land, people had no way to live, and countless creatures had frozen to death. However, the next days will be more difficult. The winter has completely arrived, and this will be a winter era that will last more than 10,000 years. Although Suji was no longer afraid of the cold, he still habitually put on a black coat and glanced at the sand table in the distance. The ground is still wet. After this rain, it should be 5 or 6 degrees. The cold wind was biting cold. Suji stood at the door with a thick coat draped over his shoulders. For Dong City, a very ordinary cold wave and a night of torrential rain. For this land, a new extraordinary era has begun. If it was an ordinary cold winter that descended slowly, then it was still acceptable. After all, there was food and crops. But this 30 years of frost and torrential rain, as the prelude to the cold winter era, truly washed the land. The seeds of food and livestock were all destroyed overnight, and in these 30 years, the mortals hid indoors. In the specialized shelters of the city's skyscrapers, not only was it extremely crowded, but they also ate all the stored food. Now, there was basically no food left. Although a lot of preparations had been made, 30% of the population had died. The beginning of this cold winter is an era of poverty. Suji sighed. The 10,000-year-long ice age, the harsh environment of the demon world, can now really be called the demon world. These things were not something he could stop. Suji looked at the entire land. It was wet and very quiet. The mortals trembled as they walked out of the shelters. Looking at the desolate land, they could not help but feel numb. It was hard to imagine their future. The suffering and natural disasters of the era, mortals could not resist, they could only endure. The elites were also exhausted. They walked out of the shelter with pale eyes. We survived. 30 years, for mortals, is already a lifetime. For us, it is equivalent to a few months of life. But, these few months are enough for us to remember for the rest of our lives. Even some of the major sects of the Three Realms, Mount Shu Sword Immortals, and the Great Zhou dynasty joined in the rescue. This was too difficult. The few people from the Martial God Palace were also pale. Obviously, they had overdrawn their physical strength. As the Martial God Emperor, what did overdrawing their physical strength mean? It was hard to imagine. They quietly looked up at the sky. What a full 30 years of physical training. Early morning. It was chilly in the orchard. A new ice age. It is death, but it also contains life. There are many things waiting to be done. We can wait for the future. One day, and we will see how it develops. Suji pondered for a moment and opened his palm. Let's take advantage of this day. Voila, an exquisite black book the size of a fingernail slowly floated in the air. This was the information Malachi had sent him. Although it looked small, it was already very large to them. In fact, the entire book was comparable to a large wardrobe. Since it's a new beginning, it's time to research and create a new world, the third sand table world, the world of gourmet cuisine, and the genes of the new humans. The world of ancient wood was not around, so it did not have any energy. At present, there were only two worlds, the Three Realms and the lava world. The delicacy world was a special world within the body, similar to the inner world of Dao Chongqing, the immortal world. When it comes to a new world, we have to release new species. Let's release these players. Suji stretched out his hand, and the protective shield that shrouded the evolution sand table and the wizard community slowly disappeared. Due to the protection of the shield, the place was not wet by the night's rain. However, it was still very cold. The cold air rushed into the sand table, and the temperature dropped drastically. Ding, update complete, winter version online. The players came online one after another. A group of strangely shaped animals and plants shuddered uncontrollably. Looking around, the ground was obviously dry, but the air was abnormally humid and chilly. F***CK. The new version of the ship is 2F** King Cold. Ice Age? Is it a synchronized update in response to the Ice Age in the demon world? It's so humane. I like the production team. It's boring to always be the same. I've long wanted a new environment for evolution. Brothers, I've tested it. It's too cold now. The seawater is frozen. It's probably only a few degrees, but it's so cold that there's no way to enter. This is like swimming in winter. Then we'll start all over again. If the spores enter, there's a high chance that they'll freeze to death in the ice water. The difficulty of evolution has greatly increased, but it's more challenging. You know, the Cambrian biological explosion on Earth back then. Get lost. The faces of the people next to him darkened. Damn Baldy, don't bring me along. If we really have to start all over again, I want to boil water and evolve in it. I want to build a greenhouse and live in it. A plant shook its leaves in a gentle and refined manner. Shut up. Let's go make a fire together. Go catch a few slimes and use their ahogue to pull the bellows. Hurry up and warm up. Brothers of the trees over there, contribute your bodies. Faced with the ice and snow version of the evolution sand table, their first reaction was not to evolve a species that could resist the cold. Instead, they built a house, started a fire to warm up, and boiled water for baths. They had just started working, and it would not be long before they started the fire. It's over. My species can't take it anymore. Some species really could not stand the cold. Brother, don't be afraid. After you die in our stomachs, we'll boil a pot of water for you. The difficulty of evolution for spores in warm water is greatly reduced. In a simple wooden house, a player immediately used a clay pot to boil water and stirred the large vat with a stick. In the blink of an eye, a few large vats were boiling warm water. They slowly stirred the water with a wooden stick, as if they were boiling soup. There were already spores evolving in the water. Suji? He was completely dumbfounded. The evolution environment of the species in the world of ice and snow was clearly a new beginning. It was very challenging. They might even be able to create new ice creatures with potential. In the end, they just built a house, boiled water, and evolved in a hot pot. The internet went crazy. The weather was very cold, and the comments were very lively. Ha 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 ha. Look, the god of creation sitting on the chair is also dumbfounded. What are the little ants in my orchard doing? The god of creation knows nothing about evolution. This is an artificially created evolutionary environment. The high-tech civilization on Earth can not only boil water and evolve in it, but also create ice water and all kinds of artificial environments to evolve new species. At this time, the Alchemy Emperor, who had not been seen for a long time, actually appeared. The mixed origin thunderclap hand was about to evolve into a Kuan. Everyone, I'm going to announce my return. Just as everyone was chatting in full swing, a sudden sentence instantly blew up the atmosphere. This was very shocking news. The Alchemy Emperor had disappeared for the longest time. The Akina mountain car had been back for so long. This big shot was finally going to return to the game world? Is it because the former realm of demons has become a century of ice and snow? The people have no way to live, and there are so many disasters and disasters? The Alchemy Emperor has returned to the realm of demons? Is it because he wants to find his disciple, Ermin, the Underworld Emperor, and develop the master-disciple story between Xiaolongnu and Gua? Marry a god as his wife? Shameless. JPG, Medusa, ha ha ha. Stupid Grantham, you're back? Finally, you can avenge yourself. After suppressing me for so many years, the Alchemy Emperor sneered. You're just a loser. Then, he casually glanced at the 110,000 Celestial Emperor cells and died. Everyone was talking about it. This big shot had returned for no reason. There was definitely a conspiracy. Everyone was discussing it passionately. But no matter what, the Alchemy Emperor really returned and instantly went online. Just when everyone thought that he was going to come up with some crazy and heaven-defying species like the Akina mountain car that had been planning for a long time, he asked the other players to help him make a pot of warm water and provide food to be spores in it. Everyone was full of anticipation. He was probably going to evolve into some kind of greenhouse species. Unexpectedly, after a while, this big shot easily turned into the octopus monster from before. He had miner's hands and miner's shovels. It was still the familiar style of making bicycles back then. Big shot, what are you doing? Someone asked. Where's your new species? My new species won't evolve so easily. Li Jiangjiang smiled and turned into an octopus. He started to take over the people and fiddled with the bottles in the room. He pointed at the pot of hot water and said, who's going to die? In the water tank, as spores, you can come in and try to evolve. Everyone was shocked. Looking at his style, the octopus looked like an evil dark wizard. With the bottles and cans, he fiddled with a jar and let the spores evolve inside. Was this the life-evil alchemy? Everyone shuddered and were dumbfounded. Damn, this was a new alchemy version. Experimenting with a potion in a large vat and letting the spores evolve inside? Is he trying to fuse the spores into his alchemy? Speaking of life alchemy, they couldn't help but think of the evil wizard who researched life synthesis and created this orc species with a harpy's body. Soon, Li Jiangjiang began to turn into an evil wizard in the snowy laboratory. It seems that he has been planning for a long time. He chose a special era and is going to enter? Su Ji sat on a chair and began to ponder and collect the information that Malachi handed over. He kept flipping through it, looking forward to his species. Everyone outside the house was in an uproar. In fact, everyone had been discussing a suspicious point. Back then, the slime alchemy emperor had disappeared for too long, a full 2 months. This was no longer the time for him to take a breather. Could it be that he had something to do in reality and couldn't leave, or was he checking his water meter, or was he hatching a big plan? There were all kinds of opinions. If it wasn't for him occasionally appearing on the forum and participating in some real-time comments, everyone would have thought that he was dead. In fact, Li Jiangjiang was indeed busy. After he left the game, he chose not to start a second life, unlike other traditional players. He chose to develop reality. As an entrepreneur, he was a man of action. After all, the development of civilization and technology on Earth was the top priority. He also understood the significance of this. To put it in a grand way, it was a great feat to benefit mankind and future generations. After all, it was true. The future of the Earth would change because of this. Before, he had no clue. But the emergence of martial arts in the 3 realms gave him a vague idea. However, there were 2 problems in the martial arts system. First, one had to have spiritual energy to nourish the body. Second, one had to have divine thoughts to look inside the body and carry out all-round training. For spiritual energy, he studied alchemy and successfully formulated a special medicine. Combined with some ancient Chinese medicine prescriptions and countless precious herbs, it could barely be considered a solution. It could nourish the body, but the effect was extremely poor. He even guessed that the ancient people also wanted to develop in this direction. That was why there was such a prototype. However, the second problem was to replace divine thoughts to look inside the body. How could it be easy? This was the most difficult part. The ancient martial artists studied the prescriptions to nourish the body. It was definitely because of divine thoughts that they couldn't take this step. Modern technology could barely do it. X-rays were the most common method, but it couldn't be refined to every tiny muscle group and bone. To be refined to that extent, one might have to dissect a human, to see where the muscles were not trained and carry out a comprehensive training plan. The essence of martial arts was the evolution of the whole body. However, dissecting and then stitching back to continue training, wasn't that a joke? On the path of scientific progress, there would always be many problems. In the end, Li Jiangjiang combined alchemy and created a complex electrical signal detection. The feedback from the electric shock therapy was like a radar scanning the resistance of the body. Only then could he barely start training. However, there were many small details that he couldn't train. This was already his limit, until now, when they tested it themselves, they finally realized that the technology on Earth had barely reached a very low threshold. The gap between Earth and the 3 realms was huge. Li Jiangjiang whispered and looked at the surrounding players. The cultivation system in the real world is barely done. I can start training, but the effect is very poor. After training, the body will still transform. After 7 or 8 years, I will be able to reach the 3rd level and will be able to replace those simple equipment. Divine thoughts of the first person in the early stage is the most difficult. After that, people can learn the martial arts sects of the 3 realms. The master will guide the disciple and use his divine will to scan and guide the newcomer. However, although it seems like there are sprouts, the cultivation of martial arts is the most difficult and the most solid of all the systems. If this continues, it will be impossible to become an expert without dozens of years. Li Jiangjiang stirred the big stick and looked at the slightly warm water tank. He silently sorted out his thoughts. He also saw the future that Su Ji saw. Now, I just spent some precious time to plant a seed. It will only bloom in a decade or so. By then, who knows what Earth will look like. Li Jiangjiang stirred the big stick and looked at the slightly warm water tank. He silently sorted out his thoughts. He also saw the future that Su Ji saw. After he was done with the matters outside, he finally chose to come back in. Gurgle, he boiled the warm water and let the creatures evolve in it. Then, he let the various evolved creatures in the sand table take some skin flakes and tissues for him to study. He fiddled with them as if he was researching some kind of alchemy potion. Everyone outside cried out in alarm. Damn, this is the big boss not prepared at all. He's only starting to study his new potential species now? Then what has he been busy with for the past 2 months? Right now, he's going to study all of our potential species as alchemy materials. Is he going to open an alchemy lab here? Fuse alchemy using the method of life alchemy? Evolve a new species? It was like an evil wizard fiddling with a large vat and adding all kinds of potions to let the species evolve and take shape. The ice and snow version of the evolutionary sand table. The alchemy big boss has also brought us a new evolved version of his ship. Everyone watched for a while. The big boss seems to be very ambitious. I don't know what he's up to, but it can't be done in a short time. Everyone also reacted. Studying the hundreds of potential species in the entire sand table? Mixing alchemy potions here and experimenting on the spot? This was a huge amount of work, which showed the ambition. Otherwise, with the level of this big boss, it would be very fast to breed a potential species in. I think he's going to study a life that transcends time. After everyone exclaimed in surprise, the initial ecstasy was quickly replaced by dullness. After watching for a while, they began to get busy with their own things again. However, they also had a new idea. The ordinary evolution path of extraordinary species was very difficult. Perhaps they should add some potions? Boil a pot of potion and evolve spores in it. The protagonist of the new world might not only be humans. It can no longer be limited to humans. Suji sat on the chair with a calm expression as he looked at the evil god's nature information. The essence of the evil god was the convergence of the thoughts of hundreds of millions of ordinary creatures, forming a special life form. Therefore, they had a certain powerful law phenomenon, such as the sweet dream characteristic of the god of sweet dreams, the time worm's time characteristic, the void serpent's ultimate characteristic, time, space, wind, fire, thunder, charm. Although they were the convergence of thoughts, they were similar to plants, insects, and fish. They could also become spirits, gain intelligence, and become intelligent life forms. Then, new humans, it's decided. Suji took a deep breath and looked at the mechanical armor in the distance, the 600,000 small mechanical cubes. The Zerg Queen's personal guards are you. It's time for you to enter the era of reincarnation. He stretched out his hand slightly. Crash, the entire mechanical armor quickly disassembled, turning into a black metal storm. Poof, it spun and condensed, turning into a dark and mysterious hollow ring. It was covered with densely packed stripes, and the snow-white and black light intertwined. It was Meng Mei's incense dragon vein formation. It could absorb the energy of all thoughts and gather them. Meng Mei created an online game, allowing players to go online, remotely control them, and be indestructible. Suji looked up at the huge mysterious ring floating above the living room. And I created reincarnation. The gourmet world. Following Suji's breakthrough to the Celestial Emperor realm, the entire inner space had expanded to become vast and boundless, comparable to Dao Chongqing's celestial world. To the players of the sorcerer community, this was a small world that they could quickly explore to the end of. However, it was now vast and filled with danger. Describing it as struggling at death's door was the most appropriate way to describe how difficult life was now. The surrounding flora and fauna were flourishing, and the green leaves were exuberant. Tall mountains, earth, mountain ranges, rivers, everything was magnificent. Whether it was flowers, grass, insects, or fish, all the living things in this world had one thing in common: delicious. At this time, there had already been 4 rounds of PvP in the sorcerer community combat competition. 4 batches of players had entered in turns, continuously enriching the evolution of the gourmet species. The gourmet world could be said to be the world with the richest foundation in the early stages. Many gourmet species had even reached rank 3 or 4, gaining intelligence and beginning to transform into demons. The top 3 of the 4th generation PvP combat competition will be able to enter the gourmet world. In other words, there are 3 servers, a total of 3,000 people. Suji's gaze swept across, confirming the unknown end number. There are only 300 people left. The rest have all left the game, and only their evolved gourmet species are left to reproduce and survive. The gourmet world was huge, and the players were used to hiding. One of the characteristics of hiding was to live in groups, curling up in a corner. Suji did not pay attention to them. I have to remodel the world, a new world rule, the main character of this era. Suji walked slowly among the mountains and grass, smiling faintly. I can try to create a soul of life. Walking from world to world, Suji was actually slowly improving. Previously, it was just a simple fusion of genes to create life. In the lava world, he started to try to modify the human brain, fusing the human brain into the system chip, achieving a half-flesh, half-silicon-based life form. This was already a life modification technique for the brain. Then what was the root of the brain? What was the most mysterious origin of life? The soul. How could a pure flesh brain, or even a silicon-based computer chip, produce a soul? The soul was the root of life's taboo. Perhaps only the true creator could understand the forbidden domain. Suji still couldn't understand it, but that didn't stop him from trying to create a new soul and inject it into his body. A true creator would create a soul and a body, and be able to read any password. The amount of knowledge required is terrifying, and I'm obviously far from being able to do that. However, I'm not directly creating a soul. The thoughts of all living beings seem to have given me a new idea. Suji looked at the huge ring. There were close to 600,000 mechanical Rubik's cubes. The convergence of thoughts will give birth to a specific creature. Then, it will gain intelligence and become a demon. That's a brand new soul. In fact, this was not the only way to create a soul. The first was to reach the 4th rank and naturally gain intelligence. It was the same for becoming a demon. As long as an animal with beastly instincts or a plant without intelligence was placed into the dense inner space, it would absorb the essence of the sun and moon and become a demon. Before reaching the 4th level, it would possess intelligence. However, this kind of creating a soul was almost impossible to achieve on a large scale. The energy required was too great. But the thoughts of all living beings don't have this limitation. I only need a huge amount of basic living beings. After thinking about it, the mechanical Rubik's cubes perfectly fit the bill. Although there are only 600,000, and most of them only have beast-like instincts, the 1st rank Rubik's cubes don't have intelligence. But beasts can also emit incense and thoughts. It's definitely enough. He quietly looked at the mysterious black and white ring of light. Among the 600,000, there are 20,000 4th rank Rubik's cubes. These 20,000 should be the best of the best. Suji took a deep breath. I'll officially start the soul test to create life. Just like those evil gods, not only will they have intelligence, but they will also have powerful laws. Suffering, dreams, unwillingness, these obsessions will become characteristics. It's better to let you experience life once. Suji closed his eyes and sat quietly, looking at the huge ring made up of more than 600,000 parts. Who am I? In a muddle-headed state, a consciousness blankly looked at the surrounding darkness. It seemed to have some vague memories. It seemed to have been training mechanically, and then reached the 4th rank, and then inexplicably became a tree. Wait, what was the 4th rank? It didn't know why this term appeared in its mind. Walala, it was surrounded by lush green, and it was a dense forest. At this moment, it was a tree, standing quietly and growing up. Countless birds and beasts came and went, some nibbling its leaves, cute birds nesting on its head, becoming its neighbors. It was a cute little bird that had given birth to a nest of cute baby birds. They had become his neighbors. They seemed to have powerful abilities and were constantly evolving. Gradually, they were able to speak and communicate with each other. Occasionally, they would talk to him. It could only listen. For the first time, a desire appeared in its heart. Ah, how it wished it could speak, to communicate with a neighbor on its head. As a silent tree, mute is so lonely. One day, that bird fought with a powerful beast, spewing water flames and light. That bird defeated the beast, but it was also heavily injured. Before that bird died, it returned to its nest on the tree, looked at its baby birds, and said, I am going to die. My children will die without anyone to take care of them. You should be very lonely. Death, what was death? No, don't die. Don't live alone. It could only watch helplessly as the bird died. After that, the little birds on the tree nest were eaten by an ordinary wild beast that passed by. It could only watch helplessly as the bloody scene unfolded. It couldn't protect its neighbors. It couldn't do anything. Yes, it couldn't do anything. It began to have a second desire, hoping that one day, it could move, to protect its friends. The days continued to advance, and after an unknown period of time, it also withered, too tired, and finally welcomed death. It was camped by a group of strange creatures, who carried axes, directly chopped it, and threw it into the firewood to burn. Would barbecue, it's quite fragrant, add some cumin. Before it died, it heard one last voice. Fire, what a terrifying thing. Voila, when it opened its eyes again, it appeared in a dark space. The exquisite, pitch-black shrine was flanked by exquisite totem-black pillars. A mysterious humanoid figure sat high up above, shrouded in a dense fog, making it impossible to see its true appearance. In the distance, there was a huge mysterious wheel slowly spiraling in the air. It was grand and magnificent, covering the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if this was the origin of the entire world, containing the boundless laws of the world. What was even stranger was that the wheel was made up of countless small squares. They were densely packed together, and each exquisite square had a serial number written on it. It seemed that each of them was unique. Who was below? The mysterious existence on the top was holding a black gorgeous book, constantly flipping through. Let me see the book of life and death, number 19476, first life as a grass, second life as a tree. Eh? It has actually developed its own characteristics? Let me see where your true reincarnation name is. The mysterious existence slowly stretched out its palm, moving the entire mysterious and gorgeous black wheel, finally coming to a square, on which was written the number 19476, seemed to have developed some kind of special mark. It had a vague feeling that among the countless cubes, the sleeping cube's 19476 was its true self, and that each of its lives was just a big dream of the sleeping cubes. What am I? What exactly am I? First life? Second life? Was I a grass before? It could not help but ask loudly. It instinctively felt that this was the greatest mysterious existence in the world. It was the gear of fate that controlled all things, the origin and death of life. Sitting on the chair, the mysterious existence let out a soft sigh. It has actually developed the intelligence to think about its own existence. As expected, with each reincarnation, its obsession becomes stronger. Let me think, I should also have the right to know. Another day, I will build a 3 lives stone in the distance. I will be able to see my past. 3 lives, 3 lives. It has already developed characteristics. What kind of characteristics is it? Forget it, as time passes, it will naturally become clear. The voice was languid, it was still muttering to itself, fortunately not thinking about it. It passed over a bowl of soup. Drink it, you can forget all the troubles of this life, all the love and hate, all the memories, and start a new life, since you have already begun to have your own self. Then in your 3rd life, reincarnate as an animal. Reincarnate as an animal? It did not react and quickly drank the bowl of soup. Gradually, it became muddle-headed, as if it had forgotten something. It turned into a zombie and instinctively approached the ring, entering the mysterious pitch-black hole. Another voice sounded in its ear. Enter the cycle of reincarnation and become an animal. What you become in your next life depends on your fate. The mysterious existence sat leisurely on the chair and slowly flipped through the book of life and death. Go. Boom, it leaped lightly, as if falling into an endless abyss. Who am I? In a muddle-headed state, a consciousness stared blankly at the darkness around it. The light gradually became brighter. It chirped and turned into a bird. On its nest on the cliff, there was a gentle mother bird who kept feeding it. After more than a month, it gradually began to try to fly. Whoosh, it was surrounded by lush greenery and a dense forest. It began to fly continuously and found that it seemed to have some special characteristics. Its whole body could emit flames. It was a special ability. Am I also like that bird? Am I starting to have special abilities? Wait, am I also? It did not know why this thought popped up in its mind. As the days passed, it continued to grow, transform, and evolve. It could even speak. According to the normal process, it should find a female bird and start a glorious life. However, it always had a strange feeling in its heart. It kept flying around alone until one day, it saw a fish in the river. It actually had a mysterious feeling and felt very close to it. It was as if its whole life was to find it. You seem very familiar. I feel like I have seen you before. The fish jumped out of the clear river and said so. As the days passed, it began to pass by every time it hunted and talked to the fish. It was very happy. The fish also had a special ability of light in the water, just like the bird before. Wait, why am I? A strange scene appeared in its mind again. Days passed. The peaceful days were very happy. One day, the beautiful fish with colorful scales suddenly opened its mouth. It jumped out of the water and said cheerfully, "The water is a prison. I want to see the world in the sky, the free and vast sky." A fish also has the determination to yearn for the sky. Okay. It gently carried the fish in its mouth and flew in the sky. "Ah!" Yor exclaimed loudly, and her eyes revealed an intoxicated look. "It's so beautiful. I feel like I've been to the sky. How should I put it? It's a special sense of déjà vu. I also have this feeling towards you. It's as if we've experienced 3 lifetimes before we can truly see that it's 10 miles of peach blossoms." Suddenly, they flew past a peach blossom forest. It was a beautiful sight. The fish was completely amazed. It swayed its beautiful multicolored tail, which was dazzling under the sunlight. "Ah! This world is simply too magical. I can say that under the sun, above the peach forest, there is a pair of..." Puff, a sharp arrow flew over, fiercely piercing through the bird and the fish. It quickly fell to the ground and smashed into a tree. A group of strange-looking creatures walked out. "Haha! 2 birds with 1 stone. Who else but me? Hey, why did you give me a fish? And even shed tears? Even fish and birds are showing off their love? Start a fire and burn them. Add some cumin and let them smell like single dogs." Its consciousness gradually blurred. When it woke up, it discovered that it had arrived at this land again. That once lonely and barren pitch-black land was now filled with flowers and some buildings. It had become more complete. A mysterious existence shrouded in black fog was leisurely sprinkling water with a watering can. Wait, again, I've been here before. Its mind was confused again. Why were there all sorts of strange fragments flashing by? 19476. That mysterious existence said lazily, "As per your suggestion, I made a stone of 3 lives far away. The stone of 3 lives records everyone's past and present lives. You can go take a look and understand after you die. Then, you can drink the soup." In the distance, there was a mysterious blue stone with the word "Stone of 3 Lives" written on it. The words on the stone were as red as blood. At the top, there were 4 big words: "Reach the shore early." "Oh right, it's useless to tell you all this. You've long forgotten about me." That mysterious existence smiled. Suddenly, its expression changed slightly as if it had sensed something. "You still remember some fragments of your past life? Vaguely dreaming of this scene? How is this possible?" "Unbelievable, unbelievable." That mysterious existence put down the watering can and took out the book of life and death. It looked at the records and information on it as if it was studying some special phenomenon. "Is that so? In the first life, you were a grass and she was a flower. In the second life, you were a tree and she was a bird. In the third life, you were a bird and she was a fish." That mysterious existence stared at him seriously for a long time. "So, it turns out that you have already developed an obsession in your very first life. This obsession is a unique trait of yours. To think that you would be able to resist the erasure of memory and remember some of the memories from your previous life, allowing you to find the other party. You sure are a unique trait of yours." "Yes, I completely remember." It remained silent as it looked at the stone of 3 lives. Scenes from its past life appeared. Only then did it completely remember both its past and present lives. This was a love of 3 lives. It was as if some invisible force had drawn them across the farthest shackles of reincarnation. Every time they reincarnated, they would be able to find each other. Only, do I remember some of it? It was silent for a while. "Yes, you are the only one who remembers." The mysterious existence revealed a faint smile, full of interest. "No, she also remembers." It couldn't help but say loudly. No, she doesn't remember. She just instinctively has a good impression of you. It seems that she was affected by your unique characteristic and has some instinctive good impression of you. The mysterious existence smiled. However, because of this unique characteristic, you might be the only living being in the entire world who knows about the spacetime and the existence of reincarnation. You've forgotten everything else after drinking the soup. At the very least, you haven't developed any similar characteristics yet. I am the only one who remembers you. It trembled. Interesting, isn't it? That mysterious existence handed over a bowl of soup. Start again. Fate is a reincarnation. Since you're so special, in your next life, I'll let you become a human and reincarnate into the human path. What is a human? It's more convenient to be a human. That existence just smiled and picked up the kettle again. Other living beings bitterly cultivate for at least 10 lifetimes, up to 40 lifetimes, in exchange for a chance to reincarnate as a human. You've only cultivated for 3 lifetimes, in exchange for a life as a human. You have to learn to work hard and cherish it. In the same amount of time, how can others cultivate for so many more lives than me? It couldn't help but say loudly. This world is divided into 3 layers, and the flow of time in each layer is different. That voice slowly said, you all live in different time dimensions and enjoy the fate of reincarnation. What? In its eyes, a horrifying real world had completely opened its curtains. Who am I? In a muddle-headed state, a consciousness blankly looked at the surrounding darkness, and the light gradually brightened. Woo-woo, accompanied by the mother's sweaty figure, in the simple wooden house of the tribe, a baby's cry suddenly sounded. Wah! It's a boy. A surprised voice came from afar. In this barbaric primitive tribe, a boy was the best choice. I wonder what his innate talent is. A tall and majestic man slowly said. 10 years. Time was always merciless. Time passed slowly. Ha 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 ha, the wood made a banging sound. A burly man passed by, bare-shouldered, carrying a huge beast. He laughed and said, Ada, are you working hard again? Yes. Third uncle. The 10-year-old showed a determined look. Third uncle shook his head. Ada had been smart since he was a child. He could talk at the age of 2, which surprised everyone. They were ecstatic. They thought he was a genius, the hope of the whole tribe. But as time went by, they found that Ada's talent was just a weak flame. I am congenitally deficient, he took a deep breath. He had this feeling in his heart. Others had to spend countless years of accumulation to become a human, but he had only spent a short amount of time. His accumulation of talent was not enough. Not only that, his flammability was indeed weak. It was countless times worse than other people with similar flame talents. Since he was a child, some vague scenes flashed in his mind, which made him more intelligent than others. He had been working hard since he was a child, but he could only catch up with his peers. Second rank. He clenched his fists. 20 years had passed. Although he had worked hard, he could not compare to the outstanding life of his peers. He had only reached the 3rd stage. However, his hard work, his early maturity, and his quick thinking had earned him the name of a wise man in the tribe. In a war with another tribe, he had followed a leader called Li Shuibai to fight and blocked a knife for him. He had died in the battle. He died a mediocre and ordinary death. But he did not regret it. He was too ordinary. Blocking a blade for the leader was perhaps his greatest value. It made the tribe prosper. Sigh, a lifetime of hard work, but in the end, I only end up mediocre? Some things can't be achieved with hard work. He looked at the sky unwillingly. His vision gradually turned dark. This time, he did not meet that. Voila, it was pitch black. The whole barren space became more prosperous. Previously, it had only been a rock, a great hall, and bright flowers growing all over it. Now, there was a bridge with the 2 words limbo written on it. He was silent for a moment. Standing on that rock, he saw his past and present lives. You are back again? The mysterious existence smiled. Look, I built a bridge. Isn't it beautiful? Bridge of helplessness? It's very pretty, and the name is also very good. But, there's nothing I can do. He lowered his gaze, as if he understood that fate was toying with him. That mysterious existence then handed over a bowl of soup and smiled. Most living beings cultivate bitterly for several lifetimes, accumulating merit and powerful cultivation before they can be reincarnated as humans. You died a rather useless death, but that's all right. It was a wonderful life. But in your next life, you won't be a human anymore. You'll return to being a wild beast, a plant spirit. I understand. He fell silent for a moment and drank the soup in one gulp. Then, he took large strides and jumped into samsara. He laughed loudly. The spider lilies bloom on the other shore, and I sigh helplessly on the bridge of helplessness. In this life, I have already forgotten what happened in the past. How can I say that I will stay with my old friends in the next life? The fifth life. He turned into a walking beast and dominated a part of the forest. His innate talent was too weak. He had matured earlier than his peers since he was young, accumulating some advantages and even taking in a few powerful disciples. In the end, he was still killed by humans and used as food, ending his ordinary and painful life. He had returned to the pitch-black cycle of reincarnation. This time, there was an additional stream under the bridge. It was even more complete. Every time he looked at that eternal and mysterious black and white wheel, he would always have a feeling of insignificance. He looked at the stone of 3 lives and understood his past and present lives. He suddenly came to a realization. It's been 2 times, and I haven't met her again. The 6th life. His obsession became stronger and stronger. His fire talent also began to become stronger, but the effects were very slow. In this life, he turned into a tree again, becoming the king of the entire forest. His roots stretched across the entire mountain range, eavesdropping on the wind and grass in the nearby mountains. At this time, his advantage as a tree showed itself. He had a long lifespan. Even if his talent wasn't good, he could slowly accumulate. His realm began to rise and he began to understand some things. There is reincarnation in the world. Reincarnation allows one to enter the 3 Taos. The previous human tribes lived in the Tao of mortals, and the flow of time was 10. Above it, there was the Tao of heaven, and the flow of time was 1. Below it, there was the Tao of animals, and the flow of time was 1. He knew how terrifying it was. The greatest difference is between the Tao of animals and the Tao of heaven. The Tao of heaven has the fastest flow of time. The Tao of animal has developed for a year, while the Tao of heaven has developed for 100 years. The civilization of the Tao of heaven is highly developed. Rumble, on this day, the sky was covered in dark clouds. An expert's hand crossed the boundary and came over. Eh? There is actually such a strong tree demon in the Tao of mortals? It must be extremely delicious. This was the last voice in his mind. He felt bitter in his heart. He had cultivated for countless years, but he was just food for other living beings. It was pitch black again. Each time he entered, it was completely different. The entire world seemed to have undergone a transformation. From a desolate place to the present, it was beautiful and complete. In the past, he had always come alone. Now, there was a group of living beings around him. They were queuing up with each other. Most of them were the most primitive life forms: flowers, birds, insects, fish, and some plants and flowers. Where is this? Where am I? They were whispering. Some of them had just developed intelligence and couldn't even speak properly. And behind the bridge of helplessness, there was another black platform. The structure was rather strange. It was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The face was like a bow, and the back was like a bowstring. On it were the words "Village Viewing Platform." There were many living beings queuing up. After crossing the bridge, there was a large screen on the platform. They stood on the platform and turned their heads to look. They could actually see their hometown and the living beings around them after they died. Many plants and animals that had become demons were crying bitterly. There was a row of ancient words written in calligraphy on the village viewing platform: "The ghosts are in a panic, their eyes wide open with tears streaming down their cheeks. Wives and children, old and young, snuggle beside the coffin, relatives and friends gather in the mourning hall." Village viewing platform. Looking back at his hometown, as he walked forward in confusion, he met that mysterious existence again. 19476. That existence sat at the top of the Black Temple and flipped open the Book of Life and Death. Not bad. The accumulation of this life is very strong. In the next life, you will be able to reincarnate into the Tao of Heaven. Celestial? He was startled. Yes, bitterly cultivating for several lifetimes, accumulating good results and cultivation, only then can you exchange for a lifetime of reincarnation as a human. And after bitterly cultivating for several lifetimes, you can be reincarnated as a celestial. You will be born into the most honorable race in the world. That mysterious existence said lightly. Celestial. He took a deep breath. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. He thought of the mysterious and terrifying celestial before he died. That celestial lived in the highest flow of time, crushing all powerful and terrifying creatures. If I become a celestial, can I see her? He suddenly asked. Obsession, is that your special characteristic? That mysterious existence wasn't surprised. He flipped through the Book of Life and Death again. If other creatures ask, I won't tell them because it's against the rules. As for you asking, I'll help you check. Although, other creatures won't ask about these things at all when they come here. Only you will ask. After flipping through the Book of Life and Death for a while, that mysterious existence said, she will be in the human realm. Celestials and mortals are different. The flow of time is too fast, so we won't meet. Then I won't go to the Tao of Heaven. I'm willing to reincarnate as a human. He bowed deeply. A trace of surprise flashed through the mysterious existence's eyes. Do you understand? The good results of several lifetimes of bitter cultivation will go to waste? You will clearly be reincarnated into a good life, born rich and above all things. I understand. He took a deep breath. That mysterious existence smiled. Right, do you see that the number of creatures in samsara has increased? He nodded. Previously, every time he came, he was alone. Now, the entire samsara began to line up, and it became crowded. Previously, only 20,000 of you, the most powerful beings, were the first to gain sentience, so only 2 or 3 of you would come at most. Now, the remaining 580,000 have been reincarnated for so many years, and have also begun to gain sentience. Therefore, the reincarnation cycle of 600,000 is starting to get crowded. That mysterious existence pressed his forehead. Your special characteristic is very special. You are the only existence that remembers me. I'll give you another choice. Stay and help me manage samsara. In the future, you might even inherit my position. Inherit the position of this mysterious existence? He was dumbfounded, and his whole body trembled. This mysterious existence was too noble. It was even in control of the entire world's samsara. With his current vision, he could not see the terrifying heights this existence was at. This was the highest position in the world, and as long as he answered, he could, can I be with her? He asked. No. That mysterious existence said calmly, you control the order of samsara, and you should be impartial. She still has to be in samsara. You cannot be biased, and pretend that you don't know her. His whole body began to tremble, and after a while, he said, I still choose to be a human. Suji's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, have some soup. The 7th life. Wah 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 wah, another cry. A baby was born in an ordinary family. On the green stone streets, people wore silk clothes and dressed elegantly. Clearly, they had entered a new era of civilization, and were far away from slash-and-burn farming. This time, the baby instinctively lost his drive, and did not display the talent he had when he was young. Instead, he cultivated silently, lived to 7 years old, and went to an ordinary school. Above, the teacher was teaching, and the other students were very cute. They were all listening attentively. He looked out of the window. It's as if I'm witnessing each era. Whether it's the mortal realm, the animal realm, or samsara. They are all constantly transforming, and coming with the torrent of time. This scene flashed in his mind. Wait. What did this mean? He was once again at a loss. His mind was always filled with some extremely deep memories, as well as scenes. Those heart-wrenching scenes crazily attacked his young heart. He always felt that he had lost something, and only 1% of the fragments were left. Xianxia, listen carefully. Above, the teacher was a tall and handsome scholar. He was also somewhat speechless. Xianxia was young and precocious, but that was only in terms of intelligence. His talent was a type of black flame, and he was very ordinary. He was even slightly inferior to an ordinary person. The teacher continued, back then, White Emperor was a man of great talent and strategy. He unified the 7 major tribes, Yu Xiong, Xia Yu, Wu Qi. He was the first overlord in human history. No one knew his real name. They only knew that his surname was Li and that he was born in a tribe along the river. His talent was the Emperor's Qi. Emperor's aura? The students below discussed animatedly, secretly comparing it with their own talent. The teacher explained, yes, the Emperor's aura is a powerful spiritual talent. Any living creature whose spiritual power is lower than his would not be able to help but kneel. Whoosh! Such an exaggerated talent? As expected of the strangest spiritual type. The students below were in an uproar, and they could not help but discuss animatedly. Too powerful. This talent was indeed worthy of being the first human emperor in history. He was extremely talented, and he was born with a domineering aura. This king was born to walk to the peak. As the surrounding people discussed animatedly, Xianxia's blurry memory fragments flashed. He started to have a headache again. It was a simple tribe. A youth stood quietly by the river. He had no playmates or friends, and he was digging the soil alone. Why are you playing alone? He walked out by himself. Because everyone else is afraid of me. They can't help but kneel when they see me. That child touched the mud on his face and said softly, even when the adults came to talk to me, they couldn't help but kneel as they talked. Now, no one dares to come near me. My talent is very useless. It will only make my friends feel disgusted. Everyone else has wind, fire, thunder, or other powerful talents. I can only kneel. Who said that? Your talent is very powerful. Another youth said. He felt that they were in the same boat, and his talent was also very weak. He could not help but walk to the side of the youth. It's just that you don't know how to use it. Let me teach you how to use it. Plop. As he spoke, he naturally knelt down on his knees. He did not even realize that he had knelt down. Instead, he raised his head and said to his introverted peer, let's go train your ability. The scene changed. 10 years later, in a dense forest, a person stood in the middle. Countless powerful wild beasts attacked him, turning into a gale, surrounding him from all directions and extending their sharp claws. Plop! Plop! The surrounding wild beasts ran and ran, but their knees inexplicably softened and they naturally knelt down. Next to him, another youth ran out and took the opportunity to swing his knife. Your talent is really powerful. They can't help but kneel down. This is a very powerful control talent. The weakness is that it's passive. It's also harmful to our own people. That youth continued to attack. After 2 or 3 attacks, he naturally began to kneel on the ground. Whoosh, the atmosphere in the classroom changed. The surrounding students were talking about it. He could not help but feel shocked. Emperor Bai? Li Shui Bai? Boom, everyone was shocked and scolded. The teacher also scolded and said gently, although in history, no one knows the real name of Emperor Bai, don't make it up. Xianxia did not know why this scene flashed through his mind, but an inexplicable emotion spread. His eyes were wet and he could not help but ask with mixed feelings, Emperor Bai, in history, what happened to him later? This is a good question. The teacher became more serious and said in the classroom. The golden sunshine outside the window added a bit of tranquility. Back then, Emperor Bai unified all the major tribes and established the first city-state in human history in the White River Valley on the former site of the Li tribe. But after more than 10 years of development, he met a celestial being. That was the first time in human history that they met a celestial being. Emperor Bai swung his knife at the sky and blood splashed in the sky. He was defeated and died in the hands of a celestial being. According to historical records, the most regretful thing in Emperor Bai's life was the loss of a friend. He was often said that he was a wise man with great wisdom. He was very smart since he was a child. He had said many times that if his friend was still alive, with his wisdom and his combat strength, he might be able to defeat a celestial being and counterattack a celestial being. The surrounding students were silent. They seemed to feel the bitterness of human history. All heroes disappeared in the rolling tide of history. The first emperor of a dynasty in human history also ended up with a tragic ending of swinging his knife at the sky. However, speaking of swinging a knife at the sky, the teacher smiled and his expression was extremely complicated and emotional. Emperor Bai was the first, but not the last. In the long history, there were many outstanding people, such as some of the great emperors of the beast race, and even the former master of the White Lotus Fairy, the Tree King, who controlled black flames, had swung his knife at the sky. That wasn't swinging a knife at the sky. He was killed instantly, Xianxia could not help but say. The teacher laughed involuntarily. How is that possible? In history, there were countless battles with celestial beings, and the entire mountain range was stained with blood. It's not good to slander the ancient sages like this. It's fine if you say it here, but if you say it in other races, you will be killed for being disrespectful. Underworld, Reincarnation. In the pitch-black world, Suji sat quietly in the temple, silently flipping through the Book of Life and Death. He glanced at Xianxia, who had lived to his 7th life. Characteristics: a flame of love born from the intense inner passion of a person who is infatuated with the other party. This flame doesn't seem to be very good at fighting, but even reincarnation can't erase some memories. It seems useless, but it's quite interesting. He only paid a little attention to it, then skipped this page and continued to flip through the information in the Book of Life and Death. After all, there were 600,000 living creatures. It was a huge number, and there would always be some special existences with special characteristics and talents that he needed to pay attention to. After all, evil gods had all kinds of characteristics. The main character of the world with all kinds of characteristics was ultimately full of unknowns. He had painstakingly established reincarnation and constructed the mythical underworld. Only he himself knew how difficult it was. The principle was relatively simple. Similar to Main Mei's online game, the player's main body was in the house, and they would log into the game and control the characters in the other world. Now, it was equivalent to these 600,000 little Rubik's cubes collectively sleeping in the gaming pods, converging into the entire black and white reincarnation, controlling the characters outside to play the game. If they died, they would start over again. Underworld, Reincarnation. This system was taken from Meng Mei's idea, then further expanded and transformed into my innovation. As long as this divine artifact reincarnation does not break, the true spirit will never die. After all, it is equivalent to the players controlling their own evil god, and if they die, their level will be reset to 0. Suji looked at the entire round wheel. The sleeping little cubes were having their own sweet dreams of their own lives. In fact, everything was already happening in reality. Their lives were like the brains in a vat of mad scientists' research. It seems like they are constantly erasing their memories, and after dying, they will load and start over, gaining nothing. In fact, they will become stronger. Their characteristics, that innate talent. They will continue to grow through reincarnation generation after generation. For example, the characteristics of the White Emperor. In the beginning, it was rubbish, and could be called a low-level talent. It could only make a few ordinary animals kneel. After continuous cultivation, with the accumulation of several lives, it became a high-level talent at birth, and could even make the strong kneel. If it continued to develop like this, sooner or later, it would approach the characteristics of the unreasonable evil gods of the 3 realms. After all, it was the convergence of the thoughts of tens of millions and hundreds of millions of experts and commoners of the 3 dimensions. There were only 600,000 of them, so if he wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, then he would naturally have to experience an extremely long life. It's equivalent to experiencing 10,000 reincarnations in the mortal world, tempering and condensing their nomological law fragments. Suji calmly gazed at the wheel. And these countless nomological law fragments will be pieced together to form the most powerful treasure in the middle world, Samsara. This was a Cthulhu evil god, and each of its cells contained a law fragment. It was equivalent to the 3 realms' little evil gods and little freaks gathered together. Suji could not imagine what kind of monster this was. Perhaps, this was the real Cthulhu. Its body was indescribable, and its soul was indescribable. It was truly an amalgamated creature. This was something that Medusa could not achieve, unless he wanted to give up his consciousness, and abandon his authority to control Cthulhu's body. And this Cthulhu evil god in front of him, in the form of Samsara, each Rubik's Cube was considered to be cultivating two major systems at the same time, his original system, martial arts, magus, inner world, plus the faith and incense system. Countless evil god cells. Cultivating just one system was already very scary. Just like Medusa, it would take a long time for him to reach the point where every single one of his cells was a celestial emperor cell. And every single evil god cell cultivating two systems at the same time, the difficulty would increase exponentially. It will take even longer, so long that it's hard to imagine. Sitting on the throne of the underworld, the dark light drifted like silk threads. Suji muttered to himself, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. I'm really more ambitious than Medusa. Humans, when they see a new special system, they can't help but cultivate one more. Eating from the pot while looking at the pot, they can't help but want to be more perfect. For example, himself. He cultivated sorcery, inner world Tao, magic core, ancestral sorcerer true body, for major systems at the same time. He was even eager to try out the fifth system, martial arts. It was as if he had to torment himself to death. Cultivating multiple systems at the same time, although his combat power was strong and close to perfection, the cultivation progress was slow, and he had to spend unimaginable energy. He silently calculated for a moment. Medusa took more than 4,000 years to reach the celestial emperor cell level. If I cultivate two systems at the same time, it will probably take more than 20,000 years. That's too slow. It's equivalent to more than half a year of cultivation in the real world. In fact, the entire underworld looked high and mighty, but in fact, a lot of effort had been put into it. The soup of Mangpa was fine. Washing the memories of the soul was successfully achieved after a long time of research. It was in line with the authority of the Zerg Queen. As for the Stone of Three Lives, it could see one's past and present lives. The principle was also very simple. When washing the memories, one could use a memory stick to copy the important events of their lives, and then condense it into a short video of 2 or 3 minutes. This is the semi-technological extraordinary technology of the Ashutl people. After that, I got the equivalent of 1,000 gigabytes of magic core capacity, and then broadcast it using projection technology. The Stone of Three Lives is equivalent to a computer placed at the door. It's just that there were only 20,000 people before, and the image quality was 1080p. The storage capacity was still bearable. Now that there are more people, 600,000 of them, I have to expand the storage space like crazy. He constantly sorted out his thoughts. Establishing a mythical underworld was easier said than done. Every aspect had to be sorted out, especially as underworld and reincarnation. The amount of data stored was too great, for example, the Stone of Three Lives in front of him. It saved generations of their lives as a memento. It was really not easy. With such a large storage capacity, and the number is still increasing. It's going to be a little difficult to get more high-level magic cores. I guess I'll need hundreds of Celestial Emperor level ones? Should I go to Taba and order a few hundred? Although it takes up a lot of space, I can temporarily use quantity to make up for quality? In reality, Suji opened his eyes. Forget it, I'll get some back first to ease the pressure on the big data operation of the underworld. After all, the main operating cost is still the Stone of Three Lives. He went to the living room, turned on the computer, and went to Taba to order. He was not a pedantic person. He prioritized practicality. He knew his own affairs. He was only a Tier 7 Celestial Emperor. Establishing the underworld, that was something that even gods would find difficult to do. Ah? That much? With such a large purchase amount, the customer service of the other party was also shocked. They thought that some company was purchasing equipment, and even teased, "Brother, are you going to open an internet cafe? Or do you want to start a network drive?" Every time we start to explore, it's still very difficult. After placing the order, Suji massaged his temples to ease his thoughts and closed his laptop. This is a world where a large number of players and aboriginals coexist. It's hard to imagine what it's like. It can be considered a groundbreaking experiment. For this, I've reconstructed the position of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, allowing the players and aboriginals to be more in line with the rules. That is, the 3-time worlds. The 9 Revolutions mystic art had 9 apertures. In the center was a solar furnace, and the space in the center remained the same. As for the remaining 9 spaces, 3 of them were the celestial Tao, 3 of them were the mortal Tao, and 3 of them were the animal Tao. The celestial realm was 100 years a day, similar to other extraordinary worlds. The mortal realm was 10 years a day. A day in the animal realm was equivalent to a year, which was where the players were now. The flow of time didn't change, so they hadn't discovered the appearance of other natives. After all, to them in the animal realm only 1 or 2 days had passed in reality. A brand new world rule. However, I should be able to discover the existence of other time dimensions soon, right? He closed his eyes. Gourmet World. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales and the Sorcerer Community's 4th PvP competition, the mortal heavenly emperor Lu Wenjian came in 3rd place. As one of the top 3, he had been here for some time. Now, there were only 100 or so people left from the original 1,000. They were living in a hidden corner. Yuan Qinghua was this time's 3rd place. It was a special gourmet species, a boxing treant that could walk and cook food. He was able to get 3rd place out of millions of people. The competition was so intense that it was terrifying. It showed how strong his combat talent was. Brothers, let's hide a little longer. Yeah, we're determined to hide until the next batch of players comes in. This gourmet world is still fun, but it's too cold. It's purely a fight against nature. It's not just a fight against nature, it's also a fight against the previous players. The gourmet species that those guys left behind are still reproducing here. They're very strong and are about to kill us. Yeah, every time a new batch comes in, it's harder to survive. It's all because of the gourmet species left behind by the predecessors. Don't panic. Now, we're also starting to evolve stronger gourmet species. It's not only to survive and resist the enemy, but also to kill the next batch of players and let them taste the power of the species we left behind. Poochie, the fire was hot, and the skewers were fragrant and juicy. The group of people whispered to each other happily. When will there be an end to revenge? Hee, they don't have this awareness at all. Let's let the next batch of noobs feel the vicious beating from society. Feel the pain of life and increase the difficulty of the game, starting with us. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered. Countless players were stunned for a moment. They put down the barbecue in their hands and slowly looked up at the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a strange humanoid creature walking slowly above the clouds. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch, and its body was surrounded by a mysterious and powerful aura. F***ck, it's a human? They were shocked and couldn't help but take a bite of the barbecue skewer in their mouths. Rumble, the sky shook slightly. Eh? What's this? A completely incomprehensible language suddenly bloomed and turned into a sound wave that swept the surroundings. An existence slowly descended, shrouded in endless divine light. I've been ordered to investigate the origin of species in the various worlds. Over the years, new species have been increasing in the world, so I've been investigating the origin of new life. I didn't expect a group of primitive and mysterious new life to appear in such a remote place in the animal path. Is this the ancestor of the various major species? He took a step forward and said calmly. Is this our origin? It must be extremely delicious. A grand and magnificent hand condensed into a giant white fog palm in the void, covering the sky and sun. It grabbed a few frantically resisting players and skewers them on the ground, preparing to slowly put them into its mouth. The players were stunned for a few seconds before they struggled in the palm. Oh. F***ck. Where did this boss come from? It can actually speak. Help, brothers, help. We're just camping, who did we offend? Planning team, get out here. A while ago, I only praised you once for not being hardcore. Woo, the players who were caught wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Looking at the bloody mouth that was about to be sent into their mouths, even though they were extremely quick-witted and had already adjusted their pain levels, they were still afraid. F***ck, could it be similar to the situation when they fought the god of creation boss in the chair instance dungeon, where the boss would forcibly increase their pain levels? The players below were stunned. Yuan Qinghua, who was the leader, was even more ecstatic. F***ck, a new worldview. A new language that I can't understand at all. Can the players in the wizard community finally love to learn? Woo woo woo, tears are streaming down my face. Is there another intelligent civilization in this gourmet world? Or a supernatural civilization? Brothers up there, one of you die for us to see. Does it hurt? Say something. Screenshots. Screenshots. The players were completely overjoyed and shouted. The deva in the sky was stunned. The majestic face of the deva slightly stiffened. This is the origin of the new species of all things? Why are these mysterious species crying for help when their companions have been caught and are about to be eaten alive? Are the other companions still applauding and cheering below? He looked slightly surprised, but the surprise only lasted for a moment, and he calmed down again. How heartless, a group of poor low-level creatures. The loud and majestic divine voice, calm like an ancient well, resounded throughout the world. As a deva, the inherent dignity made him appear a little cold. Not only are they selfish by nature, but they also don't have high intelligence. Their companions have been caught, but they still stand there and laugh with their heads raised. They don't know how to escape. Don't they know that the next ones to die will be them? Then, I'll let you taste the taste of fear. He said indifferently, grabbed a handful of creatures with his palm, gently bit one, and tore it fiercely. Pfft, blood splattered. In this way, you should run away, screaming, torn, terrified. He had seen such desperate expressions many times, in the animal realm and even in the human realm. However, in the next second, his expression stiffened. Ha 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 ha. Quick, screenshots. They're finally eating. They're eating well. The silly laughter below was still loud, and they were even eager to try. Those who were not caught even approached him and tried to touch his fur and palms. The deva was completely stunned. They spoke in a language that he did not understand at all, as if they had contracted the laughing sickness of the group. They were so happy that they were shouting and crying. It was very strange, and it actually made him feel inexplicably terrified. Then, the most exaggerated scene appeared. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt. The animal that had half of its body bitten off was clearly covered in blood, and blood sprayed all over its palms, but it was actually laughing. From pain and despair, it turned into happiness. The deva's expression completely changed. This was a very strange scene. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he still felt some goosebumps. Previously, when it was not eaten, it was screaming miserably. After being eaten, it was clearly in more pain, and half of its body was gone. It was comparable to extreme torture, but instead, it was showing joy? Then I'm relieved. This boss pain is not forcibly increased. Quick, 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 brothers below, help us take a screenshot. I'll pose for a photo. Under the deva's dumbfounded gaze, the strange creature that was caught in his hand put up 2 fingers and made a happy pose, looking very friendly. Actually, the idea was very simple. This player, who had half of his body bitten off, was dripping with blood. The reason why he was still struggling to make a V-shaped gesture was because he knew he was going to die. He was going to quit the game soon. This was too much of a loss. If he didn't take the opportunity to take a screenshot, put on a resolute and heroic pose, and take the opportunity to post it on his circle of friends, then he would completely lose everything. Rumble. In the sky, the clouds stirred. The fiery bright red clouds were like the huge wings of a god spreading out. In the pure white wings of light, a mysterious giant existence cast a disdainful gaze. Ha 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 ha. At this time, the creature in the hand of the celestial was laughing wildly. He was dripping with blood, half of his skeleton, and his mouth was roaring magnificent, sorrowful and righteous words. I'm not a natural king, but the blood flowing in my body doesn't allow me to bow my head. He's still laughing wildly? The celestial's expression revealed a look of disbelief, and he was directly dumbfounded. His eyes flashed with determination and determination. The celestial didn't understand this sentence, but he seemed to vaguely understand the heroic tone. Only half of his mouth was left, and he was still speaking. How intense was this pain? Even he himself was in extreme pain, and it was unbearable. What kind of tenacity did it take to be able to speak like this? Since he was born, he had always been high and mighty, and at this time, he actually felt terrified for the second time. Fear came from the unknown. The group of strange creatures in front of him didn't conform to any existing life logic, and it made him feel fear. Several years ago, when he first felt fear, it was when he massacred a village. A young girl stood in front of everyone, and she used the talent of water ray. Even if in the end, only half of her body was left, and her heart had fallen out, and she was not human, she still stood in front of everyone. The girl laughed heartily, turned her head, and said to the crowd behind her, "It's okay." Then, the girl turned her head to look at him, and there was a pair of bright eyes that he would never forget. They flickered with stubbornness, a raging fire, and a strong unimaginable anger, hatred, and she said through gritted teeth, "A celestial like you is high and mighty, and you are born noble. You eat all things, and you will never understand us." In the heart of the celestial being, he couldn't help but think of that scene again as he laughed wildly. He couldn't help but feel a nameless anger. The same scene, the same resolute defiance, the same laughter. Boom, his cloudy body was burning brightly like a burning cloud, and his entire body was red. He clenched his fists tightly for some reason. He was a stubborn person. In order to understand the girl's situation and understand what she said, he specially created a similar near-death injury. In the end, he couldn't speak at all. He even stood up straight. That was too painful, that was simply too painful. Even speaking was a type of torture. The more powerful an expert was, the sharper their senses would be, and the more unbearable pain they would suffer. There was even a time when he almost died, and was cursed by the surrounding celestials. As a race that was born rich and powerful and enjoyed all things, how could they easily give up their young lives? He also gave up, no longer willing to experience that kind of pain. But from that moment on, he understood that the girl's tenacity was something that he might never be able to match. Hero? This creature can endure the same pain as that girl. Even if his body collapses and his life ends, he's not afraid, but can laugh heartily, comforting other people who are uneasy in their hearts. He. He couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. What a pitiful creature. Using his own blood to uphold his faith? Even if he brandished a powerless weapon, he still stood upright and flocked over. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still did it, like a moth flying into a flame. Really, what a ridiculous behavior. He couldn't help but think a lot, and he became more and more sarcastic. Screenshots. Screenshots. Below, they were still making a big fuss, shouting towards the sky. "Brother up there, you're really AF * King Drama Queen. You have a heroic expression, and you even have lines? I've already taken a screenshot. I'll send you a private message later. So cool. I've also taken screenshots of the pictures. Based on the shape of the mouth, I can definitely piece them together into a GIF, and a sentence will appear. The picture is amazing. A mysterious cloud giant deity is holding a bloody animal with half of its body in its hand. It's like an unyielding hero fighting against the mighty deity, thanks." In the sky, the creature that was caught with half of its body torn off shouted loudly. However, he vaguely sensed something. He turned his head to look at this incomparably mysterious giant, as if he could feel the agitation and uneasiness in this existence's heart. This player was very kind and very shy. He couldn't help but ask gently like a tourist, "Brother, why do you look a little strange? Is this a screenshot of us? Did we do something wrong to you? Did it bring back bad memories?" The celestial, his face completely stiffened at this moment. Sympathy, what awaited him was actually sympathy. A celestial being who was born to be noble actually needed sympathy. He didn't understand the specific meaning of the words, but the gentle and compassionate expression in front of him was instead a kind of invisible mockery and contempt. Just like the words of the girl back then, it was like an incomparably sharp thorn, ruthlessly piercing into the depths of his heart. Die. Bam, in an instant, he ruthlessly crushed the screaming bloody creature, turning it into a pile of minced meat. A creature that is about to die is laughing, mocking, and sympathizing with a murderer who killed it? F***ck. Crushed it? It's good that it's dead. It's really cool to die. I took another screenshot. The cheers below became more and more intense. They pointed at him and shouted, as if they were endlessly mocking him. He was clearly incomparably weak, but he was laughing to deal with pain and suffering? Yes, even he couldn't help but admire such a willpower. However, more than that, he felt an even more intense nameless anger. At this moment, an even more unimaginable scene that made him even more dumbfounded appeared. Although the creatures below were mocking and laughing, their companions above did not escape. Instead, they whispered to each other and picked up ridiculous barbecue sticks, simple weapons that could be picked up anywhere, wooden bows, and wooden spears. Amidst their laughter, they assumed combat positions. There's no other way. This is an unexpected calamity. We probably can't escape. Later, let's assume a pose, a group of people brandishing their weapons, and rush toward this cloud giant, then secretly take a screenshot. We have to take a more handsome picture. We have to create that heroic feeling of daring to brandish a sword at the celestial gods. Later, when we get out, we can post it on our WeChat moments. F***CK. Although I don't know why this boss is in a daze, it's a good opportunity for us to pose. Anyway, the people outside don't know that we're acting. Later, we can compare our statements. After the team is wiped out, we can take a screenshot as proof. We are all heroes who fought against the boss and died a heroic death. A group of people began to pick up their weapons and madly assumed simple and crude poses. Rumble, kill. Their expressions were resolute and their bodies were full of heroic momentum. In the face of death, they fiercely brandished their weapons and began to rush forward toward the cloud giant that covered the sky. Their faces were firm and their eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. They had a powerful momentum that would never return. This is a provocation? How dare you provoke the celestial beings with weapons like wooden sticks and wooden bows that are used to slaughter wild beasts? Finally, a flash of anger flashed across his face. He stood there quietly to observe the primogenitors of these new lives and slowly observe their behavior. However, the pride of the celestial beings did not allow for provocation. Not to mention the continuous provocation. Bang, then, a huge cloud palm fell from the sky. Like a mountain, it pressed hard on the ground. In an instant, the group of strange creatures who were holding simple tools were quickly crushed to death. The palm slowly rose up. There were no intact creatures in the whole land, and it had been drenched in bright red. I'm actually angry? The celestial being suddenly came to his senses and took a deep breath. However, this scene was simply too strange. He had a feeling that he couldn't control it at all and was at a loss. Are they really heartless, cruel, petty, and selfish beings with low intelligence? Watching their companions being captured and laughing at them? But if they are selfish, why are they wielding those laughable weapons and waving them at me? Are they heroes? Most of the other races are fleeing, panicking, and desperate. Only one or two heroes, knowing that they are going to die, stand up and resist in front of everyone. And they are all heroes. And this is a terrifying race. None of them are timid, fearful, or fleeing. Even in the face of pain and torture, they still laugh, go crazy, and wave the butcher's knife at the celestial beings. This race is very extraordinary. He was not a reckless man. Just because he was angry after being ridiculed once, he would kill all of them without leaving any survivors. This was because there was still a creature next to him, still curled up in the corner. It did not charge at him. This race is very terrifying. They are brave and good at fighting. It is even acceptable to praise them as the god of war. But even though most of the creatures are heroes, there are still one or two who are afraid of death, timid, cowardly, and desperate. He had seen this kind of situation many times, and it was even normal. At this moment, he suddenly laughed. Seeing a player curled up in the corner, he seemed to have obtained a bit of comfort in his self-esteem. Yuan Qinghua hid in the corner and took screenshots, watching the charging crowd. Good. This expression is very good. Especially the one who bit his tongue and lips, his face is firm and fierce. The one over there, his expression is too exaggerated, and his face is so angry that it is twisted into a lump. Screenshots. 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 Yuan Qinghua did not participate in it, so she naturally had to take screenshots from another remote angle. These players, or modern netizens, were all experts at taking screenshots. Otherwise, how could they post it on their WeChat moments? Especially in this game, the screenshot function was simply a great joy. Nowadays, all the old players were experts at taking screenshots. It could be said that they were beginner-level photographers, and they had learned about angles, lighting, and special effects. Okay, now, other than taking screenshots from the first-person perspective, they still lacked a side perspective, so he stood up and took this charge from the side. These people are showing off without me. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath and looked at the people who had been slapped to death. Suddenly, he looked up and found that the cloud giant was looking at him with a kind face, as if it was very satisfied. Yuan Qinghua? He was startled, but when he looked up, the cloud giant did not seem to move at all, and continued to look down at him. The boss is very strange. It has a high-level intelligence. Although I don't understand what it means. I am also prepared. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath and slowly released the hot air balloon tied to the tree beside him. Whoosh, he carried the hot air balloon and rose into the sky. When the Celestial saw this scene, he revealed a smile again. In the end, he is scared out of his wits and wants to fly away in the sky. He watched quietly, watching this strange balloon rise into the sky. What he, Yun Zhongjuan, liked the most was to give hope to those desperate creatures, watch them escape, and then at the last moment, give them a desperate blow. He liked that kind of second collapse after despair. This time, what kind of expression would it be? Crying bitterly, snot and tears would flow out crazily. Incontinence, however, a tree that could walk, it seemed a little indecent. Would there really be tears? He smiled. He was anxious to find someone who did not dare to resist him and run away. He wanted to prove that somewhere in his heart, he wanted to rebuild his confidence. But, his smile gradually froze. When the hot air balloon rose to the same level as his eyes, a figure, holding a wooden stick, jumped fiercely. Boom, Yuan Qinghua laughed maniacally. The storm behind him swept the blood-red flames in all directions. I'm a battle type. How dare you kill my teammate? As a team leader, how can I live alone if my team is wiped out in the hands of the boss? The wooden stick stabbed into the Celestial's eye socket, but it was instinctively blocked by the clouds and mist, unharmed. Screenshots. Screenshots. Yun Zhongjuan's heart trembled. His Dao heart vaguely began to shatter. He instinctively bit his lips and a trace of blood came out. I was actually injured. In the past, countless top existences of the mortal world and the animal world had challenged him and brandished their blades at the heavens. They had never been in such a sorry state, but at this time, he was Yun Zhongjuan. If news of this spread out, the other two would probably cause a violent shock. The celestial path was also divided into 3 regions. The Celestials were not unified, so they were divided into 3 forces. Yun Zhongjuan belonged to the celestial force of the Yunhe bloodline. The land was green and lush, surrounded by highly developed and civilized streets. Yun Zhongjuan's face was pale. He slowly carried a cage containing a tree man and prepared to walk into the sacred and magnificent celestial temple to pay his respects to their great celestial sovereign. Didn't kill me? But why do you look like you've been played? Yuan Qinghua looked at the other party's expression and was also stunned. It's clearly the boss who wiped us out. It's as if he's the one being bullied by us. What a strange game setting, it was confusing. Wasn't the game planning team too good at playing? As soon as Yun Zhongjuan entered the temple, that terrifying emperor's aura turned into a tangible spiritual pressure. As he walked, he naturally knelt down and walked forward in the temple on his knees. Yuan Qinghua was slightly stunned. What was going on? Even such a powerful existence was kneeling and constantly moving his knees, as if he was going to meet some terrifying existence. Why was he so servile? Screenshots. He felt a little scared, but he still held his head high and chest out, resolutely refusing to kneel, showing his perseverance and pride as a player. Moreover, he was a tree, a straight tree. He didn't know how to bend at all and usually walked with his roots. Kneel? This tree didn't even have a waist and thighs. I can't do it. In the end, for some reason, his knees inexplicably softened, and the tree in the cage slowly knelt to the ground. Yuan Qinghua was shocked on the spot. I'm a tree, and the tree fibers on my knees all softened. This didn't make sense at all. His scalp was completely numb. If he had a scalp, what kind of terrifying monster was he going to meet? He forcibly softened the tree fibers and made a kneeling posture. Gradually, he entered the main hall. Everything was made of snow-white stones, simple and beautiful. Greetings to the great celestial sovereign, my king. Did you gain anything? Yun Zhongjuan, your characteristic is cloud mist. You can condense mist and turn into a monstrous giant, able to fight or escape, and deal with all kinds of variables. That's why you were entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. A mysterious existence surrounded by snow-white divine light sat on the throne and spoke calmly. On both sides of him were two beautiful goddesses who were also kneeling, slowly fanning a huge dark green circular fan. I have gained something. Yun Zhongjuan knelt on the ground and pointed at the tree in the cage with a dumbfounded expression. Discovered the primogenitor of the origin of all things. If the ever-increasing number of new species in the world is compared to a running stream, then these existences can be called the source of the stream, the spring. They are the primogenitor of all things. Oh, the existence said curiously. Yun Zhongjuan continued, not only are they the source race, but they are also extremely terrifying. They are brave and skilled in battle. Every one of them is a hero, and they do not fear death. No matter the pain, they can face it with a smile. They are the fourth Tao of heaven and earth, a race that loves to fight and never bows. He gave them the highest evaluation possible. Every one of them was a hero, warlike and unyielding, hot-blooded and heroic. Even the Deva sovereign couldn't help but be moved. How could there be such a fierce and righteous race in the world? The existence couldn't help but ask, what do you think we should call them? Yun Zhongjuan knelt on the ground. This is the fourth Tao. Warlike, hot-blooded, unyielding, stubborn. Perhaps we can call them A. Cultivation. Luo. Tao. Azura, in the language of the immortals, meant a god of war who was brave and skilled in battle. From this, one could see how much Yun Zhongjun feared this mysterious race and how highly he thought of them. Your Majesty, this race will be the fourth, Yun Zhongjun said. Yun Zhongjun, your temperament is unstable. You are easily swayed by your emotions. Although you are extremely talented, you tend to go to extremes. The knot in your heart in your early years has left a thorn in your heart. The Empyrean sovereign, Cloud the Arch, sighed and said faintly, tell me in detail. Yes. Yun Zhongjun knelt on the ground and began to tell the whole story. The Empyrean sovereign frowned slightly after hearing it, as if he was a little shocked. There is such a terrifying race in this world? They are weak and far weaker than you, but they are still fearless of death and bravely charge forward? And laugh loudly? Courageously meeting death together? What a bunch of unyielding men. Moreover, with the injuries you described, they can still laugh under those circumstances. Even you can't do that. No wonder you are so afraid. Yun Zhongjun continued to prostrate and said, please punish me for being swayed by my emotions and leaving only one alive. On the throne, Cloud the Arch shook his head and continued, Yun Zhongjun, you have matured a lot in these years. It is already not bad that you can still control your anger in those circumstances. However, you only see a part of the strength of this race, and you cannot see the other terrifying aspects. Yun Zhongjun was shocked and hurriedly said, please explain. Cloud the Arch, who was shrouded in mist, suddenly laughed. Can you feel that they have talent? Emperor Yun's voice was not loud, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in Yun Zhongjuan's ears. Only then did he realize that he had overlooked something. Or perhaps it was because these creatures were too weak. He had only focused on their unyielding and tenacious nature, but not their talent. Now that he thought about it, they had no talent at all. There were creatures without talent in this world. Yun Zhongjun's heart trembled. He could not control himself. I observed this tree and sensed something unusual about it. Cloud the Arch spoke in an orderly manner. Even without talent, he can climb to the third and fourth level. He is special, and there must be something special about him that is not inferior to our innate talent system. We can test him. Then, Emperor Yun pointed his finger in the air. This is bone-piercing pain. It's extremely numb. Even if many prisoners have extraordinary endurance, they still have to succumb to this. Pooh. Rays of light blossomed rapidly. The kneeling tree's knee was pierced through. Yuan Qinghua's entire body began to tremble violently, convulsing, and she couldn't even muster up any strength. She couldn't help but be alarmed. The punishment has begun? Didn't I lower the pain threshold? Although it doesn't hurt, why is there a reaction? He thought for a moment and instantly understood. It's just that I can't feel it. The spasms, soreness, and weakness of the nerves caused by the pain are still there. After all, this is an extremely realistic game. Just like how lowering your pain threshold doesn't mean that you're not hungry. You just can't feel it, but in reality, the negative buffs are still there. You might be so hungry that you can't even walk. He thought this through and immediately felt at ease. His entire body was convulsing and trembling instinctively because of the pain. He couldn't control these movements, but he still had a proud look on his face. He held his head high and puffed out his chest, putting on an unyielding expression. He looked like the Guan Yu of this generation, with a heroic posture of scraping off the bones to heal the wounds. His face was full of tenacity. Moreover, the trembling of his entire body and the dense sweat made him look even more heroic. He stared at the celestial above him. Huh? You're still staring at me like that after such torture. Not bad. Emperor Yun laughed. On the other side. On countless streets, powerful celestials were whispering to each other. I heard that Yun Zhongjuan entered the animal path and found the fourth path that never appeared? The Azure path? I heard that one has been caught and is already being tested. Let's go and see what kind of creature it is. The surrounding celestials heard the news and came one after another. They knelt around the entire temple and began to show expressions of shock. The scene at this moment was too tragic. It was hard to imagine the pain. Even many young celestials with poor mental endurance couldn't help but cover their eyes, unable to look at it. This? Such tenacity, it's really terrifying. An old celestial with white hair and beard was very prestigious. I've observed it once. The creature is definitely not without pain. It has flesh and blood, so it must be in extreme pain. His body is spasming. He's enduring it. Another celestial sighed. Sigh. He's a tough man, but his race is different and his standpoint is different. We celestials are above all things, so. Naturally, we eat all things. It's already the 13th punishment, and any punishment is incomparably cruel. Even the toughest of men would find it difficult to endure one and then immediately confess. According to the records, there was once a strong person in the mortal world who was extremely tenacious and endured the 7th punishment. He was already shocking as a saint, but this time, he actually far surpassed. Screenshots. Yuan Qinghua looked around, her heart incomparably calm. Although she didn't know what exactly was happening and couldn't understand the words of those celestials, she guessed that they were probably torturing him, but would torturing him work? Zero pain, ancestral martyr. Adjust the pain level to the max and call for daddy. He's a real man. Let's see how much he can endure. A flash of surprise flashed across Emperor Yun's face. Another beam of light pierced through his chest. Pucci, with a bang, Yuan Qinghua's waist lost its support and instantly bent down. Green tree sap and fresh blood spurted out in large amounts, but he didn't lower his head. His face was full of stubbornness as he stared angrily at the surroundings, viciously expressing his unwillingness to give in. Lu Sun once said that a true warrior dared to face a bleak life and dared to face the dripping blood. Hiss, some people looked shocked and began to cry out in alarm. This time, none of the celestials present could withstand this kind of pain. They felt that they were in pain just by looking at it. They were the most noble existences in the world, so when had they ever seen such a scene? They admitted that they were inferior. Screenshots. Looking at the shocked gazes around him, he secretly took screenshots. Although he didn't know what had happened, there was actually such a big secret in the world of food. What kind of advanced civilization had he entered? What kind of terrifying existence was standing in front of him? He didn't know. But it couldn't stop his determination to show off. Anyway, he had already been caught and used as a guinea pig, so giving up was the best choice. He. Who doesn't have an Oscar dream? I, the pork guy, also want to be a great actor? He suddenly grinned, revealing an extremely crazy look. With extremely contemptuous eyes, he glanced around fiercely and violently grabbed his teeth up and down with both hands. What is he doing? He is obviously suffering such torture, and every movement requires a lot of sweat, which is extremely difficult, but what is he still doing? The Celestials were shocked. They saw that the tree man made a cruel and terrifying move. He pulled out his teeth with both hands, as if he had pulled out a fake tooth cover, and a large amount of gum tissue gushed out. He's crazy. How is that possible? He pulled out his own teeth? Everyone's eyes were wide open, and there was silence. They only felt that their teeth were sore, and even no Celestial could have imagined that there would be a creature that could pull out his own teeth. This was unprecedented pain. And under the increasingly horrified gazes of the Celestials, this tree man made an even more terrifying move. He actually began to take a mouthful of teeth, bit off his waist bit by bit, and divided himself into two. Everyone's mind was blown. This Ashura actually bit off his stomach while he was still alive. Was it because he didn't want to kneel down? The Ashura clan would never kneel? Countless Celestials' eyes were suddenly filled with shock, admiration, fear, and countless other complex emotions. This was too terrifying. This was something that even the bravest warrior of the celestial beings with the strongest willpower could not do. In order not to kneel, he actually cut himself in two at the waist. At this moment, looking at the Ashura clan with half of his body broken, even their noble celestial beings had to admit that this was a hero. At this moment, he was using the most extreme and craziest method to show his determination to die rather than submit. Their clan also had dignity. The dignity that living beings should have. The extreme and tragic nature of this clan was beyond their imagination. It can indeed be called the Ashura clan. Emperor Yun was completely moved, and he couldn't help but stand up in shock. Looking at the dumbfounded gazes around, completely shocked, Yuan Qinghua whispered to herself, I learned a few moves from those walking tree bosses. After all, those guys often pull out their teeth, cut down trees, and commit suicide. He looked at the cut surface of the stomach, not bad. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions around her, Yuan Qinghua was very satisfied. Do you think I'm afraid of torture? I, the unyielding Yuan Qinghua, would rather die than kneel. At this moment, the expressions around her became even more horrified and respectful, and all the Celestials present were shocked. Beside her, Emperor Yun pondered for a moment and immediately said, Wing, go and treat him. Yes. A beautiful woman stood up and came to the front of this broken tree. She slowly bent down and put the two tree trunks together. White light slowly shone, and Yuan Qinghua actually found that she had returned to her body. And that beautiful woman seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, and some white hair appeared. What a strange ability. Is it equivalent to using one's own life force to exchange for the life force of others? Yuan Qinghua's eyes widened. She did not understand a language, a mysterious transcendent civilization, and all kinds of strange abilities. Crack, in an instant, this tree was tied up to prevent him from committing suicide again. Emperor Yun sat high up and said lightly, since torture is useless, let's forget about it. Let him rest and send people to check his nature and body. Hurry up. In another month, the Celestials will produce a repulsive force, and we must send him back to the animal realm in advance. If one stayed in the realm for a long time, there would be a repulsive force, and the whole body's flesh would collapse. This was what the Celestials often said. Celestial decay. This was also the reason why the Celestials occasionally came to the animal realm and the mortal realm, but did not stay there for long. Yes. Yun Zhongjuan nodded, send him back to the animal realm. But we also have existences in the animal realm who have submitted to the Celestials. They can help us lock him up, but they may have disloyalty. Emperor Yun said, indeed, the other animal realm and mortal realm. Although some existences have submitted to us, because of the huge time gap, we cannot completely control them. We cannot fully trust them. Peng, he was locked up on his knees, and the surrounding Celestials guarded him to prevent any abnormal movements. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he was suddenly locked up in the heavenly prison. To prevent him from committing suicide, he was even tied up with iron chains on the pillars. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath. This group of aliens did not torture me this time, and instead restrained me to prevent me from committing suicide? Have you realized how unyielding I am? In the following days, a group of strange celestials, including old people, children, men, and women, all with different abilities, began to examine his body. However, they couldn't find anything, as if he were just an ordinary creature without any talent. Until they began to feed. He used the heavenly materials and earthly treasures with abundant energy to cleanse his body, trying to raise his realm. The moment he advanced from the 4th grade to the 5th grade, a strange change occurred, a snow-white light blossomed. This tree's body was experiencing the phenomenon of time at an incomparably rapid speed. Its body seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of time. Endless time passed in an instant, and every cell was evolving. In the prison, the celestials were dumbfounded. At this moment, the tree was still rapidly transforming. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into an even taller dark green tree. It was even covered in thick armor that was incomparably tough. Its defensive power was extremely strong. As expected, something abnormal has happened. The celestial beings immediately cried out in alarm, their divine senses constantly sensing and communicating. This is the evolution of form? Could it be that their talent allows them to adapt to the environment and undergo a life form evolution every time they advance to a higher level? In the moment just now, I sensed that his life tissue was being upgraded and replaced at a very high speed. It was countless times faster than the flow of time in the celestial being's path. Is this the Azure path? Usually, they have twice the time of the animal path, but when they advance to the next grade, they will produce a life evolution that exceeds the flow of time. Another existence kept scanning and whispered with rapt attention. At the moment of the breakthrough, the super-fast life metabolism accelerates, which also causes their lifespan to be very short. At this time, as a 5th grade life form, they should have a lifespan of 100 years, but now, after careful study, they only have a lifespan of less than 10 years. The Azure path is a species with an extremely short lifespan. Yuan Qinghua, who was tied to the iron pillar, was also a little shocked. These intelligent creatures of extraordinary civilizations were really rich. They casually gave him a wave of energy and raised his grade. But obviously, from their shocked expressions, they had never seen the fairy dream of treasures. Every time he broke through a grade, he would evolve into various routes according to the energy recipe of the delicacies. Wasn't that normal? Although he did it more frequently. He was calm and looked at these guys experiment. It didn't matter, I have cancelled the feeling of pain, and I am not afraid of death. Let's see how you torture me. Anyway, Yuan Qinghua was unyielding, and he was not afraid. At this time, the celestial beings at the side were extremely shocked, and they discussed with each other. So, this is the nature of the Azure path? According to the surrounding environment and the various energy attributes absorbed, when they advance to the next grade, they will evolve into completely different life forms to adapt to the environment. No wonder they can be the origin of the entire world, the origin, because of continuous evolution. They naturally split into various species. By the river, they naturally evolved into adapted river fish. In the forest, they naturally evolved into adapted flowers and trees. At this time, they not only marveled at the pride and unyielding character of this race, but also at the strange talent of the Azure path, which had endless potential in the future. All the creatures in the world were the various evolved descendants of this race. Suddenly, a knowledgeable celestial being, who was famous for his great wisdom, suggested, "Then, can we use the environment and energy to artificially create a special species?" You mean, yes, since they can adapt to the environment and evolve, then we can create an environment for them and guide them to evolve in a certain aspect. Indeed, at this time, they have evolved into armor and more tenacious vitality, obviously to resist the previous torture environment. Then, they have defensive power, but what about offensive power? Are we going to create a celestial war weapon that belongs to us, induce evolution, and create a species that purely kills and fights for us? Then, Yuan Qinghua lived a confused life. These celestial beings experimented on him in various ways, using various kinds of energy, and actually pushed his grade to the 6th grade. He found that he had changed beyond recognition, but unfortunately, he did not have a mirror, so he could not see his appearance at all. On the other side. Life transfer. Master, do you really want to do that? Emperor Yun said slowly, looking at the previous Emperor Yun. This old being took a deep breath. I am too old, my whole body's power was originally going to be passed on to you, but now, maybe it is a chance to fight. The azure path is indeed unyielding, but our celestial beings, do we not have such heroic existences? An old being descended. Then, after more than 10 days, Yuan Qinghua found that he had actually become the 7th grade. He had evolved again, the 7th grade. This was the celestial emperor realm. He believed that even this group of unimaginable supreme beings had paid an extremely huge price to let him take medicine to reach this realm. He was definitely not cabbage. At this time, the surrounding celestial beings took deep breaths, their eyes burning, exuding longing, staring at him tied to the pillar, as if witnessing the moment of a miracle. This caused Yuan Qinghua to feel a little frightened. What do I look like now? Why are they looking at me like this? What did this group of crazy experimental scientists do to me? A celestial being said, this is a celestial emperor realm that our Yunhe bloodline spent hundreds of years accumulating, in addition to the talent of the previous generation's old Emperor Yun. After all, even we only have Lord Yun Zhongjuan and a few other celestial emperors. As for the mortal realm and the animal realm, they do not even have a celestial emperor. Their time is too slow, causing the level of civilization to be extremely low. In their history, the strongest is only a quasi-emperor. This was staking it all on one throw. It was also because of the great talent and strategy of the two old and new Emperor Yun that they agreed to this gamble, because this tree's unyielding character also aroused the blood of the celestial bloodline. After all, there were a total of 3 major forces in the celestial realm, all herding the entire animal realm, the mortal realm, as a pasture, collecting their accumulated wealth. At this time, all the savings of the Yunhe bloodline were equivalent to 1/3 of the entire world's foundation. This showed how ruthless this gamble was. This is our chance, so what if we suffer heavy losses? Our Yunhe bloodline was the first to discover the Azure realm. This is an opportunity. We can take this opportunity to use this incredible primogenitor of life, the source of species, to try to create a tailor-made species. If we succeed, it will be a chance to defeat the other 2 paths. Now, we have barely succeeded. Some celestials, looking at the tree creature tied to the pillar, revealed a faint smile, as if they had heard the Tao in the morning, and could die in the evening without regrets. Next, is the time to let him try to reproduce the species? Let's see if his descendants can become the species we want. They whispered to each other. Then, they led in a horned pig, a furry beast, a tree demon that had turned into a spirit, a strange big fish. There were more than a dozen oddly shaped creatures lined up in front of him. A celestial pointed at these animals, as if asking himself which one to choose. Yuan Qinghua was stunned. What did today mean, new tricks? What kind of torture was this? However, it was similar before, placing more than a dozen cruel torture tools in front of him, asking him which one to choose. Now, it should be another kind of torture, asking him if he chose, he. Although he did not understand, it was really meaningless to do it one by one. He was tied to the iron pillar, laughing coldly. His sense of pain was adjusted to 0. Ancestral martyr. His sense of pain was adjusted to full, calling him father. He still raised his head proudly. All of you come together. Sure enough, this unyielding and arrogant attitude caused the surrounding people to be shocked. Their expressions were extremely strange, but they also showed great admiration, as if they were looking at a heroic hero or a real man. Looking at this admiring look, Yuan Qinghua felt a sense of pride. This game was really cool. It could even fight with the natives to the death and try to be a hero who was tortured. The Azuras definitely deserve to be called brave warriors who would rather die than surrender. I can't believe they're going to join forces. An elderly deva with white hair said to another deva in admiration. Love Goddess 100 Flowers, why don't you make your move? Your special ability is to make living beings fall in love with each other. Yes. A beautiful woman walked out, holding a pink flower light arrow in her hand. She pierced through an animal and the tree at the same time. Pooh, the feelings of the heart began to sprout. Just one more look at it in the crowd. Next, the inner thoughts of this tree began to become extremely complicated. Instantly dumbfounded. Incomparable humiliation. Extreme despair. Crying for help. Daddy, I was wrong. It was tightly tied to the tree, and countless emotions intertwined. In the end, it could only gradually become numb, sluggish, and directly shut itself off. But in the end, there was actually a trace of inexplicable joy. Perhaps this was life. After a few days, Yuan Qinghua was tied to the pillar, feeling a repulsive force in his body. His whole body was sore and weak, and his gene chain began to become unstable, as if he was walking towards death. Have I been hollowed out? The repulsive force has begun to appear. Send him back to the animal path. A celestial was holding a thick book, slowly recording the experimental data, and said, "Let the animal path, those who have submitted to us celestials, lock him up well. After he has calmed down in the animal path for a while and this repulsive force disappears, bring him back to the celestial path and continue to experiment and reproduce a new population." Yes. Several celestials detained the tree man tied to the stone pillar and left. Sure enough, it was right to give it a try. Its life level is very high, and as a mother body, the effect is not bad. It is already a new species. According to our plan, there are some deviations, but the main body has not deviated too much. This is an unprecedented opportunity for us. The heaven realm, the leading old celestial beings were all knowledgeable existences, and they were constantly discussing in low voices. They were extremely excited. At this moment, they couldn't help but kneel down. The appearance of this scene meant that their king, Emperor Yun, had arrived. How's the situation? The Cloud Emperor was dressed in a white robe and looked elegant. He wore a golden crown on his head and was shrouded in divine light. The situation is just as we imagined. Most of them are deformed and die the moment they are born. Their life forms are extremely unstable, but only a small number of them survive. There are only 3 of them, but they have inherited the characteristics of our evolution and are tailored for war. They can be called pure killing machines. Once they are raised, they can become our soldiers and fight for us. However, although they are powerful, their personalities are brutal and cruel, and their intelligence is extremely low. It's as if they only know how to eat. Oh? The Cloud Emperor smiled slightly and looked at the strange black babies who were crazily eating. His eyes flashed with a scarlet and violent light, and he pondered for a moment. An army of killing machines created by the Celestials, although it is only a prototype, it has great potential. Perhaps, in the future, it will be different from the animal path and the mortal path. It can become a war race that we can completely control. Since they only have the instinct to eat and kill, perhaps, this new war race can be called hunger. Ghost. Tao. Underworld, reincarnation. In the dark and gloomy world, there was a small path with a stone slab on it. The words Yellow Springs Road were written on it. The 2 sides of this small path were full of bright flowers, as beautiful as a fairy tale. Perhaps it was the most beautiful scene he had ever seen in life. Continuing forward, there was a river called the River of Forgetfulness, and a bridge called the Bridge of Helplessness. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, there was the village viewing platform, and there was a stone of 3 lives next to it. This bridge was the boundary, and a new life began. The reincarnation at this time, with the continuous construction of Suji, was approaching relative perfection, and there would not be too many changes for the time being. In the outside world, he was practicing, and in the winter, he was sitting on a chair and doing all kinds of research. The inner world of the 9 revolutions mysterious art was already in order. The doppelganger in the gourmet world was now wearing the black robe of the King of Hell, holding the book of life and death in the underworld, and was constantly mechanically judging. After all, it was already a complete process, and there was no need to use his brain. According to the rules, according to a set of points system that he had made, he would see what path the other party would be reincarnated into with the accumulated points. Without intelligence, the mechanical doppelganger was enough to complete it. However, occupying the right to use a doppelganger caused his learning efficiency to begin to decline. Huh? Azura path? And then the hungry ghost path was born? Suji was slightly surprised. The mechanical numbness of the King of Hell suddenly opened his eyes, and then revealed a human-like smile. I didn't expect that by borrowing the evolution of the player's attributes, I could start to take the opportunity to start to create new species so quickly. I have underestimated the Celestials. The attributes of the players were an important part of the infinite possibilities of this world, after all, they were endowed with the attribute of time flow evolution at the creator level. Not only did they have infinite possibilities, but they were also likely to be captured by other lives and directly used for experiments. They could also create the species they wanted. Now, as expected, they have been captured. This scene of pig breeding behavior has happened just as I imagined. Suji said with a smile, I have given you such a powerful talent and starting point, and you have a mountain of treasures, so it is normal to be captured. Even in my expectation, the inspiration for this new species in this aspect came from Malachi's exciting and passionate speech. All the evil symbiotic gods were born by me. So, at that time, I thought that this could also be regarded as a way to create new species. As the players in front of me were discovered, they must have been captured by the strong, and the directional evolution of the species was inevitable. This was not a coincidence. Suji had already expected this to happen, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. You players have a mountain of treasures, and the potential has been given to you. Moreover, you can enter in large numbers. This is a world that belongs to the mass of players. Whether you can rise or not depends on you. He shook his head and said lightly, with such powerful potential in the early stage, it is natural to be captured and enslaved. Only when there is oppression will they resist. The natives had endless potential, so terrifying that they had all kinds of soul talents. As for the players, they could evolve all kinds of body shape and evolution talents. They were all the starting points of infinite possibilities. What kind of unknown development would happen in this world depended on them. The main forum had always been extremely lively. Although the sub-forum, the wizard community, was also very popular and had a large number of people. It could even be considered a social community for the general public, it still could not compare to its own son, the Spore Evolution Sandbox. After all, after the evolution of the species, they could enter the world of the heavens. They were extremely wonderful and had endless potential. But what did the wizard community have? They could only enter the world of gourmet food, they were raised by a stepmother. This was the impression that many people had of the wizard community. The game planning team was seriously biased. The gourmet world was completely incomparable to the world of the heavens. How could the infinite and vast supernatural world compare to a single world? Moreover, the gourmet world was still too weak. They could only barely enter for entertainment, living a hardcore evolutionary life, entertaining themselves, and nothing else. However, at this time, a piece of news completely swept through the entire game forum. Shocking. New discovery of the gourmet world. The gourmet world is also a supernatural civilization, or one of the heavens and the heavens. This post appeared in the forum of the sorcerer community. In less than 5 minutes, the number of views skyrocketed, instantly exceeding 100,000. The sorcerer community had now become the largest communication game community for netizens. After all, virtual and real characters were indeed a good way to get to know good friends. The only drawback was that they wore the avatars of the regional servers and did not distinguish between genders. Some of the players had ulterior motives and often pretended to be cute girls to date the guys. There were even people who joked that this was the largest gay dating community in the country. With such a huge amount of traffic, many companies wanted to cooperate with them in advertising, hoping to cash in on the traffic. However, at this time, Suji was no longer short of money, so he naturally rejected them calmly. He sat on the chair and turned on the computer. Let me see the reaction of the players. After all, this is the first time that a semi-large-scale online game has been formed in the world of gourmet food. After opening the post, Suji saw a screenshot. In the picture, the clouds were floating in the sky, and a celestial had descended. Below it, strange creatures were holding barbecue skewers, shivering. A player directly posted, the title was, First Time in the World of Gourmet Food Encountered an Intelligent Transcendent Civilization. Super big news. Hello everyone, I am Lu Wenjian, a player from the regional server, Donut. I do alchemy logistics. I helped the big boss of the Yuan dynasty win the championship in the PvP fighting competition. At first, we thought that the world of gourmet food was just like that the game development team was too biased, and that the evolution table was their own son, but obviously not. We misunderstood the game development team. No matter how hardcore, but as always, we have a conscience. After this team was wiped out, I feel that I need to make a solemn apology to the game development team. I am sorry. First, everyone, take a look at the screenshot. 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 Screenshot after screenshot was posted. As everyone can see, this is a transcendent existence that can fly. It is incomparably powerful and has intelligence. From the beginning, it grabbed the players in its hands, ready to eat them. However, this group of people, we all have courage. Animation. A GIF was sent out. It was pieced together from many screenshots. A heroic creature with half a body missing, with a determined expression, was held in the palm of the hand and roared. I am not a natural king, but the blood flowing in my body does not allow me to lower my head. F***ck. F***ck. All the netizens were dumbfounded. They would rather die than submit? Could it be that the players in this server were really so courageous? Although the screenshot could not be faked, everyone felt that something was wrong. This style was completely out of the ordinary. Screenshots, pictures kept popping up. Their faces were filled with incomparable determination. They roared angrily and sprayed blood. Like Spartan warriors, they charged toward the cloud giant. Next, we can see that the player has been crushed, but the rest of us are still unyielding. He brandished his weapon and charged forward. Even though we've been wiped out, we'll never lower our heads. Everyone cried out in surprise. Wasn't this too hot-blooded? This kind of spirit was very rare in the current netizen atmosphere. It was upright and righteous. As a result, many people began to leave comments. This server is simply too cool. The hot-blooded atmosphere is too thick. It's completely different from those fools outside who are all coquettish and cheap. I want to join this server. Yes, I want to join too. If you refuse to be a fool, start from me. This kind of hot-blooded passion, the brotherly camaraderie in the army, and the spilling of blood, is exactly what I yearn for. The crowd continued to discuss. And Donut smiled slightly. This was the effect he wanted. Advertising, there were 3,000 servers now, and each server had 1,000 players. Who wouldn't want to go the elite route? They used a special corporate atmosphere to attract foreign talents and get them to transfer to the server. One had to know that the competition was terrifyingly fierce. They might be able to get into the top 3 this time, but it might not be the same the next time. They also had their own thoughts. Now that the gourmet world had become popular and had become a large-scale online game, they had already withdrawn from it. They could only wait for the next ranking to enter the gourmet world. But would they be able to get a ranking the next time? It would be very difficult. They had to advertise now and attract talents. This player, as the representative of the server, continued to explain. Our team wiped out incident has ended. But as a pioneering team, our hot-blooded, brave, and united spirit is not worth mentioning. Please do not follow us, because if you want to join us, there is a very high threshold, and you must be upright and hot-blooded like us. If you are interested, please contact us. Penguin Group Number 329670003, cough cough cough. This gourmet world is definitely not as simple as we think. If there are extraordinary creatures, it means there is an extraordinary civilization. This gourmet world may also be one of the many worlds, just like the sorcerer world and the lava land, very large and complete, but we have not explored it yet. What does this mean? Everyone should know, right? There is a PvP competition every week now, and the top 3 servers of each competition, a total of 3,000 people, will be qualified to enter the gourmet world, but this is already a thing of the past. Now the sorcerer community has doubled the server size, and the next combat competition will be the top 6 who can enter the gourmet world. What does this mean? 6,000 people. 6,000 people, everyone's breathing quickened. 6,000 people entering every week, this was equivalent to a large-scale open online game world. The ratio of players to natives was definitely comparable to modern online games, and the environment and atmosphere. Was the real popular online game about to start? This was definitely a leap forward in the Spore Evolution game era, which meant that everyone could enter and experience a new life. If this is really the case, then it is definitely a transformation of the sorcerer community. Brothers, I am going to harden my heart and meditate crazily. Everyone, let our server fight for the top 6. looking forward to it. Extraordinary civilization. In the end, the donut player spoke again. It's worth mentioning that our fighter, Xianxia, hasn't come out yet. He should still be alive inside. When he comes out, let him tell us what happened. Let's wait and see. Everyone was completely excited, and the entire network was in heated discussion. Even some of the big players were curious and came out to speak. Even the major research institutes began to move. It could be said that there was an undercurrent surging. Suji sat in the underworld and shook his head. Since he had tried to open this mode, he had naturally prepared for such a situation. You think you have the advantage because you have more people and it is considered an online game world? With more people, Suji also had a way to limit the players. In fact, it was precisely because there were more people that it was more cruel and difficult to rise. This was the true meaning of the great waves washing away the sand. Specially, this world is divided into 3 major time flow zones, specially created for you. You can only live at the lowest level, where the time flow is 1 year to 1 year. In the animal realm, you will encounter all kinds of high-dimensional attacks. Moreover, because of the evolution mechanism, your lifespan is severely consumed, and your lifespan is extremely short. This was the way to balance the players. Otherwise, if a large number of players were to enter the 100-year time flow, then the world would really be in chaos. Earth's civilization would enter the interstellar era in a few months, even if it was 1 year to 1 year. Suji still felt that it was a little too long. However, when he thought about the abyss of suffering they were all struggling, at death's door, there would inevitably be many deaths, and very few survivors. He felt relieved. On the internet, after a round of discussion, the netizens were all waiting for the appearance of the last player, Xianxia. This one was unusual. To be able to get 3rd place in the PvP fighting competition, it could be said that he was a combat genius selected from millions of people. They had naturally seen that battle, and his adaptability and combat instincts were extremely strong. Now, could it be that he escaped? Fighting a bloody battle? Perhaps he had a heaven-defying opportunity? No, it could also be that he was captured. After all, he is only at the 4th level and is enjoying cruel torture. While everyone was talking about it. Where is this? Xianxia opened his eyes in a daze, as if living in a water prison and being imprisoned. He had picked up all his cultivation, but he couldn't use it at this moment. He didn't know what kind of strange ability those high-level beings used to seal him completely. After all, he had seen too many strange things these days. For example, he could save people who were broken into 2, or a mysterious leader who knelt down when he encountered them, or a girl who used arrows. If he was shot together with an animal, he would, woo, he seemed to struggle. You're awake? It was another completely different language. He saw a tall black-skinned mantis looking at him curiously. This was the existence that he paid attention to, but it seemed that there was a language barrier. Woo, he pointed at it. The black-skinned mantis seemed to understand what he meant. You want me to teach you the language? The mortal world. This alternative online game world, the players have begun to enter and develop. Suji seemed to see a certain place. Since my 9 revolutions mysterious art and the world of the inner world are already on the right track, I have to find someone to help me take care of the underworld. At the very least, not to mention handing over the position of King Yanluo, that is too far away. I still have to manage this position myself, but I need someone to help me feed the soup, right? He walked slowly on the street, looking around. Pancake, the freshest pancake. The best wine. The people walking to and fro were all draped in clothes and dressed in an ancient style, bustling with activity. In the distance, there was a tavern. At the entrance of the door, there was a man selling himself to bury his father. In the distance, there was an elegant brothel, many people dancing, farmers pushing fruit carts, as if it was the Tang dynasty. He lived naturally. They didn't know that they were living beings inside a human body, living in the inner space of a vast giant. The 9 revolutions mysterious art. This was the first world that belonged to Suji himself, a portable world. It was similar to Dao Chongqing's immortal world, Ermin's underworld, and Carolyn's mental world. I really have to find someone. He rubbed his forehead in distress and walked on the street speechlessly, waving his folding fan in a graceful manner. I manage hell alone, send reincarnations, check the book of life and death, and all kinds of one-stop services. It's too busy to be alone. Especially recently, hell has been full, and there are long queues. Although my mirror avatar is a robot, it can't stand it. I can't split into two. As he thought about it, he came to a school that was filled with teenagers. A group of teenagers was teaching. The teacher at the top was explaining. In the distant past, it was speculated that the first intelligent life form was the lowest level of the animal path. The animal path developed for decades, and the mortal path began to have intelligent life form. And the mortal path developed for countless years, and the celestial path began to have a civilization. A student below couldn't help but say, doesn't that mean that the development time of the celestials is shorter than ours? But is it because their civilization is more advanced than ours because the flow of time is different? This caused them to develop faster than us even though they rose later. Of course. The teacher said slowly, our world is divided into 3 dimensions. The advanced world, the celestial path, the middle world, the mortal path, and the lower world, the animal path. The flow of time between each world is 10 times different. A day in the animal path is equivalent to 100 days in the celestial path. Everyone was shocked. Didn't that mean that the celestial path's world was very fast, and the lifespan of the celestials was also very fast compared to the mortal path, but this also caused them to develop extremely quickly? The teacher continued to explain. And when you descend from another world, you will merge into the other's time flow world, but you can't stay for long, because it will cause an unknown repulsive force. This is the conclusion we came to after observing the behavior of the celestials all year round. And later on, we also confirmed this point. The 3rd generation demon emperor, Du Wei, who is also the disciple of the Tree King, tried to enter the animal path, and the result proved this point. At the same time, we also discovered that generally, only existences at the heavenly emperor level can easily cross space and ascend. And existences at the quasi-emperor level need certain special methods to barely cross space. Back then, Emperor Du Wei was a quasi-emperor. Our mortal path, and even the animal path, has developed to this day for too short a time. Our civilization is very low, and there is still no heavenly emperor expert born. As they talked about the history of mankind, Suji listened with great interest. After all, he could use it as a reference to supplement his own worldview. Their analysis was very correct. Indeed, there was the development of the civilization of the animal path first, then the mortal path, and finally the celestial path. This was a ladder. After all, according to his own reincarnation mechanism, only by continuously reincarnating and accumulating could he climb up step by step the animal path of 3 lives, in exchange for the mortal path of 3 lives, in exchange for the celestial path. Of course, this was not absolute. Depending on merits and the strength of one's cultivation in that life, one could skip levels and enter the celestial path. And in the celestial path, after death, one would have to return to the lowest level, the animal path, unless the merits of that life were very great and the points were enough to support a second reincarnation in the celestial path. It is undeniable that the celestial path is indeed the high-level transcendent world that I have divided. Because of the structure of the reincarnation mechanism, the living beings in the 3 paths, as long as they are talented and powerful, will enter the celestial path. For example, the ancestor of mankind, the White Emperor, in history, those heroes, have already become celestials in the celestial path. In addition to the flow of time, this is also the reason why their civilization developed extremely quickly, crushing and ruling over the other 2 paths. It was no joke to be born a noble celestial. After cultivating hard for 9 lifetimes, one could only be reincarnated as a celestial. Conflict, blood, hatred, and war between races are the driving force for the development of a world, Suji said calmly. He was already used to such a routine, so he set up a perfect conflict system that could fight forever. Even the players were relatively balanced. Celestial. At this time, Xianxia, who was outside the classroom, was already more than 10 years old. He was still listening to the lecture, clenching his fists. What a pity, the civil servants that don't come to the local government. Suji only glanced at him, then turned around and left, planning to find a civil servant. I have to find someone in charge of operations. First, Mengpa, who simmers soup, and the black and white impermanence, who is in charge of reincarnation and maintaining order. He continued walking on the street. Bang, suddenly, a child bumped into him. Sorry. Then he stumbled away. Suji was startled. Naturally, he felt that his wallet was empty. He couldn't help but be speechless as he looked at the back of the child. Pickpocket? Such exquisite craftsmanship. I can't believe I actually encountered this ancient profession. This scene from the TV series has really appeared. He smiled and couldn't help but chase after the child. The child slipped away very quickly. As he walked, he actually disappeared into a door. When he looked up, it was actually a brothel. Several beautiful women in green ancient costumes were gorgeously dressed at the door, looking like they were here to play. He couldn't help but step in. After developing the sand table for so long, this is the first time I've entered such a place. It's interesting. Suji took small steps into the building. There were many tables placed there, and scholars were drinking. Beauties accompanied them. Fine wine and delicacies were served, and they danced with literature and ink. It was quite an interesting sight. This kind of brothel belonged to the high-end type, and it was similar to the business model of ancient times. The girls inside all looked like daughters of rich families. They were proficient in the 4 arts and were not allowed to be frivolous. If a girl liked you, they would secretly invite you into their bedroom for a chat. This world really has the feel of ancient China. Even the primordial era has an ancient style, but it's definitely not this ancient style. Instead, it's a primordial style, with a bunch of primordial beasts. And in the era of the Great Zhou dynasty, it became even more bizarre, with all sorts of demons and monsters. It was not an exaggeration to say that the people of the 3 realms lived in a terrifying world. Suji strode forward. Maybe, if players could really enter this place, the brothel, the streets, the court, would they shoot movies here? Would they film reality shows? This place is comparable to all kinds of film cities. However, the mortal world was not a place they could stay for long. There would be a repulsive force, otherwise, they would really cause a mess. Sir. A beautiful girl walked over. She was dressed in purple, and her body was full of seductive curves. She carried a jug of wine. I am Xianxia. I am just here to take a look. Suji smiled, looking at her with a strange expression. The girl was shocked. She thought that he was very handsome and had a special aura. She couldn't help but want to get close to him, but he was a strange man. She was a little unwilling to admit defeat. She revealed a pitiful and delicate face. Sir, do you want to try our wine? Our Xianxia house is beautiful, and the wine is even better. The dishes are all personally cooked by us sisters. It can be said to be the best in the world. Even the Celestial said it was good. Then I will have a jug of wine. Suji thought about it. The food of the gourmet world had developed to this point, so he naturally wanted to see if there were any improvements. Bring me a few of your specialties. Sir, please wait. She put down the jug of wine and left. Suji poured a cup and took a sip. He seemed to notice the taste in it. What a good bowl of bewitching soup. Then, he sat down and looked around curiously. Beside him was a table full of scholars. A beautiful woman served a pot of porridge and slowly opened the lid. Voila, a thick, snow-white light was emitted from the lid of the pot, and a fresh aroma assailed the nostrils. Oh my God, it's delicious, too delicious. What kind of divine delicacy is this? The scholar only took a bite and was immediately immersed in the fragrance. He swallowed it in big mouthfuls as if he had taken drugs. The group of scholars at the side swallowed their saliva. Suji's interest was immediately piqued. Soon, there were 3 dishes on his table, all covered with a pot lid. Suji gently lifted one of the lids, and a bright white light quickly blossomed. Accompanied by a rich fragrance, a bright red grilled fish appeared in front of him. Suji gently picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Delicious. The delicacy exploded in his taste buds. Every bite was full of happiness, as if he had the whole world. The taste is really good. Although it's not as delicious as the martial god soup, it's because the level of the ingredients is not high enough. He has some skills. In terms of cooking, he can be said to be the best. As expected of the gourmet world. however, this glowing dish. This chef added too much fluorescent agent for the color of the dish. As for the surrounding scholarly guests, they continued to eat and drink, and even recited poems with the young ladies at the table. When they were almost done drinking, the young lady added, "The dishes cooked by us sisters are not bad, but our cooking is even better." Then, with a gentle and ambiguous expression, she pulled the guest up to the attic. Suji's expression suddenly became strange. Good wine, good food, reciting poems, accompanied by beauties. These aspects fiercely hit every weakness. No wonder people were willing to come despite the high price. He took out a black book and kept glancing at it. As expected, this brothel is not a proper brothel? Every girl here was a virgin, which was enough to prove how indecent it was. Shangguan Man. Talent, medicine of the heart. The food that he cooks will be infused with his inner emotions. It has a unique property. Suji shook his head with a smile. He seemed to have found the figure of a certain chef in the kitchen. Ecstasy and fragrance enhancers are all thrown into these dishes. As for the beauty drugs, they are given to the sisters in the shop. Now they are all beautiful and graceful. As for the aphrodisiac, it is the key to leading the men upstairs. The key to the scam is just to get high in their dreams. There are all kinds of drugs. This building is a sea of drugs. This is a place to scam men. You think you have made a fortune, but in fact, you have not touched anything. After you enter the room and eat a mouthful of the so-called kidney-strengthening delicacy, it is just a muddled dream. Suji naturally couldn't be bothered with this kind of dishonest scam, selling sheep's head to buy dog meat. It was purely a pharmacy. Perhaps the owner of this shop has the aptitude to be Granny Meng. Suji thought for a moment. After all, before this, it was the 20,000 living beings who first broke out with their various talents. The 580,000 living beings who followed after them had now experienced several reincarnations and accumulated their obsessions, gradually condensing and taking shape. The 580,000 living beings with innate talents had only just begun to break out. There were all kinds of talents. Now was the time for him to find the right talent to run hell. With a flicker of his figure, Suji arrived at the back kitchen. A woman stood high up, while a group of men and women stood below. The youngest was the pickpocket from earlier, while the oldest was already middle-aged. It was as if they were having a party. Shangguan Man was a beautiful and graceful woman. Her face was as beautiful as an immortal's. She stood high up and looked down at the chefs below. There are many people who want to ask me about my experience in cooking. They want to know why I can make such delicious dishes. Everyone here is here because they want to eat my food. You may be guilty, or you want to repent and turn over a new leaf, or you want to make up your mind and work hard. After the pickpocket drinks my food, he will shed tears and turn over a new leaf. After eating my food, he will remember his original dream and start to work hard. Most of you here are chefs who want to learn my cooking skills. She yelled with a bright and confident expression. Chefs, you think that fresh ingredients, advanced cooking techniques, and delicious dishes are the keys to advanced cooking skills. But I want to tell you that all of this is wrong. Immediately, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Shangguan Man continued, the deliciousness of food doesn't lie in the ingredients, nor does it lie in the complicated cooking techniques. One of the chefs seemed to have an epiphany and couldn't help but say, so that's how it is. A true chef has already simplified the complex. To cook delicious food, one should use their own heart. That's right. One should use their own heart. She yelled loudly as she took out several butter paper packets that were tied into a cross. Dishes should be cooked with one's own heart. Only medicine with one's heart is delicious food. Your food doesn't taste good because you don't put your heart into it. You will never be able to become a supreme chef, but I have a shortcut here. Now, I'm packing my heart. Medicine packets that contain different moods and emotions. Customers can experience the various flavors of life and obtain the deliciousness and happiness that they want from them. Everyone, as long as you become a member of our Xianxia restaurant, you can add them at your discretion. You will be able to taste the same as our restaurant. As for the chefs who don't believe me, please take a look. Now, if you have any difficulties or want to turn over a new leaf, you can come and eat for free. As soon as she said that, the pickpocket from earlier came up. Shangguan Man casually cooked a Chinese cabbage soup and crazily added medicine into it before handing it to him. After the little pickpocket ate it, he immediately cried bitterly. Tears streamed down his face. I can't make up my mind. I'll never do this kind of thieving thing again. A middle-aged man selling sesame seed cakes ate it. I should forgive my wife. I'll go back and tell her now. Suji, just like the style of the restaurant outside, the customers who were eating were crying bitterly and tears were streaming down their faces. The effects of the medicine are indeed terrifying. The underworld lacks talents like this. In the future, the food in the underworld can also be improved. Talent has a gourmet attribute. It is indeed not bad to add medicine to the dishes and make people cry. You have the potential to become an ambitious person. Although your combat strength is not strong, you are cunning and extremely clever. You actually want to open a branch. Then, Mangpu will be you. Suji smiled. This trip was worth it. Boom, the atmosphere of the entire venue suddenly became gloomy. The pickpocket who was still drinking the soup in pain, the cooks who were shouting fanatically, and all kinds of people who were full of faith and worship suddenly stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Their movements became so slow that it seemed as if they were in a different dimension. This is... What happened? In the venue, Shangguan Man's eyes suddenly widened. She was at a loss and looked flustered. She turned around and looked at the people around her. She seemed to be out of tune with them, as if she were in a different time and space. Slow, stagnant, numb. She suddenly felt a great sense of loneliness. You stole my money bag. It's time to return it. Suji slowly walked past the pickpocket and gently took out the money bag from his pocket. He continued forward. Then, he took out a black, exquisite, square-shaped book from his black robe and said indifferently. Shangguan Man has been reincarnated 5 times. In her first life, she was a flower. When she saw animals eating and drinking, she had a desire to eat delicious food, which gradually turned into her talent. In her second life, she was a pig. She began to eat like crazy, and in the end, she died. His voice was neither fast nor slow, but it sounded like a thunderclap. Shangguan Man had goosebumps all over her body. Reincarnation, 5 lives, so there is more than one life. Then who is this mysterious black-robed young man holding a book in his hand? The ultimate supreme being who controls all life and reincarnation in the world? The book in his hand contains information about all life in the world. Thump. My lord, please spare me. Shangguan Man immediately knelt down and begged, I was wrong. Suji was speechless. Regardless of what he wanted to do, this coward immediately apologized and begged for mercy? After all, he was a wily old fox. I have a position in the underworld, which controls reincarnation. Are you willing to take it? Shangguan Man shuddered. She didn't even ask what it was, but quickly knelt on the ground. I am willing. Suji was speechless again. She agreed to everything directly. You hold the position of Granny Meng and stand by the bridge of helplessness. You will erase the memories of the countless living beings in the 3 paths of reincarnation, the immortal realm, the animal realm, and the mortal realm. Are you willing? Yes. Her expression was originally complicated and strange, but now her eyes were filled with ecstasy. She had thought that this mysterious being was in need of a cook. There were tens of thousands of servants like this, but this was already a great opportunity. She was willing to follow him. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Instead, she was going to take up an important position. In her eyes, the door to a new mysterious world was slowly opening. Shangguan Man, you can live out this life in peace, or you can commit suicide in advance and enter the cycle of reincarnation. After you die, you will see a new world. I will wait for you in the underworld. Suji smiled and slowly turned to leave. Step by step, he steadily disappeared through the door. Shangguan Man stood on the high platform and took a deep breath. She didn't know what to do. Boom, in an instant, with the departure of this mysterious being, the stagnant time seemed to flow back like a river. Ah! This is so delicious. This is like an immortal delicacy from the heavens. The commotion in the surroundings and the people below seemed to have turned on the play button again. Quickly, the scene continued to be noisy and noisy. Even they themselves didn't realize what was happening. Huff. Time. Time. Shangguan Man breathed heavily and jumped off the stage with a bang. Then, she said to a girl beside her, Xiaoqi, you organize the rest of the things. She strode out of the room, stepped over the guests in the front hall, and came to the door of the brothel. Standing on the street, she tore off her face, revealing a hideous and horrifying face with an ugly birthmark. Woo! Monster! So ugly! The passers-by were instantly shocked. However, Shangguan Man grinned. Ignoring the fearful gazes around her, she reached out her hand toward the sky and slowly opened it. I'm reborn. Even the beauty soup I painstakingly studied can't change the defects I was born with. She clenched her fist and thought to herself, the sisters in the brothel are all ugly girls. The beauty soup can shape our bodies, but it can't change much of our appearance. It's all because of makeup. He was the only one who knew how hard his life had been. He was born deformed, abandoned by his parents on the streets, and had to go through many hardships to get to where he was today. Furthermore, he had to raise a group of pitiful and ugly girls. As for deceiving her, she was not worth being deceived by a master of that level. Even in the whole town, she was the most inconspicuous one, the one who was at the mercy of others. Her talent seemed exaggerated, but in fact, she was at the mercy of others. She was not worth being deceived by a master of that level. I've lived for so long, and I've finally met a benefactor. Her heart was surging, she laughed wantonly and arrogantly as it came out of her mouth. She laughed wildly. To her heart's content. Unscrupulous, the enormous pressure of life made the tears that had been suppressed for a long time flow out of her eyes. The passers-by shook their heads. This disgusting ugly girl must have been so shocked by the beautiful girls in this famous brothel that she began to go crazy. After laughing for a long time, Shangguan Man finally stopped. A group of girls gathered behind her, looking at her worriedly. Was it because of the pressure? After all, they were all wearing masks. After all, the forces in the city were complicated, and a group of weak girls like them lived a hard life. A beautiful girl couldn't help but say, did you meet the loafers in the south of the city again? They always covet our beauty. At most, we can just remove our makeup and scare them away. I'm fine. I'm leaving, but I'll prepare more medicine for you. You can cook and earn enough money to get married and have children in the future. Keep your bodies, and find an honest man who doesn't care about looks to marry you. Headley in the north of the city is very forthright and loyal. You can rely on him for this period of time. She took a deep breath. Although she could live such a life, she didn't want to stay for a moment longer. She chose death. In the pitch-black space. It was a narrow path to the Yellow Springs. Both sides were full of blooming spider lilies. Everyone was afraid of death, and she was no exception. She lined up with the crowded crowd on the path. You really didn't lie to me. There really is a world after death. Around her, there were voices communicating with her. They were also shocked. What happened? I remember that I'm already dead. I'm dead too. I fell off the cliff. I died of old age. How did we all appear here? Is this the world after death? The creatures in the line moved forward one after another. They were also confused. There really was a mysterious world after death. If the news spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Shangguan Man saw all kinds of humans and animals on the path. The world after death, but no one in the mortal world has ever spread the existence of this world. No one knows that after death, it's not complete death. Instead, it's reincarnation. Then, before reincarnation, all the memories must have been wiped away. Shangguan Man's cheeks were hot and red. Her ugly face became more and more ferocious. She kept analyzing with her own thoughts. As she moved forward, she even saw celestial beings. There are celestial beings. That's the most noble and mysterious celestial being in the legends. She was completely stunned. Running a brothel, she couldn't come into contact with such an unimaginable level. What are you looking at, ugly woman? A celestial being was slightly angry. The celestial being was extremely proud. It had also descended to the mortal world before. It didn't know how many weak mortals it had seen. These weak creatures all knelt on the ground and became yes men. I'm sorry. Noble celestial being, I was wrong. Shangguan Man took a deep breath and didn't dare to refute. She quickly lowered her head and apologized. After all, she had grown up under this kind of discrimination. Her first reaction was to beg for mercy and admit her mistake. She had been struggling at the bottom for too many years, and it had long become a way of survival. He, at least you know what's good for you. The celestial being looked at indifferently and continued forward. As a noble celestial being, she silently clenched her fists and became completely nervous. Completely nervous. If there really is a world after death, then that existence. Shangguan Man continued to line up slowly in the crowd. A long line of people followed the long and narrow Yellow Springs Road into the distance. On both sides of the line was a sea of beautiful flowers. Shangguan Man didn't know how long she had been walking, but the people in front of her were still discussing, and news kept coming in from the front. I heard that there's been a line for 3 days. It shouldn't have been so crowded, but I heard that existence hung a sign at the gate a few days ago and suspended business. He only just returned and reincarnated. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces as they listened to this bizarre and dazzling story. The most ancient existence that controlled life and death and reincarnation was so carefree, it suspended business just because it said so. He really had the carefree and unrestrained style of an eccentric expert who floated between heaven and earth. However, in the eyes of this existence, their life and death and reincarnation were just trivial matters. This existence is too mysterious. Perhaps this is the starting point of the entire world. Everyone was completely shocked. Countless people were discussing, and even the celestial was talking loudly. Many creatures from the animal path and the mortal path were also currying favor with this celestial from time to time. It seemed that the celestial was the center of attention. Shangguan Man was ugly and had a bright red birthmark on her face, which made the heavenly being very displeased. Although she apologized, the people around her seemed to instinctively stay away from her. She was already used to this. This was human nature. In an unknown environment, it was the nature of living beings to stick together, so she didn't mind. As she listened to everyone's discussion, her eyes completely lit up. Could it be? No way? Looking at the time, it seemed to match. She was completely excited. In the beginning, she thought that a top mysterious mighty figure from the world after death had taken a liking to her and wanted to recruit her as a subordinate. She didn't expect it to be so exaggerated, so, in the world after death, there was only one mysterious existence that controlled the order of the entire reincarnation. At this moment, she looked at the vengeful souls around her and discussed spiritedly. She understood more and more what kind of terrifying power was contained within. That was a great power that would decide the fate of all living beings in this world. Huff huff huff. Shangguan Man, the time to change your fate has come. Calm down. She nervously touched the ugly scar on her face, and her eyes shone with an intense light of hope for the first time in her life. She continued forward. The souls of the dead were piled up like a dragon, waiting to be reincarnated. Shangguan Man finally saw something different. It was a bridge with the words Bridge of Helplessness written on it. Below it was a surging river called the River of Forgetfulness. There was a stone by the river called the Stone of 3 Lives. Naraka Bridge, River of Forgetfulness. Good names. It's so poetic. She whispered. The end of life was death, and this was the boundary between death and rebirth. She had abandoned this life, as well as the obsession and stubbornness of her previous life. It didn't take long before they arrived at the end of the Bridge of Helplessness. There, they saw the 3 Live Stone. The people in front of them were already crying out in surprise. They saw their past lives and seemed to have realized something. After all, there were many smart people. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, in my first life, I didn't have any talent. And with generations of reincarnation, experiencing all kinds of things, it gradually formed talent? So, this is the obsession that I accumulated in my reincarnation, the reason for the birth of my talent. Everyone was shocked into silence. Even a celestial stood in front of the 3 Live Stone. The truth of talent was so terrifying. Someone in the queue spoke up bitterly, I lived 7 lives and never achieved anything. I was too lazy and had no desires. I didn't have any strong goals or ambitions. Only then did my talent barely take shape. No wonder my aptitude was poor and I lived a miserable life, struggling at the bottom. I blamed the heavens for being unfair and not having a good reincarnation. It turns out that this was the result of my lack of effort in my previous life. A man in luxurious clothes, who looked like a high official, sighed leisurely, how hateful. I will forget what I see now even in my next life. Otherwise, if I report this to Brother Wang, the world and our mortal world will change. Countless people wept bitter tears. Some people sighed with bitterness. To know the truth of the world and then have to forget it, there was nothing more sorrowful than this. After all, they could see their past lives in front of the bridge. After crossing the bridge of helplessness, they would have to drink the soup and forget everything they saw on the 3 live stone. Who could accept this? The bridge of helplessness. What a good name. The bridge of helplessness. The moment you know the truth, you can only stand on the bridge of helplessness. You can recall your past life in front of the bridge and forget the 3 lives behind the bridge. Shangguan Man also sighed with emotion. He looked at the people on the bridge of helplessness and cried with helplessness, despair, and despair. On this bridge, one could see all kinds of life in the world. It was the exchange of life and death. It was a legend. This bridge is where you will work in the future. Suddenly, a leisurely voice sounded. Everyone was slightly surprised. This voice? Shangguan Man turned his head and saw a young man in a black robe. His body was shrouded in a mysterious light. He was holding a black book in his hand and sitting quietly on a chair. In the distance, there was a square machine. The souls passing by picked up a cup, pressed a button, and took a sip. Then, they walked forward in a daze, losing their memories. This small automatic water dispenser is finally going to die. Suji slowly stood up, pulled out a chair, and gave up a position. Shangguan Man, from now on, you will be Mengpa. You will be in charge of this place for me. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings boiled and instantly exploded. This mysterious existence was going to appoint a new eternal being who did not belong to the 5 elements or the 3 Daos to control half of the power of reincarnation. They turned their heads and looked at the girl with the ugly birthmark in disbelief. This is not fair. The celestial next to her was instantly enraged and suddenly squeezed out. This ugly woman is of low birth. How can she? In the underworld, all living beings are equal. Suji said lightly and handed a book to Shangguan Man. You are very smart. Try to maintain order. Currently, there are few people, so you will temporarily replace them. Judge, King of Hell, Mengpa, Black and White Impermanence, etc. You will be in charge of the entire reincarnation process. After guiding these souls, if the efficiency is good, come to me. Yes. Shangguan Man instantly prostrated on the ground and responded with a stutter, not knowing what to do. She looked at the empty chair, the book of life and death in her hand, and the mysterious existence who was gradually walking away and yawning. It's so easy. I became an eternal being in an instant. I don't have to bear the pain of reincarnation anymore. Her mind was blank and in a daze. Then, she looked at the endless line of wandering souls in front of her, gritted her teeth, picked up the book of life and death, sat on the chair, and flipped through a low-level ape in front of her. Trembling, she said, cough, 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 10456, I cultivated hard for 7 lives and accumulated a lot of good results. In my next life, I will be reincarnated as a celestial. Celestial. The person who had just cried was immediately overjoyed. Drink the soup. She shivered. Is this the power to control the fate of others? Lin Luoran's face is no longer calm. A future celestial being baby has been determined by her casual words. She takes a bowl of soup from the water dispenser and hands it to the monkey. The monkey gulps down the soup in ecstasy and then walks forward in a daze. 10356, the mortal realm. She spoke again. The elegant middle-aged man just now stood in front and sighed. It's a human again. It's a pity that I won't remember this in my next life, otherwise, after a while, the celestial came, glaring at her. His eyes were full of hatred and a trace of fear. He thought of the sarcasm and ridicule he had just given to this ugly woman. Although the other party was submissive and apologized, now she was secretly making things difficult for him. He didn't dare to imagine it anymore. 01348, the next life, the animal realm. As soon as she said that. No. This is impossible. The Celestial was excited and shouted, "This is definitely revenge." Revenge? How can I, a dignified Celestial, be reduced to the lowest species and be at the mercy of others? He was so anxious that his face turned red. Boom, the huge black and white reincarnation behind the Celestial turned slightly and instantly threw the Celestial into the river of forgetfulness. He kept swallowing in the river water and lost his consciousness. He slowly walked to the shore and followed the long line in front of him. Forced to drink the soup, the scalps of the people in the line went numb. So this was the function of the river of forgetfulness. Since I'm temporarily replacing the judge, I'll definitely notarize it. Shangguan Man's eyes were bright as she looked around. Everyone, if you don't cooperate with the reincarnation, it will be enforced, and the karma will be increased. You will suffer a few more lives, and the future of this Celestial will be more difficult. She read the Book of Life and Death seriously. It seemed that she really didn't have any selfish thoughts about dealing with that Celestial. After all, once you got power, you could do whatever you wanted. This was not what a smart person should do. She was already extremely grateful and impressed that she could get such a lucky chance and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. But the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Is he really doing this impartially? They looked at the timid woman with the ugly birthmark who had just bowed her head and apologized to the Celestial. If it was really just, she wouldn't have used a few cold words to induce the Celestial to act, thinking that it was revenge. Moreover, if she had told the Celestial the consequences in advance, with her personality, she should have endured and not been so impulsive. However, it was indeed just. Everyone's faces were completely solemn. You can't judge a book by its cover. It was only natural that she had suffered a setback. It could only be said that the Celestial was a bit too stupid. She had lived a noble life and was born high and mighty. Naturally, she couldn't beat this ugly woman who had been discriminated against since she was a child. She seemed to have extraordinary talent, otherwise she would never have reached this position. Even though ghosts already didn't need to rest and sleep, they still needed to overdraft their spiritual force and soul bodies. Right now, this long dragon was just too astonishing, densely packed and moving about. Next one. Under the dark and turbid sky. At the other end of the bridge of helplessness, Shangguan Man sat on a chair, holding the Book of Life and Death like an official in an office. She was more and more impressed by the mysterious emperor of the Samsara temple for such a huge workload. It was hard to imagine his perseverance. Although she didn't know that this was just a doppelganger of Suji, who had no feelings and only carried out mechanical inspections. 1 day. 2 days. Shangguan Man looked at the endless winding line of people on the road to the underworld. A trace of despair and numbness flashed in her eyes. This workload was unimaginable to ordinary people. She hadn't rested for more than 50 hours. 5 days. 10 days. Hold on a little longer. The hazy and radiant figure flashed in her eyes. This was the greatest opportunity of her life. Even the celestial being was jealous of her. Was she going to let him down? No opportunity comes out of thin air. She pursed her lips and strengthened her conviction. The last one. Half a month later, Shangguan Man looked at the last member of the long line. She didn't know how she made it. She felt her body relax as if it was about to collapse. Her soul body was weak and hazy, and she was about to pass out. Is this the test for me? It reminds me of when I was 8 years old. I starved in the rain for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought I was going to die. She was silent for a moment, then began to carry her exhausted body forward step by step on the dark ground. Her head was heavy, as if she would fall asleep if she closed her eyes. She forced herself to walk step by step to the back of the hall and stepped through the door. The halo had disappeared, and the face was flawless. He sat calmly on the throne and flipped through the black book. Shangguan Man tried to open her mouth, but she didn't know how to address him. After thinking for a moment, she slowly knelt down and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." Suji was stunned. He sighed at this woman's terrifying willpower. He closed the book and smiled. Get up. There's no need for such formalities when you come to see me in the future. Just be casual. This being was unexpectedly amiable. After all, this was a being who controlled the reincarnation of an entire world. The huge contrast made Xianxia Man feel inexplicably touched. She slowly lowered her head and replied, yes. What do you think of the current hell? Suji suddenly asked. Xianxia Man thought for a moment, her face pale. She sorted out her thoughts and answered seriously, there are many problems. The biggest problem is that it's too crowded and we don't have enough manpower. The lack of people is indeed the biggest problem in the netherworld. Next, when you have nothing to do, you can check the Book of Life and Death. Find some people among the reincarnated people to share some of the pressure. They are the judge, black and white impermanence, oxhead and horseface, Suji explained and then became a casual shopkeeper, letting her look for the person on her own. They would have to come up with their own rules and regulations as to how the affairs of hell were going to be carried out. The natives were running their own realms, and Suji was already very familiar with the task of delegating all of the responsibilities to them. Although this was a world of online games, the players began to experiment on a large scale. At this moment, Xianxia Man's face was still pale, but she was still carefully listening to the rules of reincarnation and sorting out her thoughts. Seeing that she was listening attentively, Suji's spiritual force surged and warmed her soul. He continued to explain some things. After a while, a brand new long line accumulated outside. Countless wronged souls began to line up for reincarnation. Do you want to deal with it? Xianxia Man's face was pale. There's no need. Let these dead souls float for a while, Suji said with a smile. Yes. Xianxia Man's expression did not change, but she was a little surprised. This existence was really calm and leisurely. To those dead souls, they would want nothing more than to be reincarnated in the next second, but he turned a blind eye to them and left the wandering souls to worry about. By the way, do you need to restore your appearance? Suji asked. Xianxia Man didn't respond immediately this time. Instead, she fell silent. Every girl wanted to have a beautiful face. She was born with a hideous dark red centipede birthmark on her face, which overlapped like a burning cloud. However, the outline of her face was very good. She had an oval face, and she was still a peerless beauty even if she covered it with foundation. At this moment, as long as she responded, she could completely get rid of the birthmark and become the peerless beauty in the eyes of the brothel. She would become her real self. Xianxia Man took a deep breath and said, I think my current appearance is very good, Your Majesty. I used to run a brothel, and I know that beautiful women can only ask customers to drink wine. The one in front of me looks similar and also asks customers to drink soup, but it's completely different. If such a beauty sits on the side of the Naraka Bridge in the underworld, she won't be able to deter the wandering ghosts from all walks of life. So, I think, her eyes flickered as she looked up at the existence in the sky timidly. Go on. Suji's eyes were indifferent. Xianxia Man completely opened her mouth and spoke with fervor and assurance, full of confidence, I'm not very knowledgeable, and I've only been at the bottom of the society. The top thugs in the cities are usually strong and fierce. After all, the first impression people have is their appearance. Only by being fierce can they intimidate others. But in the underworld, when faced with all kinds of ghosts, I should have the image of an evil ghost. Fierce. Violent. Sinister. Temperamental. That's the only way to give people the impression that they don't dare to mess with me. I even hope that Your Majesty can make me uglier. You don't want to be beautiful, but uglier? That's a good idea. As you wish, Suji replied indifferently. The next second. Below the Samsara temple, Xianxia Man gradually turned into a trembling old woman in her 60s or 70s, her back hunched and her skin black. Originally, Xianxia Man's face was ugly and ferocious, but her body was extremely attractive. Now, she seemed to have shrunk, and her face was twisted with a wrinkled ghost face. If you want to change back, you can come to me at any time, Suji said. A mirror slowly floated in the air. Xianxia Man looked at herself in the mirror and stared at her own ugly face. She stared at her own eyes in the mirror. It's just a reflection of all living beings. When I received tens of thousands of guests on the Naraka Bridge, I saw too many joys and sorrows. Only then did I realize how ridiculous the common people and the inferiority complex I once valued were. In front of this reincarnation, beauty and ugliness, height and weight, and all the major races are nothing but a bag that contains the soul. In here, everything returns to equality, to the primordial chaos of life, and to the reincarnation division. She slowly bowed to him. Not to mention existences like you who have transcended reincarnation, even the top existences who are constantly reincarnating can change their appearance and appearance at will. I believe that there is no meaning in paying attention to the body shape that is presented to the outside world. After this conversation, Xianxia Man heaved a long sigh of relief. She felt a little uneasy, not knowing how His Majesty would react. Now, it was obviously the second test. She didn't dare to deceive him. This was indeed her most sincere thought, and she had tried her best to express herself. In the past half a month, she had experienced many reincarnations, and only then did she realize the greatness of this mysterious underworld that was unknown to the living. Her position was so tempting. Even the most honorable celestial being couldn't reach it. Although she couldn't determine the 3 paths of reincarnation, she could easily determine the location of their reincarnation and their parents. A rich family. A family of nobles, generals, and ministers. A poor and miserable family. She held the key to determining her fate, and it was just a stroke of her pen. It's good that you don't change your appearance. Suji smiled. I hope that all the colleagues you recruit in the future will follow this standard. Yes. Xianxia Man was completely excited, and her chest rose and fell. How could she not understand the meaning of this sentence? This meant that she had completely passed the second test, and was qualified for this position. Suji quietly looked down at Xianxia Man, who was wild with joy. He had to say that this Mangpo was becoming more and more in line with his expectations. This was the world of gourmet food. There weren't many gourmet talents related to soup, but there were definitely many. Many people were obsessed with delicacies. The reason why he had chosen her was because he had seen her life experience and knew her personality. After all, how could a beautiful girl in the underworld, feeding soup at the bridgehead, control the situation? Mangpo's love of beauty was absolutely out of the question. Dealing with the underworld was extremely serious, and not only was she not beautiful, but she also had to be ferocious and full of murderous intent, which was in line with the gloomy image of the underworld. In myths and legends, the wrinkled Mangpa, the ferocious ox head and horse face, and the black and white impermanents with their long tongues were all in line with Suji's requirements. Xianxia Man was good in all aspects, and her only weakness was that she was timid, which was inevitable. She had been at the bottom of society for a long time, and this was the survival posture of the weak. But in the future, she would definitely grow. The more Suji looked at her, the more satisfied he was. Xianxia Man, on the other hand, was a little confused by this gaze, and her body trembled slightly. Could it be that His Majesty has a unique taste, and likes ugly young girls like me, and deliberately made me uglier and hunchbacked? So, she couldn't help but blush a little. Under such a scorching gaze, she actually began to feel a strange anticipation. After all, she didn't think that she was very powerful. Her talent was ordinary, and there were so many people in the world, so why would he choose her? If she had to say that she was different, then her only characteristic was that she was ugly. Could it be that she was really? Her mind raced. It seems that I have to pay more attention to dressing up. This strange thought suddenly appeared in her mind. As the top girl in the brothel, she had naturally practiced smiling. In the face of His Majesty's scorching gaze, she couldn't help but instinctively respond with a shy smile. This smile showed her bright eyes and white teeth. If it had been on a peerless beauty, it would have instantly stunned everyone. But at this time, the smile of this ferocious and wrinkled old lady made people feel as if they had seen a ghost. Hiss, good face. Sitting on the throne, Suji pretended to be calm. He wore a crown on his head and a black robe, maintaining the dignified image of a heavenly lord, but the corner of his mouth began to twitch. Sure enough, God will never give me a candidate with perfect attributes. Xianxia Man, have you awakened some strange attribute? Ugly but cute, rout? Even he found it a little hard to endure this smile. It was even more intense than the explosive passion of the muscular girls. but it does fit the image of the underworld. After all, having experienced those eyesores of the muscular girls, Suji's ability to withstand pressure was extremely strong. He couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. Shangguan Man is indeed very smart. This must be her idea. This smile of hers is so sinister and strange that it can instantly suppress all the characters on the road to hell. I can already see the horror of the vengeful spirits. Suji's lips curled into a smile when he thought of this. Shangguan Man stood below, her heart trembling. She couldn't control herself. She actually smiled at me. At first, she thought it was just a coincidence, but it seemed that it really was possible. This is too crazy. Under the pitch-black sky, the noise outside soon broke the silence. Is there a sign saying that reincarnation is suspended? They've been waiting for a long time? The world after death? People were gathering outside, and more people were gathering. Suji ignored it and slowly finished talking about these important things. Seeing Shangguan Man's expression change several times, he naturally didn't know that she was thinking about whether she should marry him if he really liked the ugly ones. Then, he suddenly talked about other things. Do you know that besides the mortal Tao, the animal Tao, and the celestial Tao, there is a fourth type of living beings? The fourth type? Shangguan Man showed a puzzled expression. Suji pursed his lips, took a sip of tea, and said, the fourth type of living beings comes from the extraterrestrial civilization, which is called the Azura Tao by the celestial Tao. They have a special form and have the characteristics of life evolution. In the near future, the fourth type of living beings will completely flood into this world, and they will not be in the reincarnation system, nor will they enter the underworld. They are beyond the three paths. The extraterrestrial civilization? Not under the jurisdiction of the underworld? Not in the Book of Life and Death? Removed from the Book of Life and Death? Shangguan Man's pupils suddenly widened. For her, it was as if the truth of the whole world was slowly revealed at this moment. Yes. Suji answered as he looked at the three paths of reincarnation. This was a world with a large number of players. Although most of the players could only move in the animal Tao, which had the lowest flow of time, the players would also completely change the entire ecology of the world, and they would definitely try to get closer to the online game world. If it was really a large-scale Eastern Xianxia online game, then Shangguan Man and the others would naturally be the supreme NPCs who were in charge of the highest reincarnation system, the underworld. This batch of NPCs would not be affected by karma, had no grudges, and would not intervene in the disputes of the three paths. The current batch of Yuan Dynasty's Blue Flower belonged to the last competition, and there were only 200 to 300 people left when they were attacked. The next wave of the community PvP fighting competition was now being held, and it had an unprecedented number of 6,000 people. This batch of players had officially entered the game, and the server was opened. Naturally, he had to remind and warn Mengpa and the other civil servants in advance so that they would not be difficult to deal with if any accidents happened. They have the characteristics of evolution, and they are also the source of the new species that make up this world. Shangguan Man quickly tried to think. They come from another civilization, and they will bring different ideas and actions? Shangguan Man took a deep breath and suddenly raised a question that even Suji didn't understand. Since all creatures are equal, can I also recruit some of these creatures? Suji looked at her and said, yes, you can. Although they can't be reincarnated in the reincarnation cycle, they can be guided to the underworld and take some jobs, but you have to be careful. Shangguan Man nodded. She was just asking out of curiosity, and she didn't really intend to recruit them. In the pitch-black Samsara temple. Can you tell me more about it? Shangguan Man couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Suji didn't mind. In fact, she liked this kind of responsible mentality and was smart enough to not be easily fooled by those players. After all, this was an online game. The natives had to be smart to not be tricked by them. As the game operator, Suji was still hesitant to open the first real online game world. Then, he seriously explained to her how to guard against fire, theft, and the Azura path. I see. We must be wary of them. Shangguan Man looked serious. She silently memorized and clenched her fists. From the words of the emperor of the Samsara temple, she gradually realized that the Azura path was a natural disaster. Next, I will leave for a period of time. You will be responsible for the reincarnation of the Samsara temple. Suji said to the wrinkled and creepy old lady. You can decide how to expand and modify it. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Mangpa smiled again. Her face was buried in the shadows, which was extremely creepy. Just because of that smile, I'm not worried. Suji murmured in his heart. Ghosts would be scared to death when they drank the soup. But after all, he couldn't show his disgust, or it would hurt Shangguan Man's self-esteem. It was not easy for her to give up the beauty that every woman yearned for. She had made a great sacrifice, so he had to give her some encouragement. Very good. Suji's figure disappeared in an instant. Staring blankly at the disappearing silhouette for a few seconds, the stooped, malevolent-looking old lady took out the mirror she had just handed to her, looked at her face, and gently stroked it. As expected, this is too crazy. It's time to send in the first batch of people. There are as many as 6,000 people. This number is unprecedented. In the hall, Suji opened his eyes. He stood up and shook his body. Then, he left the leather sofa and went to the fridge to get a drink. Suddenly, he rubbed his belly as if he could rub the inner space of his stomach. I've turned my body into an online game? He had a strange expression on his face as he felt that this was a little interesting. Not to mention, it was only his dantian and the 9 spatial acupoints scattered throughout his body. When Suji grew stronger, he would be able to allow the living beings inside to leave the 9 worlds and enter the outer space. They would be able to walk through his meridians and blood. They would be like mountains of flesh and rivers of blood. The vast and boundless world would be like parasites living on his body. At this level, this is the true form of Pangu. Suji took a deep breath. Sure enough, every heaven-defying cultivation method that has been developed is extremely terrifying and leads to the ultimate path. His potential is terrifying. This was not what Suji thought. Just yesterday, after the devil realm of the 3 realms entered the cold era, the immortal realm became vigilant in times of peace. Now, Dao Chongqing had begun to develop the continent of flesh and blood, thinking of ways to expand the immortal realm. Ever since Dao Chongqing became a god and entered the 8th order, he had broken away from the assimilation of the Joss flame system and was considered a brand new life. However, it was not realistic to say that the previous Dao Chongqing had been completely resurrected. After all, he only had half of his soul left, but the other half was replenished. Now, he was a brand new life of flesh and blood, an extension of Dao Chongqing. Dao Chongqing can create this system, but I'll pass. Suji shook his head. Parasites were present in every life form, and humans were no exception. How many parasites could a person have? Germs? It was hard to count, but it was still disgusting. Especially if those idiotic netizens created an online game world. If the parasites really swam in one's blood and flesh, wouldn't that be fatal? It was not as if Suji did not peek at the internet yesterday. The situation was like this. Cute girl, ha ha ha. My disciple, Dao Chongqing, needs too much energy for the 9 revolutions mystic art. It's the energy of countless gods of the same level. Now, it has finally broken away from the 8th order and entered the stable phase. Let's celebrate. 666. Like. The comments were celebrating enthusiastically. It could be said that Cute Girl had a lot of bootlickers among the players. Anything she said would get a lot of likes. What's more, Cute Girl was a lazy person. She had nothing to do every day, so she would periodically come out to make a statement. Every movement she made would be replied by a group of bootlickers. Cute Girl continued, my disciple, Dao Chongqing, and I have come up with a cultivation plan, the world of deities expansion plan, Pangu's true form. The cultivation of the 9 revolutions mystic art is not only about 9 dimensions and a Dantian sun, but it also allows the living beings of the inner world to enter the flesh and blood. This is a big step for the world of deities. Therefore, the netizens were very excited, and they immediately commented. F***ck. The land of the world of deities is expanding. Just thinking about it is exciting. Isn't it swimming in the meridians? Disco dancing in the heart? Cute girl, don't worry. The 9 revolutions mystic art is very powerful. Not even the celestial Emperor can destroy this kind of body. Disco dancing is like a parasite of fleas and bacteria. It's very difficult for it to hurt humans. Everyone came to their senses. There was a huge gap between a deity and the heaven sovereign, not to mention the 9 revolutions mystic art, which was famous for its recovery. It was impossible for the heaven sovereign to be hurt. Someone else asked, but Dao Changxing's body is not that big. If he transformed into the Pengu's true form, he would at most be a dozen mountains. He's as tall as the sky and the earth, but he can't compare to the wizard world, can he? How many people can live there? Cute girl replied, it's small. This territory is for the top existences to explore and live in. After all, you know that a person's metabolism produces a lot of waste materials, which are treasures for them. This is a huge exploration paradise. It will nourish the living beings in the inner world. The stronger the living beings in the inner world are, the more energy they will provide, and the 9 revolutions mystic art will be able to run forever. This was indeed a kind of perfection. After all, it was mutually beneficial. The stronger the living beings in the inner world were, the more powerful the 9 revolutions mystic art would be. Moreover, it was just a waste body. The netizens were excited again. I get it immediately. Let me make an analogy. At this level, Dao Changxing's Jinkala is also a treasure. Instead of abandoning it, it's better to let them take the treasure from their stomachs. Then wouldn't Meng Mei also? Eyes bright. JPG, I have a bold idea. Cute girl? She was speechless, and she was shocked on the spot. Do you know how to chat? I already have the stainless immortal body, and I don't have that kind of thing. At first, cute girl answered seriously. Although she was usually a lazy person, she was still serious when it came to serious business. However, she couldn't get a word in. By the way, if we can walk freely in the body, won't it be a paradise for human anatomy? Let us love learning? It's indeed a game that loves learning. Finally, some people became serious and started to discuss happily. Cute girl's face gradually returned to normal. Wait, since we can go anywhere, maybe we can take advantage of some time to have a race? Reincarnate? Race is not bad. Brothers, let's go. A new life is in front of us. No, there's Jinkala in front of us. Turn back. It's a trap. Cute girl cracked on the spot, doubting life. Are you guys done? The cute girl was dumbfounded. These animals' topics couldn't have drifted too quickly. 1 second ago, they were still passionate about learning, and the next second, it was simply unimaginable. They started to discuss another aspect of content. Could their brain circuits be any more bizarre? I beg you guys to be more serious. Sure enough, there were too many amusing people on the internet, and they could think of many blind spots that normal people couldn't think of. However, once this topic was seriously thought about, the more you thought about it, the more bizarre it became. Perhaps modern humans were also Pengu? Bacterial life forms living on the flesh and blood continent were competing to be reincarnated? Become Pengu's son? It's very similar. The true body of Pengu, the countless bacteria parasitic on our bodies, isn't it equivalent to a universe? Cute girl was a little surprised and a little confused. Suji was also very calm. Anyway, he wasn't the one suffering a setback. He was even secretly happy because cute girl cleared the minds for him and explored another path, a path system that absolutely couldn't be cultivated. After all, the sand table world was for me to explore the unknown extraordinary path ahead and avoid danger. Now, it's also for me to explore the path ahead and avoid danger, even if it's the danger of the players. He immediately gave up on that idea and went to explore the continent of flesh and blood like immortality. He did not want a bunch of idiotic players to play online games in the mountains of flesh and rivers of blood and then cry out at the critical moment. Brothers, let's go. Let's see who can run faster. I want to become the descendant of the god of creation, and I'll get the blood of eternal life. Although a long time ago, there were people who imagined that earthlings were probably the descendants of the god of creation and that the blood of the god of creation flowed in their veins, which was a bit similar to our cancer. He didn't want his dream to come true now. I don't want such a cheap son. The gourmet world seemed to be in the body, but in fact, it was in a different dimension. It belonged to a spatial cultivation system. Only the spatial coordinates were on the body's flesh and blood. Expanding to the outside meant using one's body as a living land. And it was impossible to expand the immortal world to the flesh and blood continent of the outer realm. Because what was in Suji's body was not the simple and honest immortal world natives, but the players. Had they lost their minds? Who knew what they would do? Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. The gourmet world, in this online game, there are only 3 lowest flow paths, the beast path, which is their usual range of activities. Suji muttered to himself. Living in the lower dimension, enjoying the other 2 paths, the fun of attacking in the higher dimension. Don't blame me for being cruel, it's just that my scalp is numb. These guys were real catastrophes, and they were also super cockroaches. Suji seriously suspected that by suppressing them like this, they could still cause trouble everywhere and do all kinds of magical tricks. At this time, Shangguan Man was still building the underworld. Suji was not in a hurry. Since he was out, he would let the bullets fly for a while. He sat in the yard and enjoyed the winter leisurely. Sipping tea, he sat on a chair and took an afternoon nap. Because the 5th edition of the fighting competition was today. Half a day later, Suji slowly woke up and stretched his body. Next to him, the mechanical voice of the insect subbrain came. The 5th PvP competition has begun. Suji stood up, looked at the wooden chair placed at the door, and came to the wizard community. After so long, the world has finally taken shape. It's time to let the players in on a large scale. The wizard community was bustling. The streets and alleys had become a world. There were advertisements hanging on the exquisite and gorgeous streets, and alchemy balloons floating in the sky with advertisements on them. Next to them were delicious barbecues, such as takoyaki, meatballs, lamb skewers, and so on. There were all kinds of lively people and pedestrians coming and going. This was the reform of the wizard community. A few updates earlier, Suji had made them self-sufficient. They could spend meditation coins to exchange for any species in the sand table, alchemy materials. Naturally, they also began to exchange for seeds, all kinds of livestock, farming, and herding, forming a complete sand table farming game. Although each of the 1,000 players could only control their bodies for a short period of time each day, they could still farm, harvest, and feed 3,000 people. Glancing at them, he said, as expected, I can't underestimate these guys. They're starting to have a lot of fun. Even though winter has come, they're still building alchemy greenhouses. They're living a good life, and they don't even have to worry about starving. Rumble, under the watchful eyes of all the players in the wizard community, a hazy and vast figure covered in snow-white light slowly descended with a huge chair in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen. The host suddenly shouted and waved an alchemy microphone. His voice resounded through the entire arena through a special alchemy device. I declare. Let the competition begin. Suji moved the chair and sat down. Looking at the little ants in the big basin below, many new characters appeared. At this time, it was time for the top 8. A hazy existence slowly walked over and said coldly, Hello everyone. I'm a super ancient god. Daughter of Xinglin, you want to control fate? Then, I'll close the world line and let you control your own life. He gently stretched out his hand. Fate is in your own hands. Boom, the audience cheered, and it was very lively. So cool. Obviously, this character had great charisma and was too domineering. Moreover, he was the strongest existence that appeared so far, the ceiling of combat power, the world of level 9. Another existence walked up. It was a cartoon penguin, swaying, and charmingly naive. Hello everyone, I'm Dicky. The round penguin had its hands behind its back, and its majestic figure was hidden in the fog. I split the heavens and earth apart, so I will exist eternally in the world, hiding in the shadows. As for you heroic celestial emperors, you have roared angrily, you have been hot-blooded, you have bathed in blood, you have fought for the world, yet you have fallen, or perhaps you have been subdued by time, you have fallen under my body. This is the bloody truth of history. This appearance, you're telling me, this is Dicky? Everyone below was silent. Not at all, the 1,000 people in this server were very shameless. They had obviously accepted the sponsor's money, put on the clothes provided by them, and rushed into the finals. They took the opportunity to use this wave of traffic to advertise, and as expected, they even promoted their latest mobile game. And the host on the stage pretended not to see it. This guy is definitely being paid. Everyone was shocked. Alright, isn't this good? They instantly fell silent. Next, the top 8 contestants entered the stage one by one to make their declarations. After the small interlude, the new PvP fighting competition began. After the previous version update, there were now 3,000 servers participating in the competition. In addition to the existence of the extraordinary civilization in the world of gourmet food, the enthusiasm of the competition had reached its peak. There were 1,000 players in each server. Some were in charge of forging equipment for the character, some were in charge of meditating for the character, and some were in charge of practicing combat skills and fighting on the stage. At this time, the visitor mode also began. It no longer restricted players from the wizard community. Any external netizen could log in and watch this feast from the perspective of any 3,000 characters. It's starting. The 5th PvP fighting competition. Kill them all. Many students and office workers took out their time to watch this intense fighting competition in the gaming world. At this time, it was comparable to many large-scale competitions in the world. The audience had reached tens of millions. There were angry roars from below. As the host explained the match, he shouted, "Let's go." Oh, 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 oh. My God of creation, this year's competition is too intense. The top 8 are almost the same in terms of strength. Although it looks like there are 6 places. As long as they can fight for the top 6, anyone can become one of the 2 eliminated. Moreover, according to the information revealed by the officials, although the top 6 servers can enter the world of gourmet food, the starting point of the benefits they receive are different. The competition is very intense. The audience was boiling. They waved their glow sticks and shouted. Suji yawned. Although the battle was very exciting, it was very casual this time. It had to be said that the players who could fight their way in were all geniuses. After all, just like the indigenous world, there was no lack of geniuses and talents in the vast sea of people. However, there were only a few who could reach the top. Most of them died halfway. Perhaps, it was just like what the daughter of Xinglin in the ancient lava region had said, talent, intelligence, and talent were not the strongest forces in the world. Destiny was. After about an hour, the winner of the competition was decided. A group of beautiful girls danced in front, opening the closing ceremony. Countless people were shouting. Suji yawned again, stood up, and turned to leave. After all, he was only a background page. At the same time, the entire wizard community made an announcement. The gourmet world has activated live broadcast mode. If the time flow of both parties is equal, you can watch it in the wizard community. Every second spent on the live broadcast will cost 1 meditation coin. Players can be rewarded. Live broadcast, everyone burst into tears on the spot. Had this feature finally been pushed out? Live broadcast mode. After such a long time, the livestream mode was finally activated. Many netizens sighed, but it made sense after thinking about it. The flow of time was not equal before. How could they livestream? In the sorcerer community and the gourmet world, the flow of time was 1 year at a time. Of course they could livestream. Although the function of livestream was expected, it still caused a huge uproar. Many people questioned and mocked. Players need to pay for live streaming? 1 meditation coin per second. That's a sky-high price. I don't think anyone can afford it, right? 60 meditation coins per minute, and they can live stream for hours. That's robbing. That's right. Hee hee hee. Only rich people can live stream. How hardcore. Everyone discussed it. They felt that it was not popular at all. It was the rhythm of becoming a black belt. However, some people started to defend themselves. No, no. I think this isn't a live stream at all. It's a live stream when you encounter something, and there's a reward function. This means that players will definitely lose money if they live stream randomly. If they encounter something special and live stream it, they'll receive endless rewards. It's definitely profitable. I saw that the rewards are in meditation coins. The officials take 20%. There's a plane for the gifts. Rockets. And super fire. Everyone was stunned. Were they trying to steal the business of the major livestream platforms and online games? Who would watch the live streams of other games after the live stream? It was tasteless, ruthless. This was too ruthless. This Spore Evolution game had only been around for less than 3 months. Previously, it was targeted at a niche audience with very few players. It did not infringe on the interests of the major online games. But now, it was going to be an online game. It was going to sweep the entire internet. Moreover, it might give rise to a large number of famous streamers, which would infringe on the interests of many people. Many people sat in front of their computers and felt that something was wrong. Could those crazy netizens be paid posters from the major online games? They were not worried at all. After all, there were only a few players in this game. The computing power was too great. It probably could not accommodate a few players. But now? They were panicking. It could accommodate 6,000 people, so they started to stir up trouble. Paid posters, get lost. Many people cursed. However, some people asked serious questions and continued the discussion. There's one more thing. It can only be broadcasted if both parties have the same time flow. What's going on? Didn't the time flow in the gourmet world and the wizard community flow at a rate of 1 year per year? Could it be that there are areas in the world of gourmet cuisine where the flow of time isn't equal, and that's why the live broadcast can't be done normally? There were many inferences among the netizens, and they quickly analyzed a certain possibility from one sentence. The hidden meaning of this sentence is indeed not simple. In the world of gourmet cuisine, there was a division of time flow. Was this the rule of the world? If that's the case, then the culinary world is definitely not inferior to the other high-level extraordinary worlds. Everyone was in a frenzy. They were still discussing the livestream function and the deeper meaning behind it. Without a doubt, they were in high spirits. This was equivalent to truly getting closer to the online gaming world. What did it matter to them if the other online games went bankrupt? They were only responsible for playing the game. Who would have thought that such an arrogant and unsociable game planning team would cater to the needs of the masses? I think the production team just wants to earn meditation coins. 1 meditation coin per second, isn't that unfair? Right now, the market price of 1 meditation coin is $1. That's equivalent to $1 per second. This is daylight robbery. The other in-game players were panicking. Bah! Earn meditation coins? Is that valuable? Not at all. It's all bought by ballers, that's why it's worth it. The official platform doesn't profit at all. It's us who earn. Brother, don't do this crap. You must be an anti-fan water army from other online games. This game only collects meditation coins so that we can meditate more and cultivate our minds. Speaking of meditation, I've meditated for a few months now, and it has indeed alleviated my insomnia and hair loss. It's true. This game truly loves us. It keeps us healthy, meditating, and loving to learn. It doesn't collect money at all. That's right. It doesn't collect money. It only wants our hair, laughing emoji. One by one, they came out to explain themselves. Sitting in front of the computer, a group of professional water armies cried. This was AF * King Braindead Bootlicker. The water armies were most afraid of this kind of people. Furthermore, this game itself was poisonous. Say, you have so much black technology and so much money invested. What are you after? You don't want to earn money? Could it be that you really want the players' hairlines? That's too cruel. I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. They could only make phone calls and tell the investors that they couldn't take this deal anymore. It wasn't a problem of money, it was impossible to do it. Even charity was shady, and their consciences would suffer. Let's not talk anymore. We're going to meditate. It's just hair, right? Amidst the discussion, another system announcement sounded. In 10 minutes, the first 6 servers will enter the gourmet world. Please be prepared. This time, the entry to the gourmet world will be in a new way. It's about to start? The servers are about to open? The second announcement had just sounded, and the entire wizard community was in an uproar. Countless onlookers were excited. They couldn't play, but they could watch now. Wasn't it great to be a live stream player? this was the first official server opening, and everyone was curious. It could be said to be a grand event. But there were also countless players who were preparing to enter the top 6. These 6,000 people started to look at each other, confused. A new way of entering? Did it mean that it was different from before? This was very strange. With the hardcore nature of this game, many people were worried, especially the players from the 6 servers. They immediately wailed. Some people's first reaction was, is it going to open the door and kill them? Needless to say, the possibility of opening the door and killing them was very high. It was very likely that they would be in a dangerous situation the first time they entered and die. Many players from the top 6 took advantage of these 10 minutes to post crazily on the internet, gathering people to discuss. Someone immediately began to analyze. Damn, what will we see when we enter? This time we're dumbfounded. A new way of entering. We'll be confused, and in a situation where we don't know anything, dying the moment we enter is the most likely possibility. But we only have one life. Maybe the higher the server's ranking, the better the starting point, and the less likely it is to die. Yes, the higher the ranking, the better the beginner's benefits. The lower the ranking, the worse the living conditions. A well-known player said directly, and the crowd seconded and agreed. To be honest, the players from the 6 servers were completely anxious. They had worked hard until now and stood out from the 3,000 servers. Only they knew how hard it was. The more they paid attention, the more nervous they were. Many people sat in front of their computers, goosebumps all over their bodies, and their palms were full of sweat. We have to work hard. Learning Medicine to Save Another World by Xianxia, at this moment, was even more sweaty. Looking at the nervous online discussion, this was not inferior to the start of a marathon. As athletes, 6,000 people were nervous and sweating, nervous, anxious, and excited. Countless emotions intertwined in their hearts. As this brand new large-scale online game, the real first batch of players will enter after the revision. It may seem difficult to explore, but the benefits of exploring are also the greatest. Opportunity. Spiritual treasure. Hidden NPC, strange encounter mission. He took a deep breath and muttered a few words. At the beginning of the server, if he met any one of them, he might be able to soar to the sky. Bai Xiaojun was considered a well-known figure in the Spore Evolution sandbox. Previously, when the Alchemy Emperor asked for the gene expansion potion, it was he who led a group of brothers to rush to produce it. He also often spoke on the forum and was considered to be very famous. Later on, he also wanted to write about evolution, but he did not have the talent to evolve species. After many closed beta tests, he did not manage to squeeze in even once. He wanted to smash his keyboard. Right now, the gourmet world had a chance. This was his only chance. Although he was only in 5th place, which was at the bottom, the benefits at the beginning should be very low, and the beginning should be the most dangerous. This was already his best chance. He sat in front of the computer and clenched his fists. Today was very special. In order to prevent his friends and parents from interfering, he directly carried his laptop to the hotel, turned off his phone, and blocked all external information. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Whoosh, the 6,000 people in the sorcerer community only felt their vision go black. When they opened their eyes again, they were in a green forest. Where am I? Bai Xiaojun looked around nervously, ready to run at any time, but he noticed a strange thing. He could not move, and under his silent sensing, he actually turned into a tree that could not move, could only be slaughtered by others. He could only silently be dumbfounded, sensing everything around him. One by one, strange animals passed by. Is this the new way of delivery? Directly turning into all kinds of creatures and appearing everywhere? Breaking us all up, this is simply cutting off the biggest advantage of the players, huddling together for warmth. In the early stage, we can only rely on ourselves to grow. In his opinion, this game operator was simply a little psychopathic, to actually divide them like this, not allowing them to huddle together and take shortcuts. They could only rely on their own strength. At the beginning, it was a battle for survival. He continuously sorted out his thoughts. He was in 5th place in the server. Could it be that the players in the 5th server had all turned into trees, and the first few were really born with preferential treatment? turning into animals, insects, and continuously descending? Becoming an even lower-level creature? He took a deep breath. Anyway, he could not move now. Life and death were fated, and wealth and honor were up to the heavens. He could only silently look at the 3 hardcore options in the corner, as always: screenshot, go offline, private message, and the newly added live broadcast. He silently chose to go offline. The forum was still in an uproar, everyone was complaining. I especially turned into a tree. I'm a flower. Damn it, I'm already dead, this flower has been eaten by an animal. Everyone cried out in complaint. As expected, Bai Xiaojun sat in the hotel, her palms were full of sweat. It was indeed as she had imagined, turning into all kinds of animals and plants, and being delivered everywhere. Wait a minute, but why did no one turn into an animal? Soon, some people noticed and raised questions. There were no animals. That's not right. It's not that there are no animals. Did you guys notice, almost none of the top few server players have come out, not even a live broadcast? Yes. Perhaps they have turned into animals, carefully fighting hard, that's why they dare not come out, not even a live broadcast. Being distracted in an unknown situation is a joke with their own lives. They are much luckier than us, we can only wait for death, it doesn't matter even if we go offline, but they can control their own lives. The players once again discussed nervously, even the next evolution sand table had many people coming to watch. As expected, very soon, the top 3 server players came out. I'm dead. I've turned into an animal like a yellow weasel, and then I was hunted. The first player from the top 3 server died, everyone instantly confirmed, and those who did not come out should be controlling their animal characters to fight. Cough, 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 since everyone doesn't have the advantage of being born like the previous few, and is at the mercy of others, then let's sort out the information. If I'm not wrong, we can still advance like before and change our forms. In other words, the current body shape is just the initial form of a pet elf. This view was agreed by most people. After all, the announcement said that the way to enter had changed, but not the way to evolve. Then, let's work hard. These indecent plants in front of us won't move at all, let's make them more serious. Kacha, the network was still communicating. Bai Xiaojun directly logged in, racing against time, and began to work hard to absorb nutrients, becoming a boring tree. The surrounding players were the same, trying to become a boring tree, extremely excited, extremely expectant, and even began to sort out their future evolution path. After all, the hardcore players of this game had long been used to it. If it was any other online game, they would immediately quit the game, and this game, everyone was looking forward to it, watching the live stream of the Alchemy Emperor, Mother Earth, and so on. Now that it was their turn, anticipation and desire were constantly brewing, it would be a lie not to be excited. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath, speaking of which, this place is not simple. The blue and white flower of the Yuan dynasty that disappeared previously has not gone offline, and was taken away by the mysterious transcendent being. Could it be that it's addicted to playing? Days passed by. In a week, he accumulated strength and successfully broke through the first level, ushering in his first evolution, and began to become human-like. He was instantly overjoyed. According to this progress, I can barely pull out roots and start moving when I'm at the 2nd level. He looked at the network, he was not the fastest, but in the middle. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, the network was full of talents, who wasn't working hard like him. Do you want to become a tree that runs away? Another day passed. Ta, ta, ta. Suddenly, there was the sound of strange footsteps. Bai Xiaojun instantly panicked, am I going to die? When the sound gradually grew louder, in the lush and dark forest, a huge gray praying mantis came into view. Bai Xiaojun instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Praying mantises ate insects, they shouldn't be animals that eat plants, so they shouldn't be interested in me. I'm just an ordinary tree, he kept comforting himself, but that praying mantis suddenly stopped in front of him, muttering different words. This tree looks very tall and strong, that fellow should like it. After all, the mission given by the higher-ups is very large. I have to find all kinds of species to reproduce for it. I can give this a try? Maybe the offspring will be good too. With that said, Poochie, this praying mantis ruthlessly pulled it up, patted the soil clean, and carried it on his shoulder, saying in a low muffled voice, "I picked up another wife." Bai Xiaojun was dumbfounded. What happened? As expected of a real Second Life game, there was really no script. It was like reality, with all kinds of unknowns. Screenshot? No. Try a new mode. Start the live broadcast. Everyone, brothers and sisters, I've met an intelligent species. It's very exciting. Let's see what happens next, and see if I can survive. If you want to see it, follow me, don't get lost, send some gifts, and let the host be able to start a live broadcast. He was carried on the shoulder of the praying mantis. After starting the live broadcast, he felt that life was beginning to become confusing. The forest was quiet and the trees were flourishing. A giant praying mantis walked among the trees, carrying a tall tree that resembled a human spirit. It was the spy and agent of the Celestials in the animal realm, working for the Celestials and living an ignoble existence. At this moment, it shook its shoulders. This tree has obviously developed intelligence, and it's actually shivering? It had a strange expression. It even vaguely resembles the aura of the Azura realm described by the Celestials. But it's said that Azuras live in groups, and this is a single one. Furthermore, they are an extremely brave and ferocious fighting clan, while this one is trembling in fear. Also, the tree clan of the Azura path are all long-legged treants that can run, while this one is a traditional tree spirit that is very honest. It carried the tree and walked on the road back. The three conditions don't match at all. I was overthinking. Carrying the tree on its back, Bai Xiaojun started her first online live broadcast. All of a sudden, many people poured into the live broadcast room, watching everything curiously. Is this the tropical rainforest environment of the gourmet world? Looks like the scenery is not bad, green and quiet. I recognize many species here. They are all species evolved by the previous players. I didn't expect them to be spread all over the world. Is the whole world our sun? The praying mantis carrying you seems to be an intelligent life form. Is it going to use it as firewood? Some onlookers were spamming the screen like crazy. Bai Xiaojun was speechless. These guys are eating human blood buns, can't they see that I'm about to die? She couldn't help but feel angry. I haven't even eaten my human blood buns, and now it's your turn. Lying on the back of the praying mantis, she typed a reply. Brothers, deduct 6 points. If you don't give me tips, I'm turning off the live broadcast because it's too expensive. Everyone's face instantly darkened. Ding. Cute pixie, tip a rocket. Nuanyuan, tip a plane. The live broadcast room continued to tip, quickly surpassing the popularity of the first live broadcast room, standing out from the other newbie live broadcast rooms. Other onlookers immediately rushed in. After all, a large number of tips meant that there was something interesting here. What happened here? What a big praying mantis, so disgusting, it's too real. The first intelligent species, this praying mantis is speaking the language of the game, right? I don't understand it, I guess I'll have to learn it again. This game is too hardcore. The bullet comments kept refreshing. Countless players discussed among themselves. The other players were all playing survival battles, fighting against the various beasts of nature. How could it be as interesting as this place? According to traditional online games, this was obviously a miracle hidden quest, although it looked like it was going to get cold soon. My new friends, remember to reward me. Bai Xiaojun lay weakly on the mantis back and slowly walked forward. He was brought by the mantis to a wide field of grass, and in the middle of it was a large wooden house. When they entered the hall of the wooden house, they saw several strange animals tied up. There was a big black horse with horns, a black flower that looked like stinky mud, a big black fish that looked like a loach, and a more advanced tree spirit. Then, Bai Xiaojun was also tied up like these animals and thrown on the ground. The bullet screen started flooding again. What are you doing? You caught so many of them. Are you going to cook them? This tree is an exception. Remember to add more cumin. The audience of the live broadcast held their breaths. They were going to cook. Unexpectedly, the black praying mantis grabbed the black wildebeest and a special golden arrow, opened a door, and brought it into the room. Bai Xiaojun? His mind went blank. What? What happened? He could not help but quietly type to the bullet screen. My friends, we can see that this animal was sent into the room by the big praying mantis. Maybe there are some strange creatures in this room that are holding some evil ritual. Instantly, the bullet screen was not convinced. Evil ritual? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Spring is here, animals. Although you're a plant. Bai Xiaojun also felt that something was wrong. His body trembled rapidly and he quickly refuted. No way? There are male and female animals here. For example, I'm a male tree. Everyone snorted. Trees were divided into male and female? They could be both male and female, okay. Then, they saw the strange praying mantis NPC grab the next black flower skillfully and bring in a light arrow. Another strange sound came. Oh my god, what kind of perverted monster is inside? Bai Xiaojun was a little frightened and had goosebumps all over his body. However, the more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Could it really be? Could it be that next? A violent and intense chill rushed up his spine. He looked at the animals that were caught in front of him and his heart became more and more uneasy. Bai Xiaojun sent a bullet scream. Sob sob sob, brothers, help me think of something, it's my turn soon. The bullet screen was also dumbfounded. It was the first day and it was already so exciting. Such an exciting NPC adventure? This game was too realistic. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing too much. Brother, you've encountered an adventure mission. Although it's very difficult, the reward should be very good. 233, congratulations, brother, you've achieved a life achievement. I think you'll be pregnant soon. You'll marry an NPC in the game and give birth to a level 1 baby with heaven-defying aptitude. The baby will be born with 4 natural skills and has high HP. You'll be rich in an instant. Can't you have happiness because you're poor? Can't you have a happy marriage because you're poor? I'm telling everyone, don't give up. Just 3 years ago, my girlfriend refused to marry me because the betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan was not enough. She despised me for being poor. But now, after a lot of hard work, I've built a happy family. I'm now a mother of 2 children. While Bai Xiaojun was curled up in the corner, shivering, the big mantis caught another one. Only Bai Xiaojun was left. He was also extremely dumbfounded. Did such a monster really exist? It didn't discriminate between raw and cold, plants, animals, or anything else. It didn't conform to the laws of nature. Swoosh, after a while, the big mantis came out and grabbed the last one. It's my turn soon. Bai Xiaojun's face was filled with despair. He planned to turn off the live broadcast. He couldn't bear to look at this scene. Life was already so difficult, and he still wanted people to watch. This was something he couldn't do. Everyone was excited and full of energy. Don't. My roommate wants to watch for 10 more minutes before he dies. I have a friend who is very interested in this matter and is willing to send 10 rockets. In an instant, there was a frenzy of sending rockets, and the screen was full. The entire live broadcast room was pushed to the top. Bai Xiaojun was also stunned. Looking at the overwhelming number of gifts, he gritted his teeth and continued the live broadcast. The entire wizard community had been tidying up the venue for the PvP final battle ceremony and arranging the arena tables and chairs, but everyone stopped what they were doing. Was this a miracle mission? On the first day of the server's opening, there was already such an exciting mission. This was too much of a show. Many people expressed their opinions. The game has just opened, and the opening is already so exciting. It's a big surprise. This livestream is very interesting. Reward. I want to start an emperor. Why is the game development team so insensible? Is the aristocratic system not open yet? Someone immediately began to pretend. It was unknown if he was really rich or not. In short, the gifts in the live broadcast room had completely exploded. Looking at the flying bullet screen and the crazy gifts, Bai Xiaojun never dreamed that she would one day become a big streamer and become rich, but her feelings were still very complicated. I've become a big streamer? He was lying in the corner, firmly tied up, with a blank look on his face. He never thought that he would encounter such a strange thing. It was too frightening. One by one, he was caught, and the strange sounds kept coming. What kind of monster is inside? It's so brutal. But, the average time is quite short. This inexplicable thought appeared in his mind, and even he was shocked. Perhaps the rewards had made him lose himself, and he even began to think of ways to accept them. Click, the door suddenly opened, and Mantis strode out, reaching out to grab him. Last one. Finish quickly. Woo. The moment he was picked up, his heart completely collapsed. Ah ah ah. He crazily screamed and struggled, his heart tearing and lungs splitting. His eyes were widened, and the old bark face was distorted. No one could endure this type of devastation. Mantis was also confused. Why was he screaming so miserably? The previous trees were not so exaggerated. This tree was very special. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god. He's screaming so miserably, like a pig being slaughtered. He's alive like a resentful little wife. This game is amazing, give it a like. *T. You guys have to understand that this is a game adventure. Maybe you'll have it. The mother will become famous because of her son, and she'll give birth to a tree baby with high HP and defense. From then on, she'll be at the peak of her life. The group of people was completely cheering. This melon was big and sweet. The anti-fans and the water army were also very excited. He didn't have the chance to mock them just now, but now he had a chance. There were two types of haters now. The first type was hired by rich dads, and the second type were spontaneous haters. They were jealous. They saw that your game was doing well, and they would crazily try to attack you on the forum, trying all sorts of ways to mess with you. Where there were people, there would be disputes. This was not only true for games, but also for novels. Huh. I've finally seized the opportunity. Report them. They stared at the screen, breathing heavily. Inform Sugar Daddy. We'll take this job. The leader, a lean man, looked nervous. Document, brother over there, finish your document first. Ha ha ha, love of learning? If you're passionate about this field of study, you're going to fail. Everything is ready. The title should be shocking. A certain game actually begins with. A group of people were already ready, waiting for him to start and take screenshots as evidence. Gotcha, everyone anxiously looked at the live broadcast room. Bai Xiaojun was in despair. She made her final struggle against her fate. Brothers, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide later. It's useless. Do you see that mysterious arrow of light? Someone immediately analyzed. According to my deduction, this is some kind of special treasure. It's the arrow of Cupid that makes you fall in love. You won't be able to control yourself. I can only hope that the monster inside isn't too ugly. Bai Xiaojun immediately expressed that she would commit suicide now. Don't rush. Don't die, life is full of hope. I'll make an emperor for you. Brothers, let's reward. Start over, this song is for you. It accompanied me through the most difficult times. I once failed in my business and was in debt of 830,000. My wife ran away, leaving me with a son who is still in elementary school. But as long as I'm alive, I'll be full of hope. As long as the heart is there, the dream is there, there's still true love in this world. Hang in there, brothers, cheer for him. Sing with me full of positive energy. How can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? No one can succeed easily, grasp every touch of life. Sing, full of enthusiasm and encouragement. Chicken soup mentor, you want me to endure it? Bai Xiaojun was carried on his shoulder, his face full of despair. These guys looked serious, passionate, and full of positive energy, but in fact, it was obvious what they were thinking. He was not a young man who would believe such tricks. He suddenly wanted to go offline, but he also wanted to live stream to earn money. After all, the continuous rewards in front of him were almost 100,000 yuan. After all, moral integrity was not worth 100,000 yuan. Ding, a private message came in from the website. This was a private message that could only be sent after adding him as a friend. Bai Xiaojun took a closer look and saw that it was actually his girlfriend. As expected, his girlfriend still knew about this. He could not help but sigh. Seeing this scene, his girlfriend was probably as anxious as he was. He felt the same way and opened the private message. Dear. Hang in there, keep it up. This time I won't mind being cuckolded. As long as the heart is there, the dream is there. We can buy a house. Keep it up. Bai Xiaojun was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect you to be such a tolerant girlfriend, but I don't want you to be so tolerant. Ta. While he was in a daze, he was carried into the room. The dark wooden walls and the strange torture instruments were very strange. Previously, the animals were all lying on the ground with red faces, and an unknown tree creature with a terrifying aura was tied to the pillar. It seemed to be imprisoned and could not move. This hidden dungeon was very strange. When the netizens saw this, they could not help but feel excited. They looked over with excitement, but felt that this tree looked vaguely familiar, as if they had seen it before. It's a little familiar. Look at this pair of feet, it's obviously the type of tree that can run away, the surrounding people were discussing intensely. At this time, this tree person was handsome and tall, but his face was numb. He looked helplessly at the tree that had been sent in. Another tree. I've had enough. Can you be faster today? In an instant, everyone's mind was blown, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Oh, like mud, yuan. Green. Flower, countless people were dumbfounded, so shocked that they could not say a word. No one would have thought that fate would be so coincidental. A random new player who entered the dungeon actually met someone who had disappeared for a long time, and now seemed to be living a very special life. His 1,000 comrades in the same server could not stay calm. He had disappeared for so long, never logged off, and could not be contacted. He was actually here enjoying life, indulging in it, and forgetting about home. Not afraid of cold or raw, never would they have thought that his tree life had reached the peak. ****, this guy is enjoying himself here. At first, I was a little worried about this tree player, but it turns out that he's also an acquaintance. It'll be fine if we digest it internally. I'm relieved. After all, we're all brothers. Who's following who? Bai Xiaojun was also completely stunned. It's actually you. Yuan Qinghua was originally a rather serious person among the players. Although he was occasionally a little funny, she did not expect him to be so disgusting. You may know a person's face but not his heart. But she still had to greet him first and let him recognize her. Thinking of this. Woo. Bai Xiaojun's body trembled slightly. She hurriedly winked at Yuan Qinghua and made a gesture. This was the secret signal for them to pull the aggro. Yuan Qinghua was muddle-headed. He was instantly shocked by the tree man in front of him. Group gesture, he shook his body and suddenly said to the mantis beside him, Brother Mantis, can we go out for a while? I like this tree man very much. I want to slowly enjoy it alone. Mantis looked at the tree man on both sides. Previously, this azure realm looked lifeless. Had he found his true love now? It's great that you can take the initiative. The survival rate is very high. Mantis thought for a moment and did not suspect anything. He picked up the light arrow again. If you're playing tricks, the necessary punishment is still necessary. Don't blame me for increasing the amount. Whoosh, Mantis strode out. Suddenly, there were only 2 trees left in the room. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath and looked at him vigilantly. She immediately pretended to be very fierce. Yuan Qinghua, did you open the door to a new world? But don't worry, I respect you very much. I won't discriminate against you. As long as you don't do anything to me, we're still good brothers. He had his own plans and was very nervous. Now that he was at the mercy of others, he had to be fierce. Otherwise, if he compromised, wouldn't he be? He trembled a little. Brother, don't be so agitated. At this moment, the treant who was hanging on the pillar hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. Listen to my explanation. But before that, the NPCs outside will notice something amiss. You have to wake them up first, then I'll explain to you. Why do I wake up? Bai Xiaojun could not help but ask. In the next second, he reacted and his expression gradually became dull. He suddenly became very sad. Brother, I'm not familiar with the business. Why don't you do it? Yuan Qinghua was also very sad. Although I'm very familiar with the business, my voice is very familiar to the other party. The two looked at each other. It was extremely dangerous at this time. However, Bai Xiaojun still tried to speak. Ah ah ah. Ha 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 ha, the live broadcast room instantly laughed crazily. Their stomachs were cramping. And outside, when the big praying mantis heard the sound, it was instantly very satisfied. It muttered to itself, "This is much better than using the arrow of 100 flowers to reproduce. Natural reproduction has a higher survival rate. It's also a tree. It seems that it has found its true love." In the pitch-black room, Yuan Qinghua never expected that there would be a player among the creatures that were caught. While he was shocked, he immediately reacted. The first thing he said was to remind Big Brother, don't tell anyone about this dark history of mine. You must keep it a secret. This matter of mine is not what you think it is. I'm still a very serious person. I know. Keep it a secret. I'm super strict. Bai Xiaojun nodded. The live broadcast room outside began to be flooded with comments. Oh right, he didn't expect to be live broadcast at all. He's too young and can't keep up with the times. He can already turn on the live broadcast mode now. When he goes offline and sees the people talking about it, what kind of expression will he have? Laughing emoji. At this moment, Yuan Qinghua saw Bai Xiaojun's horrified expression and couldn't help but say, "It's not what you think it is. I'm still innocent, I'm still pure. I was just kissing them just now. They just fainted from suffocation." Bai Xiaojun was still screaming so that the praying mantis wouldn't suspect him. But his heart was very sour. "You're pure, my ass. I heard the sound from outside. I don't believe that you didn't do anything else. Yes, your soul is pure. I believe that you just kissed them one by one." Bai Xiaojun tried not to anger him. After all, it was very scary. He vaguely felt the fear of being chainsawed. He was treading on thin ice and didn't dare to anger him. He was going to kill him to keep his mouth shut. "You don't understand." Yuan Qinghua was also anxious and stomped his feet in anger. Looking at the other's frightened expression, he quickly explained again, "That thing is a strange trick of the Celestials. It's the arrow of 100 flowers of love. It has a special and strange ability. As long as two creatures are pierced, they will kiss and give birth to a baby." Bai Xiaojun hid further and further away. She looked at him in horror, as if saying, "Don't lie to me. Only a child would believe this. A kiss will give birth to a baby? Weren't these the words that parents would say when they were young? He's not what you think he is." Yuan Qinghua was completely agitated and quickly said, "This is the characteristic of the arrow of 100 flowers. Two people who are fated to be together will only kiss and then have a baby." This didn't make sense. Was it really that pure? Bai Xiaojun was shocked. She seemed to be starting to believe him. She looked at him and said, "Really? So this is your situation?" "Yes. Celestials are so proud and pure." Yuan Qinghua quickly said in a low voice, "This ability is extremely strange. A kiss and a fusion talent can be exchanged. It's very terrifying. That's why the love goddess of 100 flowers is one of the giants of the celestial realm. The arrow of 100 flowers is said to be an ability that surpasses all species. It leads the marriage of the celestial realm." The celestial realm, Bai Xiaojun felt strange. Yuan Qinghua couldn't help but cry loudly. Otherwise, how can I, a tree, and animals, fishes, all kinds of strange creatures, give birth to the hungry ghost realm? Only then did Bai Xiaojun recover from her fear. That's right, under normal circumstances, how could this tree reproduce with other creatures? Bai Xiaojun, 10,000 F** curse ran past. Her heart felt like it was on a roller coaster. The entire broadcast room was speechless. This wasn't the result they wanted. It was all bark and no bite. Some of the rich people who were crazily sending gifts were also dumbfounded. "I spent money just to watch this?" They felt that this was a scam. "I spent money and you actually gave me a happy look? The ability of this transcendent world is a talent? Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? This car is really going to the kindergarten. Holding hands will give birth to a baby? Kissing will give birth to a baby? That's too pure and cute. In the knowledge of the love goddess of 100 flowers, could this really be the reason why she has such a special talent? Isn't that similar to the nature of the evil gods? That love goddess of 100 flowers is really so pure. Everyone was speechless. The scene was so pure. This game doesn't conform to the rules. It's not a passion for learning. Although it's hard to say in this aspect, it's actually starting to scam others, causing them to have the wrong perception. I waited for so long, and this is what you're telling me. The internet water army, who were already preparing to excitedly write negative news, held their pens and trembled. They were silent and their faces were as black as charcoal. They didn't expect such a situation, such a fresh and pure scene. Under such a scene, everyone fell silent. Love Goddess 100 Flowers had such a miraculous operation. A kiss and a baby was born. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but exclaim that he had dodged the danger of 404 so cleverly. The anti-fans and fake reviewers who had been waiting for a long time were also dumbfounded. Their scalps were numb from the show. But you screamed so miserably that we thought you were in some kind of blissful state and forgot about home. What a waste of emotions. Many people imagined this scene, feeling that it was a shocking and unimaginable scene. Suddenly, they couldn't stop the numbness and panic in their hearts. Chills ran down their spines. It wasn't easy for this brother. He's a ruthless person. He's a hero. The first in the history of players. The viewers in the livestream were shocked and full of admiration. They didn't tease him anymore. Life was already so difficult. This was the pain in every man's heart. Xianxia didn't know about the livestream. She thought that the secret she kept was seen by everyone, so she kept explaining her experience. The flow of time is different. This world is divided into the celestial realm, the animal realm, and the human realm. We are in the animal realm, which has the lowest flow of time. It's the same as the time in the sorcerer community, 1 year to 1 year. So, the gourmet world that we noticed before is just the tip of the iceberg. Above us, there are 2 other spaces where the flow of time is accelerated. The monster we encountered earlier came from there. Can you explain the flow of time? Bai Xiaojun asked again after seeing the collective questions in the bullet screen. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, a horrifying new view of the world was unveiled. There were 3 flows of time in this world: 1 day, 1 year, 10 years, and 100 years. That's unbelievable. It's this kind of structure? It's limitless. Everyone started discussing this horrifying background of the game's world. At this time, 6,000 people had entered the game. On the first day of the livestream, Xianxia, who had disappeared before, came out to explain and popularize the world. Everyone felt that it was a program deliberately arranged by the operator. No matter what, this livestream was a great success. At this time, Xianxia still didn't know that the outside world was watching her. And each path can't stay in another world for a long time, so it can't completely occupy another path. The goddess of love's 100 flowers can only be used a few times. Periodically, she would bring me up to the path of heaven to conduct research and experiments. Moreover, she would charge the 100 flowers arrow along the way. When I was about to be killed by the repulsive force, she would throw me down to rest and have the praying mantis guard the gap in the path of animal. And they pushed me to the heavenly emperor realm in order to let me give birth to a descendant. We will make use of our evolutionary characteristics to evolve into a killing species. We will become the hungry ghost realm's weapons of war and fight for them. Everyone in the livestream room was completely silent. Hungry ghost realm? What was up with the primogenitor of the hungry ghost realm? Was he the leader of a race? Perhaps this was a great benefit for one of the primogenitors of the 6 paths. They suddenly felt a little envious. If it was just Lars, it seemed that the benefits were not bad. This thought appeared in their minds, and they were actually somewhat moved. Let me do it. After all, everyone who managed to catch up with the times had achieved great success, such as the cute girl, the green vine mother, and Bale, who had created the witch race and led an era. There are so many talents on the internet. Bai Xiaojun glanced at the bullet screen. Isn't it just a fortuitous encounter? You're selling your own moral integrity. I think even if you really become a father, there will be people who will throw caution to the wind. Bai Xiaojun felt that she shouldn't underestimate the various types of people on the internet. They were too shameless, but she was different. It was her wife who insisted that she persevered, and that was why she was able to make it this far. It definitely wasn't because of the rewards. Then, Yuan Qinghua continued. And I haven't gone out these days because I've been learning a foreign language, a native language. You should know that in this world, there are currently 5 common languages. It's very scary. Even I have only learned a part of one of them. Everyone, 5 common languages? Many students were dumbfounded. They were already crying when they learned English, but this game in front of them required them to be proficient in 5 languages before they could play happily. They couldn't help but cry. If they were proficient in 5 languages, why would they still need to play games here? It seemed that this online game was a passion for learning, but the natives didn't speak Chinese. If they wanted to play games, they had to learn a whole new language. They took the opportunity to improve their language learning ability. After all, research showed that learning a new language could develop the brain. Even the elderly learning a foreign language could greatly reduce the probability of dementia. They continued to understand the structure and worldview of the game. Yuan Qinghua continued. Now, I'm learning the main language of the animal path. Then, I'll create a dictionary and replace words with homophones to quickly master it. Then, I'll sell it in the witch community for 500 meditation coins. Awesome. Brother. Bai Xiaojun suddenly felt that it was very encouraging. The modern Xianxia. He was very touched and gave a thumbs up. This big brother was so miserable. He was imprisoned in such a place and suffered so much every day, but he still wanted to create a dictionary to make money and benefit the public. Yuan Qinghua quickly shook her head and smiled. No, you're also very strong. If I were you, I would most likely misunderstand and be very frightened when I heard this noise outside. I would kill myself directly. How could I survive until now? Bai Xiaojun naturally wouldn't say that the netizens had sent him rockets, so he braced himself to survive until now. Instead, he flattered each other. Same to you. We're both very strong and have amazing perseverance. Same to you. Yuan Qinghua laughed and was very satisfied. This situation should be kept a secret and wouldn't be revealed to the public. He couldn't help but think of what would happen next. Brother, you have to find a way to survive next. Bai Xiaojun was stunned. Only then did he realize that he was still in danger. There was still a big mantis outside. He was like a turtle in a jar here. There was only death waiting for him. He couldn't help but look serious. Someone is listening outside the house. Although I'm still shouting so that he won't be suspicious, what should we do? This was a boss battle. They had to find a way to defeat the boss outside. Yuan Qinghua was silent for a moment and murmured, we can't beat him at the moment. If you're not pregnant, the big mantis will definitely be suspicious, and you'll die. So, if you don't want to die, you have to. He silently looked at the arrow of 100 flowers. Bai Xiaojun? Pregnant? His head was ringing, and he was shocked. Tears streamed down his face. I've been through so many twists and turns, and I still ended up on this path? What the F*** CK? 2333. This game is so fun. Suddenly, an ID called Medical Learning Little Sweetie posted, good luck. Everyone who frequented the wizard community immediately realized that this ID was the girlfriend of Medical Learning to save the alternate world. As a result, the bullet screen was flooded with encouragement and all kinds of gifts. Her Majesty actually came to the live broadcast room. She must be very surprised. You must be strong. Hold on, Majesty. As long as you can get by, even if you're a little cuckolded. To be honest, I have Doraemon's treasure bag here. It's the artifact, the hat of forgiveness, as long as, Medical Learning Little Sweetie, don't worry, of course, I'll forgive him. Everyone, what a simple and understanding answer. What more could a man ask for with such a girlfriend? At this moment, Yuan Qinghua was looking at Bai Xiaojun as if she wanted to drag him down with her. As long as he had the same dark history as her, she was not afraid that he would not keep it a secret. However, Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath. He knew that this guy was most likely trying to trick him. This was a battle of wits and courage, and he would not be able to win if he did not have some skills. However, this was the live broadcast room, and there were countless people watching. If he lost, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? After all, he still had another way. He held his head high and said, "In this desperate situation, you can use the arrow of 100 flowers, but I refuse, because we're not different species. We're both trees, and naturally, flowers can be pollinated normally. Normal trees did spread pollen." Bai Xiaojun studied medicine, so she was naturally proficient in herbology. She immediately saw through Yuan Qinghua's plot to drag her down. "Give me your flowers." He walked over to the tree man tied to the iron pole. He shook the flowers of the tree expressionlessly and shook out some pollen. Then, he calmly completed the distribution of pollen on himself. The process was uneventful. Everyone was disappointed. Although this was also a communication between trees, it was not the kind they wanted at all. No passion, no initiative. Many Fujoshis watched the livestream and were extremely anxious. They screamed in their hearts. This was not the gay scene they wanted. At least a kiss. It was such a fun game, but they did not play according to the rules. It was not exciting at all. However, some male netizens did not have this hobby. After all, according to an orientation survey on the internet, most men thought that lesbians were beautiful, and they were disgusted by the sight of two men together. On the other hand, women felt disgusted by the sight of two women, and they were excited by the sight of two handsome men flirting with each other. This was a very special social psychological phenomenon. At this time, when the male netizens saw this scene, they only felt that this person was terrifying. He actually saw through the other party's plot. It was a pity that they could not watch this exciting show. After all, under normal circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to break through the blind spot of thinking and do this in such a tense and stalemate situation. Oh. This person is not simple. We sang a hot-blooded song to disturb his mind and make him confused. He actually didn't fall for it. The netizens in the livestream were still wailing crazily. They felt that they had missed out on 100 million yuan. Bai Xiaojun was too lazy to care about those idiots who wanted to mess with her. They just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Fortunately, she was quick-witted. "Is this okay?" Bai Xiaojun asked. Looking at the distribution of pollen, she was a little nervous. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath. Seeing that the other party was not fooled, she could not help but say, "Nod, it's okay. It's just that it might not succeed on the first try. After all, it's not shot by the arrow of 100 flowers. It won't give birth to offspring. Then we'll try a few more times." Bai Xiaojun thought about it and said, "Since I'm imprisoned here, I can even use this method to survive and stall for time. The other party won't kill me." In fact, after thinking about it, Bai Xiaojun also felt that the player who had been locked up had made a killing. It was just a kiss. The entire Heaven realm had used up all of his savings, and even the life of the previous generation's Heaven Sovereign Emperor, to push him to the 7th step of the Heavenly Emperor realm. 7th step of the Heavenly Emperor? They were not cabbages. Moreover, he even became the first ancestor of the Hungry Ghost realm. It was undeniable that it was funny to be locked up now, but this was the train of the times. Based on this worldview, it was highly possible that it was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. To be known as one of the ancestors of the Hungry Ghost realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation was simply incredible. It wasn't that there weren't any lessons to be learned from the mistakes of others. Just look at the witch Zuber of the past, the laurel tree being hacked every day, and the mother ivy being suppressed for hundreds of years. Wasn't it all the same? He would definitely have a bright future ahead of him. He had to seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with him. He immediately began to scheme in his heart. Yuan Qinghua, this person, in the future, might be the next witch ancestor or the Green Vine Mother. Both sides were scheming against each other. Everyone was an expert player. In this dungeon, how should they deal with each other so that they could work together? Cough, cough, cough. Bai Xiaojun was the first to speak. Yuan Qinghua, you're a combat talent. You came in 3rd in the PvP finals, but you're locked up. I'm not good at fighting, so I'm just helping out in the server to refine medicine and improve my realm. Although I'm free, I'm still very weak. If we want to escape this hell mode dungeon of the highest difficulty, we have to think about it carefully. Yuan Qinghua was now completely impressed by the other party. She actually didn't fall into her own trap. She also said, "You're a medicine refiner. Perhaps during this period of time, you can research some medicine and stir up some trouble. After all, this worldview's pharmacology is still very novel. However, don't let them discover your identity as an Azura. After all, they only need one stallion, and they won't pay such a huge price to create another heavenly emperor. If you're discovered, you might die and undergo all sorts of lethal experiments." Everyone in the live broadcast channel was munching on melon seeds. Listening to them seriously talking about the dungeon, they became more serious. This was a normal player, they had the attitude of an expert player who conquered a hell mode dungeon. In a sense, this is indeed a hell mode dungeon. It's very difficult. However, if they manage to escape, the rewards are huge. It's equivalent to obtaining a Heavenly Emperor player, the ancestor of the Hungry Ghost realm. The rewards are really generous. It fits the setting of an online game very well. The higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. This is a chain large-scale main storyline mission, right? Then how do we help them escape? Some netizens were discussing in the live broadcast channel. I don't think it's possible in a short period of time. Someone immediately said, becoming serious. However, after a period of time, when this group of players grows up, they might be able to work together to attack this dungeon and ambush the mantis, catching them off guard. Everyone could not help but discuss seriously. They were extremely excited. They really suspected that the game production team had done this on purpose. This was practically a common setting for beginners' missions. The opening storyline of a traditional online game would also start with an NPC locked in a cage, and the players coincidentally encountered it. Then, they would say, "Young hero, I'm imprisoned here by an evil presence." Then, they would introduce the game's worldview, background, and racial settings. At this point, they would say that the players were called the Azura clan. Moreover, the main storyline mission would be set, which was to rescue this trapped ancestor of the Hungry Ghost realm, a member of the Azura clan. However, these main storyline NPCs, and this main storyline mission target to be rescued, were all taken up by the players themselves. Oh my god, this game was too amazing. Ah. This game was too fun. Many people were sitting in front of their computers and crying out in surprise. Their eyes were bright. To be able to encounter such an online game in their lifetime, they only felt that they were bursting with happiness. It was too awesome. The flirtatious and cheap online games outside couldn't even do this, okay? The degree of freedom was so high that it could explode. Just as everyone was wildly praising it, another shocking scene occurred. The people in the live broadcast channel cheered wildly. "Brothers, look at this game's main storyline, it's advancing again." Clang, the simple, dark red wooden door suddenly opened. The huge praying mantis spoke in a language that the players couldn't understand at all. It was fat and ferocious as it mumbled. "Are you two done?" It swept its gaze across the trees and the animals on the ground, as if it didn't notice the two ants' disguises. "Yes, very good. Next, it's going to be another round of preparation for pregnancy. Good food, good drinks, and hopefully we can reach the target set by the Celestial." In fact, the huge praying mantis was also very glad that it was still cooperative this time. After all, it didn't dare to disobey the Celestial's request. Disregarding the survival rate, it had to give birth to at least 100 in each phase, or it would be finished. Moreover, if they survived, and a Hungry Ghost Realm warrior appeared, it would also reap great benefits. Next, Bai Xiaojun and the other animals were rearranged into a room. Every day, they were provided with good food and adequate nutrition, and they were about to give birth. Days passed one after another. It was worth mentioning that although the wizard community could watch the livestream, it was impossible to stay permanently. Although it was a day for a year, each character had to go through a rotation of 1,000 players every day. Each person could only log in for 1 or 2 hours and watch the livestream for a short while. Very soon, after countless waves of players came online and watched the livestream, half a day passed, which was equivalent to 4 months. And the few animals inside also quickly gave birth under the terrifying 100 flower arrows. Wildebeests, fish, strange flowers, all of them were born. But obviously, they were all stillborn or born deformed. They didn't even last a few days before dying. Instead, after Bai Xiaojuan's flower bud was pollinated, it began to bear a bright pink fruit. I've finally made a fortune. After the 1375th failure, there's finally a trend of success. The celestial will definitely give me the greatest gift. On this day, the praying mantis began to jump up and down excitedly, wishing it could have nourishment every day. This 4-month-old fruit still has a strong breath of life in it. It's about to give birth. I think this will work. It's true love indeed, the survival rate is very high. The praying mantis was very excited. How powerful was the celestial? Any random gift would benefit him for life. Actually. Want. Birth. Yes, everyone in the live stream? Was the main storyline of this game that exciting? They looked at the bright red fruit on the top of the trent's head and felt that it was simply too scary. Also, this gray praying mantis was clearly the antagonist boss, but why did it have an inexplicable sense of cuteness? It was as if it was about to have a wife. 4 months was only half a day since the server opened for everyone. Everyone began to discuss. The meticulously designed main storyline of the game is simply too good. Design team, I'm blowing my top. It's so immersive. Everyone agreed on the topic of immersion. After all, was there anything more immersive than the players being the game's main storyline NPC? No, it was simply an innovative game idea that transcended time. The embodiment of a high degree of freedom. Game design team, I've lost a lot of brain cells to design such an exciting game main storyline. It's so immersive. Let me ask you, is it awesome? Awesome, I can't believe I've been pregnant for 4 months. I'm really going to give birth. At medical sweetie, your husband is going to give birth. You guys aren't married yet, but he's going to be a mother soon. You must be strong. Wonderful. JPG, of course I'll choose to forgive him, laughing emoji. Hey, everyone, do you think it's really a baby with high aptitude? Some people were very curious. If you ask me, a mother's status depends on her son. This pair of loving parents gave birth to a heaven-defying son, and that's why they're at the top. Some people were very confident because this was a very traditional plot. Normal plots were like this. However, prenatal education is very important. I suggest that someone should study more martial arts to cultivate themselves. After birth, their combat power will be inhuman. Others also suggested. Wait, according to the Celestial, a baby born in the hungry ghost realm like this is a beast that only knows how to kill. Brother, aren't you in pharmacy? Do some research and make a medicine to counteract the side effects, lest the baby is born retarded. I suggest drinking some deer milk. The child born will be very smart. The entire live broadcast room had become a mother and baby live broadcast room, becoming the strongest in the entire online game live broadcast room. Countless people sent gifts, and everyone was discussing excitedly. This main game plot of the opening server was 2F** King Fierce. Exciting, novel, interesting. Everyone was excited. This wave of operation was really showing off. At the same time, maternal love was overflowing. All kinds of insights were sold out, creating a process of nurturing the baby. After all, the degree of freedom was so high, and this world had infinite possibilities. How they nurtured the baby would depend on themselves. On the other side of the live broadcast room, 4 months had passed. Only a few of the 6,000 players had been eliminated, and there were still 4,000 survivors. When they heard the players' spontaneous statistics, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. These animals came prepared this time. They're probably all experts at survival in the wilderness. They've done their homework and are especially good at hiding. Some players have even started to meet each other. They quickly formed teams, dug underground huts, built ovens, started farming, and raised livestock. We've entered the era of farming. It's almost like we're going to live forever. The game production team said that letting them play this game is a huge loss. This was an unexpected development. Although the flow of time was different, and most people could only watch the live broadcast in the Sorcerer community, there were still some netizens in the Sorcerer community who recorded and broadcasted the live broadcast, and posted it on the forums. Some well-known players even made daily comments, forming a brand new industry chain. A host sat in front of the screen. 4 months have passed, and most of the players have evolved. The highest are the Zoan players in the first 3 servers. There are already many grade 3 players who have completed 3 body evolutions. There are more than 100 of them. However, it's obvious that the first grade 3 players can rapidly evolve by hunting for treasures. After that, the speed will slowly decrease, and grade 4 will be the first threshold. The voice was very serious, like the weather forecaster on TV. The last 3 servers plant players can't move, and they're frantically hunting for prey everywhere. Their cultivation progress is still a little slower. There are also a few players who have started to step into grade 3 and can start moving. They're also starting to group up. Oh. We can clearly see that these 2 plant players are pollinating each other. It seems like they want to try giving birth. After all, among the plant players, it's just bearing fruit on one of their branches. It's not a big deal. This is the advantage that the Zoan players have. Unless they dare to. Ha 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 ha. Inside the house, sitting in front of the computer, Suji browsed through the interesting comments and was a little engrossed. He had no experience with online games, not to mention such a novel virtual reality online game. Those who wore virtual reality equipment only appeared in novels and some movies. It was unprecedented, so he naturally didn't know how the response would be. Moreover, he had carefully set up a time zone to balance the players and the natives. Now it seemed that the response was very enthusiastic within half a day. Not bad. Suji instantly let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, he was also quite satisfied. He kept moving the mouse. This online world of gourmet food is smoother than I imagined. After all, he still had to try. The sorcerer world, the lava world, the ancient wood world. Every worldview was created by one's own trial and error. Without all sorts of experiments and data, how could there be the brilliance and obvious characteristics of the various worlds today? Knowledge is power. For example, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, Cthulhu, death's eternal life. These heaven-defying techniques are knowledge, genetic talents are knowledge, and the birth of living things is also a type of knowledge. Suji opened his eyes slightly and once again appeared in the Samsara temple. The path to the highest level is paved with endless knowledge. He suddenly remembered the words from the very beginning of the sorcerer world, wisdom is the power of everything. It seems quite interesting. Suji shook his head. An online game formed by the natives who have completely integrated with a large number of players. Now that the world has just been formed, the rules are very rough, and there is no strict hierarchy or system division. I'll have to rely on these guys to help me settle this and develop it to glory. After all, these guys were very good at this before, and they had built the sorcerer community so beautifully. As Suji thought about it, he strolled out of the Samsara temple and found that the entire underworld had changed. There were even a few more employees, obviously recruited by Mengpa, but they all looked very ugly. In the pitch-black underworld, the road to the underworld, the bridge of helplessness, the stone of 3 lives. A long queue was lined up neatly. Suji walked slowly and looked at the 3 creatures he had just recruited. They were extremely ugly and ferocious. As expected, the style of this place was more normal. It was in line with the underworld and didn't look like the animal realm. Those guys had already started the livestream. The server has been open for half a day. Let's see how things are going here. Suji sorted out his thoughts and went to Mengpo's side. Shangguan Man had already abandoned the water dispenser and was sitting at the head of the bridge of helplessness, continuously feeding soup to Mengpa. It was very old-fashioned. When she saw Suji, she was slightly startled and quickly stood up. No need to be so polite. Suji smiled. Shangguan Man hung up the closed sign and walked toward the Samsara temple. He said, Your Majesty. Over the years, I've successfully recruited the black and white impermanents according to your request. They are responsible for maintaining order. The black and white impermanents were originally asexual, but they split into 2, one male and one female, one yin and one yang. They are twins, and their attributes repel each other. When they attack together, their combat strength is very exaggerated. They can deal with the perpetrators of the underworld and do other chores. Suji gazed into the distance. He saw two strange zombie-like creatures with long tongues and pale faces maintaining order on the road to the underworld in the distance. He couldn't help but nod. They were originally one person, split into a male and a female. That's not bad. After all, he didn't intend to completely conform to the ancient myths. It was very unrealistic to make the underworld he had created exactly the same. Suji looked around and couldn't help but ask, "I've never seen such a talented person in the Book of Life and Death." Shangguan Man hurriedly answered, "I've cultivated it. I've been receiving reincarnated people, and I saw a person who was born without a gender. He was a gender-neutral deformed child who was discriminated against for generations. After careful observation, I found that this person was extremely strange, as if he had yet to be born, but also vaguely separated yin and yang. There were signs of schizophrenia, and his talent hadn't taken shape yet. I felt that he was somewhat similar to my childhood, so I felt compassion for him. After many generations of reincarnation, I secretly entered the mortal world and secretly guided and corrected his life, guiding his talent to become what I wanted." Suji's heart sank. His talent was corrected by secretly influencing him? It could be done. After all, it was the convergence of the infatuation, obsession of generations of people. If he continuously and secretly influenced the lives of generations of people, he could influence the direction of development of their natural talents and induce it to take form. After all, I think, therefore I am. It was just that this was not easy, and it would take a lot of time and effort. Suji suddenly felt that he had found a reliable person. Shangguan Man was such a perfectionist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made him uglier and shorter. Now, she would show him that horribly gentle and charming smile from time to match the image of Mengpa. He immediately felt relieved. Suji finally had a reliable subordinate who could take care of everything. He couldn't help but say to Shangguan Man, "Thank you for your hard work. In order to create a suitable talent, you guided it through several reincarnations." "Not at all." Shangguan Man shook his head, feeling flattered. He hurriedly said, "It's just a subordinate's duty to guide suitable existences in reincarnation. It's just that during this period of time, in order to pursue perfect talent, I only guided the black and white impermanents. I haven't found the other judges, Oxhead and Horseface yet." Suji didn't care. He just had to take it slow. "Black and white impermanents, come and greet His Majesty." Shangguan Man waved his hand, his voice hoarse and old. Soon, on the road to the underworld in the distance, a pair of twins, one black and one white, walked over. Suddenly, they slowly fused together, like changing faces in a Sichuan opera. Half of their bodies were black, and the other half was white. They slowly bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Get up and continue with your work," Suji said. "Yes." The black and white impermanents stood up, curiosity flashing in their eyes. Was this His Majesty that Granny Meng had mentioned? They didn't dare to stay for long. They split into two and continued to maintain the order on the road to the underworld. After all, in the current reincarnation, the road to the underworld was becoming more and more crowded. Shangguan Man bent his back and continued, "Although the rest of the underworld talents are nowhere to be seen, we have taken in a third person, although this person is not on the recruitment list that His Majesty has mentioned. I see him." How could Suji not notice this third creature? It was a pitch-black, skinny man in black sitting cross-legged on the edge of the three-life stone. He had no flesh on his body, and his skin was wrapped around his bones. He looked more like a skeleton. He looked excited, obsessed, and sick. He looked at the lives of others on the three-life stone, which was very disgusting. It had to be said that it was very creepy, in line with the spiritual appearance of the underworld. "He can't come to greet His Majesty," Shangguan Man smiled bitterly, cupped his fists, and bowed. "Because he doesn't have a normal mind. He's crazy. He's sometimes clear, and sometimes blurry. It's very difficult to communicate. He can be regarded as a madman." "Oh?" Suji looked at the creepy skeleton-like man. Shangguan Man continued, "His talent is very strange. He can peep into other people's privacy and tell others about it. He also has an extremely terrifying memory. In his third life, he was a crazy old woman who peeped at men and women and gossiped about it to the neighbors. In the end, he was beaten to death. In his seventh life, he was a crazy beggar who peeped at a rich young master looking for women. In the end, he was also beaten to death. Suji's eyelids twitched. This person's talent is gossip? Gossip? Peeped into other people's privacy and gossiped about it, Shangguan Man said. He likes to peep into other people's privacy and has an excellent memory. As long as you ask him, he will tell you everything. So, I thought that since he likes to peep into other people's privacy so much, why don't we let him read the Book of Life and Death and the 3-Life Stone? He can record the information of the entire underworld and learn the secrets of all the creatures in the world. Then, we can ask him when necessary. With his ability to gossip, he will answer all our questions. Suji's eyes widened. He couldn't help but think highly of Shangguan Man. He wanted to let this gossipy guy read the Book of Life and Death and the 3-Life Stone to satisfy his desire to gossip. Then, he would become a human-shaped library that could search for him and ask him questions at any time. Naturally, it would be much more convenient. How should we name such a creature? Shangguan Man asked. Suji thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Since this creature has such a terrifying memory and likes to peep into other people's privacy all the time, why don't we call him Di-Ting? Di-Ting? Shangguan Man's eyes gradually lit up. He clapped his hands. As expected of your majesty. What a great artistic conception. Suji only smiled. Di-Ting was just a mythical name, but the current underworld did indeed need the position of Di-Ting. Shangguan Man, your achievements over the years have exceeded my expectations. Thank you for the compliment, your majesty. Shangguan Man immediately replied humbly. Suji was very satisfied. To be honest, he did not even have a real subordinate to take care of things for him. Modus, Little Phoenix, Dao Chongsheng? Carolyn? Di Chi, these people did not need to take care of things for him because they were more useful. They were responsible for opening up new systems. As pioneers, they would conquer the unknown of the 9th stage, and they would be the future heroes of the Zerg race. As for the Mother Ivy, Mount Akina's speed, Emperor Alchemy. It was undeniable that these early players were all very powerful. As time went by, they became more and more talented, but they had too many flaws. All of them were poisonous. They were two-faced, wretched, and full of cunning tricks. Shangguan Man was a perfect fit. He didn't have strong combat talent, but he was upright and didn't have as many flaws as the others. He was very reliable and didn't play tricks. He was a rare managerial talent. Perhaps Shangguan Man can be the leader of my personal guards. Suji pondered for a moment. After all, it's not easy to find a reliable person to help me manage things. At this time, Shangguan Man did not know what Suji was thinking. When Shangguan Man saw the emperor in charge of reincarnation falling into silence, he assumed that the emperor was displeased with the D-listener, thus he quickly added, the D-listener is quite useful. Nothing can be hidden from it. It was the reason why I was informed of the actions of the Azura Path. Oh? Suji was curious. Although the Azura Path does not enter the reincarnation cycle of the underworld, it is recorded in the Book of Life and Death, but it can be understood indirectly. In other words, the Azura Path has come into contact with the dead, so it can understand their every move. Shangguan Man hurriedly walked to the 3-Life Stone side and said to Truth Listener, what do you think of those living beings from the Azura Path? This skinny man was originally peeking at the 3-Life Stone nervously. Suddenly, he became curious and looked around nervously. After confirming that there were no outsiders around, he whispered, they are simply a group of perverts. There are all kinds of things, and they are very wretched. Sneak attacks, tricks, rape, and some of the logic I don't understand. Kiting, tanks, levels, pet elves. He began to explain in detail. Truth Listener even sensed that the players seemed to have some kind of special communication ability that allowed them to communicate with each other remotely. Suji's expression was slightly alarmed. Truth Listener has been spying all the way here? Shangguan Man was already trying to understand the players who had just arrived in this world. Moreover, they are constantly observing and investigating the actions of these creatures from other worlds. This was how the higher-ups of the world should act. Guard against any danger. The corners of his mouth curled up. He wanted a talent from the underworld who could suppress and fight with the players. You can indeed take good care of the underworld, Suji said. Shangguan Man lowered her head even more and revealed a sinister, shy, and charming smile. However, it was very creepy and she blushed bashfully. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I've been thinking about how to do this job well and not let you down. She was completely immersed in her role. The corners of Suji's eyes twitched. That was the bad thing about her. She was too serious. As Mengpa, scaring people had already become her instinct. She seemed to be deliberately smiling at him, probably wanting him to help check if her smile was scary enough. Suji smiled and said, "What do you plan to do next?" This was another test. Shangguan Man thought for a moment and answered seriously, "The Azura sect has a strange way of thinking, but since they are part of our world and the origin of life, I want to try to contact them and even recruit some of them to work in the underworld so that they can come into direct contact with us. Also, there seems to be some hidden quests, rewards, NPCs, and other strange words in their language. I vaguely understand them. Do whatever you want." Suji nodded. Shangguan Man dared to do this, which meant she was confident. At this moment, Shangguan Man respectfully handed over a document and said, "Your Majesty, this is my plan for the future development of the underworld." Suji sat on the divine throne of the Samsara temple and took the proposal. The more he read, the more shocked he became. "You want to build a city in the underworld?" Suji put down the proposal and asked. "Yes." Shangguan Man hurriedly said. She was silent for a moment as if she wanted to say something. After all, this would completely change the structure of the underworld, and it might cause His Majesty to be dissatisfied. "Be bold," Suji said lightly. Shangguan Man took a deep breath to calm herself down before she said, "After all, there's only one road to the underworld in the underworld. They'll have to wait in line for days. It's better to build a city for the souls of the dead to live in than to wait on the road." Suji nodded. It was indeed much better than the rules of the underworld he had casually built. "Good idea. Then, since this city is for ghosts and the dead to live in, how about calling it Fengdu?" "Your Majesty, you are a genius." Shangguan Man chewed on the word carefully and felt that it was as profound as the name Di Ting. She couldn't help but admire Qinxing even more. She said, "Now that there are 5 paths, namely the celestial path, the human path, the hungry ghost path, the Azura path, and the animal path. Then, the temporary resting place of the dead in hell can be a 6th path, a city for the dead to rest in the cycle of reincarnation." Suji was silent for a moment. "Call it the hell path, the resting place of the dead. From now on, there will be 6 paths in this world, and 6 paths will have reincarnation." 6 paths of reincarnation? Shangguan Man pursed her lips and felt that it was a good fit. The other 5 paths were fine, but the Azura path was for the living beings in the outer realm who called themselves players. After sorting out her thoughts, Shangguan Man spoke again. "The 6 paths of reincarnation. We, Granny Meng, the Black and White Impermanents, the Di Ting, and the others, are in charge of the rules of the underworld. We are not involved in karma, and we manage reincarnation. However, I think there is still one thing that needs to be improved." "Speak." Suji sat high up and said emotionlessly. Shangguan Man bowed respectfully. "The living beings in the cycle of reincarnation are constantly reincarnated, and their talents gradually grow stronger. But we, the masters of the underworld, are not in the cycle of reincarnation. We have been stagnant for a long time, and our talents will not be able to keep up with the progress of the times. We are not worthy of our positions. Therefore, I think that we, the masters of the underworld, should take turns to be reincarnated regularly and temper ourselves." Reincarnation, Suji pondered for a moment, then continued to ponder. Granny Meng, the Di Ting, the Black and White Impermanents, these supreme existences that transcend karma, would take advantage of their vacation to reincarnate, enter the cycle of reincarnation, and experience life and suffering? Good. Suji smiled. It's a very good system. Eternal existences will be reincarnated into different daos. It's quite interesting. Shangguan Man bowed slightly. We don't have enough people at the moment. Once it's more complete, we will enter the cycle of reincarnation. But right now, the most important thing is that the underworld should build Fengdu. Perhaps. We can take this opportunity to recruit some Azura Path members. The Path of Azura, Suji had already expected this. In fact, reincarnation was very powerful, but its flaw was also very obvious. Only 600,000 creatures had talents, and the number of true spirits was constant. This made their numbers extremely small, while the number of players could increase. It was equivalent to an online game world with 600,000 NPCs. As for the reincarnation of 600,000 creatures, there were naturally ordinary creatures, flowers, insects, and fish. In fact, 90% of the world was occupied by ordinary people without talents. They were born too weak, and it was difficult for them to rise. The 600,000 creatures with natural talents were the core of this world. Therefore, the fundamental principle of this world is to value quality over quantity. That's why it's so rare in the first place. This is the definition of an online game. Even though there's no ranking system or attribute panel. Suji bade farewell to Shangguan Man and continued to walk through hell, sweeping his gaze across the lands around him. In this underworld of reincarnation, a vast dragon bustled on the road to the Yellow Springs. It was a spectacular sight, crying and laughing, showing all the emotions of life. In the face of death, kings and slaves were equal. The basic principle of the gourmet world is more or less complete. At this moment, Suji slightly weighed the three realms, the lava world, and the gourmet world that had just gotten on the right track. The third world, the gourmet world, in a general sense, was just a small world inside his body, not a traditional extraordinary world. It could be said to be a training ground for his personal guards. Exclusive weapon, reincarnation. Cthulhu currently had mechanical armor form and reincarnation form. Although forging this weapon was very difficult, its future prospects were extremely bright. After all, on the path of cultivation, Suji understood that the higher one's combat ability and potential were, the more time and price they had to pay. Whoosh, in a flash, he appeared in front of reincarnation again. It was a huge black and white wheel that slowly spiraled, emitting an eternal aura. Every number written on it was the true name of the reincarnation, immortal and indestructible. At this moment, it sat inside Suji's body, becoming the core power source of the 9 transformation mysterious art. As for building Fengdu Ghost City, it's not surprising that those players will be excited. Suji raised his head and looked at the huge black and white wheel of light. He was actually fascinated and shocked by its beauty. As for the underworld, although there are only 3 people now, they can continue to recruit. I'm on the right track. After the inspection, Suji was very satisfied with Shangguan Man. He could completely delegate power to him. But I still have to stay in the underworld for a while to see the construction. However, a day in the Beast Dao is equivalent to a year, the Mortal Dao is equivalent to 10 years, and the Deva Dao is equivalent to 100 years. Just as I am developing the Beast Dao and reincarnation, enough time has passed in the outside world. Celestial beings gave birth to civilization, which was the Celestial Age. 321 years. The state of Yao's Xianxia was a man of great talent and strategy. He had the talent to sweep through the world. He traveled through the 18 vassal states and became the first person to break through to the Celestial Emperor realm. He was dissatisfied with the Celestials and wanted to defy the heavens and destroy the Tao. The immortals sent a disaster, and fire and water spread for tens of thousands of miles. A Celestial dares to humiliate my people? Xianxia was furious. Whoosh, a blade swept across the sky and slashed into the celestial path. In an instant, the world lost its color. The sky rumbled and split apart, sweeping through the entire mountain range. Amidst the pitter-patter, a majestic rain fell from the torn celestial realm. There were even some bright beads of blood mixed in. The elegance of that blade was simply indescribable. What did it mean to be invincible? This was it. This was the first great emperor in the history of the mortal world. His battle prowess was unprecedented, and he was born to kill. In the sky, the Celestials were also completely moved. The potential and terror of the mortal world always gave birth to mysterious and unknown talents. Even they were afraid and vigilant. A cold voice came from the sky. Since Blade God Xianxia wants to fight with the Celestials, we will not bully you. Martial emperors will not take action, and sub-emperors are not allowed to participate. The younger generation will fight. Even the celestials fear me. Xianxia laughed heartily. He raised his head and laughed heroically. You all know that my talent is terrifying and my battle prowess is unparalleled. Even if 2 or 3 celestials surround me, I will still bite back and 1 or 2 will die. Fear of death. This is the weakness of you celestials. Since you want the younger generation to fight, then I will accompany you. In less than a few days, many young celestials with outstanding talent entered the Yao nation's territory and wantonly slaughtered. This caused the dissatisfaction of countless experts, and they began to fight. Celestials dare to look down on the Yao nation, using us as whetstones to train the celestials? The nobles and generals were furious. At first, the young celestials were riddled with scars, and both sides suffered. After all, celestials were revered, and when had they ever suffered such a fate? Then, the celestials returned to the celestial realm when they were heavily injured. In less than a day, they were rejuvenated, and once again rushed toward their opponents from a day ago. But at that time, their opponents were still heavily injured. Damn it, this is the terror of the celestials. Damn it, our time is not equal. They went back for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, they had recovered from their injuries. Moreover, they organized their experiences for the past 10 days and constantly reflected on their previous opponents. Their battle techniques are so much better than before. In this way, we have really become a training ground. Young celestials descended one after another, and tens of thousands of refugees fled. They starved for 1,000 miles, and corpses filled the fields. The entire land was dyed red with blood. The world of the celestials was too terrifying. It was equivalent to a supergrade world, and they used the terrifying flow of time to recuperate. They were almost invincible. Xianxia was furious, and he asked the other countries for help. The other countries were silent. The Yao nation has incurred the wrath of the heavens, and it shall be destroyed. When the celestials are angry, the land is 1,000 miles red. Mortals dare to fight against the heavens? But there were still righteous people in the mortal world. Some talented geniuses from the various countries, struggling in their hearts, resolutely rushed to the Yao nation to fight against the celestials as the younger generation. So what if the celestials are strong? In just a short 10 years, many young geniuses roamed the Yao nation. They came with heroic hearts, confident in their outstanding talent. But only now did they realize how terrifying the other party was. Large batches of geniuses from various countries rushed over. They thought that they were geniuses, and their names were originally invincible. But now, they were easily crushed to death. It was as if no dazzling genius of the mortal world could compare to the brilliance of the celestials. This was the darkest era. But bathed in blood was always the beginning of a legend. Many young experts of the mortal world gradually became able to fight against the celestials, and they even killed some of the celestials who could not return in time. A dazzling era was born. 7 young geniuses turned into the most dazzling suns, suppressing the world. They were unrivaled, and they added a beautiful color of hope to the entire land. That period of time was known as the 50 years of hope. However, in the blink of an eye, they all perished one after another, killed by even more talented David geniuses. The Yao nation was completely defeated, and they no longer had the strength to resist. The celestial year was 373 years. Xianxia met the 2 heaven god thearchs in the Battle Emperor Palace. In the end, they still came. Xianxia sat quietly on a chair, looking at the 2 existences shrouded in hazy white light, waiting for their final death. He had lost. He was only one person, and he did not have as many heavenly thearchs as the other party. Both sides had carried out a bet, and the younger generation below heavenly thearch and quasi-thearch had also been completely defeated. But in the end, I still ignited some flames. Xianxia, a great emperor with great talent and strategy, had an extremely calm expression at this time. He had long since known that his defeat was inevitable. From the moment he declared war against the celestials, he knew that this would be the outcome. His nation would be destroyed, and his millions of citizens would be destitute and homeless, their families destroyed. But he still did it, becoming the first tyrant in history. His heart was very cold, and he was sufficiently cruel. History would remember this, and future generations might evaluate him as Xianxia, the first person in the history of the mortal world to break through to rank 7, a barbaric tyrant who led millions of citizens to fight against the Celestials, and led his nation to destruction. Did he not know the consequences? No, he knew the consequences better than anyone. He clearly knew that it was death, but he still chose to do it. Because people always had to take the first step and let out a roar of anger. There was no revolution without blood. If one did not challenge and probe, one would not know the opponent's strength, and one would not be able to defeat the opponent. One would forever be shrouded in the shadow of the Celestials, and the mortal world would be ruled and dominated. Today's Xiao nation was destroyed, but it would ultimately become a spark of hope for tomorrow, a bright flower blooming in the long history of the future. Everything that happened today is to pave the way for future generations. His eyes were dazed. If possible, who would be willing to be a tyrant? In front of him were many Celestials, their bodies emitting a terrifying snow-white radiance, captivating one's heart. Xianxia stood up, lowered his head, and slowly raised the long saber that had accompanied him for countless years. This tall and mighty boorish man wiped the tears from his face, and laughed loudly. Even if I die, I will kill 1 or 2 celestial emperors. Xianxia raised his saber high. He was going to attack. But at this time a cold voice came from a celestial. Xianxia, do you think we Celestials don't know about your shady business? We all know what you want to do, to pave the way for future generations. Cloud Monarch looked at Xianxia, who was ridiculously talented and powerful, and beside him stood Yun Zhongjuan and the others. He said calmly, you have seen our talents. Do you feel like we have met before? Zhangjiao's expression suddenly turned cold. This celestial sovereign's talent was actually very similar to that of the ancient existence he deeply respected, the White Monarch. This was simply a stain on this ancient mortal hero who wielded a saber against celestials. Cloud Monarch continued, perhaps, it is just a coincidence. How many living beings are there in the world? Similar flowers will always be born, that's what you think. But are there really so many coincidences in the world? Perhaps there is a mysterious world of death in the world, where the dead all reincarnate. Death is not the end, but the beginning of a new life. We Celestials have been constantly observing and gradually discovered the pattern. We realized that many of us Celestials are people who have made great contributions in the history of the human realm. In our next lives, we will enter the celestial realm and become the most honorable beings. 1, 2, more than 10. Our talents are similar to the famous people in history, so it is not a coincidence that they appear among the Celestials. Xianxia, you will be like me, and enter the celestial realm in your next life, just like me, the White Monarch. Zhangjiao's expression gradually became dull. Cloud Monarch continued, not only you, but even the 7 geniuses who dared to fight against the Celestials and were shockingly talented but were killed will also enter the celestial realm because of their great contributions. Their talents are terrifying, enough to replenish the outstanding and powerful blood of the Celestials. Do you think this battle between the Celestials is part of your plan? No. Cloud Monarch took a fierce step forward. No. You are gravely mistaken. Cloud Monarch's voice became louder and louder, striking directly at the mind like a dull bell. You have always been in our plan. We took advantage of the situation and beat you at your own game. This battle is not only to train the younger generation of the Celestials, but also to provide all the new blood of the mortal realm in this era. Those 7 existences, and yourself, will completely expand the power of the celestial realm. In an instant, Zhangjiao's mind was blank. He instinctively grasped the long saber in his hand. This was his only companion. Are you really going to attack us now? Cloud Monarch's voice was cold, his words piercing deep into the heart. You have helped us, and you will eventually become one of us. You are a hero of the Celestials, and in your next life, you will be remembered for your great contribution. Zhangjiao's eyes widened completely, and his body trembled. His body seemed to have aged more than 10 years, and his withered body trembled. No, your talents are similar, it is just a coincidence. They are a group of hot-blooded heroes in history, they will not become you, you have wavered, and your will to fight is gone. Cloud Monarch looked at Xianxia quietly, seeing that he had lost his soul. This was a terrifying enemy, and his will was firm to the extreme. But at this moment, his heart suddenly relaxed, and there was a loophole, because he began to kneel. In Cloud Monarch's talent, an opponent who knelt was already defeated. It was undeniable that Xianxia was a terrifying opponent. His battle strength was terrifying, and a head-on battle was enough to cause heavy losses. But in front of him, he was laying a trap, and he was attacking his morale, spirit, and faith step by step. He had already personally sent 7 genius-like heroes into the celestial realm, including himself. He looked like a tragic hero, carrying the infamy of history, but in reality, he was indeed the greatest sinner and traitor of the human realm. He had helped the Celestials. His faith collapsed. Brilliant. It was a brilliant plan. Whether it was intelligence, calculation, planning, or battle strength, they were all at an extremely shocking level. Was this the monarch of the Celestials? Was this the White Emperor of the past, the first great human leader who led humanity to slash and burn? Xianxia was silent. Such an existence, perhaps no one could defeat. Cloud Monarch stared at Xianxia, who had already wavered, and sighed softly. You, Xianxia, will be like what is recorded in history, and what people will say in the future. Whether in appearance or inside, you will indeed be the most cruel tyrant in history. This sentence was the cruelest. At this moment, Xiao's knees completely softened. So, I am a tyrant. His expression was startled, and he suddenly waved his long saber. Poochie, blood splattered. An ambitious person who dared to wave his saber at the heavens, saber god Xianxia, actually committed suicide, and fell in his own palace. Your Majesty. Yun Zhongjuan stepped forward, his expression somewhat moved. Xianxia, who was extremely difficult to deal with, was actually so simple. He clearly knew that from the moment he was about to kneel, his heart had collapsed, and he had no chance of winning. This is a true hero, willing to bear the infamy, to open up a path. White Monarch slowly bent down, both hands stroking Xiao's widened and unwilling eyes, and murmured, Xianxia, you alone are the spirit of an era. Once you are defeated, the entire mortal realm seems to have aged countless years in an instant, and there is no longer any vitality. He slowly stood up, inexplicably looking at the vast white clouds floating in the sky, and murmured, reincarnation? What a mysterious region that is. After living beings die, will there be another world? Death, the most mysterious domain of life, and also the end of life. The moment every life was born, it would face its inherent death. You have reached the end ahead of time. Cloud Monarch was unexpectedly calm, and disappeared with the corpse. When he reappeared, it was already an unknown green mountain, and when he stretched out his hand, the soil was stirred. A tomb quietly stood there. He erected a stone tablet, and wrote Tomb of the Hero Xianxia on it. A breeze blew past. The sky was high, and the clouds were faint, and it was vast and boundless. This battle was won, but Cloud Monarch was not happy, and instead stood quietly in front of the tomb. Reincarnation, what is it? Does the world after death really exist, as we have guessed? Is it controlled by someone? Then, if there is really a god controlling it, then the mysterious existence that controls reincarnation, what are we to you? Xianxia, you went to see him. I hope you can tell me what you encountered when you return. White Monarch looked down at the tomb, and behind him was a group of celestial subordinates kneeling, and murmured. He chuckled. The existence that controls reincarnation? I want to see you too. The Yellow Springs Road was long, and the flow of people was endless. Bright flowers covered the land on both sides. Xianxia looked at the land in a daze. Is this the world after death? Unexpectedly, the Celestial did not lie to him. It really existed. Everything can only start over. Xianxia clenched his fists. His heart was at a loss and bitter. There were all kinds of voices around him. Am I not dead? I'm dead too. This is the world of the dead? There was an uproar next to him. It was obvious that they had suddenly come to an unknown land. They felt very unfamiliar and panicked. Endless people were discussing and whispering to each other. Eh? It's the monarch of Xiao Nation. Sword God Xianxia. Someone exclaimed. He seemed to recognize Xianxia and quickly made way. Most of the people on the Yellow Springs Road were the people of Xiao Nation. They died in the war with the Celestial and were now crowded in the underworld. You're in front of the line, someone said. Xianxia was silent and felt very guilty. If what the Celestial said was true, then he was indeed a spy for the Celestial. Instead, he helped the Celestial to expand his power. It was really embarrassing. He quickly waved his hand and said, "The world of the dead and the identity of the living don't need to care." The people around him quickly agreed. After a few twists and turns, Xianxia looked around curiously and carefully. This was the world of the dead? What kind of mysterious existence was in charge of it? At this time, news kept coming from the front of the line. I've been queuing for half a month. I heard that the front has been suspended again. Business is suspended. It said that too many people died in this war. The underworld is full and difficult to manage. It said that Lady Mengpa has restarted, but she has already asked the Black and White Impermanents to recruit people. Xianxia had a strange expression on his face. He was puzzled. Suspension? Recruit people? What does this mean? Xianxia looked at the crowd in the distance and suddenly felt that he had lived his life in vain. He could not help but be amazed. The world of the dead was really unfathomable. There were all kinds of special personnel in charge of reincarnation. It was said that the highest one was the mysterious supreme existence in charge of the Samsara temple. After waiting in line for a few days to rest, the stream of people continued to flow in, and he could vaguely see a stream of people in front of him. Xianxia gradually saw the bridge of helplessness, the village viewing platform, the stone of 3 lives, and the people on the bridge were crying and mourning. After asking about their effects, Xianxia could not help but feel incredibly shocked and even more respectful. However, his heart was also extremely bitter. He was already dead, and this Yellow Springs path was his final path. He had completely forgotten everything, and his heart was filled with regret, confusion, and incomparable remorse. He wanted to change everything, but he had no idea where to start. He smiled, his face filled with the vicissitudes of life. In the face of death, all living things are equal. Before reincarnation, everything is fabricated. Gradually, as they moved forward on this path, someone in the crowd pointed at the poem inscribed on the bridge of helplessness and exclaimed loudly, "The resurrection lily blooms on the other side of the river." The bridge of helplessness sighs helplessly. In this life, I have forgotten the past. How can I say that I will be with my old friends in the next life? What a good poem. It is said that Lord Black and White Deity said that this was left behind by a reincarnated person a long time ago. Eh? That's strange. Since he doesn't remember the afterlife and present life, he has no fetters and is living a brand new life. Why would he write this poem? Could it be that he wants to do something to someone from his past life in his next life? This is ridiculous. How can there be people who remember their past and present lives? Xianxia listened to the discussions around him, and was a bit surprised. He secretly clenched his fists. Perhaps there is hope. Gradually, Xianxia arrived at the head of the bridge of helplessness. He saw the stone of 3 lives, as well as the legendary Granny Meng. She was incomparably ugly, ferocious and hideous, and a single smile would cause anyone to tremble in fear. Number 124529, Next Life, the Deva Realm. The hoarse voice rang out, and the surrounding people were filled with envy. To become a Deva realm was a noble existence that countless people could never hope to reach. Can you wait a moment? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Granny Meng was shocked. She looked him up and down. Everyone is waiting in line for half a day before it's finally their turn. Everyone wants nothing more than to be reincarnated, and yet you want to wait? Xianxia nodded nervously. If you want to wait, then wait. Granny Meng ignored him. Xianxia silently returned to the beginning of the Yellow Springs path. He stood off in the distance, curled up in a corner, watching the newcomers die one by one. He stared intently at each person's expression. These people had just appeared in the world of the dead, and they were all terrified and nervous. Maybe he exists, maybe he doesn't. The person I'm looking for, when he comes to the underworld, must be very calm. When others encounter such a mysterious unknown, their first reaction is to look around nervously. But this man shouldn't be nervous. He should have a look of nostalgia and familiarity. He didn't know if such a person existed, but he had to wait. He had to give it a try. If there was someone who remembered reincarnation, then he would definitely appear. After all, as long as people lived, they would die. How intelligent was he? I don't remember, but if someone does, then perhaps this person can. This was his last chance. After all, he was an ambitious person. Ordinary people wouldn't think of this and try it decisively. Days passed, and the Yellow Springs path surged with people. It was unknown how many people it had received, but Xianxia kept waiting, as if he had become a nail in the door. He also witnessed the continuous improvement of the underworld. During this period, there was a constant stream of news. Lord Black and White Impermanence brought back a strange tree. It's screaming. It's so strange. It said that this is a temporary civil servant who will appear in the underworld. It looks very timid and strange. Zhang Zhao's expression immediately turned slightly strange. Had the Lord Black and White Impermanence returned, another few days passed. Oh my god, it said that the tree man is fantasizing and plans to build a city over there. He's making some architectural blueprint and preparing to bring souls to carry bricks. I don't know what that means. Another few days passed. It said that Lord Granny Meng ordered that tree man to solve the long and lonely waiting time on the Yellow Springs path. That tree man came up with the idea of a daily newspaper. So that we won't be so bored. Daily newspaper? What's that, daily newspaper? Even Saber God Xianxia was a little curious. As a result, in a few days, the facilities of newspaper booths were added on the Yellow Springs path. There were newspapers placed inside, and it was said that they could be taken and put away at will. And some people who were waiting on the Yellow Springs path and waiting in line to be reincarnated were really lonely and bored. They couldn't help but pick up a daily newspaper and began to kill time. As a result, within a few days, they were instantly fascinated. On the entire Yellow Springs path, almost every creature was sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a newspaper and reading it. They didn't even have the mood to wait in line. Although Xianxia was an ambitious person, he was also slightly curious. This world after death was really mysterious and unpredictable. Even he, the Saber God Celestial Emperor, couldn't help but try to pick up a so-called newspaper and read it. He saw a few big words written on it, Samsara Daily, and a small title on the first page was, shocking. Fengdu Ghost City established, planning to recruit workers, generous pay? This title was very strange. For a moment, Xianxia didn't know why, but he had a strong desire to read it, and he kept reading. In order to realize the construction of the underworld city, enrich the spiritual life of the souls in the reincarnation underworld, and realize the 3 modernizations, it was a very long article, and he actually unconsciously read it and became obsessed. This was a very strange feeling, and after reading it, he even had the idea of taking the initiative to help build Fengdu Ghost City. He looked at the other pages of the newspaper, which seemed to have just been opened. There was not much content about news, and mainly the novel section was filling in. It seemed that there was a novel called The Alchemy Emperor's True Record. Chapter 1, The Alchemy Emperor Did Not Enter the Forest, First Test of Love. This writing was really good. He unconsciously became obsessed. The sorcerer world? Witchcraft? Mind power? Xianxia silently pondered. He always felt that in this novel, he had a special intuition that some of it contained some kind of heaven and earth truth, and should not be underestimated. There was a big earth-shattering secret. This first chapter is not simple. Some of the ideas in it are worth trying. Xianxia was called the Saber God, which was enough to show how terrifying his cultivation talent was. Did this book really happen? Cat Hopping sat in front of the computer. He was actually very confused. He was just an ordinary tree player who was still secretly farming. He had even tried to mine iron ore a few days ago on a livestream. After all, going from the Stone Age to the Iron Age was a great leap forward. But a few days ago, he was inexplicably dragged into this pitch-black world by a pair of strange Anitya Hellguards of black and white. They had ferocious expressions on their faces, and he experienced a whole bunch of strange scenes. Ghosts, the Naraka Bridge, the Stone of 3 Lives, and even the massive black and white reincarnation that hung high in the sky. Only then did he suddenly realize that this might be the legendary underworld. Oh my god, I've encountered a hidden mission, he was dumbfounded on the spot. In the words of the netizens on the Spore Evolution forum, this happiness came too suddenly. After all, this game wasn't that simple. It wasn't like you could go bald just because you wanted to. Come to think of it, the immortal realm, animal realm, hungry ghost realm, human realm, Azura realm. Where did the sixth realm go? The hell realm? Then there were the 6 realms, but what about reincarnation? Perhaps this worldview had been answered now. Just now, he was brought to see Mengpa by the black and white impermanence and received a hellish epic difficulty mission. Let him be in charge of building Fengdu, then propose various construction matters for hell and improve it. To think that a farming player would have such a day. At that time, he was excited. He was about to reach the pinnacle of his life. Such a huge project to build hell was the dream of any farming player. In the end, when he asked how many people were given to him, Mengpa directly said that he was the only one and that he should think of a way himself. He was stunned on the spot. Me alone, build what the hell? Maybe I can turn on a livestream. When one side is in trouble, all sides will watch. He was very clear about the character of those guys. Usually, it was impossible to make use of them. They were all wretched little demons, but now that he had a way to attract them, it might help him create a miracle. 3 heads are better than Zhuge Liang, and the thinking of tens of thousands of idiots was not to be underestimated. He quickly turned on the livestream and called his friends. Brothers, I've encountered a hidden mission. Fortunately, the flow of time in hell was the same as the flow of time in the animal realm. It was perfect for the livestream. Host, where is this? It's so dark. I feel like my life has fallen into darkness. A series of shouts rang out. There were only 2 or 3 people in the livestream room. It was unknown when the livestream room would be able to attract a large audience. Seeing this, Malpai gritted his teeth and emptied all his savings. After all, for the sake of this hidden mission, he was going all out. Ding, cat hopping gifted 10 rockets. In an instant, the huge amount of rewards made the livestream's popularity rush to the front row, and a large number of people poured in to see what was happening here. I received a strange encounter mission and met the black and white impermanents. They saw that I was farming and mining. The house I built was very unique, so I was taken to the underworld. Let me help them build a house. What kind of house? Someone asked in the bullet screen. Fengdu. Everyone was shocked. Was it the mythical Fengdu? The one in hell? Let a player build it? My god of creation, what kind of epic quest is this? He couldn't help but carefully examine his surroundings. Malpai directly introduced himself, as if he was an outdoor streamer. From the camera, we can see that Mengpa is currently in charge. There are no magistrate Chui, ox head, or horseface. I don't know if there will be any in the future. This is a wrinkled and dark old woman in her 70s or 80s, but she likes to smile. Her smile is very scary and eerie. When she has nothing to do, she likes to sit on the Naraka bridge, like a young girl in love. She takes out a mirror and practices her smile, saying that she wants to practice it for Her Majesty. Her Majesty likes to watch this. The netizens sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a deep shadow lingering in their hearts. This was like a horror story. Sure enough, the aesthetic standards of the underworld were different from ordinary people. Catapult, the player himself, was also shocked. He quickly came back to his senses. Cough, cough, cough. We can also see that the black and white impermanents are a person with mitosis. It's very strange. They turn into a man and a woman and maintain the security of Yellow Springs Road. It's relatively normal. And next to the Stone of 3 Lives, there is often a dieting. This is a strange man with a wretched face and a sinister smile. From time to time, he drools. It makes me feel like he's a crazy man on a train. I have goosebumps all over my body. Everyone felt that it was strange. Were the NPCs of the underworld so interesting? There was Mengpa who liked to look at herself in the mirror but was extremely ugly. There was the black and white impermanence with mitosis. And there was also the wretched dieting. Moreover, every single one of them was extremely ugly. It was as if they were characters from a creepy ghost story. It was as if they had arrived in Alice's Wonderland. Apart from these NPCs, there seems to be a mysterious His Majesty of Samsara Temple. No one knows what his real name is, curious emoji. I have to say, such an ugly mangpa is actually thinking of love. She pulls out a small mirror and smiles. I have to say, she's a little cute, picking nose. Is the streamer going to work here? Interesting emoji. Malpa nodded, put his palms together, and said seriously, everyone, please think of a way, please. This strange encounter mission is simply earth-shattering. It's probably very difficult to gain the favor of these NPCs. Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. Only when it was difficult could it be challenging. Another main mission has begun. If I'm not wrong, this is the second mission. At this moment, a well-known player immediately analyzed, the first main storyline, Azura Path's Rise, is one of the two gay storylines. It's obviously a battle storyline for combat players, hot-blooded battles, and cultivation, and the strong are respected. As for the second main storyline, the establishment of Fengdu Necropolis, it's obviously for lifestyle and farming players. Indeed. After all, of the two ents, one is a combat player, and the other is a potion player. Both are obviously related to combat. And this player, Malpa, is obviously an expert in farming. This distribution is definitely not a coincidence. As soon as someone analyzed, everyone felt that it made sense. Wasn't that the case? Combat players and lifestyle players, the two main storylines of the players were clear. Many people sat in front of the computer and took a deep breath. As expected of the game planning team, it was simply amazing how precise they were. Although this virtual reality game did not have a level setting or a tribute panel, this was the subtlety of the game. It gave people a very realistic experience, like a real Second Life. Now that the two main missions had appeared, the players would not be like headless flies. They would completely integrate into the local people and experience a real Second Life, the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion. Looks like we're going to be busy. We have to help the other side give birth to babies and help the other side with farming. Ha 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 ha, awesome. Who said we're busy? If you guys like fighting, go over there. If you like farming and construction, come over here. Cough, cough, cough. Although you're only one person in building Fengdu, there's still labor. Those people on the Yellow Springs Road are all, but without benefits, how can they work for you? You have to be paid, and on the road to the Yellow Springs, Granny Meng also wants you to help them eliminate their loneliness. Perhaps we can start a daily newspaper and use spiritual food as payment, and then stop updating, so that they can only read the next chapter if they carry bricks. Wonderful. Two birds with one stone. Therefore, there was Samsara Daily and the first chapter of Chronicles of Emperor Alchemy. Emperor Alchemy should not enter the forest. As a matter of fact, those novels had already been written by fans on the internet in reality. They had even recorded the Mother Ivy, Tao Immortality, and other eras. All they had to do was carry them on the spot. Only the translation was a thorny workload. Fortunately, Malhopping and the netizens in the stream channel worked together on the translation. As fans of farming, the netizens were very excited, because it was also a technical job to capture their hearts and make them feel itchy. Let's kill them. They raised their pens excitedly, ready to launch a heavy punch. On the Yellow Springs Road, Xianxia was slightly annoyed with the newspaper. Chapter 2, Emperor Alchemy secretly makes babies with 7 little witches behind his back. The name was still weird, but the content was novel. Grantham is rescued by the 7 little witches. He learns that they've established an Elizabethan Freemasonry. It's very difficult for them to resist the Dark Witches. The little girls are oppressed by the Dark Witches and live at the bottom of society. One day, Elizabethan loses her job when she returns. She holds the slime and murmurs, "Has life always been so difficult? Or was it only difficult when we were weak? Life is always like this. Even the strong have pain," the slime suddenly said. When Zhang Xiao saw this sentence pierced deep into his heart. This slime was clearly someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Zhang Xiao also thought of his own life, and how he had struggled his entire life to become a tyrant. He could empathize, and his heart faintly resonated. He continued reading. The Emperor Alchemy began to study weird things and build mechanical puppets with his back to the 7 little witches. Zhang Xiao couldn't have been more expectant. This Grantham, the main character, has always been remarkable. What's he doing now? A brand new civilization and a brand new worldview. How novel. I really want to read the next chapter. He had never been so expectant before. How long had it been since he last felt this way? Only when he was weak and challenged the powerful enemies of a country and the heavenly beings could he have such a strong sense of expectation. Also, I really don't know how terrifying the being behind this book can be. In his opinion, that world was written very realistically. There were even various theories and data. In his extremely high vision, there was a high possibility that it could be realized. His heart was heavy. Indeed, the netherworld is very powerful. He covered his forehead. Originally, he had planned to wait in the underworld for the person who might remember the mandate of samsara. He wanted to fight for a chance of survival for the rise of the Tao of the human realm. The reason why he read the newspaper was to kill time. But now, he actually felt the pain of catching up. I shouldn't be obsessed. I can't. Forget my mission to save the human Tao. Xianxia clenched his fists. As the first brilliant celestial emperor in the history of the human Tao, he silently reminded himself. As the days passed, everyone on the road to the underworld began to be completely addicted to the novel. The carefree and joyful daily life of the alchemy emperor and the 7 little witches were also influenced by the sorrow of King Lilith of Babylon. Even Xianxia had to sigh. This was an era as sad as them. In particular, Lilith pretended to be cold in front of everyone. She said, "The Queen of Babylon is not allowed to have tears." This stabbed Xianxiao's heart even more fiercely. He felt the same way. Wasn't this also him? The king acknowledged, the king allowed, the king carried the whole world on his back. After catching up, he finished reading the last paragraph. It was a long emptiness, and he really wanted to read it a few more times. As a failed king, he felt the most emotional. He resisted the heaven Tao, yet he was schemed against. He also began to read the other contents of the Samsara daily aimlessly. The other pages were calling for everyone to build the ghost city of Fengdu as usual. The first ghosts plant the tree, the second ghosts enjoy the shade. In response to the new target of the underworld, we will soon call for all living beings who are lining up on the Yellow Springs Road. Xianxia shook his head. Carrying bricks? As a builder, building a city, this was impossible. As the first celestial emperor in the history of the mortal world, his talent was unprecedented, sweeping through the 8 desolate lands and 6 directions. Even celestials were somewhat fearful of him. Even though he was now defeated and became the ruler of a destroyed country, he still couldn't do such a lowly thing that would damage his status. Days passed. On the road to hell, people sat cross-legged with newspapers. They were reading about the alchemy emperor's counterattack in the novel. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. They couldn't help but discuss it enthusiastically. Even a noble heavenly being began to argue with some creatures that looked down on the mortal world and the animal world. In my opinion, this alchemy emperor will definitely be able to defeat that evil witch, someone from the animal world said. That's impossible. This dark witch is as powerful as a heavenly being. A mortal can't defeat a heavenly being. A man from the mortal world shook his head. He secretly glanced at a heavenly being and flattered him. Nonsense. That heavenly being was furious. He had obviously turned into a true fan. From a fair point of view. Not to mention that I'm a heavenly being, even if I'm a heavenly being, the alchemy emperor can defeat a heavenly being. He's not that Xianxia. The man who flattered him, he was dumbfounded and couldn't react at all. That's right. The alchemy emperor will definitely win. He's not a loser like me. In the distance, Xianxia clenched his fists and quietly curled up in a corner. After reincarnating and hiding, no one here knew him anymore. At this moment, everyone was nervous to the extreme. They were filled with anticipation because the great battle was going to begin tomorrow. Soon, the next day, a new newspaper appeared. A group of people swarmed to the newsstand. Next. At the end of the bridge of helplessness, Mengpa sat on a chair and slowly poured soup. Boom, however, the people who were waiting in line instantly swarmed away. Please let us reincarnate in a moment. I want to read another chapter. And drink Mengpo soup. I'm so anxious. Would Grantham be able to defeat Emperor Medusa, the sovereign of death? And become an emperor? Start a new era of wizards? The hymn of humanity is a hymn of courage. The bridge of helplessness was instantly thrown into chaos, and it became completely empty. Shangguan man, she looked in front of her in a daze. No one was waiting in line. They had all gone to the crowded newsstand. For the Yellow Springs Road, which had always been full, it was the first time that everyone was rushing to reincarnate. However, she didn't care. She silently took out a book and flipped through it. Of course, it wasn't Records of the Alchemy Emperor. Although she was also reading this story, as the person in charge, she had already digested it internally and read the latest update in advance. At this moment, she was reading the exclusive book written for her by the Azura Path. Muddled ugly wife, your majesty, please behave yourself. Ta. After a series of accumulations, the group of people had completely gone crazy. This chapter was definitely a must-read. The Alchemy Emperor led tens of thousands of slimes to battle on an alchemy airship. The battle was imminent. Could they win? In the dense crowd, Xianxia was also among them. He took the newspaper and saw a row of big words on the headline. It was the title of the chapter. Chapter 18, Sweep. Grasping the sun, moon, and stars, there is no one like me in the world. Does this title mean that they won? The counterattack has finally begun. Xianxia slightly clenched his fists. He only felt that this title was too domineering, and his blood was boiling. Grasping the sun, moon, and stars, how domineering was this person? He couldn't help but look at the next line of words in a hurry. However, today's Samsara Daily was very strange. There was only this bright and attractive chapter title, but no content. There was only a line of lonely words below it. If you want to know how this chapter is, please report to the brick moving office. His expression changed several times. His hands couldn't help but tremble, and the newspaper was torn in half. Where to move bricks? The entire road to the underworld was instantly empty. The crowd in the newsstand also turned to Where to Move Bricks. Go to Where to Move Bricks and read the latest chapter. Don't push me. Grab the sun and the moon and pick the stars. There's no one like me in the world. This title is too tempting. The Alchemy Emperor should have won, but it couldn't be helped. This was the most fascinating scene in the novel. Grantham had been preparing for a long time, and this was the critical chapter of his counterattack. After all, the novel was not only written with great detail, but some of the cultivation systems in it could also be realized, which made him more immersive. Moving bricks? Xianxia tore the newspaper apart. He stood there alone and took a deep breath as he looked at the crowd far away. I'm angry now. The underworld is truly unique and unique. He was even more impressed. At the very least, as a former ruler of a country, he would never have thought of such a measure. As expected of the most mysterious place in the underworld. Forget it. This novel is too horrifying. I'm just getting some intelligence from it. He thought for a moment and couldn't hold back his desire to know the ending. He strode forward. I'll stop reading this chapter and go back. I'll wait at the source of the road to the underworld for the person who might show up. If I can remember the reincarnation, maybe I can, in the brick moving office. A tree man was sitting on a chair. His door was even more crowded than the queue at Granny Mang's, as if he were the real Granny Mang. He kept saying to the people in the queue, you have to move bricks in order to continue reading. However, to move bricks, you have to smelt them first. How can you move bricks without bricks? You're all experts with special talents. Your efficiency is astonishing. You'll be done very soon. He was constantly assigning tasks, just like a contractor. The underworld was in a physical space, not a mind space like the cute girls. The soil and the flowers were all real. As for the powerful ghosts that had reincarnated countless times over, their talents were naturally powerful. In fact, they possessed powerful soul bodies that could materialize and come into contact with matter. Naturally, they could move bricks and construct buildings. Hurry up. Go smelt. In an instant, the entire Yellow Springs Road was bustling with activity, as if it had entered the era of steel smelting, full of passion. It's finally starting. Cat Hop sat on a chair, wiped his sweat, and peeked at the distant bridge of helplessness. There was no one there, and Mangpo was still quietly reading a book. Bringing people here to start construction was also part of the Fengdu construction plan. Although hell was used to suspending its operations from time to time, the fact that Granny Meng was able to remain so calm and collected meant that she must have informed hell in advance. Otherwise, Qingyi would have been done in by now. It wasn't that he wasn't aware of Mangpo's sinister methods. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. Friends in the livestream, are you done with the blueprints? After all, many of them came from civil engineering backgrounds. They even invited Meng Mei, the land developer, to carry out the planning and construction of a large-scale formation to coincide with the heavenly Tao. Also, everyone, hurry up and translate. We'll kill them and let them experience the pain of catching up. Let them chase another 100 million chapters. Mao Tiao was full of ambition as he said to the live stream, also, fellow netizens, if you think it's good, please reward me. Everyone in the live stream was speechless. They felt that this was simply poisonous. Which of the other live streams weren't obediently enjoying themselves? Watching the streamer's performance, with her fair skin and long legs? What about them? Watching a tree, not only did they have to pay and reward, but they also had to help with the labor. The busy noon gradually came to a stop. The group of people sat down on the bricks of the construction site in exhaustion. They reaped the fruits of their labor and read the next chapter happily. They felt that their days were very fulfilling. Brother, your brick-moving skills are not bad. Some of the surrounding creatures said to Xianxia. They were full of admiration. Now, they gradually understood the meaning of the term brick-moving. Xianxia didn't say much. After all, his cultivation and talent were there. He acted very reclusive and ignored the group of people who were discussing the plot. He sat on the bricks of the construction site and quietly read the newspaper in a corner. As expected, I didn't disappoint. He clenched the newspaper tightly and exclaimed in satisfaction. He watched the high-burning fight to his heart's content. Every pore on this saber god who was known as the ambitious and ruthless great emperor opened up. Awesome, too awesome. At the end, frowny face Grantham, the great emperor of alchemy, easily defeated the ancient hero king, Gilgamesh, summoned by Medusa. He completely suppressed the entire era and turned into the most dazzling sun. The age of alchemy has officially begun. Grantham, the great emperor who controls the gate of truth and alchemy, is famous all over the world. However, he secretly returned to the Elizabeth Freemasonry and said to the 7 little witches, I'm back. That sentence alone made them wait for 100 years. Xianxia was very satisfied to see that. It was the ending, the story that overthrew the entire Dark Age and became invincible in the world should be over. Also, the 7 little witches finally got married. It was a great ending. Sitting on the construction site, Xianxia couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He decided to stop reading. The rest of the plot should be a peaceful and happy life. However, he casually glanced at the trailer of the next chapter. The great emperor of alchemy established the Babylonian Age of Alchemy. He built world-class wonders, the Hanging Garden of Babylon, the giant Adolf. It was the most glorious era in the history of Babylonian wizards. The 7 little witches are about to die. Where should the great emperor of alchemy go? Please read the next chapter, Meet the Gods in the Land of the Gods, Meet the Gods, Meet the Land of the Gods. The name of the chapter made him nervous. How could the great emperor of alchemy be so bold? He's a god. What did it mean to be full of ups and downs? This was exactly it, his heart was stirred again. Yes, the 7 little witches were only level 2 or level 3, and they were about to die of old age. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Was there no pain after becoming strong? He remembered the saying, life has always been like this. Even the strong have pain. It seemed to echo the saying. He overthrew the entire era for the 7 little witches and defeated the most powerful enemy, but he couldn't defeat the enemy of time. Even though Grantham had become the most powerful person in the world, he still had pain. Everyone was nervous. Many of the 7 little witches were gnashing their teeth in fury. Poor Miss Elizabeth, and the other lovely little girls, are already dying? What's with this ending? Wait, meet the gods? Is Grantham going to find the land of the gods and find a way to prolong the life of the 7 little witches? How is it possible? Grantham is too devoted. The anxious discussions made Xianxia anxious too. He didn't succeed, but the great emperor of alchemy did. Was he really going to end up in such a miserable end without any good results? Life is always miserable without good results. He took a deep breath. He was touched by the story. What happened next was too much of a mystery. He hesitated a few times, looked around, and continued to move bricks. Forget it, I'll move for another afternoon. There'll be another chapter at night. I'll leave after reading it. Several days later, brother, I'm not as good as you at carrying bricks. A celestial sighed at his own inadequacy. He was convinced. He originally thought that with his talent, as a respected celestial, even if he did this kind of lowly work, he would still be extremely dazzling. He never expected that there would be such a miraculous person. Time passed in the blink of an eye. A few months later. I seem to have been here before. Xianxia finally arrived. He looked around blankly. However, my memory seems to be a long and dense stream of people. There are only a few people queuing up on the seemingly endless road to the underworld. He was a little puzzled. There were very few memory fragments, but he had never made a mistake. Could it be that something had changed? He turned his head and saw a magnificent black city in the distance. It was still under construction. Huge black square stones were piled up neatly. It was majestic and vast. On top of the stones, there were strange creatures. They were holding a piece of paper and reading it with relish. What are they doing? It's so strange. However, the road to the underworld is long. There is no one queuing up. I can reach the Bridge of Helplessness as soon as possible. Wait, why did I say Bridge of Helplessness? He was puzzled again. He arrived at the Bridge of Helplessness unimpeded. There were still a few people there. He stood on the Stone of Three Lives and began to look at his past and present lives. So it's me. It's me. After he saw it, he understood everything. In this life, although his aptitude was still very poor, he had experienced the War of the Xiao Nation. This incident was considered a super major event in the long history of the human world. It was a terrible dark age. The first ambitious celestial emperor in the history of the human world, the god of knives, Xianxia, challenged the celestial beings. He had amazing talent, but in the end, he still died. He was extremely untalented. As a survivor of the Xiao Nation who had escaped, he was born with intelligence. He relied on business and wisdom to build a sizable business. He should have gotten married and had children, but there were some vague memory fragments in his heart that hindered him, making him want to find someone urgently. Therefore, after he succeeded in his career, he gave up glory and wealth, exhausted his family's wealth, and searched for someone for his entire life. In the end, he passed by a village in his old age. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable restraint in his heart. He walked in and saw a crazy woman in her teens. His tears began to flow uncontrollably. As he sobbed, he knew that this was the person he was looking for. It was said that the madwoman's parents were also remnant citizens of the Xiao Kingdom. The two of them escaped when they were pregnant. However, the woman hit her head when she was born and was in a daze. He raised her for almost half of her life, but she still could not regain consciousness. He died of illness at the age of 97 and came here. I've waited for so many lifetimes, but in the end, we can't be together. He wiped away his tears and looked at Granny Meng. She was no longer the mysterious reincarnated being of the past. 1,000 years of looking back, several lifetimes of bitter waiting, the fate of love and the cycle of reincarnation began here and did not end here. One life is wrong, life after life is wrong. He had a bitter expression on his face. The cycle of reincarnation intersected and reincarnated. In the end, he couldn't have a perfect timing. Suddenly, Mengpa put down the book with the strange name and raised her head. 19476, I've heard of you. In your next life, you'll be in the mortal world. Xianxia was silent for a while. Can I wait? Oh? Mengpa asked. Wait for her to die, wait for the right time and reincarnate together. He took a deep breath. Mengpa suddenly laughed. Do you know that waiting like this is almost useless? Even if you're the same age, you might not remember her and might not be able to find her. You'll still miss her in the crowd and waste a lot of time for reincarnation because of waiting. The gains don't make up for the losses. Xianxia pursed his lips and said firmly, I want to wait for her. Whoever dies at the age of 97, wait 3 years on the bridge of helplessness. Mengpa smiled. 3 years on the bridge of helplessness was equivalent to 30 years in the mortal world. Perhaps when the time was right, the girl would enter the cycle of reincarnation. In the end, Xianxia chose to wait. He left the bridge of helplessness and wandered aimlessly. On the other side, at the construction site of Fengdu, a foreman was hard at work. A voice came from afar. Did you hear? The person who left behind the poem on the bridge of helplessness has appeared again. Yes, what an infatuated person. Whoever dies at the age of 97, wait 3 years on the bridge of helplessness. Another new poem. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened and his mind went blank. At this moment, he realized that he had forgotten to keep an eye on the person who had just descended on the Yellow Springs Road. He didn't expect that he had missed him. The person should have already left and entered the cycle of reincarnation. His heart was filled with regret. Damn it. Only then did he remember his mission. He was responsible for the rise and fall of the entire mortal world. He was heartbroken. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. The fate of the mortal world is on my shoulders, but the Alchemy Emperor's records has wronged me. At this moment, a voice came from afar. A celebrity is here. Xianxia was shocked. He still hasn't left? He couldn't help but walk over quickly. Xianxia was also very surprised. He stared blankly at this man who looked like an ambitious and ruthless Xianxia, a hero of a generation, but now looked like a labor contractor. He couldn't help but whisper in his heart, this man is a bit similar to the overlord of the human world who dared to defy the heavens. Brother, come over here. Xianxia completely remembered the matter at hand. Then, Xianxia felt that his view of the world had been shaken. It was really the legendary hero Xianxia. So many twists and turns had happened in the underworld. What was even more shocking was that the #1 celestial emperor of the mortal world had a favor to ask of him. I can't. Xianxia hurriedly shook his head. He knew his place. But only you can barely remember this place. You have the memory of your past life. Xianxia stared at him. Moreover, I have a plan. Since your talent is not good, I can train you here. Although I don't know how much you will remember in your next life. How much will become your instinct? Xianxia was still hesitating. Don't be anxious. Xianxia took a deep breath. He knew that this person was the only hope of the mortal world. Your talent, although weak, is not suitable for combat, but can vaguely remember reincarnation. But it is still your greatest advantage. I have comprehended 2 peerless martial arts from the records of the Alchemy Emperor. My combat power is several times stronger than before. If I challenge the celestial realm again, I may have a great advantage. It's just that I won't take it with me. I have already lost, and there is no second chance. But you are different. I will teach you, maybe you can learn some amazing secret technique from the records of the Alchemy Emperor. Xianxia looked at the newspaper with a dumbfounded expression. He had been reincarnated for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a bizarre thing. This is a very good newspaper. It can help you pass time. Moreover, some of the data in it is extremely incredible and can inspire us. Xianxia said, in the underworld, there are many things that conform to the rules of heaven and earth. You can't underestimate them. Xianxia suddenly became serious. After all, he had to wait here for that person to come. There was no harm in reading it now. He could become a nail in the underworld with Xianxia. And Xianxia was not afraid that Xianxia would be fascinated by it. He couldn't help but whisper in his heart, at most, I will drive him away. Even if I am fascinated, it doesn't mean that I can't drive him away. Xianxia made up his mind and said, speaking of which, recently in the underworld, in addition to the newspaper stand, there has been a fighting pavilion. Perhaps there is a big secret hidden in it. It is called fighting, and it is already very profound. You can go take a look and understand some of the rules of heaven and earth. At this time it has not been officially opened yet. Only the foremen of Fengdu like us are qualified to try it. I will take you to have a look. After saying that, the two of them came in front of a heavy and thick rectangular machine. There were a few strange black and white buttons, similar to the shape of the three-life stone. What is this? Xianxia was shocked. I am not sure, but the fighting pavilion might be able to improve and train your talent in fighting. Zhang Zhao's expression was serious. He was also trying to figure it out and was ready to fight. He had read novels and comprehended the wonderful method of deduction, which was why he was so engrossed in it. He knew better than anyone that these things could not be underestimated. Improve and train my talent in fighting? Xianxia's expression also became serious. His talent in fighting was very poor, which had always been a pain in his heart. Now that there was such a mysterious item, his eyes were burning with anticipation. Calm down, perhaps, this is the opportunity for you to save the world. Zhang Zhao's expression became serious. He took out a few coins and said, "It said that you can only use it with coins. Although it is my first time using it, come and try with me to improve your fighting skills." Yes. Xianxia's expression was solemn. I am willing to train my fighting skills. As the coins were thrown, the screen of the machine gradually lit up under the eyes of the two of them. King of Fighters 98, King of Fighters 98 on the square screen, the shiny colorful arcade font kept jumping. Below the words, there was a button that said Fight Start, and in the background, there were two muscular men. Their arms were bare, and their hair was tied up with strips of cloth. They jumped up and kicked handsomely in the air, forming an X shape. Gotcha, a snow-white pixel lightning flashed, and they fell down and started fighting again. Ha, ha ha ha, they fought crazily. Sparks and lightning flashed. The opening background was very exquisite, and even the fighting was different. This was because the fighting AI was set to attack randomly, which was equivalent to two computers fighting each other. After all, this arcade machine could fight with two players, and it could also fight with computers. Ha ha ha, such handsome fighting and humming sounds were somewhat dazzling in the gloomy and dark underworld. It also attracted many construction site people who were still reading the newspaper. Xianxia was shocked, and his hands tightly gripped the screen. His pupils widened. This. What's going on? There are words Fight Start, sounds, and people? Xianxia brought Xianxia here to test it for the rise of the human Tao and to find a chance to fight back against the Celestials. As the first Celestial Emperor of the human Tao, he was already extremely cautious and dared to be the first to fight against the Celestials. However, he never expected that such a strange phenomenon would happen after he put in the coin. Through the transparent glass, he could see that there were actually two muscular men inside the machine. He had never seen such a strange thing in his life. Do the two Taoists inside know how to speak? Xianxia suddenly leaned on the screen and gently knocked on the glass, as if he was knocking on the door. How did you two get in? Why are you fighting? Why are you so ruthless? Ha, ha ha, the two people were still fighting, and there was no reply. What the hell is going on? The two of them can't hear us? This strange scene made Xianxia a little uneasy. Previously, Xianxia said that the current underworld was incredible and mysterious. He didn't believe it, but now he had to believe it. I don't know either. Looking at the fight between these two, there are lightning and flames. It seems that they are powerful people with extraordinary cultivation. Xianxia couldn't help but be a little surprised. He picked up the arcade machine, which was as tall as a person, and turned it over and over to check for abnormalities. But no matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like it could fit two people. The previous newspapers were still within the acceptable range for Xianxia. After all, in the mortal world, there were also paper books, classrooms, teachers, and literati. However, what he saw in front of him was inconceivable. It belonged to the category of unconventional things that he could not understand at all. At this time, the people in the distance also rushed over. When everyone saw the lit-up screen, they began to discuss spiritedly. They were amazed and laughed as they communicated with each other. Reincarnation is truly the most mysterious and bizarre place in the world. How strange. Is this the combat pavilion being tested? Why are there two little people behind this metal lump's glass? An existence of immortal Tao spoke. His cultivation when he was alive wasn't ordinary, and his horizons weren't low either. He frowned slightly. Could it be that it's similar to the three-live stone, allowing us to see images of our past lives? One of the Celestials couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. That's not the case. Everyone, take a look. These two people seem to be trapped behind this mysterious glass. They are constantly fighting, but there is no repetition, as if they are real people. Everyone was still watching carefully, not daring to act rashly. They observed this kind of battle for a few minutes. There was indeed no repetition, and it really didn't look like a rigid image. Amazing workmanship. Could it be the world-class alchemy item in the true records of the great alchemy emperor? Like the Hanging Garden of Babylon, Adolf the Giant. Soon, someone remembered the incredible scene introduced in the novel, the legendary alchemy. It really looks like it. Suddenly, everyone thought carefully and held their breath. They had learned about the mysterious and vast sorcerer world in the novel, and they were already addicted to it. Naturally, they couldn't stay calm in front of them. If it was an ordinary novel, it would definitely not attract them. At most, it would only attract the obsession of some ordinary people. But the epic novel in front of them, which was so real, and even the theory and system were very likely to be realized, deeply touched their hearts, and they forgot to eat and sleep. The plots, sentences, and cultivation systems in these novels were enough to shock their hearts. As they savored it carefully, they felt that they had touched the truth of the world in their own realm. Many people had epiphanies and felt that their path of cultivation was suddenly enlightened. Wait, this combat booth. Is it the legendary Gate of Truth that Grantham the Great Alchemy Emperor was searching for? Someone looked at the screen and felt that he had seen through a different world. The Gate of Truth? The dozen or so people present immediately stopped laughing. They seemed to be delusional and obsessed with novels, but at this moment, they all felt that it was quite possible. Didn't the square-shaped glass frame look like the mysterious Gate of Truth? It must be noted that wizards are a group of pure people who pursue the truth. They looked at the arcade machine, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Suddenly, someone recited the epic scene where Hermes granted the godly fire to the mortals and the three witches on the ground. Alchemy is the mysterious art of creating the unknown of life. It is the way to pry open the Gate of Truth. If you can master this knowledge, you will receive the true meaning and glory of the world, and all the mysteries in the world will disappear. Everything in the world reinforces and suppresses each other. That's the principle of alchemy. The secret of alchemy lies in the Trinity formula: one substance pleases another, one subdues another, and one dominates another, Lucian explained. The recitation went on and on. Everybody recalled the exquisite words in the book more and more. It was the principle of alchemy in the stories of wizards. It was mysterious and contained the ultimate truth that wizards pursued. If that's the case, then perhaps this isn't traditional alchemy, but evil alchemy, the Dark Witch's school of death. Someone's breathing quickened, and he couldn't help but try to figure it out. He pointed at the arcade machine and said in a deep voice, "Look at these two people. They cruelly imprisoned the souls of the living in this metal lump, and made them fight each other day and night. It's a cruel punishment." Everybody nodded, feeling that it was cruel too. At this time, the two fighting figures on the screen would probably fight for hundreds or even thousands of years. This kind of suffering was indeed a kind of hellish torture, a punishment more cruel than death. If they were locked up inside and kept fighting, people could watch just by putting in a coin. Just thinking about it was horrifying. This underworld controls the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this time, let us build Fengdu, establish the Naraka realm as a hellish world after death. Maybe this metal block will take in those felons who committed serious crimes in life and let them suffer here. Make up for their bad karma. Maybe this is the truth of the Naraka realm. In this box is hell. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Brother, you're wise. As expected of a celestial. Everyone calmed down and discussed around the arcade machine. And if we put in a coin, we can see the scene of their fighting. Maybe we can understand some fighting principles from it. However, the Gate of Truth might not be suitable. It's more suitable to call it the Gate of Hell. Everyone nodded and agreed. It was exactly what they wanted. Such torture, fighting without stopping for a moment. Wasn't it hell? After all, the people present were knowledgeable and had read the biography of the great alchemist emperor. Combining it with the mysterious alchemy, and with constant deduction, they gradually came to a conclusion. And it's called the Combat Pavilion. Not only can we torture them, we can also watch them fight and learn. Yes, these people are probably powerful. Therefore, everyone sat down cross-legged as they watched the game start screen. They wanted to understand the mysteries within. It was as if Hong Jun was preaching, and the experts were sitting on the futons, listening attentively. Catapult, who was hiding at the side, was dumbfounded. Brothers, this is the King of Fighters, a fighting game. Why are you watching this opening scene as if it's a movie? 1 hour. 2 hours, they were still sitting cross-legged, watching the fight between the two. Catapult, who was hiding in the dark, gradually changed his expression. Surprise, shock, pain, and all kinds of complicated emotions took turns. Suddenly, he felt a sense of depression in his chest. It was very uncomfortable, and he could not help but roar in his heart. Watch your sister, hurry up and press the start battle button. He could not be blamed for being speechless. After a few months of hard work, learning electronic circuits and alchemy, and with the help of the big shots, he had finally entered the era of video games. Combining alchemy, the electronic components he made were not very precise, and the size was rough and large. However, they were barely at the level of the arcade machines of the 70s and 80s. Therefore, he made the most classic arcade game, the King of Fighters. And it was the hardcore version. After all, ordinary people only had a few moves, so it was not difficult. But what about the experts? Naturally, they had to be strengthened. There were 30 moves, complicated, and extremely difficult. The movements were so fast that it was difficult to react. In short, it was as hard as it could be. He had been meticulously working on it for a few months, so of course, he hoped that the response would be enthusiastic. Who knew that in front of him, the live broadcast room was dead silent? This was too much of a show. I'm laughing so hard. Ha 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 ha, this machine is connected to the gate of truth. Hell? Is it torture, with little people locked inside? They are so cute. Don't worry, calm down and analyze. I know why they didn't press the start battle button. It's because they don't know how to operate the joystick. After they put in the coins, the screen lit up with the word start battle, and the people started fighting. Doesn't that mean that it has already started? Think about it, the words that appeared, coupled with the graphics, can indeed be understood as such. Suddenly enlightened. JPG, no wonder they were quietly watching. They thought that was all there was to it. Laughing while pissing, Melpai thought about it. Looking at the bullet screen in the live broadcast, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was his fault for not explaining it clearly. These dead ancient people naturally had their own way of understanding this strange creation that transcended time. It seemed that he had to go up and explain how to play. However, at this time, some people in the bullet screen began to suggest, wait, the setting of the Gate of Hell is quite interesting. Since they think that this is an alchemy artifact locked in a cage, why don't we go with the flow? That's a good idea. I was just worrying about how to build 18 levels of hell. Now that we have it, wouldn't it be wonderful to design 18 levels? Laughing emoji, you're a devil, cutting corners to such an extent. Don't say, Mangpa will like it too. After all, every time we enter the combat pavilion, we will see a group of people suffering in the 18 levels of hell, fighting each other. Moreover, we can control them to fight. Such torture will also deter others in the Naraka realm from acting presumptuously. Laughing emoji, wait, when the time comes, we might even be able to make it real. They are all dummies now, but in the future, they can become real people. We can really stuff the souls of the prisoners into them and make them into an arcade game. That's a great idea. Ask Mangpa if she can do it. This 18 levels of arcade hell is really interesting. Maybe Mangpa can't make the decision. She doesn't have that kind of power. Let's ask the legendary emperor. Right, let's see what kind of aesthetics this mysterious existence has. After a round of discussion, the setting of the 18 levels of hell was finalized. Arcade equals Gate of Hell. The Gate of Hell was connected to the 18 levels of hell. Even they could not help but say that it was wonderful, this setting was really not bad. However, at this time, Mao Jump was prepared to explain and let them start the game. After all, the scene before him was very awkward. Don't be anxious. Let's watch first. Many big shots are experienced people. It's natural for them to analyze carefully. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was filled with comments. Mao Jump was silent for a while. After thinking about it, he decided to observe in secret. The audience's first reaction was extremely important. After all, the construction of Fengdu still depended on deception. 3 days passed. Apart from carrying bricks and reading newspapers, the audience also had an additional interest. They came to the combat pavilion to watch the two people fight. As the days passed, they realized that the two people's moves had become completely clear. Both of them had 30 moves each. They were tired of watching. Many people were thinking, could it be that there was some kind of mysterious move? Could these 30 moves contain the rules of heaven and earth? After they were tired of watching, they began to realize that there was a bunch of strange buttons on it. They did not know what they were used for. Xianxia could not help but start to test them boldly. Ding, start game. After pressing a certain button, the row of words flashed, and 2 options appeared. Single-player mode. 2-player mode. New scene? Xianxia was surprised. He began to try to understand the functions of these buttons. Up and down would jump between the 2 modes. After he pressed OK for single-player mode, countless avatars appeared. Hyokuzanaji. Iori Yagami. Please choose the difficulty first order. Second order. Xianxia chose the current highest difficulty, third order. After that, fourth order, fifth order, sixth order, Quasi-Emperor, Celestial Emperor, and God were all gray and could not be activated. Looking at these difficulty options, the surrounding people breathed heavily. Is it because we are too weak to activate it? Another round of random choices. In fact, these options were enough to understand the function of the buttons. After choosing, the real fighting scene appeared. Huh? Xianxia was shocked. He found that he could control a character to fight with another. His pupils contracted in excitement. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Is this the gate of hell? It was a marvelous craftsmanship and a marvelous technique. Not only can it imprison prisoners, but it can also control their bodies to fight. But in his opinion, this kind of torture was too cruel. It was unacceptable for a master to let others play with his body. Hyokuzanaji. What kind of master is this? Xianxia was also sitting on the console, controlling this character. His combat talent was so strong, and his reflexes were terrifying. The screen was almost blurred. Third order difficulty. Clap clap clap, countless frames changed every second on the screen, and the gorgeous battle turned into blurred images. Every time he used a gorgeous move, the name of the move would appear next to it. It was so smooth that it made people feel carefree and extremely pleasing to the eye. What a monster! After being beaten a few times, he became completely familiar with it. After knocking down the opponent, he began to practice his moves on the spot. This kind of combat talent? I didn't expect our brick-moving foreman to be so strong. As expected of a man that even I admire. Even the Celestial was secretly surprised. The surrounding crowd was completely shocked. The crowd of people gathered around the arcade with faces full of excitement. Meanwhile, Cat Hopping was completely dumbfounded. 10,000 curses ran through his mind. He had never thought that he had still underestimated these monsters from the high transcendent world. Could this be the average level of a great god? The live broadcast room was also flooded with messages. Were all the ghosts in the underworld so fierce? This was simply inhuman. How was he going to make a game for them to play? As expected of the battle pavilion, Xianxia was extremely excited, and he was even more impressed. He controlled the character to fight with the opponent, and called Li Sanxing, who was next to him, to watch from the side. He said seriously, "Watch how I fight. Then learn well, and the mission to save the mortal world in the future will be handed over to you. Now watch how I operate." For example, this move, external style, Naruto, in the air, a total of 8 keystrokes to be used. This was the insane version of the King of Fighters. Not only did it have a complicated sequence of 30 moves, but it also had to be used to deal with the enemy's angle of attack. The opponent also had a very thick health bar. It could be said to be a true hellish difficulty. Although it was the king of fighters on the surface, it was actually a combination of all kinds of hardcore and complicated fighting styles. Even so, Xianxia easily defeated him. What kind of amazing operation is this? Not only was there a cat jumping, but there was also a crowd around the arcade, constantly exclaiming and watching. Their hands were itching to try controlling the character to fight. This was simply too interesting. Pa pa pa, the two figures on the arcade turned into afterimages. If it was a mortal with a low level, they would not be able to see this kind of battle. Is this a battle between the strong? It's like the battle between the strong I once saw in the mortal world. I can't see their movements at all. It's exactly the same. Everyone was exclaiming. Xianxia looked calm, his hands turned into afterimages. After a few years, he once again experienced the thrill of battle. It was this kind of intense pressure. His spirit was tense, as if he was dancing on the edge of a cliff, and a little carelessness would cause him to fall into the abyss. He pursed his lips. He clearly knew that every combo was terrifyingly difficult. He had to press the button 8 times in a specific order. His opponent's movements were too fast, and he had to complete it within 0.5 seconds before he could use the combo to defend. If he was distracted, or if his mind was unstable, he would not be able to defend against the attack if he pressed the wrong sequence of the 8 combo, but fortunately, he was once the knife god. How could he make such a low-level mistake? This is too amazing. This reaction not only repels the opponent, but also explores the moves. More than enough. Everyone was exclaiming. But this had long been unable to affect his battle form. The corners of Xiangxiao's mouth curled up in a confident smile. Perhaps an average 5th stage, 6th stage, or even a quasi-emperor would be nervous and make mistakes to varying degrees when they don't understand what's going on. But I won't. I'm the saber god, Xianxia. The first celestial emperor of the mortal Tao, the existence of battle strength that even celestials fear. Although he had been carrying bricks for a long time, he still had the pride of being a powerful celestial emperor. He died because of a scheme and fell into the cycle of reincarnation. However, as expected of the battle pavilion, this is indeed a training of the strong's battle awareness, reaction speed, and response calmness. Because these are the most important in battle. Everyone was excited. Xianxia finally opened his mouth and began to formally teach Xianxia, who was next to him. Do you know why some people are talented in cultivation, but weak in combat? He said lightly. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from someone in the same realm and was killed in just a few moves. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, it's the difference in battle talent. This is the difference between a genius and a mediocre person. Xianxia nodded calmly and explained, indeed, but what is the so-called battle talent? This was a combination of factors. In a real battle between experts, myriad changes could occur in an instant. This is especially so for quasi-emperors and heavenly emperors. Practically every second, they are attacking each other countless times, just like what is happening right now. Everything is too fast, too fast. Not only do you need to react extremely quickly, you also need to be absolutely calm. In an instant, you need to launch a large number of correct counterattacks and parries. Nervousness, momentary hesitation, distraction from the voices of others, and interference from the enemies will cause you to pause for a split second. This is enough to affect the outcome of the battle. If you are hit once, you will be lightly injured. If you are hit a second time, you will be severely injured. If you are hit a third time, you will be heavily injured. Some people are born with a slow reaction speed. Some people are usually very calm, but when they are on a stage with countless people, they will become anxious and even unable to speak, not to mention when they are on the verge of death. Because they know that they will be killed if they make the slightest mistake, they will be in a state of extreme fear and make a series of mistakes. Therefore, they will die even faster. Simply put, this is the so-called battle talent. Xianxia taught very calmly and did not care that others were eavesdropping. Because he clearly knew that even if he let them know, so what, they were the same as him, on this land of the dead, they could not be taken away, only Xianxia was different. Perhaps he could remember. He wanted to train Li Sanqing hard. Even if his battle talent was poor, he would have to work several times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times harder than an ordinary person's. He wanted to let him carve this battle memory into his bones, brand it into his instincts, and bring it with him to the next life. He had already lost, and Li Sanqing was the last hope of the Tao of humanity. Battle talent is not everything. It is only the entrance to becoming an expert, the foundation of fighting on equal footing with others. And the real experts rely on wisdom. Xianxia pointed to his brain, develop exclusive cultivation methods, trump cards, and moves. No top. Experts become famous by learning other people's cultivation methods. At the very least, they have to improve their own unique cultivation methods. I rely on my original 36 slashes of the machete god, combined with my natural talent, and even the celestial beings dare not provoke me. Li Sanqing nodded thoughtfully, I understand. The top experts basically have similar battle talent, reaction speed, combat sensitivity, and the best way to deal with it. Basically, there will be no mistakes or flaws. The rest of the competition is the difference between the two sides' cultivation methods, as well as the various trump cards. Xianxia nodded indifferently and continued, Li Sanqing, you do not lack wisdom. I believe that you can develop your own cultivation method and system, and you have the potential to become an expert. Otherwise, I would not have chosen you. You are not a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. You lack battle talent, and your battle talent is very poor. You are only a theorist. Xianxia knew how terrifying the King of Fighters was. It trained a person's battle nerves, reaction speed, and calmness. The King of Fighters 98 was terrifying, and it was the King of Fists. What did 98 mean? Perhaps he needed to win 98 times, which was enough to sharpen and train himself. This opponent looks like he is at the 3rd rank, but in fact, his reaction speed and attack frequency are almost perfect, and he is very fast. Perhaps he has already reached the 4th rank. Xianxia continued to control his character to fight, and his hands moved as fast as they could. Is this considered according to the theoretical strongest 3rd rank? Bang 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 bang, in the midst of the crazy battle, he continued to warn Li Sanqing, previously, when I saw the opening scene, there were a total of 30 moves, and I only explored 17 moves. I should not have told you the moves, and let you explore them yourself, so that you can thoroughly practice your battle talent. But you are still relatively weak, so I will tell you the route of the moves in advance. Take the shortcut, and try to keep calm and attack to defeat this enemy. Yes, teacher. Li Sanqing was completely impressed, and sincerely called him teacher. Machete god Xianxia, the first celestial emperor of the human path, and even the celestial beings respected him. This? The surrounding onlookers were completely stunned. Only now did they completely realize that this middle-aged labor contractor who loved novels seemed to have an extremely extraordinary background. Could it be that he was the legendary? Their breathing quickened. Mahapai was also stunned, and the livestream exploded again. Oh, what the hell? What a long F***king speech, but it makes so much sense, I almost peed my pants. King of Fighters 98, witness the birth of a generation of powerhouses? Dumbfounded, we are just making a hardcore game, changing it to 8 buttons to be able to release combos, and changing the reaction speed is to target powerhouses like you. So, it really is training? Is it that awesome? I see. We who love games and PvP fighting game players are actually training our battle talent, and we are all geniuses. I hate that we were born on the wrong earth. Deeply grieved, Thunder King secretly gritted his teeth. Damn it, I am going to be discovered. I am the advance army sent by the aliens to stop you from having a battle genius. I will electrocute your gaming genius to death, laughing emoji. Hearing this, everyone began to doubt their lives. At this time, the Mother Earthvine and the Alchemist Emperor were also muttering to themselves. Xianxia is indeed extraordinary. He has the potential to become a god. No wonder others fear him. He seems to have studied this aspect thoroughly. No wonder he is known as the #1 fighter. This principle seems to be quite suitable for us. They were also not lacking in intelligence. They were theoreticians and scholars, but their battle talent was very poor. No matter how much they practiced, they could not improve it. They were very lacking in this aspect. Perhaps, I want to play the king of fighters too, they were a little dumbfounded. On the other side, Xianxia naturally did not know that he had been exposed to the eyes of countless players. The red line on the opponent's forehead is decreasing with the continuous attacks. Is it vitality? Health bar? Xianxia frowned. Seeing that the opponent's health was decreasing rapidly, he could not help but secretly slow down his attacks. Because he felt that the opponent was a prisoner, he did not want to kill him. However, he soon realized that between the two of them, one would definitely die. If he did not resist, the opponent would continue to kill him. At this time, the crowd at the side spoke. We can only kill the opponent. Yes. There is no other way. This is their punishment. And it shouldn't be death. This is the underworld. Where can they die to? They just use death again and again to let them experience pain. The surrounding people were startled and couldn't help but nod. Suddenly, they had a deeper understanding of the other prisoner imprisoned by the glass mirror railings. What kind of sins had he committed to be locked up in this kind of hell to suffer? Ding dang, Xianxia killed the opponent and returned to the title page. He needed to insert coins to continue. Xianxia directly inserted the coins and returned to the character selection screen. He found that he could choose the opponent he had killed before. They are revived. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly shocked. As expected of the underworld, the land of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The surrounding people were also surprised and began to discuss. Doesn't that mean that every time we insert coins and control their bodies, they will die once? Experience a painful death? Some people began to feel sorry for them. Someone retorted, everyone, since they have suffered so much, they must have done some monstrous evil. We don't need to pity them. Moreover, if we torture them like this many times, their negative karma will be reduced and they will reincarnate early. Yes. Someone hurriedly said, perhaps, they will be grateful to us for choosing them. Killing them will help them reduce their negative karma and leave this prison early. Everyone nodded. If that's the case, this coin is extremely precious. Every time it is used, it will cost a life. While the crowd was discussing, it was Xianxia's turn to start the experiment. However, he was very nervous and made a lot of mistakes. Soon, he was abused and quit the game. I don't believe it. Xianxia gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. He adjusted the difficulty to the 2nd level and began to play. The result was that he fought back and forth, but he still lost. He began to put in coins again. Obviously, after Xianxia, another person had fallen. The one in front of him had almost forgotten about his lover in the underworld and blissfully integrated into the brick-moving family. After a few times, the audience roared with laughter. Hurry up and come down. Your fighting skills are not good enough. Brother Casanova, you are not made to be the king of fighters. Xianxia, you are really not talented. Once you are anxious, you will be flustered and your mind will be blank. A celestial at the side could not stand it anymore. He suddenly felt an itch and laughed. Let me do it. I was once an extremely strong celestial warrior in the celestial realm. I killed countless enemies and obtained a lot of merits. I will let you guys see my fighting skills. After saying that, he borrowed a coin and began to play on the arcade machine. As expected of a battle-type celestial genius, simply amazing. If you train in the King of Fighters 98, if you were alive, you might be able to reach the 7th level of the Heavenly Emperor. The surrounding people quickly surrounded and began to discuss. It was like the atmosphere of the arcade hall in the 80s and 90s of the last century. Sometimes, happiness was so simple and boring. In fact, when they first came to the Yellow Springs Road and waited to be reincarnated, everyone had a grudge against each other. After all, there was a deep hatred between the races in the 3 paths. However, after carrying bricks in the reincarnation for a period of time, they understood that everyone's reincarnation was different. There was no longer a difference between factions. In the reincarnation, everyone was born equal. This gradually seeped into people's hearts, and there was no barrier. The live broadcast room was bustling with people watching them play games. What a cute group of people. Wow wow wow, the underworld, I love it. The wind of the underworld is pure. I want to come in and farm too. We can live in harmony and help build a beautiful new home. In just a few days in the underworld, the popularity of the King of Fighters 98 suddenly caught up with the popular Samsara daily. They were vaguely on par with each other. Carrying bricks for coins and then training their fighting skills, everyone enjoyed it. The reform of the underworld and the construction of Fengdu were completely on the right track. From a few simple core facilities, a road, a bridge, it gradually became prosperous and truly began to look like the huge underworld in the legends. You're not bad. Shangguan Man praised cat hopping. She was also very surprised. She hadn't expected that she would be able to miraculously hire a group of dead people who were in a hurry to reincarnate to help rebuild hell. Previously, everyone was fighting to be reincarnated, and it was extremely crowded. But now, it was almost the other way around. Everyone was unwilling to reincarnate. In the following half a month, Mao Pao worked like a madman, creating a few arcade machines and putting them into use in the battle pavilions. Moreover, the next step of the plan required a large amount of manpower. They directly began to recruit on a large scale. At the source of the road to the netherworld, they put up advertisements for the newcomers. Are you still sad that your battle talent is weak? Are you still sad that you have reincarnated for several lifetimes and are still struggling at the bottom, unable to become an expert and shake the world? Give me King of Fighters 98. Train in Samsara and use your sweat to forge your future. Using the sufferings of this world to write the glory of the next world. He engraved his battle instincts into the depths of his bones and soul and brought them with him to the afterlife. I'll wait for you here. Very quickly, this slogan completely affected the hearts of all the newcomers who had just arrived at Samsara. In this simple and honest ancient world, where had they ever seen such a stirring slogan? It made them completely addicted to the game, unable to extricate themselves. Outside, the momentum of the livestream grew, and the internet was in a complete uproar. The true infinite possibilities, the first virtual reality sandbox MMORPG? Writing novels and creating game consoles in the online underworld. Even advertising. At this moment, this Weibo article was firmly at the top of the trending list. After all, this was the first MMORPG for the general public. It had only been a few days since the server was launched, and they were all discussing Mao Pao's actions. Many were scolding him, and some were condemning him. As for the advertisement, it's actually a very simple advertising mentality: give the buyer a reason to convince themselves to buy. For example, a discount, good for the body, and to build a foundation for the future. Most of the time, they will convince themselves and be addicted to it. And the one who came up with the idea was most likely a swindler who was proficient in online marketing and had written a proposal. Good and honest ancient world, the atmosphere of the underworld, you messed with it and poisoned them with the rubbish of Earth's culture. Many people condemned him, calling him shameless. After all, before, everyone's fantasies were very beautiful. The future MMORPG depicted in novels, sci-fi, and movies, wearing the virtual reality helmet, entering the gaming cabin, and experiencing the beautiful alternate world. At this moment, everyone realized that dreams were plentiful, but reality was very harsh. How could the players not mess around in a world with an extremely high degree of freedom? Writing novels, marketing, farming, and all kinds of idiotic behavior followed one after another. It was a dazzling lineup. At this moment, many girls who were looking forward to a good experience in a foreign country suddenly burst into tears. Sob sob sob, my mom told me that fairy tales are all lies. You damn idiots, you're still live streaming. The style has completely changed. Please don't do this anymore. The beautiful alternate world, the ancient restaurants full of delicious food, the delicious fruits on the streets, the heroes jumping on roofs and running on walls, the heroic spirit, it's all a lie. As soon as the players enter, the style is instantly covered with advertisements, bicycles start to appear on the streets, and newspapers. Many people began to call for the protection of the environment, starting with themselves, to maintain the ecological peace of the alternate world. At this time, the first holographic virtual reality MMORPG appeared. This was the best era, and it was also the era that needed the most self-discipline. The players should not destroy the customs of the alternate world, or they would be the victims. Self-discipline? How is that possible? It's hard for them not to do something. Some experts were very clear about this, and they even appeared on some CCTV news discussion programs. Click, the television was turned off. Suji just shook his head and smiled. He clearly knew that this was inevitable. After all, he had begun to face the public, and it was inevitable that he would be pushed to the forefront of the public opinion of an era. This was also why he did not want to start an online game before. He just wanted to farm quietly. Did status, power, and wealth in reality have any meaning? To him, it no longer mattered. Even though he could not be bothered now. What did it have to do with him how they messed around and talked about online games? The public opinion had nothing to do with him. All he needed to do was to farm in peace. On the other hand, because of all kinds of public opinion, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased. They began to talk about new content. After all, the current arcade game could only be difficult for level 3 powerhouses. The biggest technical problem was how to increase the difficulty, and the most direct way was to increase the speed of the battle. To put it simply, it was to increase the number of frames. To achieve a speed of more than a dozen fights per second was barely achievable with modern science and technology. It was just that these dynamic scenes could not be seen with the naked eye of mortals. But it was difficult for the current conditions and equipment in hell. Moreover, constantly increasing the speed of the scene was like drinking poison to quench thirst. A famous young professor in reality joined the discussion. He was in his 30s, the age to come into contact with new things. He was also from the generation of the king of fighters. Perhaps we can't increase the speed of the scene, but just increase the difficulty of the buttons. For example, level 3 requires 8 buttons to launch a combo. Level 4 requires 16 buttons, level 5 requires 68 buttons. That speed is simply amazing. But it can still be considered a solution. Also, since this is the 18 levels of hell, there will naturally be 18 stages. Just characters from the King of Fighters are not enough. There must be other characters, and they must be of a high enough level. Everyone, what character should we use? We want a Chinese style. As the discussion went on, they gradually came to a conclusion. A few days later, a new improved street arcade booth appeared, pushing the difficulty of the Celestial Emperor realm in one go. Xianxia was extremely excited when he received the news. This time, he did not want to be watched. He did not even tell Li Sancheng. He anxiously abandoned the construction project and secretly went to the combat booth alone. Eh? There are so many more stages? He widened his eyes and frowned slightly. He rubbed his palms and smiled, like a nerd who was looking forward to a new version of a game. The later difficulties are unlocked. I wonder what terrifying existences are imprisoned behind the ancient mighty figures such as Kyokusanagi and Iori Yagami. Ding, he skipped the previous stages and was very confident. He directly clicked on the 7th difficulty of the Celestial Emperor realm, Combat. In the character selection, there were a bunch of elegant, sage-like, peerless characters. They were extremely mysterious and extraordinary. He randomly chose one. This person had white hair that draped over his shoulders. He had a dignified appearance, like a peerless prince. He wore a lotus crown, carried a sword sheath, held a horsetail whisk in one hand, and held a golden leaf in the other. There was a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. Su Huanjun. 3 words appeared in front of him. At the same time, a voice appeared, softly reciting an elegant poem with a Minnan accent. A demigod and a demigod is a demigod. A complete scholar and a complete Taoist is a perfect sage. There are thousands of books in the mind, and you control half of the world. This. Zhang Xiao was quite excited at first, but his hands suddenly trembled. Hearing such a shocking poem, one could only feel an unbelievably terrifying pressure. It was as if it was narrating the life of a peerless almighty being. He quickly began to ponder. Su Huanjun, this person has never appeared in history. I've never heard of her in the celestial realm or the mortal realm. Why is she imprisoned here? Suffering the pain of reincarnation? Is she not in this life, but in the ancient myths? He took a deep breath, knowing that this might be a shocking secret. There's a secret in the ancient times? In the underworld, there are some terrifying ancient existences that can shake the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He began to suppress his nervousness, panic, fear, and other complex emotions. This person was suppressed in the depths of the underworld. He was probably at least a celestial emperor, or perhaps a legendary god who was imprisoned. However, there were only a few celestial emperors in the celestial realm, and he was the first celestial emperor in the mortal realm. There were very few celestial emperors in the current era. Was there a true god above the seventh stage? Too many mysteries began to bother him. He held the joystick tightly, not daring to think about it. He had endured all kinds of strange things in the underworld, and his resistance to it was extremely high. He even felt inexplicably grateful to Emperor Yun for killing him, allowing him to come to the underworld after death and witness all kinds of incredible and mysterious scenes. He looked at the next person, whose temperament was even more indescribable. He wore an emperor's robe and carried a faint pressure. His name was even more shocking to him. Xianxia. Another poem was recited. The Tao and Bitterness realms met with a demonic calamity, and the gods descended to the mortal world. The cloud-crossing celestial realm fell, and the 9 prefectures were destroyed. Zhuwu defied the heavens, and the 3 Khanate sects turned the tide. The Path of Swords appeared again, and the Brahma would eventually abandon the heavens. This. Who exactly is Xianxia? How dare he name himself Xianxia? Such a life, celestial emperors seemed a little impossible. Could it be that these are really true gods? Or are they gods with extremely powerful combat strength? His eyes widened completely, and he looked at the people in the gates of hell through the glass. It was as if he saw a magnificent ancient mythological era. It was countless eras ago, when a group of ancient mighty figures roared, caused disasters, and destroyed. It might even be related to a certain supreme existence in the legends. He suddenly thought of the mysterious emperor who controlled the reincarnation realm. Why was the huge underworld empty, and only he was left? Where did the rest of the people go? And the celestial realm and the mortal realm had only developed for a short 300 years. Where did the previous years go? What was the mysterious origin of the 6 paths of reincarnation? There is only one mysterious emperor left in the underworld. Could it be the change of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Taking over the underworld? Fighting fiercely? Did they succeed? But it was very tragic, and only the leader of the resistance was left, and he began to control the underworld? Or did he fail to seize power, and all of them were suppressed, and there was only one person left in charge of the underworld, and he began to make another move? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he trembled. Even though he was a man of great talent and strategy, he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He thought that if this spread out, it would cause a huge uproar, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, how could he pass through it? Even they had to forget about it. Even the mortal realm and the celestial realm did not know the structure and name of the underworld, the extremely mysterious world after death. Even if I know too much horror, I will eventually forget about it. He looked at the next person with a carefree and happy temperament. The south wind does not compete. It was another poem. The galloping north horse is full of pride, and the singing south wind is full of death. Hiss, it was unbelievable, another ambitious and ruthless character. Perhaps he was much weaker than the previous Xianxia, but he should be far stronger than him. Xianxia had always fought bravely and had never been timid or afraid. But at this moment, it was as if someone had poured ice water all over his body. He was drenched, and a strong sense of dizziness and coldness assaulted him. Every character he looked at had the demeanor of an immortal, peerless in their generation. Every line of poetry was very short, but it was very concise. If one carefully savored it, there would be a different kind of elegance. It made one feel as if they were looking at heroes from ancient myths, their magnificent and resplendent lives. Fooing Housemaster. Poem. Beautiful orchids and proud plums are admired by the world, but few are hidden in the dark. Don't look at 100 flowers competing for beauty, but only love the fragrance of sparse cherry blossoms. He looked carefully, and there were actually more than 100 people. Xianxia sat in front of the arcade machine and turned the joystick. He was completely stunned. As expected of the gate of hell, it actually suppressed so many terrifying people and suffered such torture. They had to fight on the spot, day and night, and they even had to be played with by weaklings like him. They could casually throw in coins and control their bodies. It was simply the greatest shame of the strong. Underworld Reincarnation, Battle Pavilion. The ground was dark, quiet, and filled with an ancient and magnificent aura. Through the glass window, Xianxia looked at the peerless mighty figures, who were as beautiful as jade, and the poetic titles that were narrating their lives. He only felt endless shock and fear. How could there be so many of them? There were more than 100 ancient gods? Or the celestial arch, suppressed in hell? And the mysterious majesty who appointed Mangpa and controlled reincarnation was the one who suppressed these terrifying existences? It was hard to imagine how terrifying the emperor, who controlled the samsara wheel, was. He pursed his lips and suppressed the waves of shock in his heart. Looking at these peerless figures, he began to hesitate. As a proud celestial arch, he was called Knife God by the world. Out of respect and admiration for these ancient experts, he did not want to control them. This was a great disrespect, but because of the desire to fight in his heart, he wanted to. He stood up and walked back and forth at the edge of the arcade, hesitating. Mao Pai hid in the dark, dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are there so many scenes? Is this a ritualistic feeling? Previously, he sat in front of the game for several days. Now that the game was updated, he anxiously walked back and forth. Why don't you play? The moves and characteristics of these more than 100 characters had been carefully designed. The workload was huge, and countless netizens had spent their hair. The proposal had been written on countless pages. Naturally, people were looking forward to it. At this time, Xianxia was still walking back and forth. He took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. Previously, the others also said that this should be the torture of purgatory. If we control them and let them die, we will help them and lessen their sins. I don't care anymore. After several considerations, he quickly chose Qi Tiandi. Undoubtedly, this existence looked the most terrifying and incredible. Since he had made a choice, he would naturally choose the strongest one. Lord Qi Tiandi, please don't blame me. Xianxia prayed silently and bowed slightly. As a junior, he said seriously, this is to help you escape from your sins and reincarnate. Please forgive me. Ding, he chose to start the game. This time, he did not choose to fight directly. Instead, he carefully chose the two-player mode. Then, one person began to control the character while the other was put aside. He began to train himself and explore the moves of Qi Tiandi. After all, the difficulty of the 7th Heavenly Emperor was precisely his Heavenly Emperor realm. He didn't dare to underestimate the enemy anymore. This guy really knows how to choose. He actually chose Qi Tiandi? Mahapi, who was at the side, was secretly shocked as he watched Xianxia evaluate the new machine. Qi Tiandi, according to the setting of the original work, is the #1 martial god in the heaven realm. He is dignified and noble. Because he hated the greed and selfishness of humans, he fell into the demon path and became the demon emperor of the alternate demon world. His philosophy is saints and demons are under the same sky. He is an ultimate boss character that is extremely difficult to deal with. He has two forms, the white Qi Tiandi and the black Qi Tiandi. He needs to freely change his battle form, so it is extremely difficult to deal with him. But if you play it well, the upper limit is also extremely high. Cat Hop watched quietly. The stronger the character, the harder it was to control. In the distance, Xianxia began to explore the keys and comprehend the martial arts moves. However, how difficult was it to comprehend the martial arts moves of the Heavenly Emperor level? Hundreds of specific keystrokes were required to form a combo. It seemed like an aimless combination with infinite possibilities, but there was a certain pattern to it. As long as the correct sequence of the combo was followed, the character would gradually start to move his hand. It was equivalent to gently raising a pinky for the second key. The pinky was raised a little higher for the second key. Dozens of keystrokes were required to form a complete movement, and the movement was divided into raising the hand, kicking the foot. They were performed separately to form a combo. The keystrokes formed the movement, and the movement formed the combo, layer by layer. The design was quite ingenious. He explored it accordingly. After a long time, he frantically tapped the keys and finally found the first keystroke move. It actually required 100 keystrokes. Raising the left hand and raising the head was the simplest move. Form change, transforming into two battle forms, one god and one demon. This caused him to turn pale with fright. The fallen god, turning into a demon. Could it be the one who once conquered the underworld? He was already horrified. If this news were to spread, the entire 6 paths of reincarnation would be shaken violently. He hurriedly abandoned all kinds of nervous thoughts and could only continue his research. Reverse demon source. The moment he successfully transformed into the god and demon form, 4 big words for the move appeared next to it. Whoosh! God's flame. A flame flashed, bringing with it an astonishing aura. Another combo was comprehended. The controlled character had a flame divine ability, and a row of golden words appeared next to it. The combat was very smooth. Gradually, he found that other powerful combo moves required about 100 to 300 keystrokes, and the time needed to press the keys varied. The ultimate move required more than 600 keystrokes, and it took a long time to charge. This would test his combat talent, and when to release the appropriate combo move. However, what was even stranger was, the keystrokes began to make sounds, and there were only 2 types. One type of keystroke was, moo, it was very dull. The other type of keystroke was, duh, it was very crisp. If his hands turned into afterimages, and he fought crazily, they would become one. Mutta, mutta, mutta. After practicing for a while, the mutta, mutta, mutta sounds made Xianxia a little uncomfortable. The controls were very noisy, and he muttered to himself, perhaps, this kind of sound is deliberately created? Testing one's temperament? Forget it, I'll try fighting first. Randomly choose the opponent. The avatar of the opponent rolled crazily, and gradually, a character appeared. It was a man with a ferocious appearance. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and he held a huge saber in his hand. He had a curly beard and an angry face, and he looked ferocious and violent. A name appeared above his head, All Kill. Behind him was a sea of blood red, and even the sky was blood red. It was almost dyed black, and it flickered with a desolate ancient aura. This peerless character with mountains of corpses and seas of blood slowly walked out. The moment he appeared, a poem with endless killing intent and bloodthirst sounded, advance with a saber, retreat with a saber, I only have one saber, who dares to block my saber, kill in life, kill in death, kill in my name, kill in death, kill in all, this. Zhang Zhao's face turned cold, and he revealed a heavy expression. All Kill, from the poem, kill in death seemed to have, killed his way into the underworld and reincarnation? He was completely silent, and his heart was in turmoil. The ancient mythological era, the 6 paths of reincarnation, what kind of dazzling scene was it? But in the end, his eyes gradually brightened. From the name, it was a terrifying saber-killing god. Perhaps, it was countless times more powerful than the saber technique that he had created. A saber powerhouse from the last mythological era. He found something wrong again, and he looked at the health bar above him in a daze. This character, All Kill, actually only had 1 drop of blood? Did it mean that as long as he was hit once, he would definitely die? This might be the path of killing, and it was very terrifying. The defense was extremely weak, but the attack power was incomparably terrifying. Boom, the two began to fight crazily. Mutta, mutta. After typing on the keyboard for a few seconds, Zhang Xiao only managed to resist a few moves and was defeated. Sure enough, the opponent's attack is too exaggerated, and I have to transform into the godfiend form and use different moves. It's very difficult to control. Zhang Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, but he was not discouraged. He began to put down another coin and fought crazily. After a few failures, he listened to the noisy mutta, mutta, mutta sound. As his hands became crippled, he actually began to feel that it was no longer ear-piercing. After listening for a long time, it actually matched the fierce battle, and this kind of keyboard tapping sound seemed to have an inexplicable feeling. Suji opened his eyes slightly and looked at the players of the underworld who were secretly building the arcade machine. They were testing it happily. Since everyone thinks so, maybe it's not bad to turn the arcade machine into the 18 levels of hell. Maybe these characters can be injected with souls and truly materialized. Become the real ancient mythological history? This was the completion of the rules of the world of gourmet cuisine, and it was extremely significant. What was in front of him was a huge surprise, the setting of ancient historical myths. An ancient mighty being imprisoned in hell, imprisoned in the arcade hell was also a form of character where the incense of all living beings converged. Perhaps, as the supreme ruler of reincarnation, it's time to summon the players. Suji stood up slightly, wearing a dragon crown on his head and a gorgeous and exquisite black dragon robe, and walked out of the Samsara temple. After looking at the internet and the livestream, Suji left the Samsara temple. However, as the supreme NPC of this online game and the great existence in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he did not summon the lucky player who had come to the underworld. Instead, he began to make some preparations before meeting them. Because what should he say after meeting them? What should he do? These were all things that he had to think about. Whoosh, in a flash, he appeared in front of the black and white Samsara. Standing in front of the core of the underworld, he looked up and said, "Those players are more powerful than I thought. They even helped me complete the mythological settings of the underworld in the ancient history of this world, making this world more substantial. Looks like I have to start early and expand the number of Samsara." Originally, he did not intend to be so anxious because he could not become fat in one bite. He planned to let these Rubik's Cubes have a certain level of cultivation and talent first before joining the new team. However, now that he wanted to inject souls into the arcade to create a real hell, to form the ancient myths and ancient history, and to fill in the gaps in history, he had to create new Rubik's Cubes. After all, the talents of the 600,000 living beings in the current samsara had already been formed. Naturally, they could not be used again. Only new blank souls could be created to absorb the incense of those living beings and condense the talents of Xianxia and the others for them to fully fit the role. The method was also very simple. The new souls would not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, but in the arcade. In this hell, they would become real prisoners and absorb the incense of all living beings. However, how terrifying were the talents of Xianxia and the others? Perhaps it would require a huge amount of energy to form, but once these existences appeared in reality, they would naturally have great potential for the future development of this world. They are not bad. They have opened up a new path for me to complete the rules of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This is the advantage of gathering ideas. My path back then was correct. I have limited power to open up a world alone, and I will lose a lot of ideas. For the time being, I will expand the number of Rubik's Cubes by another 50,000. Suji raised his eyebrows slightly and began to prepare. I have to finish this before those players and then summon them. He was not nervous because he could secretly observe the livestream and forum at any time and make targeted decisions. In the distance, CatHop was continuously recording the test data. Because user feedback was very important, as the celestial the arch, Xianxia was naturally the most qualified and important experimental subject. To be honest, it was very difficult to play this MMORPG. Everything was based on reality, and it was like a second life. It made people feel that everything was real. At this moment, many people were already strongly suspecting that the major countries on Earth had really obtained the advanced technology of aliens to create this MMORPG. It directly surpassed Earth's technology by hundreds of years. However, what did the truth have to do with normal players like them? It wasn't something they should be studying. All in all, it was a great benefit, and everyone was willing to break their heads to play. In fact, it was precisely because of this realism that there would be an incomparable thrill and excitement if they achieved something. Cough, cough, cough. He took notes in his notebook and muttered to himself. This mode was modified based on Zhang Zhao's words. It can train the nerves, combat reflexes, and calmness. However, there's a problem. If they keep hitting like this, even if they try to control their strength, the wear and tear on the keys will be a problem. If that were the case, it wouldn't be able to last for long. The frequency of replacement would be very high. Moreover, this can be considered another kind of entertainment, like a dance troupe? A rhythm master? In terms of difficulty, it was passable. Even this battle-forged celestial the arch had lost. It was a success. After all, it had to be as difficult as possible. There was no hardest, only harder. CatHop looked serious. Brothers, don't worry. In a few weeks, we'll climb the technology tree and test the shape of this arcade machine. Then, we'll put it to use and make it big. Kill them. Ha 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 ha, make them unable to take care of themselves. The players in the livestream were also shouting. A group of people were as excited as if they were high on drugs, their faces flushed red. The faces of some of the other netizens darkened. You animal players. Give me back an ancient mythical hell with simple customs. But they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the hell that was being harmed now. In any case, these dead people would be reincarnated sooner or later. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. In the next few days, Cathop's livestream was also in high spirits. He perfected various bugs and loopholes in the game, observed in secret, and continued to make adjustments. Soon, in less than half a month, with the help of the people in the livestream, Xianxia also madly practiced the new machine. He constantly improved it and finally took shape. It was mass-produced and ready for the market. At this time, brothers, it's starting. Mao Pao stood at the highest point of Fengdu Necropolis's city wall and aimed his camera downwards. He had an ambitious look on his face. This arcade machine is definitely the core of Fengdu Necropolis's construction plan. Coins are also starting to have purchasing power. Perhaps in the future, they will become the universal currency of hell. Perhaps a new era of underworld was coming. At this time, under the gloomy and dark sky, as the news spread, countless people rushed to the new battle pavilion near the huge construction site of Fengdu. I heard that it was opened from rank 3 to Celestial the Arch difficulty in one go. It was only rank 3 before. Many of us here are stronger than rank 3. It was a little boring, but now finally, I heard that even the foreman lost. Celestial the Arch difficulty, they were like the teenagers who rushed to the arcade and internet cafes after school. And in the dark, there were calm and collected Celestials. Their faces were fiery, and they clenched their fists. They were full of fighting spirit and fighting spirit. I want to try Celestial the Arch difficulty. Before, we didn't even have the qualifications to fight with such majestic existences who ruled the world. We might even be beaten to death if we weren't careful. But now, it's time for us to experience the power of a rank 7 Celestial the Arch. Fight with them and experience the terrifying cultivation of a Celestial the Arch. Perceive the gap between us. Mangpa, she felt a little uncomfortable. You can fight with a Celestial the Arch with just a click of a button? Experience the gap between yourself and a Celestial the Arch? Be full of vigor? Give pointers to the world? What the hell? As the person in charge, she naturally knew the truth. His Majesty was right. They really had to be careful of the Azura Path's ability to deceive. They were shameless to the extreme. They even caused the entire underworld to be in chaos. In fact, this was also related to her. Because someone had once indirectly asked if this Hell's Gate was a divine item like the Stone of Three Lives. The Stone of Three Lives projected the past and present lives. Was the Hell's Gate suppressing ancient existences from the ancient underworld? Shangguan Man was stunned on the spot. She thought about it and could only remain silent. Because she really had no choice. Fengdu was going to be built. Naturally, she couldn't slap her own family's face, right? This was a very realistic problem to begin with. After all, she wasn't a righteous and kind person to begin with, nor was she a pedantic person who didn't know how to be flexible. She acquiesced because this was also a great benefit. She didn't need to do anything. All she needed to do was use the novel and arcade to build a Fengdu. And even Mangpa fell silent and admitted the Hell's Gate. The various living beings on the Yellow Springs Road naturally no longer had any doubts. As expected, His Majesty is right. Fire, theft, and guard against the Azura Path. Then, under Shangguan Man's dumbfounded gaze, the entire underworld completely welcomed the greatest excitement in its history. Countless people poured into the combat pavilion. It was like an exhibition hall. People came and went, shuttling through the arcade machines. The incomparably lively atmosphere was like the arrival of a grand festival. A new level of hell had been opened. Even though these people were fully prepared that there might be new figures suppressed in the underworld who were more powerful than Kyokusanagi and the other grand cultivators, at this moment, the ancient grand cultivators inside began to feel incredulous. Ding! Alchemist Mu Shaoai. A strange figure appeared. A white-haired man with a ruddy complexion and long eyebrows walked out. He was as handsome as a young man. Bathed in divine light, He struck a handsome pose as if he were a king of glory choosing a hero. At the same time, a sonorous poem greeted him. Young men love to be dissolute for no reason. Old men have nothing to do. Thousands of miles away, I am alone. 100 lives in a bottle. When I was young, I listened to the zither on the balcony. My wives and concubines were wild. I don't believe that the Jiang who makes people grow old. Why is he reciting a poem this time? Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the arcade machine, and their bodies trembled. In their eyes, as they carefully savored the poem, they seemed to see a scene of a young man who went down the mountain to travel the world. He once had countless lovers, but gradually, his friends died, and his lovers grew old. He was invincible in the world, but he was reduced to a lonely person. This is the life of this grand cultivator. How free and unrestrained. But there is loneliness. Especially. I don't believe that the Jiang who makes people grow old. Huang Tu laughs and concubines are wild. An old man murmured this sentence. A figure of flesh and blood appeared in everyone's heart. Many people around the arcade machine also resonated with it. It seemed to stab into the depths of their hearts. The old man's eyes gradually became moist, and his emotions became extremely complicated. Yes, all the grand cultivators had faced the pain of their parents dying of old age, the departure of friends and relatives, and the loss of lovers. This was the only way. Every grand cultivator had to go through this path. Life was hard and short. Wasn't it sad? In the battle pavilion, the people on the arcade machines looked at the figures inside. They looked sage-like, and the endless stream of the dead from hell exclaimed in surprise. It was a rare and peerless grand occasion in the netherworld. On the other side, a certain arcade machine also caused a stir because someone chose another supreme existence. His words were shocking as if they contained the ancient secrets of heaven and earth. Everyone, look over here. This poem seems to contain a shocking mystery. In less than 10 seconds, someone shouted, causing everyone to gather around. They were extremely curious. After all, a new gate of hell had opened. They could see more ancient existences suppressed by the netherworld, so they were naturally excited. The Lord of the Remnant Forest. Through the glass window, a man strode out and said sternly, all the famous swords are broken, and the heroes are safe. When will prosperity be accounted for? Think about the rise and fall of suffering. The east rises, and the west falls. The state of the world changes like the clouds. Success is also the sorrow of heaven and earth. Failure is also the sorrow of heaven and earth. They had come prepared, and they were still prepared in their hearts. However, at this moment, their hearts were slightly agitated, and a ripple was set off. A short sentence, all the famous swords are broken, and the heroes are safe. When will prosperity be accounted for? It was as if they were facing a shocking enemy at the same time in the era. The dark era made him and the heroes of the era to be duty-bound. What did it mean after that? Success is also the sorrow of heaven and earth. Failure is also the sorrow of heaven and earth. The last sentence gave people a sense of terror. What did it mean? Why did it start strong and end weak? What happened before the era? They suddenly felt a little frightened and fearful. They were also afraid like Xianxia. They thought of something very far-reaching. Now, they were under orders to rebuild the netherworld. Everything was waiting to be done. Even Mangpa and the black and white impermanents were recruited again. Then, why was the previous netherworld broken? Why did it need to be rebuilt? Where did the previous members of the netherworld go? Could it be that they were dead? I feel that each of these existences can cross the century. They are peerless. Why are they being suppressed here? They're too miserable. Each of them once ruled the world, but now they've fallen to such a state. Anyone who dies or passes through the cycle of reincarnation can watch them at will. They can even throw in coins and control their fights. They're peerless existences, but they're being tortured in the depths of hell. They're being suppressed for all eternity, and they're even using such a method to destroy their bodies and minds. They discussed fervently. Many people were already panicking. It was a terrifying development that made people's imaginations run wild. The crowd moved as they discussed spiritedly. There were many experts present, but it was like a bustling market, and it was noisy without end. At this time, some players even played a character in one arcade machine, but another machine couldn't play the same character at the same time. This further confirmed the people's conjecture. On the other side, a young man sat in front of an arcade machine with his eyes wide open. Su Huanzhen, this is unimaginable. This person ruled the golden age of the ancient era. Demigods and saints were half immortals, and Confucians and Taoists were all sages. Tens of thousands of books were hidden in his mind, and he controlled half the sky of civil and military affairs. How domineering was that? He must be the wisest person in the world, far surpassing everyone else. Everyone gathered around and listened to the poem. This person was definitely more powerful than the others, and he was peerless since ancient times. This ancient god should be a senior of our animal path. Unfortunately, he's also been suppressed. How can we weaklings who are about to reincarnate watch? If it was in the past, he would have killed us with a single slap. Why would he need to suffer such humiliation? Beside him, a sharp-mouthed, monkey-like expert from the animal path spoke in a solemn and dignified manner. The animal path was mostly made up of demons, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Their intelligence was not high, and they were close to wild beasts. This led to their admiration for the wise. Nonsense. At this time, another burly man blew his beard and glared at him. He cursed loudly. This ancient almighty that was suppressed in the depths of hell is clearly an existence of our Tao of mortals. There are many wise people in our Tao of mortals. How many of them are well-read? Mengpa, who was hiding in the dark, had a face full of question marks. They're already starting to recognize their ancestors? She looked at these people surrounding the arcade machines and was stunned by the people inside. She was too shocked by the scene. She also thought that she was a veteran, or else why would she open a brothel and fool a bunch of lecherous men to send money to her door? But now, her worldview was completely subverted. Deception. It was all deception. Meng Po's face completely darkened. She couldn't help but curse, which immortal spread the rumor that the Azure Path was iron-blooded and tough, and would rather die than submit. They even let the Harkin know that the rumor had come to the underworld, and let me and the black and white impermanents know from the Harkin that they were hot-blooded and upright. These Azure Path were clearly sinister and cunning like businessmen. They wouldn't do anything without profit. It was all deception, of course, she also muttered in her heart. These people were all flesh and blood. Did they really exist? It was not something that could be fabricated in a short period of time. The system and alchemy in the true records of the great alchemist emperor could all be realized. It was incomparably meticulous, and it made people wonder if it was real. Could it be that these peerless figures in front of her had once existed? End of chapter 529. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.